Chapter 5102 Born to be exploited. The Phobos had no choice but to retreat. Vase was fairly satisfied by the fact that the expert stealth mech managed to cripple the warp drives of at least one Quelmer heavy cruiser. However, despite all of the alien crew members that fell at the hands of an increasingly more outrageous spiritual fiend, the overall fighting power of the alien homeship likely did not drop that much. Nosferatu had become so addicted at harvesting the lives of his alien victims that he completely neglected to sabotage any critical ship systems such as power generators and transphasic shield generators. The Phobos could have done a lot more damage if the aliens did not employ so many effective and targeted countermeasures. It was a pity that the arrival of so many alien starfighters made it impossible for the Phobos to linger around any further. No matter how effective he was at hiding his presence, stealth technology could not prevent a machine in hiding from getting struck by another solid object. As the Phobos retreated from the rear section of the alien fleet, Venerable Zimro Belson briefly considered whether he and his battle partner should approach the other Quelmer homeship in order to find a way to immobilize her as well. However, the Quelmer captain and officers in charge of the second Quelmer heavy cruiser responded far too quickly to give the Phobos any openings. The powerful alien homeship did not even wait for any human infiltration units to get close enough to reduce her capabilities. She instead began to propel forward again while engaging one of her warp drives. Soon enough, the undamaged Quelmer vessel entered into warp travel again. Once she continued to build up a respectable amount of speed in warp, the ship began to turn and circle around the surrounding areas. The Quelmers made sure to vary and randomize her trajectory extensively enough to prevent any humans to mine her route or allow any units in stealth to have any chance of getting close enough to perform their mischief. Seeing that the alien raiding fleet had become extremely alert towards further intrusions, Venerable Zimro Belson briefly considered whether he should attempt to cripple the Yurzan warships, but ultimately decided to back off and distance his expert mech from all of the commotion. The difficulty of attacking a prepared and fully alert adversary was hundreds of times more difficult. No matter how well the extensive stealth capabilities of the Phobos could elude the alien search efforts, the chance of accidents had become too great at this stage. Let's move towards the hidden archeship, the energy manifestation of Vase suggested. Lucky is still stuck in captivity. The longer he remains at the mercy of the Archie, the greater the chance we won't be able to get him back. It had been a bit of a reckless decision on their part to dump Lucky into an alien warship that they knew little about. Vase was a bit surprised that the Archie managed to do what so many other enemies had been unable to do over the years. They successfully managed to contain the gem cat. "What is the status of your cat?" Venerable Zimro asked. "I'm not sure. Only Goldie is able to maintain contact with him. Since Goldie hasn't given me any updates, we can presume that Lucky is not being acutely threatened by the Archie. That can change at any moment, though, so it is better for all of us if we hurry up and get him out sooner rather than later. The Archie should be taking countermeasures as well in order to prevent us from rescuing your cat," Zimro remarked. Vase nodded. "That is true, but their means are a lot more limited. Lucky has not only managed to sabotage the warp drives of the archeship, but also damaged a lot of other archimetal systems. The alien vessels' overall effectiveness has dropped to an extent. Right now, our target ship is quietly trying to distance herself from the Yurzan raiding fleet as well, but her acceleration and traversal speed are largely constrained by the need to keep her presence hidden from both us and the other aliens. The Archie don't even have the option to throw all caution to the wind and warp away anymore. Mobility was the key to many engagements. Controlling the movements of the enemy was key to setting them up for defeat. The Phobos soon changed course and quietly tried to catch up to the fleeing archeship. "It will take a while for my expert mech to reach the archeship," Venerable Zimro said with a frown. "According to the supplied data, my expert mech should be a little faster under full stealth, but the alien ship has a head start on us. Lucky will have to wait longer for rescue." "Understood. There is little we can do about that." Vase sighed. "Let us hope that the archeship won't be as difficult to infiltrate as the Quelmer heavy cruisers. The Archie rely a lot more on their famed archimetal to protect their ships. Much of the reason why that is the case is because energy-based defenses will practically give away the presence of a starship that is trying her best to remain hidden. So long as this is the case for our latest target, you should be able to deploy all of your fiends." The biggest uncertainty was whether the Phobos would be able to catch up to the hidden alien vessel in time before the Archie did anything serious to the captive gem cat. Vase glanced at the timer that Venerable Zimro had just put up. It would take a while before the Phobos could get into action again. He decided to pass the time by checking up on Nosferatu and evaluating what had happened earlier. I think you should take a look at after the Puelmers tricked Nosferatu into boarding a shuttle that subsequently launched out of the hangar bay and got vaporized by the potent firepower of the alien warship. The Geist system managed to recall the heavily injured fiend. Nosferatu experienced far too many ups and downs in a short amount of time. All of the abuse and uncontrollable feeding behavior produced a lot of distortions that permanently scarred and contaminated the undead spirit. At this time, the heavily injured fiend was in an awful condition. His state was not much better than his lowest point. If not for the fact that the Geist system offered him a stable and supportive environment for him to recuperate, Nosferatu would have probably deteriorated until he could no longer keep himself together. As it was, the special fiend had changed forever. Despite losing almost all of the vitality that he had drained from so many Puelmer crew members, the spiritual entity still maintained his fat and many-armed shape. He looked extremely grotesque to humans such as Vase. A chaotic air of cruelty, hunger and suffering radiated from his form. "How is Nosferatu doing, sir?" Venerable Zimro asked. "He has reached, no, exceeded his limits." Vase answered. "His condition is extremely poor and he is in no state to deploy right away. The good news is that the events that affected his state have expanded his tolerance. So long as he is able to survive from his ordeals, he will be able to endure similar abuse a little better. You can make use of Nosferatu to infiltrate ships that are fully covered by transphasic energy shields again once he has fully rested and digested his gains." "What is the bad news, then?" Venerable Zimro asked next. "The Phobos and I failed to exert any influence when he was rampaging on the enemy ship. Is there a way to increase our control over him? We cannot make full use of him if he constantly gives in to his baser instincts." The energy manifestation of Vase pressed his lips. He did not look optimistic about this situation. "I believe that Nosferatu should be able to sober up a bit once he has rested, but he won't be as docile as before. You have to realize that he is a relatively young spiritual entity, much like all of the other fiends. I designed their initial forms and brought them all to life only a few months before I fabricated the Phobos. They are not young, but also a lot more sheltered compared to living mechs. If that is not enough, they are largely made up of negative energies." Venerable Zimro understood what Vase was trying to convey. "We haven't treated them very well since they were born. A young fiend like Nosferatu has not lived very long, and he has already been subjected to multiple strong traumas on his second deployment. Experiences like that could drive anyone crazy. It's actually remarkable that he still retains the desire to live after all of that abuse." Despite sounding sympathetic towards a poor spirit like Nosferatu, Venerable Zimro still understood that it was not appropriate to improve the treatments of fiends. They were all evil and destructive life forms. Vase deliberately made them that way in order to maximize the harm they could do to their designated targets. They could do a lot of damage against innocent people if they somehow got free. There was no way to counteract their evil tendencies because doing so would either kill them or render them ineffective. If Venerable Zimro Belson wanted to retain his abnormally effective means of sabotaging enemy starships and other assets, he had no choice but to continue working with creatures that shared an awfully close resemblance to demons. Vase too did not find this situation to be ideal. It went against his principles to bring spiritual entities to life, only to exploit them without giving them any hope of relief. He still hadn't figured out how he should deal with the ethics of using the Geist system in its current form, so he pushed this troublesome matter aside and directed his thoughts elsewhere. He began to discuss possible improvements for future missions. "It is not good to rely on Nosferatu alone," Zimro told his patriarch. "If the Geist system had 4 more fiends like him, they could have inflicted a lot more damage to the Puelmer heavy cruiser before the aliens eventually managed to drive us away. Can you make more ghosts like him, sir?" "I'm thinking about it. This is not a simple matter. Theoretically, I can drain the life from other fiends like Mephisto, but that will cause them to become less controllable and a lot more vulnerable to spiritual contamination. They will also create an imbalance in the Geist system that it was never designed to handle." There was still far too much about the Geist system that Vase had yet to figure out. While his dramatically increased understanding of cultivation science and other weird phenomena helped to clarify a few matters, it was far from enough to explain everything. So long as Vase did not make much progress in this area, he did not dare to experiment too much with the current implementation of the Geist system. "It would help if I can get more company while I complete my missions," Venerable Zimro suggested next. "We could get a lot more work done if there are multiple stealth units acting on an enemy fleet at the same time. I know, I have been thinking about building a dedicated stealth units around your Phobos. In order to make this happen, I will have to design an expensive high-tech stealth mech that is almost as good at keeping its presence hidden as your Phobos. Since it is merely a standard mech, the new design won't have the benefit of resonating exotics and true resonance empowering its stealth capabilities. I can try to make up for that by fabricating them one by one in person. That should at least elevate them into third-order living mechs, which means that they can cultivate on their own and accumulate ascension runes. The only problem was that Vase had no time to take on another mech design project at this time. He needed to complete a lot of ongoing mech designs before he could even consider this job. Chapter 5103 Lucky Prisoner. While the Phobos was trying to catch up to the fleeing Archeship, Lucky was not having a good time at the moment. Meow. The cat still felt pissed about getting thrown onto a completely new alien vessel without any adequate preparations. Out of the many possible alien vessels that he could infiltrate, an Archeship was one of the least ideal ones for him to run amok. Despite looking remarkably like evolved turtles, their Archi-warriors and Archi-lords possessed all kinds of effective means to threaten him and restrain his movements. Ultimately, it was the Archeship herself that finally caused him to end up in a cage surrounded by transphasic energy shields. In order to prevent Lucky from giving him any chance to overcome one of these energy shields, the Archi-lord had taken the time to morph the interior of the ship. The amount of layers of transphasic energy shields that surrounded the captive gem cat had tripled. This way, even if Lucky was able to blow up or bypass one or two layers, he still had to go through at least a dozen more if he wanted to obtain his freedom. Meow. There was no way he could get out by relying on his power at the moment. His best hope of regaining his freedom was to rely on the Phobos to sabotage the Archeship and break him out of this excessive energy cage. Fortunately for Lucky, the Archi might be powerful enough to restrict his movements, but they were unable to cut off his connection to the Larkinson network. He was able to secretly remain in contact with the Golden Cat at all times. This not only helped him retain his composure, but also gave the Larkinson clan an effective beacon to track the movements of the Archeship. Perhaps the Archi thought that they were being clever by quietly moving their stealthy Archeship away from the action zone while the Phobos was busy with trying to sabotage a Quelmer heavy cruiser, but the aliens never thought that all of their efforts to cut off any signals were completely ineffective against this odd mechanical creature. Lucky already learned from Goldie that he had to sit tight and wait for the Phobos to finally catch up to the Archeship. He would have felt more comfortable if the Archi temporarily forgot about him and directed all of their manpower to fix all of the damage he inflicted on the Archeship. While the turtle-like aliens did allocate a portion of their limited crew to repair or replace the damaged Archimetal components, the Archi-lord along with his Archi-warrior escort continued to keep Lucky company. The Archi-lord remained close to the gem cat for multiple reasons. He primarily remained on guard in case the small but absurdly tricky cat somehow succeeded in breaking through all of the barriers. However, that was not enough for the Archi-lord. As an older and respected leader among his race, his understanding and mastery of Archimetal as well as technology in general had reached an impressive height. He couldn't hold in his curiosity towards how Lucky worked and how he was able to bite through so much Archimetal with so much ease. What was even more perplexing was how Lucky was able to phase through the hull and bulkheads without limit. Archimetal was designed to block and interfere with all forms of teleportation and other forms of unauthorized intrusions. In a dwarf galaxy that was enriched with phase water, it had been essential for the Archi to develop countermeasures in this area, or else their precious Archeships would have become a lot more vulnerable against their many alien rivals. Despite all of these measures, a single cat that was presumably dispatched by the evil humans easily overcame the efforts of the Archi. This intensified the Archi-lord's curiosity towards Lucky even further. The only known adversaries that could do everything Lucky had done was a phase lord. Only phase lords were able to ingest tons of Archimetal far in excess of their apparent mass. Only phase lords were able to utilize spatial blades or spatial tearing to bite through the toughest Archimetal alloys without any apparent difficulty. Only phase lords possessed the sheer amount of phase water to phase through thick layers of activated Archimetal. The Archi-lord had lived for enough centuries to meet a phase lord and even a phase whale in person. He knew what these alien gods were like. Lucky completely lacked the demeanor and the spatial activity that characterized organisms that had bonded with phase water. Aside from that, the Archi-lord also never heard of anyone who succeeded in creating a completely mechanical phase lord. For all of their comprehensive understanding of powerful high technologies, not even the humans should have been able to realize such a creation. Even if they defied the Archie-Lord's expectations and did manage to create such a priceless construct, the humans would never randomly deploy such a groundbreaking creation in this random star system. The only explanation that made sense to the old Archie-Lord was that Lucky contained novel human technologies that utilized phase water in new and interesting ways. This realization multiplied the Archie-Lord's curiosity and increased his urge to pick Lucky apart in order to see what was inside. The powerful alien leader slowly stepped forward with his 4 alien limbs. Hufakaik. The Archie-Lord spoke. Lucky did not like being addressed by the alien that was chiefly responsible for his capture. He also did not like the look that the alien directed towards his trapped form. The cat already began to dread what the Archie-Lord had in store. He hissed and started to bang his paws against the closest transphasic energy shield. Meow meow meow. Unfortunately for Lucky, the Archie-Lord remained undeterred. The alien continued to direct greedy glances at Lucky's bronzed and striped metallic body. Cats were alien to the Red Ocean, so the Archie-Lord was not too familiar with their kind. He only learned about this varied species of pets when he studied the intelligence supplied by the Red Cabal. Meow. Lucky hissed at the alien leader. The Archie-Lord remained completely unimpressed by the gem cat's feeble warning behavior. Lucky may have done a lot of damage to the ship, but there was little he could do now that he was surrounded by so many barriers. The alien could no longer hold himself back any longer. He began to use his powerful archeshell to control the functions of this secure compartment and commence a more extensive examination on the trapped intruder. Meow. Lucky suddenly felt a lot more discomfort as invisible force fields robbed him of what little movement space he had left. These fields spun Lucky's body around so that the Archie-Lord could get a good look at the gem cat from multiple angles. Once the powerful alien completed this initial examination, he proceeded to make use of tools. He first called up an archimetal rod that seamlessly passed through all of the energy shields. I think you should take a look at once this object entered the center cage. The Archie-Lord used it to tap against Lucky's body. Ting, ting, ting. The taps continued to produce slightly different sounds. The cat that was being subjected to this treatment did not like what was happening at all, but he was completely helpless at this time. After a few minutes of random tapping, the archimetal rod hovered close to his head and began to get within biting range. Even though Lucky knew that the rod was currently being used as bait, his yearning for delicious archimetal couldn't be suppressed. The cat took a huge bite out of the rod, causing it to lose a third of length. The Archie-Lord quickly pulled back the shortened rod and brought it all the way in front of his alien face so that he could examine it in person. Powerful sensors and scanners had recorded a lot of data on both the archimetal rod and Lucky's teeth. The latter did not show any sign of transphasic enhancement or spatial reinforcement, yet it managed to bite off a piece of solid archimetal. Though the Archie-Lord already expected this outcome, seeing it happen caused him to question whether archimetal was still as superior as he thought. What was Lucky made of? Why were his teeth so absurdly sharp and strong? Where had all of the archimetal gone? The alien leader refused to believe that Lucky was an artificial phase lord. He would rather believe that the humans came up with original new tech that interpreted phase water from a different angle than the natives of the Red Ocean. If this assumption was true, then deciphering the gem cat's secrets could potentially produce serious breakthroughs in the application of transphasic archimetal. The Archie had always maintained tense and hostile relations with the other dominant races of the Red Ocean. The disparity in power and technology was a major reason why the Archie had to remain in hiding all of the time. If the Archie could build a new generation of archeships that incorporated many advancements based on reverse engineering Lucky's advanced technologies, then that would give all of them a much better chance to survive these turbulent times. A sense of purpose overcame the Archie-Lord. He gained the feeling that he had obtained an opportunity to change the destiny of his oppressed race. His naked desire towards Lucky grew. The trapped gem cat was no longer just an odd intruder anymore. He had turned into a gateway of fantastic new human tech. The Archie-Lord enthusiastically resumed his examinations. He sent back the shortened archimetal rod to the center cage, but did not position it in front of Lucky anymore. Instead, the Archie-Lord carefully positioned the rod to the rear of the gem cat. Lucky grew a lot more nervous for some reason. Meow. The Archie-Lord briefly fell into thought. The metallic construct possessed another orifice on the opposite side of his body. The alien grew curious whether it functioned similar to the cat's front orifice or whether it served a different purpose. Mayoo. Lucky was still able to exert limited control over his tail. He purposely curled it up so that it covered his backside as extensively as possible. The Archie-Lord made a sound of irritation and commanded the force field to pull the metallic tail back. Meow. The cat fully understood what sort of a predicament he was in right now. That crazy turtle alien was about to commit one of his greatest taboos. There was no way that Lucky wanted to let this dangerous situation proceed any further. Meow. Meow. Where was the Phobos? Where was the Larkinson clan? Why hadn't Goldie manifested besides him and helped him escape from this cage? He was her daddy cat. Would she really stand by and allow this alien lord to conduct an invasive examination of his body? Seeing that the rod was hovering closer and closer to one of his most sensitive areas, Lucky could no longer hold himself back any longer. He began to activate many different parts of his intricate body and abruptly entered into a supercharged mode. He began to escape from his feline shape as his overloaded systems processed all of the archimetal in his bottomless stomach in rapid tempo. Together with all of the other powerful exotics that Lucky digested in the past, he made use of the extracted essence of all of his meals and rapidly used it to upgrade his mechanical body. The Archie-Lord paused and made a noise of surprise as he saw that his small captive was morphing before his eyes. Yayaha. The alien and his attendants expressed considerable shock when they noticed that Lucky's metallic composition grew more complex. His appearance underwent subtle changes as the fairly normal-looking alloys of before steadily transformed into highly accurate imitations of archimetal. The sight of the entire gem cat autonomously upgrading his entire exterior into an archimetal shell exceeded the expectations of the observing aliens. As power continued to exude from Lucky's overheated body, the furious cat forcefully exerted his strengthened might against the invisible force fields and managed to regain his ability to move. The cat sent a hateful stare at the Archie-Lord before turning around to present his transformed backside. MEEE000W. A hot and glowing multicolored gem suddenly appeared and collided against the transphasic energy shield. The Archie-Lord immediately examined this strange new object. He noticed that the gem actually exhibited a complicated internal structure that shared a great resemblance towards archimetal. It was at this time that the ship sounded an alarm. The Archie-Lord barely had time to realize what was happening before the unstable gem exploded with great power. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOM. Chapter 5104 Berserk Cat. The Archie had miscalculated. This became clear as soon as a giant explosion in the secure compartment inside the Archie-ship became engulfed in a potent transphasic explosion. All of the transphasic energy shields in the chamber failed to withstand the concentrated fury of all of the unstable energies contained within the fragile gem excreted by the gem cat in a hurry. Once the dust had begun to settle, the Archie-Lord and the Archie-Warriors all picked themselves up from the deck and looked in dismay at the empty and ruined crater at the center. Wayuakaka. The dangerous captive had gotten loose. Not only that, but the vengeful cat was out for blood. Meow. The angry cat's cry seemed to ring throughout the entire Archie-ship. Even the Archie crew members who were stationed further away could somehow hear the utter rage contained within Lucky's vocal outburst. This shouldn't have happened. The Archie-Lord felt great regret that he had taken the intruder too lightly. The Archie-ship endured a lot of damage before the aliens finally managed to capture the small feline culprit with great effort. If the Archie exhibited enough self-control and held themselves back from messing with this strange and dangerous mechanical creature, they might have been able to bring their prized captive back to a larger and more well-equipped Archie-ship. The aliens refused to believe that this tiny metallic saboteur had the power to escape from the sight of their higher leaders. It was a pity that the Archie-Lord couldn't restrain his urges. For one reason or another, he touched upon a great taboo, causing Lucky to go completely berserk. The cat completely turned into a different beast as soon as he entered into an overdrive mode. In this special state, Lucky completely set aside all long-term priorities and channeled much of his accumulated resources into generating a massive short-term boost. The heat expelling from his steaming body was but a small hint of the extreme processes taking place within his hyperactive systems. Lucky's sophisticated body used up massive amounts of matter and energy to fuel all kinds of powerful but highly inefficient processes. The gem cat felt pained at how much waste was being produced. He could have derived a lot more benefits from all of the archimetal and other exotics he had eaten so far if he had taken the leisure to digest them slowly. Unfortunately for the gluttonous cat, the Archie-Lord had forced his paw. Since rescue was nowhere to be found, Lucky had no choice but to liberate himself. The consequences of his choices became increasingly more evident. His body rapidly took on the superior traits of the vast quantities of archimetal that he managed to bite in his prior rampage. Supplemented by the accumulated essence of much of the exotics he had ingested over the last years, the gem cat experienced a massive transformation that affected almost every part of his interior and exterior components. That was not all. In order to extend his evolution and make sure that he would gain enough strength to overcome all resistance on the ship, the overheating gem cat continued to gnaw on every piece of archimetal in his way. The more advanced alien alloys he ingested, the more his incredibly advanced internal systems understood the nature and the working principles of archimetal and architect. Lucky's body did not just copy archimetal outright, it went a step ahead by deciphering the best traits of this powerful and almost organic-like classification of metal alloys before using these gains to form a new and exclusive variation of archimetal. Lucky did not lose much of his prior advantages. The benefits of much of the most powerful and useful exotics that he had ingested in the past, such as Rorich's bone and unending alloy, blended into the superior archimetal composition that was beginning to define this upgraded version of himself. The archimetal iteration of the gem cat had not only become tougher, more resilient and more elusive than before, but also began to exhibit traits that specifically countered the means utilized by his desperate alien pursuers. Meow. The Archi-Lord and the Archi-Warriors chased after the Berserk cat as soon as they recovered from the shockwaves unleashed by the earlier explosion. Time was of the essence to them. Now that Lucky had resumed his eating spree, the Archeship was steadily being eaten from the inside. The Archi could not allow their precious Archeship to deteriorate beyond a critical point. Once their vessel no longer possessed the means to maintain her active stealth, all sorts of problems would arise. If the Archi could not repair one of their damaged and half-eaten warp drives in time, both the aliens and human forces in the Corelix system would definitely finish off their ship and everyone inside. Kyakakak. The Archi warriors furiously charged at the overheating cat in an attempt to constrain Lucky's movements. The Archi Lord meanwhile utilized his comprehensive mastery over the surrounding archimetal to create passageways and activate transphasic energy shields to keep up with the flying cat. However, Lucky became a lot harder to trap now that he had gotten free again. He not only possessed a much greater familiarity of the tricks of his alien pursuers, but he was visibly growing stronger with each passing second. When Lucky approached an important section of the Archeship, 3 layers of transphasic energy shields suddenly barred his way. If it was before, Lucky would have struggled to overcome one of them, but now his strengthened archimetal composition enabled him to resist the extra-dimensional barriers and push through the resistance with only a moderate amount of effort. Lucky forcefully phased through the layers like he had just passed through a waterfall. Meow. The transphasic energy shields that the native aliens liked to employ could no longer block the evolving gem cat's movements as before. They only slowed down the cat long enough to enable the Archi to continue to stay on the escaping cat's tail. Seeing that energy-based defenses could no longer hinder the evil mechanical construct as much as before, the Archi-Lord used his potent Archeshell to communicate with the Archeship and activate other kinds of countermeasures. I think you should take a look at turrets emerged from the ceiling and shot powerful barrages of transphasic energy beams at the cat. Small transphasic warheads popped out of the bulkheads and exploded in close proximity to the escaped prisoner. Solid archimetal walls slammed down from the ceiling and became fully energized in an attempt to block Lucky's passage through alternate means. These measures might have been able to slow down the gem cat a lot more if he had not undergone a rapid transformation. Yet now that the cat assimilated the best traits of archimetal, his resilience and his ability to cope with difficulties was no longer on the same level as before. Many transphasic attacks impacted Lucky's archimetal exterior. Though the changes weren't too obvious, the patterns and texture of his bronzed and striped exterior bounced off energy attacks and physical attacks with much greater ease. As the Archi-Lord attempted to utilize his control over archimetal to employ more diverse countermeasures in order to suppress the rampaging cat, he suddenly found to his horror that his Archeshell was beginning to encounter interference from the Archeship. Meo! Crackles of electricity began to escape from the gem cat's transforming metallic body. This showed that Lucky was beginning to touch upon the power of electronic resonance that formed the basis of Architect. The consequences were dire for the Archi. Though Lucky had just come into contact with the power of electronic resonance, the inherent properties of his archimetal body along with his amazing assimilation abilities enabled him to harness this new part of himself at a rapid rate. Though Lucky was not able to exert anywhere close to the precise and far-reaching control over the Archeship as the Archi-Lord, the gem cat was still able to produce just enough messy electronic resonance to mess with the control of his main pursuer. The turrets that were supposed to pop out and shoot at the cat no longer emerged as smoothly as before. Their movements froze at times, and their aiming and firing processes experiences such severe lags that they almost shot at the Archie warriors that were having trouble with keeping up with the cat. Transphasic energy shields that were supposed to drain Lucky's energy reserves and slow him down for just an instant no longer looked as strong and stable as before. Through the electronic resonance produced by the overheating cat, the barriers suddenly lost over half of their strength, or produced so much instability that they fizzled out before they could even do their jobs. Meow. Though Lucky felt a lot of aches due to the extreme changes of his body and the excessive heat generated from his overloaded systems, he also experienced a massive rush of power. His strength had grown so much and his proficiency in electronic resonance had improved just enough for him to change the dynamic of this fight. The cat abruptly stopped his flight and began to turn his body around to face the pursuing aliens. Kyaikaka, huahaha. The Archie warriors did not think much about Lucky's unusual behavior and readily charged forth with their arches hells set to collide against their target. Yet even as they struck the domineering cat, their thick and solid arches hells passed through the cat without producing any measurable effects. Their collisions could no longer threaten a gem cat whose phasing ability had undergone a substantial evolution. The Archie warriors were not slow in their thinking. They began to make use of all of the transphasic energy armaments mounted onto their shell to pressure their target, only to find that they were unable to track and hit the elusive cat. Lucky had dove into the deck and used his electronic resonance abilities to resist the Archie Lord's attempts to displace the surrounding archimetal. The Archie Lord's eyes widened as the increased interference from his target had reached a point where he could no longer effectively pursue the gem cat anymore. In fact, it was the opposite now. Lucky had gained just enough power to turn the tables against his alien captors. Yawa ykaa. Just as the Archie Lord issued a warning cry, the vengeful cat leapt out of a nearby bulkhead and landed onto the archshell of a warrior. Meow. The cat did not think about the fact that he was technically eating an organic product and bit into the archshell with the intent to cause harm. The alien victim cried out in pain as one of his most important body parts was being ruined with each passing bite. The surrounding Archie tried to dislodge the evil shell eater through many means, but all they did was cause more harm to the poor Archie warrior in question. Seconds passed by as the afflicted Archie warrior grew weaker while Lucky grew stronger. Compared to artificially produced archimetal, organic archimetal that had grown into a complete and harmonious shell possessed different properties that provided a massive boost to Lucky's control over electronic resonance. Meow. The cat jumped onto a second Archie warrior and worked to deathshell the alien with even greater fervor. The aliens all began to despair as they lost their proudest and most important physical features of their lives. The Archie lived and died by their arches hells. Losing it was one of the cruelest punishments that they could imagine. There was no greater shame, dishonor and loss of identity than to live as an Archie that had lost his shell. Once all of the warriors dropped, the steaming hot archimetal cat set his blazing green eyes in the direction of the fleeing Archie Lord. The leader figure had already concluded that his hopes of containing or defeating the berserk cat were gone. This was why he had resolutely abandoned his doomed warrior escort and ran towards the chamber that stored the most potent bombs on the archship. The Archie Lord was ready to blow up the entire archship if that was what it took to put down this abominable shell eater. Chapter 5105 Missing Shell. Vase hoped that Lucky remained in good shape by the time the Phobos caught up to the fleeing archship. He wanted to urge the Phobos to go faster, but the masterwork expert Mech had little choice but to restrain his full mobility in order to maintain the effectiveness of the Sephiroth transphasic active stealth system. Vase had yet to encounter a stealth system that was advanced enough to hide the very obvious disturbances produced by warp bubbles. He did not believe it was impossible to find a way to dampen the emissions and other activity produced by warp travel. He just hadn't entered a circle or come into contact with players who possessed the high technologies that he desired. He was still a second-class senior mech designer for the most part. He had yet to enter the most powerful ranks of Red humanity, though he was working hard to increase his status and earn the qualifications to make contact with those who held true power in the current society. Vase initially thought that it might take an hour or more for the Phobos to quietly overcome the headstart of the fleeing alien vessel. However, the archship oddly ceased her forward acceleration and drifted off into space on a ballistic trajectory. Though the ship still remained in motion due to Newton's first law of motion, it had become a lot easier for the Phobos to shorten the distance due to the latter's continued ability to accelerate forward. The Phobos just had to exert a little bit of extra effort to prevent himself from overshooting the archship. As the expert stealth mech slowly approached the coasting alien vessel, Neither Vase nor Venerable Zimro Belson understood what was going on inside the ship. Why had the archship stopped her acceleration when she had not yet created enough distance from the other alien ships? Why was the ship not employing more measures to reduce the odds of repeat infiltration? Why did Vase sense that the ship suddenly contained a lot less life than before? All of these questions and doubts caused the two Larkinsons to become a lot more vigilant about this odd and suspicious situation. Vase asked for clarification from the Golden Cat. What is going on inside the ship? Why has it become less responsive? Did Lucky manage to break out of his cage and neutralize the alien crew somehow? Nya, Goldie replied in an uncertain tone. Her response hardly clarified the situation at all. Vase was still left with many unanswered questions. The only certainty was that Lucky's situation was no longer as acute as before. Is it safe to take a look inside? Nya, very well, thank you for the intel, Vase said before he turned to issue an instruction to Venerable Zimro. Let's scout out the situation first. I need you to send out your least noticeable fiend to observe the conditions inside the archship with as little fuss as possible. If the Archi are still in control of their archship, I don't want the aliens to realize that we have snuck up on them again. Understood. The expert pilot nodded. I will dispatch Ahriman. Out of all of the Geist system's current collection of fiends, he is the best at hiding his presence, especially when there are pockets of darkness inside the ship. Vase created a diverse range of fiends to populate the Geist system. Death energy was hardly the only main ingredient he used to create them. He made use of various other spiritual energy attributes to create fiends in order to increase the versatility of his expert stealth mech. Compared to many other fiends, Ahriman looked a lot less vicious and violent. Different from fiends like Mephisto and Nosferatu that would not hesitate to kill all of the hostiles that entered their sight, Ahriman was okay with keeping his aggression in check. What he liked the most was to remain hidden and expose his presence as little as possible. As a fiend that was mainly composed of shadow energy, darkness was his home and his ally. He liked to stay away from brightly lit areas and the noisy activity of large crowds. Vase deliberately conceived of a fiend like Ahriman to act as a spy and a secret observer that could linger in the same place for hours on end. The other fiends were not as suitable for these kinds of boring observation missions. Their violent and destructive tendencies made them far too restless to stay in one place at a time. They were all creatures of action who were prone to resisting their instructions whenever their instincts took over. In order to prevent Ahriman from becoming an uncontrollable beast, Vase deliberately designed the fiend to possess a lot more rationality and capacity for thought than the rest of his own kind. The result was a fiend that looked like an ancient and dignified noble official who was constantly surrounded by shadow. Ahriman did not possess many abilities, but his lack of strong emotions and his deep affinity for shadows made it so that he could be just as subtle as the Phobos when he was at his best. His only major shortcoming other than his lack of combat ability was that he could not pass through transphasic energy shields. Vase hoped that Ahriman would grow strong enough to overcome this problem in the future. He just didn't know how much time the fiend needed to develop this crucial capability. As Ahriman quietly slipped away from the Phobos and steadily passed through the thick and solid archimetal hull of the alien vessel, he was greeted by silence. Archimetal systems contained almost no moving parts, so they rarely produced any noises when they were active. However, the ship normally produced a lot more noises when she was operating normally. For the interior to become so quiet signified that the archship was operating significantly below her regular state. As Vase and Venerable Zimro Belson saw through Ahriman's perspective through special means, they had the illusion that they had entered a ghost ship. The light levels became inconsistent. Some areas were still brightly lit while other compartments and corridors had become shrouded in darkness. A lot of marks of damage could be found throughout the ships. Marks of massed weapons fire along with random holes in bulkheads and decks showed that Lucky must have led the resident aliens on an extensive chase. It did not take long before Ahriman encountered his first Archi. The alien was clearly dead, but the manner in which he died was strange. Compared to the images of the Archi in the MTA's internal database, the deceased alien crew member looked substantially different. The most obvious discrepancy was the alien's distinctly lacking archshell. I think you should take a look at only remnants of it remained on the back of his alien body. Vase could observe clear bite marks on the edges of the remnants of the archshell. He could recognize those bite marks anywhere. Lucky ate the poor fellow's archshell. Vase concluded. He almost stripped the Archi clean of his greatest source of pride as well as the anchor of his entire identity. I am not too familiar with this new alien race, but even I can deduce that an Archie without a shell will probably be regarded as a cripple or an outcast among his fellow aliens. Venerable Zimro's sight lingered on the sharp blade that the Archie used to slit his own alien throat. A lot of alien blood leaked out of the shell-less alien's body. The stains spread across the deck and formed a gruesome work of art. Ahriman quietly moved on and phased through the next couple of bulkheads before he came across another Archie. Lucky had viciously deshelled this particular turtle-like alien as well. However, unlike the previous Archie, this one did not muster up the courage to end his own existence. Hawaka. The alien moaned in constant pain and loss as he laid lifelessly on the deck. It became clear to Vase and Venerable Zimro that it was still possible for the Archie to live without their characteristic arch's hells. The aliens just couldn't handle the psychological blow from suffering such a heavy loss. I thought that Lucky only eats metals, the expert pilot softly remarked as his gaze moved away from the crippled alien. Will he suffer any problems from eating so many arch's hells? Vase shook his head. Probably not. Lucky's diet encompasses all metallic substances. Plain metal alloys are best, but he is not above eating hard organic matter so long as they have a high enough metallic content. The Archie just happens to have a habit of eating significant amounts of high-grade metallic exotics. This is the best way for them to develop the hardest and most colorful arch's hells. Ahriman encountered one crippled Archie after another before he ultimately reached a chamber that looked a lot better secured than the other compartments. Vase and Zimro immediately took note of several notable elements inside this space. They finally caught sight of Lucky. The gem cat looked substantially different than before. His temperature had skyrocketed and steam constantly leaked out of his body. What? All of the archimetal eaten by Lucky clearly had a profound effect on his body. Though the gem cat still retained his handsome feline shape and his striped and bronzed external appearance, his formerly smooth metal plates had acquired a rougher and more complicated texture. This special texture was a distinct characteristic of archimetal. Given that the archship was riddled by many small-sized holes, Vase did not need to make any guesses to conclude without a shadow of a doubt that Lucky had converted to an archimetal body structure. Meow. Lucky wearily but aggressively expressed his resentment towards the fiend that just hovered into this special space. His feline tone conveyed a lot of animosity and bitterness. It sounded as if Lucky suffered a big loss in order to free himself from captivity and turn the tables against his former captors. Vase didn't see the problem, though. Lucky might have fallen into a low state now that he was suffering from the aftermath of overloading his systems, but all of the archimetal that he had managed to eat over the course of his stay on the archship clearly benefited him enormously. In fact, Vase was a little pissed that Lucky ate so much of this alien vessel. The archship was an incomparably precious product of alien technology. The Larkinsons and their allies could derive many more benefits from her hull if her interior hadn't become so disarrayed. Meow. Vase shifted his sight towards the small pile of misshapen gems that laid a short distance away from the gem cat. Different from the beautiful and symmetrically cut gems that Lucky usually produced, the ones that were currently strewn on the deck looked anything but complete. Their surfaces were rougher. The gems were only partially cut. They also exhibited a complete lack of symmetry. Yet despite all of these shortcomings, the 9 gems all looked legitimate enough that Vase might be able to use them to augment his mechs. Sure, the misshapen gems looked like waste products that an overstressed Lucky hastily forced out of his body without any thought, but any gem produced by a gem cat was a treasure in his eyes. What caused Vase to become especially delighted by this fresh batch of gems was that they exhibited similar patterns to archimetal. This meant that their properties likely had a direct relation to the characteristics of this special alien alloy. Once Vase became satisfied with the sight of these new gems, he briefly observed the shell-less alien that had been beaten and thrown into a corner of the compartment. This alien looked considerably larger and older than the others. It did not take much guessing to determine that he was the leader of the archship. Unfortunately, the once proud Archie-Lord no longer possessed the gravitas of before. His powerful archshell which he had shaped and nurtured for centuries had all ended up inside Lucky's stomach at this time. The Archie-Lord would have killed himself by now if Lucky hadn't broken his bones. The vengeful cat did not want to end the suffering of the Archie-Lord so easily. Once Vase took a good measure of the crippled and broken alien leader, he finally set his sights on the largest and most prominent archimetal constructs in the chamber. Meow. These were superweapons. Vase grew a lot more nervous when Ahriman's cautious inspections revealed that the archship carried a small but extremely arsenal of antimatter bombs and fusion missiles. The repercussions of coming into contact with these Destructive weapons were gigantic. As long as Vase made the wrong move, he might get into a huge amount of trouble with the Red 2. Damn. Chapter 5106. A new perspective on weapons of mass destruction. The destructive capacity of technology was limitless. As humanity continued to develop its technology to greater heights, people always managed to come up with better and more creative ways to kill a lot of life at once. From developing antimatter weapons that were powerful enough to crack entire planets to spreading fast-acting viruses that killed a specific species of aliens faster than they could develop a cure, it was disgustingly easy for scientists and engineers to cobble together superweapons in their own labs and workshops. Though humanity had also invested a lot of resources and attention into developing effective countermeasures, their R&D in this area had never managed to keep up with the pace of superweapons development. This was a reflection of the universal adage that it was a lot easier to destroy than to create. Humanity had a long history with superweapons. Over time, people formulated all sorts of rules and customs concerning their usage. Unfortunately, all of the rules in the galaxy ultimately did not prevent a lot of crazy and power-hungry leaders from employing them in large numbers during the twilight of the Age of Conquest. The enormous damage, suffering and trauma produced by the liberal usage of weapons of mass destruction as well as warships, which were pretty much superweapons in their own right, produced an extreme backlash during the Age of Mechs. Anything related to warships, nuclear weapons, antimatter weapons, engineered toxins and other overly destructive tech was declared taboo. In order to prevent the irresponsible masses from ever repeating the darkest period of human history to date, the Big Two struck people down with immediate effect as soon as they attempted to employ any weapon of mass destruction. The strong enforcement of this taboo produced massive societal changes to humanity after the Age of Mechs. Many generations of people were born in a galactic culture where no one dared to even think about getting their hands on warships or other superweapons, let alone using them against other humans. The vast majority of people readily accepted the reality that only the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance were disciplined, enlightened, and righteous enough to wield the awesome power of superweapons without leading humanity into darkness again. No matter the validity of this belief, it had become a powerful truth to many humans. Any human that managed to stumble upon a cache of superweapons that were powerful enough to annihilate entire cities would not think of trying to take advantage of such an astonishing find. In fact, the mere thought of trying to arm them and launch them was so abhorrent to modern humans that they would probably grow visibly ill at the very notion. Predictably, Venerable Zimro Belson's reaction towards the discovery of multiple antimatter bombs as well as transphasic fusion missiles was no different from that of a typical human born during the Age of Mechs. "This is dangerous," the expert pilot cried out. "These superweapons are probably powerful enough to destroy all of our mechs and starships within their effective range. Perhaps only the few ace mechs in our combined fleet will be able to survive the overwhelming power of these warheads, but only if they haven't strayed too close to the heart of the explosions." Both Zimro and the Phobos grew incredibly frightened as they realized that they were well within the lethal radius of just one of these dangerous alien superweapons. What if the Archie secretly armed them and set timers on these destructive warheads? What if the Archeship came programmed with a secret anti-capture safeguard that would automatically set off the superweapons if the crew had lost control over their own vessel? What if the superweapons had taken damage throughout Lucky's rampage throughout the Archeship and began to lose containment? All sorts of dangerous scenarios could take place as long as these superweapons continued to exist. According to the regulations of the MTA, we need to report this finding right away. Zimro quickly determined. "I'm not sure how extensively the Red Association has overhauled its own rules, but I am sure that they have not changed their regulations concerning the handling of weapons of mass destruction. The longer we keep this news to ourselves, the more we become culpable of violating the taboo. Sir, please report the news straight away. We need the Mechers to come and secure this dangerous arsenal before the aliens can take them back and use them against our most populated colonies." 1111, quote. "Sir, ahem." The energy manifestation of Vase coughed. "I was just a little lost in thought. Let's not be in a hurry to call in the MTA. In fact, I would prefer it if we contained the news of this finding." Venerable Zimro looked scandalized when Vase suggested a course of action that was completely contrary to how humans were expected to behave in this kind of situation. "Patriarch, I am aware that it is not appropriate for me to question your decisions, but, are you truly certain about this? Why would you possibly want to withhold this news?" Vase had to think really carefully about how to formulate his words. This was an exceedingly delicate situation. If he issued the wrong answer, then he might lose the loyalty and dedication of one of the most powerful and promising assets under his direct command. Rules are made for specific reasons, he said. We have already left the age of mechs behind, Zimro. We may have continued many of the same rules and customs as before, but this is not a time for us to repeat the same behavior by rote without even questioning whether they are still as relevant as before. The expert pilot impatiently listened to his superior, but soon shook his head. I think you should take a look at. I do not necessarily disagree with you, sir, but the Red Two that have affirmed their authority over Red humanity have reiterated many of their old rules. They have always made sure to announce any deliberate changes in policy to prevent any form of ambiguity from taking place. The fleeters have only recently started to give private individuals and organizations a way to earn the right to employ warships, but there are no new provisions concerning the use of more direct superweapons like antimatter bombs. We must still obey the old rules when it comes to their discovery. Vase really did not want to do that. Sure, antimatter bombs were really scary and could easily blow up and kill their owners along with millions of innocent people who just happened to be within the blast radius, but this was an unprecedented amount of firepower. He had long lost the irrational sense of fear and awe towards weapons of mass destruction. When it came down to it, they were just weapons that were considered far too powerful to be employed in regular conflicts, especially internal conflicts between members of the same race. Vase did not think it was as problematic to employ antimatter bombs like the ones carried by the Archeship against the aliens, especially when the natives of the Red Ocean openly fought to wipe out all of Red humanity. In any case, the Red Cabal and the major alien races had never shown much restraint when it came to their own usage of warships and superweapons. They never signed any treaties that constrained them to the same taboos as humanity. The only reasons why the aliens did not make extensive use of these kinds of weapons was because they were rather economical. The primary cannon batteries of large alien warships could deal as much damage as an antimatter bomb, if not more, if they were allowed to fire enough volleys. However, the advantage of employing such a bomb was that it was a lot more compact and self-contained. Vase did not miss the fact that the Archeship was devoid of large and prominent cannon batteries. Powerful weapon systems were not conducive towards maximizing stealth. This particular Archeship was never designed to fight a standing battle in the first place. She was clearly meant to function as a scout and possibly an ambush predator. The small arsenal of extremely powerful bombs precisely fit the intended role of the Archeship. The aliens who normally crewed this vessel just had to sneak up on an enemy and deploy one of these powerful warheads at the right moment in order to defeat an entire enemy force without suffering a single attack in return. The more Vase thought about how he could use these potent superweapons to his advantage, the less he wanted to surrender them to the Red Association. What would giving them up do for him, anyway? He would just get another symbolic pat on the head and earn a few MTA merits that he could easily earn through other means. Vase was not short on MTA merits at the moment. The difference in scarcity between MTA merits and 3 whole antimatter bombs was extremely clear. Vase would be a fool to suffer an enormous loss and give up the latter just because it was the right thing to do. He would much rather put his faith in his own power. Times have changed, Zimro. While I do not question your habit of looking up to the Red Two, my vision is greater than that. Vase steadily told the expert pilot. We need to prepare for extreme contingencies. That does not necessarily entail the use of antimatter weapons, but it is better to have the option of using them than to be rendered completely helpless when we are threatened by an overwhelming adversary. The start of the Age of Dawn was a time of unprecedented turmoil and danger. There was no guarantee that the current human order would continue to persist as it did in the Age of Mechs. The Age of Conquest had largely been dominated by the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire in the open, though few were aware of the 5 Scrolls Compact pulling the strings in the shadows. The Age of Mechs was the era where the Big Two maintained their hegemony over a somewhat united human civilization for over 4 stable centuries. No other human power could shake their might and prestige as they indirectly reigned over half of the Milky Way. Now, Vase was willing to make a bet that this new and unprecedented age would enable the rise of a newer and better group of hegemons that were much more capable of adapting to the changing circumstances. This was the survival of the fittest. Vase refused to believe that the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact would remain as complacent as before. Their leaders were definitely plotting to regain the sovereignty that they had lost during the previous age. Other organizations might rise up as well. Just as the MTA and the CFA rose up out of nowhere, a different collection of forward-thinking groups might emerge that offered much better alternatives to people who were looking for salvation. With these thoughts in mind, Vase strongly argued to secure these superweapons and keep them in reserve without notifying the Red Two. Though Venerable Zimro still had a lot of misgivings about this course of action, he still respected Ves's authority. "How will you even keep these superweapons?" the expert pilot skeptically asked. "Don't tell me you intend to keep them inside this damaged archship so that you can potentially shift responsibility to the aliens if you ever want to launch a destructive strike. It won't work, sir. The Red Two will find out the truth one way or another, and when they do, you will become the latest fugitive to be hunted by the Red Association's Compliance Department." Vase shuddered at the mention of the dreaded Compliance Department. It was pretty much a modern version of the Inquisition in all but name. "My solution is a little more sophisticated than that, Zimro. Let me handle this. I will quietly take away these superweapons before we turn this archship into the common spoils for the Golden Skull Alliance. No one else should be able to notice anything amiss as long as we keep the transfer as quiet as possible." "And how do we do that exactly, sir?" "If I am not mistaken, the archshell exterior of all of these superweapons should possess stealth functionality. It makes little sense to deploy them when they can clearly be detected and intercepted in advance. We just have to figure out how this alien tech works and activate the right settings. Let me think on how to make this happen." Chapter 5107. Barely controllable. Vase felt tempted to swallow the archship and all of the spoils contained within alone. The value of the vessel that was almost entirely made out of archimetal was obvious to everyone. Despite the relatively low-key and elusive conduct of the Archi race, Architect had proven to be both powerful and ingenious due to how it developed technology in a substantially different direction than normal. Most technological races such as humans and Quelmers regarded their sophisticated products as collections of lots of little building blocks that fit quite well together. The goal of most developers was to create a whole that was greater than the sum of its parts. The Archi approached their technological development from a substantially different angle. They took their own remarkable shells as the principal example of how their technology should work and tried to make everything into artificial adaptations of Arch's hells. Their weapons were extensions of their own Arch's hells. Their stealthy home ships were basically giant Arch's hells that could be worn by multiple Archi crew members at the same time. From an engineering perspective, Architect possessed a lot of parallels to organic structures. It was as if it was originally supposed to be biotech, but somehow got transformed into metallic tech down the line. Whenever Vase studied any part of the archship, he had the feeling that he was studying a giant and multifunctional turtle shell that had been converted into a mechanical form. It was beautiful and exotic in a way that Vase had never encountered from human tech or other forms of alien tech. His mind bloomed with inspiration as he barely managed to decipher the intricate brilliance of how the Archi put together their own tech. The research and reference value of the archship was enormous to a mech designer like Vase. He became especially interested in the phenomenon called electronic resonance. It was a more advanced way of powering different energy-hungry parts. It was a lot more stable and provided a lot of redundancy, which was exactly what mechs and starships needed the most when operating under dangerous circumstances. The distinct lack of moving parts as well as fragile circuitry reminded Vase a lot of Luminaire crystal technology. Though Architect and Luminaire crystal technology were definitely distinct from each other, Vase noticed multiple parallels between the two. It was as if they were distant cousins from each other who learned from the same teacher. This had considerable implications for Vase. If he managed to figure out an important working principle of Architect, he may be able to adapt the ingenious solutions he learned into improving his Luminaire crystals. The same dynamic could also apply in reverse. His extensive expertise in Luminaire crystal technology might give him a powerful head start in figuring out how to adapt Architect into his own mechs. In fact, it's not me who will benefit the most from reverse engineering Architect. Vase guessed. Compared to Vase, who preferred to tinker with the spiritual design of his mechs, other mech designers who focused on the physical design of their mechs would benefit a lot more from learning the working principles of Architect. Vase could easily foresee that mechs made out of archimetal parts were great at making heavier, solid and more reliable mechs in combat. The high average density of Architect components made it a bit less suitable for light mechs, but they offered fantastic value for heavier and more defense-oriented mechs. Leaving aside defense, Architect also offered more efficient ways to pack all kinds of functions inside a mech without taking too much capacity. This was because the use of highly efficient electronic resonance as an alternate means of powering mechs reduced the demands for energy transmission systems and heat management solutions. On the top of his head, Vase could already foresee that his wife, Sarah Voikin, Meryl O'Brien and Beatrice Hendricks could produce a lot of breakthroughs in their work once they have properly studied and mastered the principles of architect. Master Benedict Cortez should also be able to gain a lot, though the downside for an older and much more experienced mech designer like him was that his existing work was not compatible with architect. He would have to make a lot of trade-offs if he wanted to integrate architect or a derivative of it into his fixed design style. Hours after the Phobos made contact with the Archeship again and called in the Hidden Smile to covertly secure this wonderful prize, the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance held another virtual meeting. Several people provided the high-ranking leaders with an extensive update on the situation. The topic of the Archeship that unexpectedly lurked in the star system dominated the first half of the discussion. As much as Vase wanted to keep this vessel for himself, he realized that it was impossible to hide it from others. In addition, Vase was not unprincipled enough to deprive his allies from their rightful contributions. I think you should take a look at even if the Phobos did much of the work, the Hidden Smile played an indispensable role in ferrying the expert mech and quietly towing away the inoperative Archeship. The Cross Clan, the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bouget family did not appear to contribute anything on the surface, but their overall participation in the Trailblazer expedition as well as the security offered by their mechs, expert mechs and especially ace mechs made this trip possible in the first place. Naturally, it was still clear that the Larkinson clan deserved the bulk of the spoils for capturing the Archeship. The others did not dispute this point. The Archeship encountered by the Phobos and captured through undisclosed means is difficult to secure. Captain Emily Easam, who commanded the Hidden Smile, reported in the virtual conference room. Our scientists and engineers have all attained basic proficiency in operating and manipulating various different native alien tech bases. Diva headquarters also have renowned experts on Orvan, Nunzer and Puelmer tech on retainer, but none of their expertise has helped us master any portion of the vessel. We have employed many different means to perform simple tasks such as shutting off the lights to opening a hatch. None of our efforts succeeded. The Diva naval officer proceeded to describe more failed efforts to hack the Archeship and gain control over her hull. It is only when a specialist from the Larkinson clan agreed to lend a hand that we managed to insert a prize crew into the ship without compromising her hull integrity and causing her active stealth to drop. Captain Easam finally said, in other words, Lucky made use of his new ability to harness electronic resonance to fumble around until he finally managed to open a small hangar bay hatch. It took a lot of effort to gain the Angry Cat's cooperation. Lucky was not happy with Vase to say the least. The Archeship is still operating under full stealth despite the complete incapacitation of all of her alien crew, is that correct? General Herman Forain asked. That is correct. How long will that remain the case? It would be detrimental for us if the Yurzan raiding fleet along with other possible parties manages to discover this extremely valuable prize. Vase smirked when he heard that. I don't think we need to worry too much about that. One of the conclusions of our preliminary examination of the Archeship shows that she is designed to operate under near-permanent stealth. Human stealth technology is mostly developed on the basis of short to medium-term usage. Stealth mechs and stealth shuttles are designed to hide their traces for hours, days or weeks at most. Archeships can easily go months or years without ever dropping their active stealth state. The extensive damage inflicted to her internal systems shouldn't affect the core stealth systems too much. The Archi are known to be paranoid about this kind of stuff, and have incorporated a high degree of redundancy in all of their vessels. Not many people possessed more than a superficial familiarity with Archeships and Architect. Even Vase did not know much better. He could only base his guesses on the paltry information contained within the Red Association's internal database and what little insights Lucky agreed to reveal. In any case, everyone grew less tense when they learned that the Archeship was not about to malfunction and reveal her presence anytime soon. We should be able to retrieve the Archeship quietly and without revealing her existence to any third parties as long as our expeditionary fleet arrives at her coordinates. General Verl stated, we have already started to prepare the diligent ovenbird to scoop the Archeship inside her fully enclosed small oven. The internal drydock will offer our alliance the freedom to study and disassemble the Archeship while our fleet is still on the move. The Archeship was only as large as a small destroyer, which effectively meant that she was not as large as a combat carrier. The Golden Skull Alliance often encountered situations where the most valuable warships captured from their adversaries tended to be capital ships that were several kilometers long. There was no way for the expeditionary to easily bring these titanic beasts away. The Archeship was a clear exception to this rule. Master Benedict Cortez clearly looked interested in taking a deep look at the interesting architect contained within the captured vessel. We have already earned a profit with minimal investment as far as I am concerned. The master mech designer shared his opinion. I think we should seriously consider the decision to back out of this operation. The presence of an alien stealth ship that apparently expected our arrival in advance has many troubling implications. If we proceed with our planned assault on the Yurzan raiding fleet, our more vulnerable starships in the rear may face a sudden threat with the secret arrival of a second or a third Archeship. Is there any way for us to determine whether the Archeship we have captured is alone or part of a larger alien naval squadron? I'm not too sure about that. Vase frowned. The manner in which our specialist has reluctantly managed to command some of the functions of the Archeship is still too rudimentary. We cannot exert any control over the more advanced functions of the vessel, and I suspect that accessing information or making contact with other hidden Archeship requires exceedingly high permissions. These are not commands that anyone with access to an Archeship can exert. There were too many unknowns related to the control mechanisms of the Archeship. Humans did not possess Arch's hells, so it was impossible for any of them to interface with the shell-shaped control points spread throughout the interior of the hull. The Archi didn't even have the decency to implement any backup control measures that could be manipulated without the use of an Archeshell. Vase believed that this was a deliberate design choice on the part of the Archi in order to prevent other races from hijacking their own vessels. The discussion slowly strayed from the disposition of the Archeship to how they should the next battle. The unexpected variables and partial setbacks that the Golden Skull Alliance encountered so far made it impossible for them to follow the original plan. General Verl swept his hand at a projection that displayed the state and the locations of the ships of the Yurzan raiding fleet. The Phobos has only managed to cripple the warp drives and assassinate a small portion of the crew of one of the Puelmer heavy cruisers. We project that it may take a couple of days at most for the Puelmers to repair or replace at least one broken warp drive. That does not give us too much time for us to take action. What is worse is that the second Puelmer heavy cruiser is not only completely undamaged, but has also entered into warp travel in order to frustrate another covert attack. If we want to defeat this fleet, we will have to do so while being pressured by a highly mobile alien warship that is packed with advanced transphasic technologies. The risks of proceeding with an assault were considerably greater than projected due to the failure to restrict the mobility of the second Puelmer heavy cruiser. Chapter 5108. Our own warship. We're in for a hard fight regardless of how we approach the Yurzan raiding fleet. General Hermann Forain remarked as the current situation of the enemy fleet became clear. Compared to the time when we rolled over the Wiednar raiding fleet, the circumstances are considerably more adverse for us this time. Our ace mechs should be able to reluctantly contain one Puelmer warship, but they cannot contain both of them at the same time. It is worse than that. Matriarch Rezi Bujay added, if we greenlight this operation, we will most certainly need to send out our ace mechs for the sole purpose of containing the second Puelmer heavy cruiser. We absolutely cannot let this vessel outmaneuver our forces and strike our large and vulnerable core fleet. The leader of the Bujay family made a good point. The starships that comprised the expeditionary fleet were their biggest weaknesses. It was especially bad for the Larkinson clan as it dragged along a lot of fairly vulnerable civilian capital ships such as the Dragon's Den and the Vivacious Y. While ships like these provided an incredible amount of utility, comfort and convenience to the expeditionary fleet when they were roaming far away from civilization, there was no way to avoid the fact that enemy ships could easily shoot them down if they were in the right position to launch their attacks. This was why space combat among the natives of the Red Ocean often devolved into grueling and lengthy matches between two fast-moving fleets. The hit rates were low since both sides preferred to keep their distance from each other. Even if the warships struck their targets by coincidence, so long as the transphasic energy shields remained up, they would slowly be able to recover and resist similar attacks without causing any permanent damage. The expeditionary fleet could not possibly fight their foes in this fashion. The alien warships were all specialized towards this mode of combat. The range and absolute firepower of their cannon batteries exceeded that of almost any mech. Size mattered a lot in these kinds of contests. As the various leaders argued about how they could possibly tackle the Yurzan raiding fleet without suffering excessive casualties, they eventually narrowed their options to a couple of possible approaches. Pulling out is always a viable option. Master Benedict Cortez said to everyone. There is no shame in respecting the capabilities of our enemies and choosing to fight another day. We are not obligated to defend the colony on Corellix 3 and destroy the Yersin raiding fleet. We will only incur the opportunity cost of missing out on a combined reward of 1 billion or so MTA merits. We can easily make up for that loss by tackling other, less challenging alien raiding fleets. This was the most logical and rational option. Vase and the other leaders didn't want to abort the operation that they had invested a considerable amount of effort into setting up. They especially did not want their journey to the Corellix system to be in vain. Although it was nice to obtain a damaged archship as a consolation prize, it was not enough to satisfy everyone's expectations for this trip. Marshal Ariadne Woden mentioned another suggestion. We can choose to call in backup. We have all cooperated with other pioneering organizations in the past. If we had a strong group like the Gemini family by our side, then we wouldn't have been so troubled over the need to contain the intact Puelmer heavy cruiser. Our scouts have already identified numerous rival pioneering fleets operating in the vicinity of the Corellix system. The only issue is that it will take at least 3 days or a little more for them to arrive and link up with our fleet, but the added security and the spreading of risk will be worth the wait. The other leaders did not object to this option as much as before. While they were still greedy to claim the rewards for themselves, as long as they could reduce a lot of damage in exchange for sharing 20 to 30% of the spoils with a third party, the deal would still be profitable in the end. Our Black Cats have performed the same investigation on these third parties. Director Calabast spoke up at this time. There are a few pioneering fleets that are fairly suspect. They are led by inexperienced leaders or lack frontier experience. It will be difficult for us to put our trust in their commitment and their fighting ability. There are also other pioneering fleets that have proven their strength against the aliens. The Glory Seeker leader retorted. That is correct, but they will most certainly demand a greater share of the spoils. We won't be able to earn much profit in the end. That left the third option and one that Vase still favored, if only reluctantly. We can still attempt to attack the Yersin raiding fleet despite all of the complications that have occurred. General Verl said as the central projection displayed a different battle plan. Vase sat upright as he studied the alternative plan proposed by Verl. It was a lot different as it not only depended a lot more on the ace mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance, but also required the spirit of Bentheim to play a frontline role. The biggest element that is working against us is that intact Puelmer heavy cruiser. So long as she remains extremely mobile and on guard, we cannot attack the rest of the alien fleet with ease. This is why I propose we start this operation with harassing this key alien asset. This job is best performed by a mobile but also fairly resilient cruiser armed with a full set of transphasic laser cannon batteries. Master Benedict frowned. We don't have that, General. You have just described the configuration of the lead enemy vessels. We are at an enormous disadvantage in this aspect. You are correct if you only limit your consideration to warships, but we have ace mechs that are just as strong. General Verl replied with a smile. He swiped his arm at the projection to set aside a representation of the spirit of Bentheim and the Macharia Excelsia. Our clan has recently upgraded our flagship into a quasi-first-class vessel. Her defenses are exceptionally notable and her new superdrives along with her sub-light propulsion systems give her the means to keep up with a Puelmer homeship in terms of speed. The only real shortcoming is her lack of warship-grade weapons, but that is what the Ace Rifleman mech is for. If we pair up these two assets, the combination should reluctantly be able to fight against the Puelmer heavy cruiser. 1111. The plan sounded absurd on the surface. The spirit of Bentheim may have undergone a lot of upgrades due to Vess's profligacy, but she was still an industrial vessel in nature. A factory ship was never meant to fly into the thick of battle and duke it out against other enemies. Ships like these were solely meant to stay in the rear and avoid battle at all costs. I think you should take a look at Still, who made it so that the spirit of Bentheim was the only proper quasi-first-class starship in the expeditionary fleet. The other alliance partners invested their hard-earned MTA merits in many other areas. None of them had put any significant effort into getting their hands on much better starships because the costs were too prohibitive at the moment. Are you Larkinsons truly willing to expose your flagship to considerable risks just so that you can harass or grind down the second Puelmer heavy cruiser? General Forain asked in a doubtful tone. Such risky and extreme behavior went against his mercenary instincts. People in his business never pulled off crazy stunts like these. It never worked out if mercenaries consistently assumed greater risks as it only took a single failure to ruin their entire business. However, the Larkinsons were anything but normal. When Vase studied General Verl's unconventional battle plan, he found that it was oddly feasible. If the goal is to sap the defenses of one of the Puelmer warships from a distance, then the Macharia Excelsia should be able to undertake this duty alone. Matriarch Rezi Bujay said, an ace mech equipped with a transphasic flight system can move just as quickly, and its Saint Kingdom can resist a fair number of direct warship attacks that the powerful machine hasn't been able to evade. General Verl already considered these arguments. You are correct about that, but the firepower of a single ace mech may not be enough. I expect it will take more firepower to wear down the defenses of the enemy vessel. Our clan can contribute more firepower by relying on our transcendent punishers to break our targets a little faster. Their collective firepower against a fully functional warship is not that great, but their hit rates at extreme range are far better than any of our other standard mech models. Besides, we still have a way to upgrade their firepower to the point where their luminaire crystal cannons can actually hurt our adversary. He turned back to the projected map and dragged over the Minerva to the Spirit of Bentime. Commander Casella Ingvar can qualitatively transform the firepower of our transcendent punishers by commandeering them. She won't be able to keep this up for too many hours, but she can still go on rotation if the skirmish drags on for too long. Her commandeering ability was not entirely perfect. Casella cooperated well with her own living sentinels, but her compatibility with the mech pilots of the other mech legions tended to be a bit worse. There were extensive differences in philosophy, religion and values between Casella and the Eye of Ilvain. The only reason why they were able to cooperate with each other at all was because they were all Larkinsons who fought for the same clan. Even so, it was better than nothing. Commander Casella had trained and honed her commandeering ability extensively in order to make it effective under a lot of different circumstances. Vase did not expect her to falter in this duty. That helps, but that won't be enough, I believe, the leader of the Bujay family remarked. General Verl dragged over a few additional expert mechs. It went without saying that the Amaranto was also highly suited for this mission. The Promethea was another expert rifleman mech that could contribute a decent amount of firepower. The Star Dancer Mark II might not be as capable in long-range slugging fests like these, but it hardly cost the Spirit of Bentime anything to host an additional expert mech. The Spirit of Bentime was starting to look a little scary. Not only did she possess the mobility and the defenses of a quasi-first-class warship, but her offensive power had become comparable to that of an actual alien warship. The Macharia Excelsia not only provided a lot of additional defense to the Spirit of Bentime, but could also act as the capital ship's incredibly powerful and accurate primary warship cannon battery. The Minerva, Amaranto, Promethea and the Star Dancer Mark II could effectively function as the factory ship's secondary warship cannon batteries. The Transcendent Punishers commandeered by Casella Ingvar pretty much filled the role of the Spirit of Bentime's tertiary warship gun batteries. It was a luxurious lineup of mechs for a single capital ship. The Golden Skull Alliance still had the option of adding additional ranged expert mechs, but the main fleet had to remain adequately protected. Vase suddenly thought of an additional variable that could play a helpful role in this daring operation. We should bring along the Everchanger as well. I've recently upgraded his firepower a bit. His new gun should be able to inflict effective damage to the enemy through unconventional means. General Verl took the Patriarch at his word and immediately shifted over the Everchanger as well. The warship, in control of the Golden Skull Alliance, might not look like it, but Vase and many other people believed she was fully capable of defeating or at least going even with one of the Puelmer warships. Chapter 5109 Recurring Larkinson Sickness. The plan proposed by General Verl combined a lot of different advantages together in the hopes of producing a remarkable result. As long as the Spirit of Bentime loaded up with a lot of powerful ranged mechs, she could theoretically compete against an alien warship so long as the opponent was not too powerful. The problem was that the aliens had a lot more ships at their disposal. Those Yurzan warships won't remain idle if the Spirit of Bentime begins to harass the alien fleet. Master Benedict pointed out, what if the aliens dispatch dozens of Yurzan warships to back up the Puelmer heavy cruiser under fire? This was a legitimate concern, but General Verl already took this possibility into consideration. That's also fine, he said with a grin. In fact, I hope the enemy will be foolish enough to commit to a chase. If we can lure a portion of the alien warships away, we can effectively split up the enemy forces. That will make it easier for the rest of our fleet to attack the diminished forces left behind. The central projection briefly played out this scenario. It showed the souped-up Spirit of Bentime flying close to the Yurzan raiding fleet before pulling away. The aliens somehow hated the taunting human factory ships so much that one of the Puelmer heavy cruisers along with 24 Yersan warships broke away and started to get led further and further away from their compatriots. This granted the rest of the expeditionary fleet a golden opportunity to swoop in and overwhelm the crippled Puelmer homeship along with the reduced number of Yersan warships keeping her company. This is wishful thinking. Marshal Ariadne Woden shook her head in disapproval. The Puelmers may have a reputation for being angry and impulsive, but they are also highly intelligent. They know what we are capable of. I do not think that the aliens will be stupid enough to split up their forces. Even if the other Puelmer heavy cruiser can be led away to an extent, what can we do to stop her from turning around and going back to repel our main assault? That is the beauty of this scenario. General Verl continued to smirk. One of the reasons why I insist on using the Spirit of Bentheim in this capacity is because she is equipped with an advanced gravity net developed by Morden Tech. It is a powerful warp inhibitor that has an effective range of 30 kilometers. As long as the Puelmer homeship is close enough, she will have little choice but to drop out of warp travel and lose most of her effective mobility. 30 kilometers is too short, Marshal Ariadne Woden said with great concern. At this relatively short range, the Puelmer heavy cruiser will effectively be able to land all of her shots at the Spirit of Bentheim. No matter how well your factory ship can resist attacks, it is impossible for her to withstand too many direct hits. General Verl nodded. This is why the range must be carefully controlled. We do not intend to reduce the range to 30 kilometers right away. We can save it for later after the exchange of fire has already dragged on to an extent. It is a trump card that we intend to employ just before the alien vessel wishes to distance herself. That still doesn't address the possible interference from other alien warships. If multiple Yersan vessels get within a closer range of the Spirit of Bentheim, their cannon batteries will quickly wear down the defenses of your flagship no matter how awful they are. The quantity is too much. That is why we do not intend to get into closer range unless we absolutely have to, Marshal. This is not a fixed plan, but a flexible one that contains many different responses to many different possibilities. If we find that the other alien warships have become a greater hindrance, we can direct our firepower at them instead. The Yersan warships are considerably weaker. The Macharia Excelsia alone should easily be able to penetrate their defenses in a relatively short amount of time. The discussion continued as General Verl explained how their side should respond if the aliens made a specific move. It all sounded a bit complicated to Vase. The sheer amount of possible decisions that the aliens could make led to many possible permutations on how the situation would unfold. Vase no longer bothered with keeping up with the specific scenarios. He trusted that Verl and his staff figured everything out. If they weren't confident enough that this would work, the general would have never presented it in the first place. After half an hour of discussion, the leaders reluctantly became persuaded by the plan. The key variable was whether the Larkinson clan was willing to risk its incredibly valuable and crucial flagship to such a risky operation. The consequences of failure were great, especially if Vase and other key figures of the Larkinson clan insisted on staying on the very same ship. Though Vase understood that it was stupid for him to stay on his flagship while she was being used as bait, he possessed a lot of confidence in the Spirit of Bentheim's survival ability. He invested hundreds of millions of MTA merits to upgrade her to this state. He knew exactly how much punishment she could take. With Vase acquiescing to this risky plan, General Verl received the support he needed to pull off this bold and risky plan. Of course, it went without saying that the Larkinson clan was entitled to earn a greater share if they successfully managed to defeat the Yersan raiding fleet with this stunt. Combined with the earlier successes attained by Lucky and the Phobos, it might be possible for the Larkinsons to claim 40% of the total spoils this time. Are you sure that the Macharia Excelsia is enough to cover the Spirit of Bentheim? Master Benedict Cortez questioned. Your safety margin will be much improved if the Jeddah Sandovar or the Royal Jeem can accompany your flagship as well. They can independently harass the enemy warships and provide an additional defensive buffer with their Saint Kingdoms. General Verl looked a little less certain. You make a good point, Master, but doing so will deprive our main fleet of a powerful protector. I ultimately think it is better to keep the two ace mechs together so that they can work together to quickly contain and wear down the defenses of the damaged and less mobile Puelmer heavy cruiser. One ace mech is not enough to constrain her completely. They talked a bit more about the plan. General Verl fine-tuned a few details based on the feedback provided by the other leaders, but the general idea remained the same. The only variable that truly concerned everyone was whether the native aliens still possessed hidden assets that could take the Golden Skull Alliance by surprise. I think you should take a look at Marshal Ariadne. Woden asked an important question. Vase, have you asked your friend Ilvain whether there are other archeships hiding in this star system? I did, he replied. He previously did not look for this, because none of us thought that the aliens would make such an extravagant move on a relatively small and unimportant battlefield, but now that we know better, I specifically requested the design spirit to sweep for additional surprises. He hasn't detected any so far, but I should caution you that his foresight is not completely reliable. We should still rely on our own scouting efforts to keep an eye out for any hidden enemies. The discussion ended shortly after that. Once the revised plan spread across the fleet, the controversy it generated was not light. However, an operation like this was not completely out of the ordinary for the Larkinsons. It was not exactly routine, but it did not exceed their psychological boundaries either. It was as if they already expected for their patriarch and their leaders to commit to an extreme action every once in a while. Everyone became a lot busier due to the sudden changes in the plan. Buttoning down the spirit of Bentime became a high priority. A lot of different crews ran around to lock down and secure any objects that could possibly fly loose and hit people during combat. The Larkinsons shifted a lot of fragile goods and valuable assets to other starships whenever possible. All non-essential personnel had to go as well. There was no reason to subject them to the same risks as the crew that were essential in keeping the spirit of Bentime functional. Gloriana along with her lovely 3 children all wore their protective hazard suits as they prepared to shuttle over to the Indigo Tremor. The mother clearly did not like any part of this insane plan to risk the spirit of Bentime in battle. She also did not like it that Vase insisted on staying on the ship during this dangerous ordeal. However, she knew better than to argue against him. If he set his mind on this lunatic act, then there was nothing that could pull him away from the thick of all of the excitement. I want to stay as well, Andraste whined. If Papa thinks it is okay for him, then I should be okay as well. Gloriana firmly smacked her daughter's head with her palm. Shut up, this is no game. You may be born for greatness, but you are still 2 decades too young to participate in a serious military operation. You will stay with me. Your aunts over at the Indigo Tremor will make sure you will enjoy your stay among the Glory Seekers. Ah, she's right, Pumpkin, Vase said. You need to have qualifications if you want to take part in a fight. We never allow incompetent people to undertake any serious responsibilities during battle. They will just get in the way of people who are actually doing useful work. Just listen to your mother and just watch the battle from afar, okay? Okay, Papa. He looked a lot more brave and imposing now that he had changed into his unending regalia. Practically no one would believe that he could be a nerdy mech designer. Although he did not possess the characteristic disciplined bearing of a career soldier, Vase conveyed a strong image of a warlord at this time. It was no wonder that Andraste became enthralled by this operation. She wanted to become just as awesome. Gloriana meanwhile still looked concerned due to all of the possible accidents that could happen. If the aliens prove to be more difficult to deal with than you expected, you will turn back, all right? Vase nodded. Don't worry, we may be bold, but we are not suicidal. We won't push ourselves to the brink in order to chase after a victory that we don't really need. If the heat becomes too much, we will try to disengage and get away. The spirit of Bentime might not be able to catch up with the expeditionary fleet straight away. We might have to rendezvous in another star system. It all depended on how much the aliens were willing to disregard other priorities in order to take down the spirit of Bentime. The Golden Scullers needed to be careful about this. Attracting too much hatred would land the spirit of Bentime into trouble. Attracting too little hatred would make it difficult to split up the alien raiding fleet. Vase was not too worried, though. At most, he would find a way to trigger one of the weapons of mass destruction that he would soon be able to get into his possession. Although it would be a little difficult to explain how a superweapon suddenly appeared and destroyed a bunch of powerful enemy warships, Vase hoped that the mechers wouldn't pay too much attention considering that the aliens suffered all of the damage. However, that was merely an option of last resort. It was best if Vase did not use up these valuable strategic weapons in this battle. He could think of much better uses for these taboo armaments. Chapter 5110 Under Pressure Again. Once the spirit of Bentime temporarily unloaded much of the non-essential assets and personnel that could be transferred away on short notice, a warp bubble began to form around her hull. The upgraded factory ship finally had the opportunity to flex one of her superdrives for the first time. The Red Association handed her back to the Larkinson clan. A slightly tense moment ensued as the space around the spirit of Bentime began to warp and distort. This produced all kinds of distortions that made it a bit more difficult to observe the outside reality. The sensor systems of the spirit of Bentheim struggled to maintain a clear view of the immediate environment. However, even the best form of compensation could not make up for the fact that once the factory ship began to approach or exceed the speed of light relative to the central star, it became a lot harder to observe immediate changes happening in front. This was why a starship equipped with a warp drive or a superdrive was never simple. Without the corresponding support systems, it became far too easy for such ships to run blindly into problem areas or fail to disengage the warp drive in time to prevent catastrophic collisions. It just so happened that the native aliens of the Red Ocean refined their usage of warp drives over many years. Humanity easily copied their best practices and used that to develop solutions that matched or in a few cases exceeded the performance of alien tech. This is quite exciting, Vase remarked as his flagship separated from the main fleet. He felt a lot more vulnerable now that he could no longer count on the immediate assistance of tens of thousands of mechs as well as two extremely powerful standard mechs. His current state reminded him of the times where he got trapped on various planets and could only count on a limited amount of protection around him. Although he hated those challenging ordeals, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic for them as well. Whenever he could no longer count on quantity and excellent preparation to roll over his adversaries, he always became stimulated to develop a fantastic new solution that enabled the few forces left under his command to exert greater power. This was part of the reason why he insisted on accompanying the spirit of Bentheim on her special mission. He thrived under pressure. It kept him on his toes and prevented him from clinging too much on his existing design solutions. Pressure also made him feel younger and more active, which had a great effect on mech designers as they aged. Vase had met many different mech designers throughout his career, and he noticed that the more successful ones always managed to avoid stagnation by developing strong obsessions and pursuing greater challenges. Although his method of stimulating his potential was a lot more extreme than other mech designers, the results he attained so far made it all worth it in the end. This time, Vase was determined to find a way to overcome the greatest challenge when it came to fighting against alien warships. Those damn transphasic energy shields are too good at increasing the difficulty of taking down those powerful ships. Vase frowned. While we are already working on specific counters against transphasic energy shields, there has to be other ways to counter this effective form of defense. He already came up with a few ideas on how he might possibly tip the scales in his favor during the upcoming confrontation. The problem was that he was woefully short on time at the moment. He needed weeks or months in order to complete more comprehensive undertakings such as upgrading the Transcendent Punisher to the long-awaited Mark III edition of this signature mech model. Even a relatively quick and easy upgrade such as replacing the old Luminaire crystal cannons with transphasic cannons took an awful lot of time and work. As an individual mech designer, Vase knew his limits. The best way he could use his expertise and abilities to good use was to perform a substantial upgrade to a few individual mechs. I should pay another visit to Saintess Ulrika Vraken, he immediately decided. I only made a quick pass on her Macharia xianxia a short time ago. Her ace mech can penetrate through transphasic defenses a lot more effectively now, but there should still be room for improvement. The Hex Federation originally agreed to dispatch their ace pilots and ace mechs to the Golden Skull Alliance on rotation for the express purpose of receiving his unique upgrades. It was an extremely rare privilege for a senior mech designer to be able to get into contact with an ace mech, let alone receive nearly absolute free rein on changing it according to his liking. Vase just didn't have the time to fully enjoy this rare and precious benefit due to his busy workload. I'm always short on time. Vase shook his head. A part of him even contemplated whether it would be a good idea to make another incarnation of himself again. This was one of the only effective ways he could think of that could quickly increase his productivity and get a lot more work done in the same time interval. A substantial amount of time had already passed since he created Veronica. After that, he went through a mystical sublimation and successfully advanced to senior mech designer. His spirituality became stronger than ever. I should think about this later. He still had a job to do. Aside from finding ways to quickly improve the performance of the Macharia xianxia, he also tried to see if he could upgrade one of the Larkinson expert mechs that were taking part in this wild operation. The Amaranto already has the Instrument of Doom, so she is good on this front. The Minerva's firepower is a little weak, but Commander Casella Ingvar always invests her power onto her subordinates, so it is fine. The Promethea packs a decent punch with the help of Venerable Isabel Coden's explosive method, but their synergy clearly has a lot of room for improvement. The Star Dancer Mark II is too weak and outdated. Only a full upgrade can make my brother-in-law more relevant again. As for the Everchanger, I think you should take a look at. Vase was not lacking for ideas on how he could optimize and fine-tune the Everchanger's performance. The expert hero Mech was so flexible and pliable in his hands that he could use his prized work as a testbed for all sorts of wacky ideas. As much as he wanted to head to his favorite mech and tinker with it all day, he needed to be more economical with his time. I've already handed over the upgraded Grey Lotus to Everchanger, so his firepower should be sufficient for the time being. After a brief consideration, he decided to spend a little time with the Promethea as well. He had good reasons for this selection. Vase hadn't any time on upgrading the Promethea aside from granting it access to ascension paths. Venerable Isabel Coden also happened to be the only other expert pilot aside from Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson who mastered a mystical attack method. Given Tusa's increasing proficiency in borrowing the power of heaven and earth to enhance his shadow techniques, Isabel should be capable of doing the same. In the Age of Dawn, any fighter who had access to any mystical cultivation or fighting method enjoyed a clear advantage to those who had always been groping around by themselves. Vase called up the location of the Promethea and immediately marched over to the hangar bay where the expert rifleman Mech was being prepared for battle. He stopped for a moment and watched with satisfaction as one of his best maintenance crews meticulously cleaned and tuned her parts. "Isabel, sir, what are you doing here?" the female expert pilot asked as she turned around. Venerable Isabel wore a custom piloting suit that offered a high degree of protection against all kinds of hazards. Strangely enough, she hardly looked like she was about to enter into a difficult and dangerous encounter against multiple alien warships. Her self-control was a lot better than many of the other expert pilots under his command. Her fiery side only truly came out during the heat of battle. "I came here to see whether I can apply quick modifications or upgrades to improve your performance in the upcoming battle. We need all of the firepower that we can get," Vase frankly said. "How well have you mastered the detonation code I gifted you a while ago? Have you found a way to increase the effective damage that you can deal against transphasic energy shields?" The female expert pilot let out a sigh. "No, not really. Don't get me wrong, sir. The detonation code is really useful. I have come to understand the actual meaning of a lot of the strange descriptions stuffed inside my head. I have already begun to amplify the explosions that I can produce with my expert mech by fueling them with E-energy radiation." "It is just, what is the matter, Isabel?" he softly asked in concern. "The more time and effort I spend on the detonation code, the less I spend on honing my abilities with fire," she said. "I feel increasingly more that I am turning into another kind of pilot. I am not sure I like this change, sir. I don't want the techniques supplied by the detonation code to become more than stopgap solutions for me. I would much rather figure out how I can make use of my original talent and strengths to burn those annoying transphasic energy shields instead." Her misgivings sounded a bit familiar to Vase. Venerable Tusa also issued a similar complaint in the past. The fact that both recipients of enlightenment fruits suffered from the same problems indicated that Vase needed to be more discerning about handing out mystical methods next time. The cultivation methods and techniques had to match the traits of their recipients. Vase thought for a moment. "I think you are right about your doubts. There is no need for expert pilots such as yourself to contort yourselves into becoming someone else. The detonation code is definitely powerful, but if you find that its philosophy and techniques goes against your preferred fighting style, then feel free to deviate from it. Have you attempted to adapt its theories and techniques to enhance your non-explosive attacks?" "I have, but it is difficult." Isabel grimaced. "The detonation code works on very specific principles. It is meant to produce attacks that are immediate and violent. That goes against what I actually want to produce with my attacks. I want to set fires that don't release all of their energies in an instant. Instead, I want them to converse their power and quietly burn whatever they touch in order to progressively feed the flames until I can produce a giant conflagration that can engulf an entire starship." Vase could feel the heat of her desire as Venerable Isabel clearly expressed one of her cherished ideals. Even though he was sure that the detonation code contained a number of impressive techniques that could produce results that were just as impressive, they just did not excite the expert pilot as much as setting fire to the largest possible targets. Vase began to think he recalled all of the knowledge that he recently obtained from the beginner 5 elements spells enlightenment fruit. Could he adapt one of the simple, fire spells he learned into a brand new combat technique that Venerable Isabel could readily apply in battle? It might be possible, Venerable Isabel was not unfamiliar with mystical methods. Learning the detonation code granted her a basic foundation in this kind of stuff. She could rely on her existing proficiency in the fighting methods of the Alfari Corps to quickly learn a fire-based technique that she could channel through the Promethea. Vase just had to figure out how to make this happen in a handful of hours. Chapter 5111 Unlock her fire. Vase and Venerable Isabel Coden walked closer to the Promethea at this time. The former briefly recalled the design choices he made when he developed the Black and Purpose Expert Rifleman Mech. He was quite proud with how the Promethea ended up. She might not be as flashy as masterwork expert mechs such as the Everchanger and the Phobos, but the Expert Rifleman Mech comfortably occupied her own niche in the Larkinson army. If the age of mechs continued to progress like everyone expected it to, then the Promethea would have been able to excel without question. Vase felt a lot of regret for the fact that his original projections and expectations for this creation failed to match the actual reality. How could he have known at the time that the Promethea would no longer be able to use her Ignitron rifle to set fire on unshielded or lightly shielded human starships anymore? Unlike human vessels which mostly lacked transphasic protection due to the extreme scarcity of phase water, seemingly every alien warship was equipped with a collection of powerful transphasic shield generators. Even the weaker and less advanced alien races such as the Wiedners and the Yurzans were also able to outfit their warships with this powerful form of protection. This disparity illustrated the difference between the two sides. Humans were still newcomers to the Red Ocean. They only controlled a relatively modest portion of its galactic rim. In contrast, the native aliens occupied the vast majority of phase water-endowed territories for many millennia. Even a minor race would be able to construct a lot of decent warships by relying on long and steady accumulation. This pattern practically ensured that as long as Red humanity and the native aliens remained at war, the Larkinson clan would have to fight against many more warships protected by transphasic energy shields. Vase grew even more determined to enhance the Promethea's performance against this difficult enemy type. He wanted this older creation of his to live up to expectations he set when he initially designed this fire-based machine. He did not want the Promethea to constantly play second fiddle to the Amaranto. Both of them were expert mechs, and while only one of them was a masterwork, that did not excuse their unusually wide divergence in performance. Vase examined the Promethea with his spiritual senses. Her growth and evolution had not progressed too far, as evidenced by her 4 ascension runes. This was understandable. The machine was a lot younger than the Amaranto and participated in considerably fewer battles. She also started out as a second-order living mech and had to spend a lot of time with Venerable Isabel Coden to evolve into a third-order living mech. The Promethea currently had access to 2 ascension paths. The path of the Metal Eater was derived from Zygra. It took advantage of the aggressive design spirit's original talent for corroding metal and increased the upper boundary of the Promethea's ability to burn metal with her flames. Vase grew more confident in Venerable Isabel Coden and the Promethea's ability to gradually burn the toughest first-class alloys. However, the greatest shortcoming of this ascension path was that it was only effective against armor-based defenses. It did not provide any clear enhancements against energy-based defenses. The path of the Illuminator was derived from the Illustrious One. It strengthened the Promethea's more direct energy attacks and paired fairly well with the detonation code. If the Expert Rifleman Mech continued to progress further into this ascension path, then the Promethea would eventually be able to draw out the greater potential of energy attacks and luminaire crystal weapons. Vase originally set up both of these ascension paths together with the design spirits to go hand in hand with each other, but perhaps that might not be the best for Venerable Isabel's development. There was no quick and easy way for the Promethea to make use of a third ascension path that could enable her to counter transphasic energy shields. There was no obvious source for one aside from the Phase King, but doing so would change the fundamental spiritual makeup of the Expert Rifleman Mech. The combination of the Illustrious One and Zygra fit the Promethea best from a practical and conceptual perspective. After learning about the importance of sticking to strongly defined artistic conceptions in cultivation science, Vase found it even more important to exhibit restraint when it came to matching mechs with design spirits. If Vase couldn't improve the Promethea's performance through ascension paths, then maybe he should look elsewhere. He turned towards Venerable Isabel. "How are you doing with your companion spirit?" The woman smiled in delight. "Kuroshi is fun to have around. I also found her to be useful in helping me resonate more with specific parts of my mech. I have found that she is especially good at increasing the power of the Promethea's flamethrower. It's a shame that it's only effective at shorter ranges." Her companion spirit popped out of her head as she talked. The purple cat shared a surprising degree of resemblance to Blinky. Yeah, their spiritual natures were substantially different, though. Whereas Blinky embodied energy itself, Kuroshi was a full reflection of Venerable Isabel's fire domain. Kuroshi actually reminded him of Emma. Have you been able to use Kuroshi to strengthen the effectiveness of your long-range energy attacks? Vase questioned. I've tried to, but it's hard. She responded. I tried to do what you have suggested and go beyond the basic trick of increasing my resonance with the Ignitron rifle, but I'm not sure if it is even possible to attach Kuroshi to the energy beams released by the weapons. No matter which attack phase crystal I employ, none of the beams have any substance that Kuroshi can attach herself to. The only way I can do what you have told me is to switch to a kinetic weapon or throw an incendiary grenade. Vase looked disappointed. He hoped that Venerable Isabel Koden would be able to use Kuroshi in the same manner as how Irene Mox made use of Emma, but their circumstances were not the same. He still did not give up on this method of attack enhancement. He strongly believed that he and Isabel just needed to figure out the right approach to turn Kuroshi into an indispensable addition to the Promethea. As Vase gained a better understanding of Kuroshi's traits by listening to Isabel and examining the burning purple cat, he began to form different ideas. He briefly switched his gaze over to the Promethea. The Third Order expert Mech was quietly cultivating the Greater Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra in her own way. The invisible energy vortex that surrounded her giant frame predominantly attracted metal energies, but also sneaked in a bit of fire energies as well. I think you should take a look at that. Fire energy was crucial as they not only strengthened the Promethea's fire domain, but also granted her the ability to draw upon ambient fire energy to amplify all of her burning attacks in combat. It would have been better if the cultivation method put a lot more emphasis on the fire element as opposed to leaning hard on the metal element, but that was not an option at the moment. Vase had to work with what he got. How could he enhance the Promethea's burning ability if the expert Mech didn't know how to effectively absorb large quantities of fire energy? Wait a second. He turned back to the female purple cat that was playfully brushing against Isabel's face. The Promethea may be bad at leveraging the ambient fire energies in the environment, but the opposite was the case for Kuroshi. As a companion spirit that fully inherited her principal's fire domain, Kuroshi had practically turned into the spiritual embodiment of fire. His eyes lit up as he began to come up with a new model of cultivation. The Promethea herself was not cultivating at her full effectiveness due to the lack of fit between her own nature and the inadequate cultivation method developed by Vase. However, if Venerable Isabel or more precisely Kuroshi got added to the picture, Vase believed that he could figure out a solution to effectively transfer the companion spirit's strengths to the expert Mech on a temporary basis. It would be like dual cultivation. He realized. The Eternal Love dual cultivation method taught him the basic framework of cultivation through cooperation. It did not offer him a lot of useful references though, as it was explicitly designed to work with two extremely similar practitioners. The Promethea and Kuroshi were far too divergent from each other to make that work. Nonetheless, Vase could borrow a few tools from the Eternal Love dual cultivation method and combine it with bits and pieces from all of the other cultivation science he learned. He did not have time to develop an entirely new cultivation method that fully enabled the companion spirits of Mech pilots to synergize with their mechs at a more profound level, but now that he stumbled upon the right idea, he would definitely flesh it out after the current operation came to an end. For now, he needed to lower his ambitions and create a more practical combat technique. I have an idea, Isabel. Would you care to listen? Always, sir. He briefly explained his general thoughts. Even if Isabel was not proficient in cultivation herself, she was still able to follow his simple description. She looked uncertain, and so did her companion spirit. Yeah, what you say makes sense, but it's not enough to make my mech stronger, sir. Trying to give the Promethea access to Kuroshi's power sounds like trying to set a piece of metal on fire. Vase smiled at her. That is why we need to come up with a more specific fighting application that essentially tells Kuroshi and the Promethea how to channel both of their powers in combination. Let's go somewhere more private. I want to show you a trick. The mech designer led the expert pilot to a nearby work office that just happened to be empty. Once Vase locked the hatch and activated his jamming suite, he raised his armored hand and unleashed a small firebolt that splashed against the metal bulkhead. Bang! What? How? Venerable Isabel Koden initially reacted with alarm when she thought that they were under attack. Once she processed what she had just witnessed, she grew shocked when she realized what actually happened. The patriarch summoned a small amount of fire out of nothing and actually managed to leave a slight scorch mark on the bulkhead. Venerable Isabel was close enough to know that Vase managed to do this by leveraging the E-energy radiation in the air as opposed to employing a secret weapons module built into his combat armor. That is a spell. Vase replied with a smile. Don't ask me where I learned it. The short story is that I am a bit ahead of most people when it comes to figuring out ways to draw power from exotic radiation. That is how I have been able to give your Promethea and all of our other living mechs a way to strengthen themselves. Right now, I want to teach Kuroshi how to perform this spell. I don't have time to teach all of the theories and techniques required to perform it properly, but I think I can make your companion spirit perform a bootleg version of this spell if I quickly teach her the bare minimum. Yawaaaaa. Kuroshi looked absolutely befuddled. You're teaching my companion spirit as opposed to myself? Isabel doubtfully asked. That is correct. You are an expert pilot, Isabel. If my understanding is correct, you won't be able to pull off tricks like this by yourself. You will only be able to perform a similar ability when you interface with your Promethea, but the underlying nature will be different because the power you express will largely be a manifestation of your willpower and the true resonance between you and your battle partner. What I am looking for is to unlock Kuroshi's own power. Her nature is different from yours. She is much more suited to absorb and leverage the ambient fire energies in the environment. I don't quite understand. That's okay. Let's begin the lesson. If my suspicions are correct, it won't take too long before Kuroshi can spit her own fireball. Chapter 5112 Fire Talent. Vase exchanged 250 ascension points to get his hands on the enlightenment fruit that imparted the entire contents of the beginner 5 elements spells manual. He spent a hefty amount of points, but got a lot of value in return. It was impossible for other people to quickly master all of the knowledge and techniques contained within this expansive manual. Not only did they have to spend a lot of time and effort on studying a lot of new and confusing theories, their learning efficiency was also affected by their own elemental affinities. Vase was able to perform the beginner spells for all 5 elements because this benefit was included in the package. Other people did not have this benefit. Short of being able to pluck an identical enlightenment fruit from the tree of possibilities, they could only start learning the spells as long as they possessed a higher than average talent or comprehension for a single element. Vase himself would probably be able to learn a few metal and wood spells if he had to study the manual the old-fashioned way. It would be a lot harder for him to get started with wielding the power of fire, though perhaps his incarnation Vulcan might have better luck. All of this showed that talent and affinities were essential for cultivators to do anything related to a specific spiritual energy attribute. This was also one of the biggest reasons why the 5 Scrolls Compact had never been able to produce too many powerful true gods or cultivators who had gotten close to this height. Talent and affinity not only determined whether a human could get started in an elemental cultivation method, but also had a large influence on how far they would be able to go by relying on their own efforts. While cultivators had come up with many ways to improve one's affinity to a specific element over the ages, they always had to pay a hefty price to improve their own conditions. One of the advantages of the mech designer and mech pilot cultivation methods was that they both enabled their practitioners to develop their affinities as they did their jobs. The more they did anything meaningful like designing a mech or winning a difficult battle, their valuable experiences and realizations would automatically feed back to their spiritualities, causing them to develop in a comprehensive manner. It was how a previously average human like Venerable Isabel Coden managed to develop such a strong fire domain. She hadn't acquired her remarkable affinity towards fire naturally, but earned it through focused effort while piloting rifleman mechs. If she had made different choices in her life and settled for piloting swordsman mechs instead, then the odds were high that she would acquire a strong metal-related domain instead. Vase was not in the presence of Isabel the swordsman mech specialist. He was in the presence of Isabel the pyromaniac. Compared to other ranged mech specialists such as Venerable Davia Stark and Venerable Brutus Woden, there was no one who invested so much of herself in making her flames burn hotter than Isabel. Her unusual mentality and approach may have given her mixed results so far, but when it came to learning a basic technique on how to leverage her acquired closeness to fire to perform an actual flame spell, the fire domain that she worked hard for granted her an enormous boost at this time. Technically, Vase was trying to teach Kuroshi on how to cast a simple firebolt, but the companion spirit was Isabel's mirror, so they both put their mind on absorbing his teachings. Vase had already noticed that Isabel was a little smarter and more academically gifted than other expert pilots. Now that she essentially had two separate but related minds to do her thinking, she picked up on his theories a lot faster than he initially expected. A lot of expert pilots came across as ignorant louts that only knew how to fight. This was actually a mistaken impression, as the better pilots always had to learn a bit of science in order to fight properly in different environments. Most pilots simply didn't like it when they were forced to sit in class benches and learn boring textbook theories. They would much rather hop into a cockpit and spend their time on practical lessons. Vase was glad that Isabel Coden possessed a much higher tolerance for boring theoretical lessons. It was essential for him to impart a basic theoretical framework to Isabel before he actually explained how to execute a specific fire spell. 2 hours of rapid tutoring went by before he began to give Kuroshi specific instructions on how to let loose a ball of fire. Vase could see and feel the flaming companion spirit exercising her control over fire energy. The speed in which she picked up and applied his lessons was quite frightening. Eventually, Kuroshi managed to produce an actual result. A surprisingly large and uncontrolled spray of purple flames swept a part of the office with a huge amount of heat. If not for the fact that Vase manually disabled the fire detection systems in this space, alarms would have already started to ring due to this sudden release of heat and light. Kuroshi reacted with fear and embarrassment at the fact that she unleashed a large spray of purple fire from her breath. "I apologize, sir. I didn't mean to make it so big." Venerable Isabel immediately spoke. "I don't know why my companion spirit lost control." Vase swept his arm at her. "It's okay. It wasn't directed towards me. Even if an accident occurs, a little fire won't be able to harm me through my unending regalia. I am much more glad about the fact that your companion spirit successfully harnessed the power of fire energy and converted it into an actual physical manifestation of fire. This is a huge deal, Isabel. It is always the hardest to get started. Once you have successfully converted E-energy radiation into another form of energy and matter, you will be able to repeat this feat a lot easier in your subsequent attempts. The fact that Kuroshi has managed to complete this step so quickly means that his fire affinity is exceptional. It shouldn't be a surprise that this was the case. Companion spirits were much more spiritually pure compared to their associated humans. I think you should take a look at not only that, but their nature as pure energy-based lifeforms allowed them to manipulate spiritual energy with much less barriers in the way. They were pretty much natural gifted chi cultivators. Kuroshi also benefited a lot from Venerable Isabel's existing growth and development. Despite her relatively young age, she did not truly start to grow from scratch, but had split off from an actual expert pilot. This illustrated the incredible value that companion spirits could add to a mech pilot. As willpower cultivators, mech pilots ordinarily weren't supposed to be able to launch firebolts or fire sprays out of nowhere as if they were wizards. Abilities like these were usually associated with chi cultivation. Yet by giving mech pilots such as Isabel an alternate self, in the form of a companion spirit, they could potentially enjoy the best of both worlds. What now, sir? Isabel asked. Kuroshi is really talented and gifted in this kind of stuff. I would really love to teach you more or give you an entire textbook on fire spells, but we don't have the time right now. What we need to do is improve your companion spirit's control. Power is not the issue here. Try to make it so that Kuroshi doesn't rely entirely on her high fire affinity to convert spiritual energy into actual fire. The companion spirit attempted to do as instructed and focus more on finesse rather than raw power. It was difficult because she was practically filled with fire. Just unleashing a bit of it always produced a noticeable spray of flame. A part of Vase actually felt a little jealous at Kuroshi for being able to produce such powerful spells. Then he realized that Blinky practically had access to his own internal universe that was filled with a lot of different spiritual energy attributes. Even though Blinky did not share Kuroshi's exceptional connection to the fire element, the Star Cat could rely on the massive quantity of fire energy deposited in the Blinky-verse to brute force any spell. Anyway, this was not about Blinky right now. What mattered was that Venerable Isabel and Kuroshi thoroughly gained a grasp on how to attract and convert exotic radiation into a specific and intended result. It became a lot harder for Kuroshi to exert proper control over her energies than to tap them in the first place. Companion spirit or not, Kuroshi needed to go through a lot of practice and build up her skills over time in order to truly master the techniques that Vase had taught. This was okay. Vase could proceed with the next step in his plan so long as Kuroshi was barely able to perform the complete firebolt technique without causing it to break down in an uncontrolled spray of purple flames. What When Kuroshi opened her maw yet again, a wobbly and overly powerful ball of fire launched from her burning body and splashed against the bulkhead. This time, the flames started to stick. This was another breakthrough for Isabelle and Kuroshi. Vase could see that the companion spirit not only managed to retain her connection to the flames she had just unleashed, but actively nurtured and controlled them to eat away the metal alloys of the bulkhead and use that to propagate the fire further. Though Kuroshi's ability to do so was not on the same scale as the Promethea, it was already impressive that she was able to do this in the first place. "What now, sir?" Venerable Isabelle asked in a more excited tone now that her companion spirit had actually learned a technique that turned into more than just a mascot. "Should I enter the cockpit of the Promethea and see if I can replicate this technique on a larger and more powerful scale?" Vase shook his head. "Don't be in such a hurry. We need to complete 2 more steps. First, I need to modify and tinker with the Ignitron rifle so that this luminaire crystal weapon can do a better job at channeling Kuroshi. Secondly, I need you to perform a variation of this firebolt technique. The problem is that I haven't really learned or mastered it myself, so you will need to figure it out yourself." That sounded rather vague to Isabelle. "What do you require from us, sir? Instead of making Kuroshi launch a firebolt out of her mouth, why don't you try and turn her into a fireball and launch her forward instead? If I am right, you should be able to propel her far away enough that you can actually take advantage of this in a space battle." "What?" Isabelle reacted with surprise. "Is that even possible? I've seen it happen before, though in a slightly different way." "It is truly possible. You just need to master the trick of turning Kuroshi into a flaming projectile. The goal is to make it so that once your Promethea launches a shot, your companion spirit can hitchhike on the energy beam and reach the target. As long as you can successfully deliver Kuroshi to the enemy, I'm sure that she can do a lot to compound the damage with her flames." The imagery of this scenario enthralled Venerable Isabelle. The air around her seemed to grow hotter as she developed a strong desire and will to make this happen. "I will work on this right away, sir. I will not let you down and do my best to figure this out before our battle commences." "Good." Vase smiled in satisfaction. "I will leave you here to practice on your own. Take care not to burn down our entire flagship. I will call down a few fire extinguishing bots as an added form of insurance." He knew he could rely on the reality-distorting properties and the pig-headed stubbornness associated with expert pilots to enable Isabelle to produce a result. She might not be able to meet all of his requirements, but she should at least be able to get enough work done to strengthen her hand in the upcoming operation. Chapter 5113 A New Luminaire Crystal Theory. Vase left Venerable Isabelle Coden to her own devices. He possessed full confidence in her ability to quickly master the power of fire. Out of all of the people in his orbit, there was no one who possessed an affinity for fire as high as hers. The strength and domain that she developed over the course of her piloting career had all been invested into deepening her fundamental closeness and compatibility towards fire. Vase found this to be a fascinating process. Mech pilots essentially progressed through willpower cultivation by coming up with all kinds of self-fulfilling properties centered around themselves. The sheer variety of mech pilots in human civilization led to an enormous diversity of high-ranking mech pilots. There were pilots who liked to blow stuff up a lot, so the destroyer of worlds became really good at producing the most powerful explosions. Kedis wanted to gain the power to cut everything, so Sharpie helped her enhance the sharpness of her blades to an extraordinary level. Commander Casella Ingvar wanted to command and control her subordinates to a precise degree, so her ability to commandeer mechs and mech pilots enabled her to direct them as if they were her own chess pieces. All of these advantages and more came to life without the mech pilots knowing anything about cultivation science. While the kingdom of mechs played a huge role making this process automatic, the general premise behind willpower cultivation was to turn the impossible into reality just by wishing for it really hard. The power of human consciousness was truly impressive. It might not amount to much in normal times, but whenever a warrior was pushed to his limit, there was a small but realistic enough chance for that individual to break through that line and reach into an extraordinary domain. Something like this was common in many cultivation methods, but it was especially prominent in willpower cultivation. This was the key reason why talent and affinity never became a hindrance to mech pilots. No matter how poor their starting points may be, as long as they piloted a decent mech and possessed adequate spiritual potential, they could always rely on their strong willpower to reshape their own image of themselves to better fit their ideals. It's a pity that there aren't many mech pilots under my command that are so strongly oriented towards one of the 5 elements. Vase sighed. Mech pilots generally picked whatever they liked as the focus of their own power and domain. There was a huge variety of concepts for them to channel their power, and the 5 elements only consisted of a tiny proportion of all of the viable possibilities. From Patriarch Reginald Cross, desire to dominate on the battlefield, to Venerable Joshua's compassion for life, high-ranking mech pilots could turn any abstract concept into a form of combat power. Not many mech pilots settled for excelling in concepts as basic as one of the 5 elements. Maybe I should change that for the Larkinson army, Vase considered. He briefly thought about founding a new mech legion that focused entirely on a single element. The mech pilots would all be picked for their preference for an element and start to pilot mechs that were themed entirely around the dominant element. In the long run, this would lead to the breakthroughs of many mech pilots who excelled in the same element. This not only made it easier to design similar expert mechs that all possessed the same kind of special features, but also enabled the expert pilots to learn from each other and combine their elemental abilities on the battlefield. Vase quickly shook his head after he imagined the creation of such a powerful and distinctive mech legion. Our clan already has enough legions for the time being. We don't have the carrier capacity to take on thousands more mechs. Maybe I'll reconsider this idea in the future. He and his clan did not have the time and resources to invest in such an endeavor. Vase needed to restrain his dreams and focus on his immediate situation. There was a good reason why Vase contemplated the nature of a high-ranking mech pilot's power as he approached the Promethea. After getting paired with Venerable Isabel Coden, the living mech had been subjected to willpower baptism for an extended period of time. Of course, the willpower baptism of a low-tier expert pilot did not amount to much, but a little transformation was better than nothing. As Vase inspected the living mech with his spiritual senses, he could sense the growing imprint and influence that Venerable Isabel left onto the Promethea. If the pair continued to work and fight together for a couple of decades, the Promethea truly had the potential to subtly evolve into an expert mech that was able to channel Isabel's power a lot more efficiently than normal. The difference between a Promethea that had been partnering up with Isabel for decades and another copy of the Promethea that had just rolled off a production line would be massive. Vase directed his attention towards the Ignitron Luminaire crystal assault rifle that he had developed specifically for the Promethea. This was the key piece of equipment that he wanted to improve for the upcoming operation. He did not have much time to do his work, so he had to find a way to quickly elevate the Promethea's combat effectiveness. "This is quite an old weapon," he muttered. The original version of the Ignitron was not transphasic. This was because he designed and built the Promethea in a time period where the design department was reluctantly able to apply third-party transphasic armor systems to their high-end mechs, but could not turn to anyone to supply the corresponding transphasic luminaire crystal weapons. Vase had to do his own research in this area. He eventually managed to develop a working implementation of it, and used what he learned to develop the Instrument of Doom for the Amaranto, among other things. He had yet to provide the same service for the Promethea because he originally intended to upgrade the entire Promethea in a single major revision. "I can't wait that long anymore." It might not be possible for Vase to transform the Ignitron into a transphasic luminaire crystal weapon in a short amount of time, but he came up with a different idea on how to enhance its power. He took control of a handful of heavy-duty bots and used them to take out and bring the Ignitron rifle to an adjacent workshop. Though the workshop next to the hangar bay was not as well equipped as his personal one, Vase did not intend to make heavy use of the equipment at hand. Vase only needed a quiet place that was devoid of people in order to engage in spiritual engineering. He predicted that what he was about to do next might produce a lot of disruptions. "Blinky, come out, I will need to rely on your power a lot this time." Muro, a different purple spiritual cat emerged at this time. Though Blinky and Kuroshi practically looked like siblings, the former was considerably older and more developed. Having cultivated the internal universe method version 3.0 for a time, the reflection of the Blinky verse on his fur had grown a little more complex. It displayed a larger landmass that was already in the process of turning into a round planet. A relatively powerful point of light as well as smaller dots of light formed around this developing globe. "What do you think, Blinky? Are you up to the task?" "Muro, I know it will cost you a lot, but all you will be spending is a renewable resource. Just focus on absorbing a lot of fire energy from the environment if you are so afraid of putting the Blinky verse out of balance." Muro. Vase came up with a relatively simple plan at this time. What Vase envisioned for Venerable Isabel and Kuroshi was to enable them to leverage prime resonance to produce a powerful effect in battle. More specifically, He wanted to replicate the way in which Venerable Irene Mox was able to attach Emma to a projectile and launch both of them at the enemy at the same time. This was not easy considering that the circumstances were entirely different at this time. Vase believed that he could still make it happen so long as he satisfied a number of conditions. As long as Kuroshi was able to turn herself into a flaming and self-sustaining projectile, at least one condition would be satisfied. However, if the Promethea was not able to properly make use of prime resonance in a targeted manner, it would be useless even if Kuroshi learned a new trick. What Vase needed to do was to alter the Ignitron into a weapon that could effectively deliver Kuroshi to the enemy. Yet how could he do that if the Luminaire crystal rifle fired continuous energy beams in short bursts as opposed to launching a physical projectile? The answer he came up with was to incorporate a hyper-material into the weapon and turn it into a prime weapon. Another problem emerged when he settled on this decision. Where could he get a sufficient amount of fire-sympathetic material? The T-Institute only started to cultivate prime materials a short time ago, and Vase only had a batch of weak and fragile DI in storage at the moment. This was completely useless to his current plan. This was why Vase came up with an alternate idea. It was based on an assumption that he only recently came up with after connecting a lot of different theories and observations together. Luminaire crystal technology was originally developed in a time where the Milky Way was not yet broken. He speculated. At the time, the Luminaire race was not only gifted in spirituality, but also developed their crystal technology to work the power of heaven that used to be abundant at the time. If this guess was true, then that essentially meant that Luminaire crystals may essentially function as an artificial hyper-material. This was a shocking conclusion if it happened to be true. Vase felt this idea made a lot of sense even if he lacked strong proof to back up this amazing assertion. He just thought that it made a lot of sense given what he learned about the Luminaire race and spending a lot of years researching and applying Luminaire crystal technology to his mech designs. Though Vase had yet to see any existing Luminaire crystals undergoing any transformations so far, he had a faint guess that the intensity of E-energy radiation was not high enough to meet the required threshold. If Luminaire crystals were fairly powerful and high-end to the Luminaire race, then it may be a given that they could not be produced so easily. It does not cost that much to verify this new theory. Vase smirked. At most, I'll only waste a bunch of time. He did not delay any further and resumed his operations. As the Ignitron's internal components became exposed to his sight, he thought about commanding a bot to take out one of the 6 attack phase crystals integrated into the weapon. Which one has the greatest relation to the fire element? He chose to set aside the positron beam attack phase crystal after a brief period of consideration. A laser beam could inflict a lot of thermal damage, but its greatest advantage was that it propagated at the speed of light. This was ideal for attaining higher hit rates in long-range combat in space. However, a positron beam consisted of actual antimatter, though at a scale and power that was far below the level of an actual weapon of mass destruction. Since a positron beam weapon essentially emitted a large amount of positron particles at a distant target, it was a beam that actually possessed mass and substance, even if it was not heavy at all in absolute terms. However, Vase prized this property because he guessed it would be a lot easier to enable Kuroshi to hitchhike an energy beam when she could attach herself to actual physical particles as opposed to tiny and much less substantial photons. Aside from that, a collision between positrons and normal matter releases a lot of energy that mostly comes in the form of heat. This reaction should have an excellent compatibility with the element of fire. Once a bot placed the positron beam attack phase crystal in a secure chamber, Vase proceeded with the next and most important step of his experiment. Blinky slowly flew closer until he stopped next to the Luminaire crystal. After a brief pause, the Star Cat slowly opened his maw and began to channel a small fraction of the huge fire energies contained within his Blinky verse. This was the essence of Ves's plan. He wanted to see if he could force a Luminaire crystal's transformation into a prime material related to the fire attribute by essentially flooding it with energies of the same element. Come on, Blinky, I'm relying on you. Just dump out as much fire energy as you can channel. Muro. Chapter 5114 Extremely low efficiency. What was the point of creating an entire internal universe that consisted almost entirely of spiritual energy if Vase could not make use of its accumulated resources? Sure, Blinky's cultivation depended entirely on how extensively he could grow and expand the Blinky verse, but that did not mean he was prohibited from taking out the energies he absorbed. The companion spirit just had to be careful not to take out too much at a time. Doing so might weaken the structure and stability of the internal universe. The Blinkyverse might even collapse in its entirety if it was drained too much. This was one of the weaknesses of this cultivation method. Even though Blinky only started to cultivate the internal universe method for a relatively short amount of time, he already absorbed way more E-energy radiation from the environment than Vase and Blinky ever harnessed in the past. However, only a small proportion of the accumulated energies could be spent at a time. It was like an investment fund that continued to collect money in order to generate more returns by spending it in different ways. The fund was only able to produce a somewhat consistent return on investment so long as it had enough money and assets in its balance sheet. Taking out a bit of money would not significantly affect the functioning of the investment fund, but taking away much of it would likely cause it to collapse or wind down. The Blinkyverse was equivalent to an investment fund from his perspective. The main difference was that a normal fund worked with money, while Blinky's internal universe worked with spiritual energy. The analogy became a bit more complicated when the Blinkyverse actually contained spiritual energies that aligned with many different attributes. Vase only needed to draw upon the fire energies stored in the Blinkyverse, but he could not take too much of it, or else the internal universe would lose all source of light and heat. I don't want to create a dark and cold universe. Life can hardly exist in such a dreary place, he said to Blinky. Don't go overboard and do your best to control your output. It is not a big deal if this little experiment fails due to an insufficient supply of energy. Muro. The Star Cat did not release the floodgates all at once. Although it looked as if a lot of fire energies spilled out of his Blinkyverse at once, this was far from the companion spirit's current limit. Seeing that the positron beam attack phase crystal did not show any reaction at this time, Blinky steadily increased the output. The saturation of fire energies in the immediate environment rose even faster than before. Vase began to feel a little hotter. Despite the precise climate control systems that regulated the temperature across the spirit of Bentime, he couldn't help but feel as if he had suddenly ended up in the middle of a tropical planet. It was all an illusion for the most part. The spiritual energies that were attributed towards fire quickly spread out and dispersed into the environment without doing anything special. Even if all of that fire energies could be used to produce powerful attacks when channeled into specific spells or spiritual constructs, they were mostly harmless when left untouched. This was why Vase did not try to avoid or do anything to take care of the escaped fire energies. It's a pity that Blinky can't devour the released energies, he sighed. This was an inconvenient limitation. When Blinky's was releasing the energies from his Blinkyverse, he could not swallow back the energies before they dispersed out of his reach. Vase did not care about this problem at the moment. He only cared about whether his current experiment had any chance of producing a successful result. Come on, it has to work. Even if normal luminaire crystals don't have hypermaterial properties, this attack phase crystal is different. The positron beam attack phase crystal had become exposed to Venerable Isabel Coden's force of will for a long time. That inevitably generated a lot of subtle changes to its essence, of which one of them was to make it a lot more compatible with the fire element. This was his backup plan of sorts. Whether his theory about luminaire crystals was true or false, he hoped that Venerable Isabel's persistent influence over the positron beam attack phase crystal could make a difference in this experiment. Minutes passed by as Blinky continued to release large amounts of fire energies. Vase grew less and less comfortable by the addition of so much illusionary heat, but he stuck around in the hopes of catching any reactions. Come on, this has to work. Don't stop, Blinky. Muruo. The spiritual cat couldn't keep this up forever. The central star of the Blinkyverse had already lost a lot of power and started to dim. The background stars had also grown a lot fainter, with a few distant stars disappearing in their entirety. As the Blinkyverse grew colder, it became increasingly more unbalanced. Without sufficient sources of heat and light, the internal universe became shakier and less capable of resisting external shocks. Vase did not want this to happen. If the Blinkyverse turned into a liability, then it just wasn't worth having it around anymore. Muruo. Just as Blinky began to reach a limit, the positron beam attack phase crystal finally started to produce a noticeable reaction. It's working, Blinky. Don't stop. You need to keep going for a while. Do your best to maintain the current concentration of fire energies. Blinky had channeled so much fire energies that the luminaire crystal finally did not remain silent any longer. Its entire physical structure started to undergo a mysterious and unexplainable transformation that subtly rearranged its inner structure. Vase could feel that this transformation gradually made it more compatible with the fire element. Not only that, but he could feel that its structure could also process fire energy and turn it into output that was much more slanted towards producing powerful flames. Vase had no idea how the transformed crystal exactly worked, but he was sure that its compatibility with Venerable Isabel Coden had grown. The reason why he held this thought was because the crystal actually took on a purple shade. He believed that this was a manifestation of Isabel's strong influence over the object. As the luminaire crystal gradually transformed into an artificial hypermaterial, it became clear to him that its prior association to an expert pilot undoubtedly produced a more specific result. Vase did not think he would be able to attain the same result if he conducted this experiment on a freshly synthesized luminaire crystal. I hope this works out better for Venerable Isabel. The initial transformation was a bit drastic, but the changes began to reach a plateau as it dragged on for minutes. Moreau. Blinky visibly grew tired as his Blinky verse began to grow awfully colder than before. He eventually reached a limit where it became too detrimental for him to keep spitting fire energies. The companion spirit stopped what he was doing. Now that the supply of fire energies had ceased, the workshop gradually turned to normal as the illusionary heat dispersed. Moreau, good work, Blinky. You have done your job. You can go back and recuperate now. Try your best to make up for the lost fire energies first. The Blinky verse must return to balance before you can fully develop it again. It was important to bring the Blinky verse back to equilibrium in case he wanted to pull off this move again in the future. There were many more luminaire crystal weapons that he wanted to augment in a similar manner. However, the Blinky verse itself was still a bit too small to withstand the huge expenditure of energy. The biggest problem was that this hypermaterial production method was too wasteful and inefficient. Vase loosely estimated that 99.9999% of the fire energies released by Blinky did not do anything useful and spilled into space. Only 0.0001% of the output actually went into transforming the luminaire crystal into a fire-sympathetic material. There was clearly a lot of room for improvement, as long as Vase developed a more efficient alternative to the crude and rudimentary method employed by Blinky. It was not out of the question for him to mass-produce the sympathetic materials he needed to produce more prime mechs or upgrade his existing ones. This is ultimately a much better way to leverage the Blinky verse to my advantage. Vase initially assumed that he would have to wait for Blinky to cultivate all the way to a true god before he could produce large quantities of useful raw materials. However, if all it took to produce high-quality prime materials was to expose them to a high concentration of spiritual energies, then Vase did not have to wait that long. The only issue is Blinky's capacity. He has only completed the first stage of his cultivation method so far, which is far from enough to sustain mass production. He could only employ this production method on an individual basis, but that was already enough for his current needs. Once Blinky returned to his head and started to work on solving the deficiency of fire energies in his internal universe, Vase performed a quick examination of the newly transformed luminaire crystal. Though Vase could not make a solid conclusion on whether his theory about luminaire crystals was correct, he at least managed to turn the positron beam attack phase crystal into a stronger variant that was more conducive to channeling the power of fire. Although Vase did not understand much of the physical changes to the crystal, he meticulously recorded it in the faint hope that he could reproduce it in a lab without relying on a flood of fire energies. Time was short, so he reluctantly suspended his examination when he confirmed that it hadn't changed beyond recognition. It should still function as an attack phase crystal more or less. He quickly put it back into the ignitron before reassembling the mech rifle. A short time later, the Promethea reunited with her missing weapon. The living expert mech immediately sensed a profound change in the ignitron. As the Promethea continued to cultivate, both she and Vase noticed that the freshly upgraded weapon began to attract a lot more fire energies than before. The expert mech could not remain silent after noticing this profound change. The machine's eyes lit up as her systems powered up a bit. "Progenitor, what did you do to my weapon?" Vase replied with a shrug and a sheepish smile. "I don't know myself, actually. You and Isabel will have to explore this by yourselves. If my suspicions are correct, the next time you fire a positron beam at the enemy, it will be much easier to start a wildfire." He would have liked to perform a practical test straight away, but this was not possible while the spirit of Bentime was engaged in warp travel. The only way to know whether he succeeded in meaningfully upgrading the Promethea into a stronger prime mech was to witness her performance in the upcoming battle. Vase had a good feeling about this, though. His design flame burned a little brighter at the prospect of creating yet another way for a mech and a mech pilot to synergize together. As long as Venerable Isabel was able to maximize the power of Kuroshi through the use of a prime weapon, there was no reason why Vase could apply this new setup to all of his expert mechs. The key is energy, he muttered to himself as he reflected on what he had done. Exotic radiation is a free and ubiquitous source of energy, but it takes a lot of deliberate effort to make use of all of that latent power. None of my mechs have reached their limits in this regard. The best way to strengthen them without actually turning them into proper first-class mechs is to abuse the hell out of prime materials. Chapter 5115. The pilot who came too late. As Vase glanced at the time, he noticed that he spent a bit more time on upgrading the Promethea than he initially intended. He did not regret it as he managed to come up with a handful of new discoveries and inventions that had massive implications for his future work. So long as the Promethea lived up to his high expectations, then that meant he could turn other expert mechs into more effective prime mechs that were much better adapted to the Age of Dawn. The best part about all of this is that these prime expert mechs will continue to produce more dramatic effects as their expert pilots grow in power. Venerable Isabel Coden was still a low-tier expert pilot. Many of the other Larkinson expert pilots had barely grown into mid-tier expert pilots. This meant that each of them still had a lot of room for growth in this aspect. The only exception was his own grandfather. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson was not lacking in resonance strength, but it would take a long time before he could obtain a proper high-tier expert mech that could fully exert his might. Maybe it's a good thing that I haven't completed an expert mech for him yet. Vase suddenly thought, I can upgrade his Blood Star into a much more effective prime mech from the ground up rather than in an ad hoc manner like I did with the Promethea. Vase could have done a lot more to improve the expert rifleman mech if he could do more than upgrade a single attack phase crystal. He at least wanted to upgrade the Ignitron into a quasi-first-class transphasic luminaire crystal weapon. It might not be necessary to make the weapon transphasic, though. Vase loosely guessed. Venerable Isabel's fighting style does not rely so much on penetrating defenses as that of Venerable Stark. As Vase worked with different mech pilots and mechs, he gradually understood that it may be better to focus more on reinforcing their existing strengths than to obsess too much over mitigating their weaknesses, especially with regards to prime mechs. Let's see whether I can whip up anything comparable for my next mech. His steps slowed a bit as he entered the smaller and more enclosed bay that held the most powerful mech in the spirit of Bentime. We meet again, Macharia Xianxia. He softly greeted the ace mech with a smile. He reminded himself that it was a great honor and privilege to get into contact with such a high-end mech. As Vase continued to get closer, he noticed that the strategically valuable mech was guarded by a dedicated troop of elite infantry soldiers dispatched by the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. Although these guards probably wouldn't be able to do anything against hostile mechs, they at least signaled how much the dynasty cared about this incomparably powerful asset. It is exquisite. Only the best master mech designers of a state received the honor of designing such a potent machine. Although Vase prized the Mars a lot more, its technological sophistication was actually inferior to a proper ace mech like the Macharia Xianxia. It couldn't be helped. The latter was designed as an ace mech with the full backing of the entire military-industrial complex of the Hex Federation. The Mars on the hand was cobbled together by combining a lot of third-party parts and systems. Though Vase and Benedict Cortez put them together in a brilliant fashion to create a fantastic masterwork, that did not change the fact that the mech still suffered from a lack of access to the best and most cutting-edge technologies developed by advanced state-backed R&D institutions. This was what made it so valuable for Vase to get into close contact with the Macharia Xianxia. The Hexers may be an odd group of people, but their master mech designers followed all of the proper rules when it came to designing an ace mech that their state wanted to depend upon for a long time. As the only legal equivalent to a superweapon that states and organizations were allowed to possess and use, every single part about the Macharia Xianxia was a technical accomplishment by themselves, but that was not enough to elevate the entire package. A team of experienced and accomplished masters carefully put them together and applied their own expertise to elevate its firepower, mobility and defenses. Although the master mech designers did not possess any particularly unusual specializations that could give the ace mech a special edge like the Mars, it wasn't necessary to make the mech strong. So long as its core performance in every aspect was good enough, the Macharia Xianxia was fully qualified to duel against other ace mechs. As Vase continued to inspect the ace mech further, he noticed that its overall configuration was likely based on the urgent need to fight against the ace mechs of the Friday Coalition. This was evidenced by the configuration of the Hexfire transphasic positron beam assault rifle. Similar to the ignitron rifle that he just modified a short time ago, the Hexfire rifle was designed to steadily erode the defenses of individually powerful targets. Its firing rate was quite high, which was helpful in landing hits on fast-moving light mechs. Its ability to effectively damage slower but tougher targets was significantly worse, but that was not as bad as it sounded. Vase recalled that Saintess Ulrika Vraken's specialty was her ability to erode the defenses of anything she struck. This worked best against armor but was also reasonably effective against energy shields. The issue with that was that the more advanced alien races often employed segmented transphasic energy shields. Whenever the Macharia Excelsia opened fire on an alien warship, the Ace Mech was actually damaging a small portion of the total energy shields covering the entire vessel. All of the effort that Saintess Ulrika put into eroding a single scale ultimately did not affect the rest of an alien warship's defensive coverage. This meant that the indigenous aliens unintentionally managed to counter the Macharia Excelsia's greatest advantage. This was quite inconvenient for Vase and the Golden Skull Alliance to say the least. At least the Macharia Excelsia was armed with a pair of proper high-end transphasic weapons. Its plasma sword was especially damaging against transphasic defenses, though the Ace Rifleman Mech was only supposed to use it as a last resort if any enemies got too close. As Vase gained a good understanding of the Ace Mech, he began to think about how he could quickly upgrade its effective combat power. I can't use the same approach I used on the Promethea on this Ace Mech. Blinky was in no condition to produce another sympathetic material. Even if the Blinky-verse started to bleed a lot of spiritual energies of a different attribute, the shaky stability of the internal universe would deteriorate even further. Besides, the Hexfire rifle is not a luminaire crystal weapon. It is a more conventional positron beam rifle that I don't fully understand. Vase knew better than to mess around with the parts of an intricate weapon system. Arbitrarily changing the parameters of a single part might cause the entire weapon to overheat or explode. Just as Vase started to think about improving the Ace Mech in a different way, its pilot finally walked into the bay and moved closer. He could feel the strong force of will that was typical of a junior Ace pilot. Whereas Patriarch Reginald tended to unconsciously suppress and force the people around him to obey his will, Saintess Ulrika Vraken sought to erode and weaken anything and anyone she regarded as her foe. Vase was not among her enemies, but his high spiritual sensitivity still caused him to get a taste of Ulrika's potential. If she was a sword saint, rather than an ace pilot, he bet that she would have been able to cause a person to melt in front of her just by holding a sword. Saintess, he politely greeted her, I have just applied a quick upgrade to the Promethea in order to give her an additional edge in the upcoming operation. I came to see if I can do so for your Macharia Excelsia as well. It was customary to address ace pilots by the title of Saint, without making a distinction of gender, but the Hexers clearly had different ideas. Ulrika glanced towards her machine. I have learned that you can improve mechs in different ways by making them more alive. That's right, Vase smiled. I already did that a little bit with your two weapons just so that they can call upon the power of the Phase King. This is not the extent of what I can do, but it will take a lot more time and design work to turn your Macharia Excelsia into a proper living mech. It is not that useful for you if I spend a short amount of time on it. You'll just end up with a weak first-order living mech that can hardly benefit you at this junction. The female ace pilot frowned. I see. What else do you have in mind, then? I need to understand your situation a little better. The more I know about you and your ace mech, the more I know where I can intervene. Tell me about your career. I heard that you used to participate in many battles during the Komodo War. A melancholic expression appeared on her face at the mention of that infamous war. That is true. I do not particularly like to revisit those days. I fought and challenged the Fredaman on many different battlefields. I sought to do my part to repel the Fredaman mech armies as they crossed the border and toppled one stronghold after another. I used to be proud of wielding the might of a high-tier expert mech at the time, but as the warring went on, I realized that for every Fredaman expert pilot I defeated, others would always take their place. The scale of the Komodo War was so great that expert mechs ultimately devolved into high-level cannon fodder. Only ace mechs have the individual power to sway the outcome of entire battles in a theater. Vase remarked. Her expression darkened. That is correct. I knew that and so did everyone else. I worked hard to attain my breakthrough. I picked my battles. I confronted Fredaman high-tier expert mechs whenever I could in a desperate attempt to trigger my second apotheosis. The more casualties the Hex army suffered, the more my heart bled for all of the fallen women. The more star systems fell into the hands of the Fredaimon, the more I feared for the future of the lost Hexer civilians. I finally managed to reach my tipping point and broke through, but time was already running out. It was too late to make a difference. This was her greatest regret. If she broke through a year or two sooner, she would have been able to improve the Hexadric hegemony's strategic situation. At the very least, its collapse wouldn't have happened so quickly. Vase quietly listened to her regrets. Though he already heard her backstory from different sources, it hit differently when the ace pilot voiced her thoughts and feelings in person. He gained a much better understanding of Saintess Ulrika Vraken as a person and as a soldier. "How is your relationship with the Vraken matriarchal dynasty?" He eventually asked a different question. "I see myself as a servant and a member of the dynasty." She replied, "I enjoy the greatest respect from the Vrakens. My formal authority is not high, but that is what the matriarchs are for. I am a professional soldier and I have taken a vow to defend and fight for the Hexer people." She sounded like a typical straightforward soldier that gradually gained a lot of individual strength. There was nothing wrong with that. Vase quite liked these kinds of high-ranking mech pilots actually. They were more obedient and less prone to go rogue. Their thinking patterns weren't too wacky and their only fault was that they couldn't shake the indoctrination that shaped their values and principles. Once Ulrika completed her little story about herself, she took the initiative to issue a request. "I have spoken to expert pilots such as Brutus Woden and your own Larkinson ones. They all boast of receiving a useful, companion spirit from you. Is it possible to grant me one as well?" That caused Vase to pause and gaze at the Hexer ace pilot. Despite his recent boost in strength, he did not dare to stare too closely at her fortified will and spirit. What was even worse was that Blinky was in an exhausted state at the moment, so Vase couldn't count on his companion spirit to perform the difficult operation. "I would love to do that, Saintess, but it's not as simple as you think." Chapter 5116 The value of ace pilots. Every ace pilot was an exceptional human without a doubt. Though only a minuscule fraction of them had what it took to advance to the rank of God Pilot, that did not diminish their exceptional nature in the slightest. The Great Severing caused their value to rise even further. The introduction of exotic radiation may lead to the promotion of a lot of high-tier expert pilots that were currently hindered by their bottlenecks, but the ace pilots that already existed at this time enjoyed a considerable head start. The population of red humanity was not as exaggerated as the populations of humans in the Milky Way. The amount of ace pilots in the Red Ocean was also a lot scarcer and less ubiquitous. Each of them were incomparably precious to the humans that were cut off from their home galaxy. Vase and many other people had heard rumors that the Red too soon intended to publish a directive that would prohibit warfare between humans in its entirety. With the native aliens breathing down red humanity's necks, humanity really couldn't afford to squander resources and manpower on fighting against each other anymore. What was even more important was that the Red Association really did not want to risk the lives of the powerful ace pilots that fought on behalf of various colonial states. While their current combat power might not be exaggerated enough to merit so much attention, it was their potential that the Mechers prized the most. Each ace pilot, no matter how messy or troubling their individual circumstances may be, was a precious God Pilot seed. Only 8 God Mechs presented red humanity with absolute individual firepower. Aside from the CFA's greatest and most extravagant battleships, those 8 gods in the form of humans and mechs were the only champions who were strong enough to resist the greatest of phase whales. No one knew how well a God Mech was able to fare in a battle against an ancient phase whale. Even if God Mechs held an advantage, the problem was that the entire Red Ocean most definitely produced a much greater quantity of ancient phase whales over the history of this dwarf galaxy. Once the ancient phase whales recovered from the massive exertion and resource depletion following their successful execution of their ancient refuge plan, the 8 incomparably precious God Mechs may not be enough to resist the true onslaught. All of that was a bit too far away from Vase at the moment. He was far too weak to meddle in these high-level affairs. The galactic net also contained a lot of false and misleading rumors that served no other purpose except to muddle the public's perception. What Vase found most important was that the importance of an ace pilot like Saintess Ulrika Vraken had risen in the Age of Dawn. This was not just due to the scarcity of mech pilots that could fight against alien warships head-on, but also due to their potential to become exponentially more powerful by finding ways to properly leverage the power of E-energy radiation. The biggest issue at the moment was that no one appeared to know how exactly ace pilots could exert more power under the light of Messier 87. As Vase asked a pointed question about this topic, Saintess Ulrika curtly shook her head. The Hex Federation and the Red Association is conducting extensive cooperative studies on this broad topic. She responded to Vase, I have taken part in some of them, but I haven't been able to produce any useful results so far. I can feel the E-energy radiation passing through everyone and everything, and I can even draw from it to an extent, but aside from making my resonance strength improve a little faster and making my mech a little stronger, it doesn't help that much. Vase nodded in understanding when he heard about her lack of progress. The Macharia xianxia was a powerful ace mech that was highly tailored to her own individual strengths and preferred piloting style, but that did not change the fact that it was a product of the age of mechs. The absence of hyper-materials and other specific adaptations geared towards the Age of Dawn meant that the Ace Mech was unlikely to become a lot more powerful all of a sudden. It was held back even further by the fact that it wasn't even alive. This meant that it could not proactively absorb or leverage E-energy radiation in a more focused and conscious manner. Vase already had plenty of ways to resolve these obvious shortcomings, but he was far too lacking in time and resources at the moment. If he wanted to apply a quick adaptation that could measurably increase the combat power of the Macharia xianxia, he needed to find a more inventive and creative solution. As he continued to chat with Saintess Ulrika Vraken, he quietly studied her strong and indomitable willpower. How much is your resonance strength? 250 lavares. Ulrika replied, it is not that much compared to the older and more experienced ace pilots of the Hex Federation. They can produce much greater results on the battlefield. Our senior ace pilots wouldn't be struggling so much to penetrate the transphasic energy shields of all of those alien warships. He fully believed her claim. The resonance strengths of those senior ace pilots reached the thousands, which basically translated into a much more extensive ability to rewrite the rules of reality by relying on sheer willpower alone. Of course, their stronger ace mechs also helped a lot. The Macharia xianxia already looked incredibly powerful to Vase, but he knew that the Hex Federation likely developed ace mechs that incorporated the very best tech and materials within their reach. Vase truly yearned to inspect the ace mechs of senior ace pilots, but the Hexers were extremely reluctant to transfer any of them outside of the borders of their colonial states. Each of them played an essential role in guarding their most important and strategic star systems against hostile incursions, whether they be human or alien. The Vraken matriarchal dynasty wasn't stupid. It readily sent out one of their most junior ace pilots to test the waters and limit any potential losses that might occur. This also gave Vase a license to pull off nearly anything he liked. He could experiment on Saintess Ulrika Vraken and the Macharia xianxia in any way he liked as long as his stunts did not negatively impact their combat effectiveness. His thoughts currently strayed towards his more radical and extreme ideas at this time. This was because he already ruled out his more common and reliable solutions. For example, Vase saw no feasible way in meeting Ulrika's request for a companion spirit. Don't misunderstand me, Saintess. I would love to give you a companion spirit if possible, but doing so requires me to operate into the deepest part of your core being and essentially split off a piece of it in order to birth a new life and consciousness. I can reluctantly do this for expert pilots as long as they restrain their instinctive urge to repel intruders, but this approach won't work for a half-god that has honed her strength through the flames of war. He demonstrated this by pulling out an exhausted Blinky from his head. Murou, don't resist his approach. Try your best to let my companion spirit get close without shoving him away. This won't work if you keep him out of your inner being. As Blinky flew closer towards the Saintess, he became more and more affected by her strong force of will. Even though Saintess Ulrika Vraken employed great discipline and self-control over herself, she couldn't completely suppress her instinctive repulsion towards a foreign spiritual entity such as Blinky. As the purple spiritual cat moved closer, his energy manifestation grew increasingly wobblier. It was as if he had entered a force field that constantly damaged his cohesion. Blinky would have been able to fare better if he was in his peak condition, but he still wouldn't have been able to shake off the interference. Murou. As soon as Blinky touched Ulrika's head, the ace pilot could no longer hold herself back. Her more direct contact with a foreign spiritual entity triggered an instinctive defensive mechanism that caused her extraordinary willpower to burst out a repulsion wave that cleansed and pushed out any foreign influences. The silent outburst not only caused Blinky to spin away from the Hexer ace pilot, but also produced a temporary void as her willpower also repelled the surrounding E-energy radiation. My apologies, Supreme Son. I could not control myself. The Saintess said with a genuinely troubled expression. She never intended this to happen. It's okay. No harm is done. I already expected you to react this way. It is part of your nature as a high-ranking mech pilot. Anyway, I hope that explains why I can't give you a companion spirit. Historically, high-ranking mech pilots arose due to a need to counter and defeat the spiritual sorcerers of the Five Scrolls Compact. Anything related to chi cultivation was supposed to be anathema to their extraordinary willpower. This made them almost impervious to spiritual manipulation, no matter whether they were benign or malicious in nature. Ace pilots existed in a different league compared to the vast majority of other humans. The power of their personal will far surpassed any other cultivator at the same height, whether they were mech designers or orthodox chi cultivators. Vase speculated that it may be too late to grant companion spirits to mech pilots once they evolved to this stage. This was because they had moved past the expert candidate and expert pilot stages, where they were still malleable enough to adapt to drastic changes. Once a pilot became a saint, they had completed their soul searching and solidified their combat approach. This was the point where they had to transition to a higher level track that was mainly focused on elevating their capabilities all the way to the threshold of God pilot. In my personal opinion, ace pilots such as yourself have no great need for companion spirits anymore. He told her. They can provide substantial boosts for weaker mech pilots, but that is because they are not that strong in an extraordinary sense. You are different. Once you interface with your ace mech, you can reproduce almost every feat that a companion spirit can do. You are not missing out on much. That was not exactly true. But Vase still believed in the overall sentiment. The Saintess could easily sense his overall sincerity and eventually nodded in agreement. Perhaps you are correct. I should be looking to develop my strength according to my own situation. It is not a good idea for me to abandon everything I have worked for ever since I entered into service over 60 years ago. Do you have any other ideas on how I can improve my results against our upcoming opponents? The expeditionary fleet was moving closer and closer to the coordinates of the invading alien warships. That did not leave Vase much options to choose from. He thought of a few alternatives before settling on a choice that he did not feel comfortable with, but had a better chance of working than his other expedient ideas. How is your relationship with the Superior Mother? He carefully asked. Do you believe in her as a supreme like many other hexers? That was a controversial and loaded question. Saintess Ulrika directed a more pointed glance towards the man who was rumored to be the literal son of the Superior Mother. We Vrakans are taught to observe reality from an objective and unbiased lens. She slowly said, we have never been fans of the hexism movement. For a long time, I believed that goddesses and supremes did not actually exist, but then I came across many instances that caused me to question this long-held assumption. Those living mechs of yours are all tied to an existence that unquestionably holds the identity of the Superior Mother. After encountering so much proof of her existence, her power and her support for our people, I can only conclude that she truly exists. That was helpful to know, but it was not the answer that Vase wanted to hear. You did not exactly answer my question, Saintess. Let me rephrase it a bit. Do you worship the Superior Mother? 11:11. Chapter 5117. Earning Godhood. A complex expression appeared on Ulrika's face. This showed that even a determined and strong-willed ace pilot like herself could still be stumped by complex matters. She would rather not answer the question at all, but she understood that it was important for their future cooperation for her to issue a sincere response. I believe that the Superior Mother has done much good to our people. She began in her strong and steady cadence. The hexadric hegemony used to be a more polarized and divided state when the Superior Mother was but a passing symbol of motherhood in those times. It was not until you introduced your living mechs such as the Blessed Squire and more notably the Valkyrie Redeemer that we all experienced the changes that she has brought to our state. The Superior Mother propagated a set of beliefs that espoused a less extreme and man-hating version of hexism. Vase had deliberately created her to make the hexers less reprehensible, and the widespread shifts in their culture clearly showed that his efforts had succeeded. From the way that Saintess Ulrika spoke about the Superior Mother, she clearly did not suspect that Vase was the mastermind behind the transformation of her entire people. The Superior Mother has indeed done your people a lot of good. He smiled for a brief moment. Do you begrudge her for not being able to prevent the fall of the hexadric hegemony? No, the ace pilot forcefully said. That failure is ours and ours alone. The Komodo War was a test for our people, and we had been found wanting at this important junction. We were too arrogant and complacent to deserve victory. We needed to be humbled in order to recognize the inadequacies about ourselves that we have long ignored. Though our numbers have diminished, we have grown stronger and more united as a consequence. Losing the war has also caused the remnants of our people to fully relocate to the Red Ocean. If not for that, we might not have been in such a good position to take advantage of the Age of Dawn. The turning of the age presented a lot of existential challenges to Red humanity, but the strong and confident among the people all recognized that it was a fantastic new opportunity to ascend to greater heights. Is that why you don't actually worship the superior mother in your heart? Vase queried. Your ambition is to become a god pilot. At this height of power, you are fully qualified to treat other deities as your equals. Is that how you think? Ulrika looked a bit surprised that his guess was so close to the mark. Ace pilots such as ourselves all have great confidence that we have the potential to become gods ourselves. We can't quite agree on what that exactly means, but most of us see no reason to surrender ourselves to deities who we can possibly outgrow. Those who held the arrogance that they could become gods had little reason to devote themselves to existing ones. At the very least, the act of surrendering themselves to a higher power was contradictory to their nature as warriors who pursued ultimate strength. The word surrender one already had strong connotations with the meaning of weakness and inability. While there were exceptions among god pilots who regarded their ironclad faith in a higher and more unfathomable power as a source of strength rather than an admission of weakness, Saintess Ulrika Vraken clearly did not count herself as among these modern paladins. Okay, I think I get it, Vase said. You don't worship her as a deity, but you don't object to her either. The ace pilot smiled. I do not have any issue with respecting the superior mother for offering a light in the darkness that surrounds my fellow hexers. I can even look up to her for how extensively she has lent her strength to the servicewomen of the Hex army. What makes me different from most hexers is that I strongly believe I have a chance to ascend to god pilot and offer just as much help and protection to our people if not more. By that time, I can help uplift the Hex Federation to a first-class state and grant better lives for every hexer. That is a benefit that even the superior mother cannot provide. She was right. The god pilots and star designers were the only human gods recognized by the Mechers. The voice and authority of the true god-level transcendence had become even stronger due to their relative scarcity in the Red Ocean. Vase collected enough information from the ace pilot to conclude that his idea of turning Saintess Ulrika into some kind of apostle for the superior mother had no chance of working. That was a shame. Vase believed that Ulrika might have been able to leverage the power of the superior mother more directly in battle. Perhaps he should wait until he met with an ace pilot from a more religious matriarchal dynasty to try out this proposal. At this point, Vase had no point of ruling out his promising idea yet. He had very little options left that could possibly increase the combat effectiveness of the only ace mech aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Vase did not want to admit defeat. He still felt he could do more in this situation. He hated the thought of giving up too soon. It was against his nature as a mech designer to leave a problem unsolved. He fell into thought as his gaze continued to shift between Ulrika and her ace mech. His extensive expertise in spiritual engineering did not see any way to improve their synergy. The Macharia Excelsia was not his work, and Ulrika possessed more similarities with Patriarch Reginald Cross when it came to her insistence on relying on herself. These circumstances closed so many different ways to improve their performance that Vase had to grasp for straws. As he recalled all of the information that she shared to him, he suddenly froze as an entirely new idea came to his mind. His understanding of spiritual engineering, cultivation science and his personal insights on high-ranking mech pilots all formed a connection that led him to come up with a bold new theory. A moment ago, you said that you aspired to become a new guardian deity for the Hex Federation and its people, is that correct? Ulrika nodded. That is correct. Would you be opposed to the idea of possibly posing as one during the upcoming battle? That sounded like an odd request. I am not quite sure I understand what you are asking of me. What is the purpose of doing so, Larkinson? Vase quickly started to think about the viability of this idea. The superior mother would definitely have to get involved in order to mobilize the hexers on a massive scale, but this was fine as she wouldn't be helping Ulrika directly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this latest idea could truly make a substantial difference in combat. The best part about it was that it did not appear to clash with the principles and beliefs of a strong-willed ace pilot. So long as this powerful half-god went along with his proposal, he had a lot of confidence that his measures would provide her with a real boost in the upcoming battle. What do you think the Age of Dawn represents, Saintess Ulrika? The Age of Dawn is a new beginning. It is an age where new heroines may rise and where existing ones such as myself can rise to godhood with greater ease. Vase smirked. Your views align with my own, but my perspective is more elaborate than that. To me, the Age of Dawn presents new possibilities that were previously impossible to attain in an energy-poor environment like the Milky Way. One of the possibilities that I am thinking about is something that will sound impossible to you, but is actually not. What I want to propose is a way for all of the Hexers in the Hex Federation to lend what little support they can offer to you when our operation against the aliens finally begins. The ace pilot fell into confusion, and that did not happen often. I do not follow. Let me explain this quickly to you. Ordinary people don't usually possess the power to affect reality with their minds. That used to be reserved for high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers. Do you follow me so far? Nowadays, all of red humanity is exposed to exotic radiation, which somehow causes each and every person to absorb a bit of it and grow a little stronger in their own ways. While they are still far from transcending their own mortality, their spirits have grown strong enough that their unified beliefs may actually be able to induce changes in reality as long as their numbers are high enough. The ace pilot finally began to understand what Vase was trying to convey. Are you saying that belief holds actual power in these new times? Can large populations truly help people ascend to brand new gods? I'm not so sure about the latter. Vase quickly responded. However, I think that the power of collective belief can most assuredly induce material changes in reality. Our clan has already proven that to an extent with our battle formations. This is also where I base my current theories on. Just think of it as an attempt to rope in as many citizens of the Hex Federation to take part in a power ritual of an unheard of scale. This ritual is solely dedicated to boosting your strength and the strength of your ace mech as they watch your machine fight against the aliens. This was a radical proposal, and one that might not even work. Saintess Ulrika was not entirely comfortable with this new idea. Broadcasting our fight to the Hex Federation will also expose our mechs and our fighting methods to the Fredaman. It is not wise to reveal so much of our core details to our possible adversaries. The truly strong do not have anything to fear by demonstrating their might. Vase replied with a grin. Besides, we can take this into account by limiting what we truly do not want to expose to the public. What is important is that you can give your fellow hope in this new and more dangerous age. There is a lot of uncertainty among people. You have the ability to rise up and lead your people to a new and more prosperous future as long as you are willing to carry their collective hopes. Forgive me for saying this, but that does not sound appropriate. Saintess Ulrika frowned. It is not about you. It is about the innocent Hexers who you have vowed to protect. Think about how my proposal can benefit them. Most of the Hexers under your protection will no longer be defenseless against the Fredaman and the aliens. They will know that as long as they invest their beliefs in their new gods such as yourself, you will gain the capital to guard them against any foe, no matter how powerful they might be. The formidable Puelmer heavy cruisers that we are about to target will be the least of their future enemies. If you cannot defeat these alien warships, then what qualifications do you have to aspire to godhood? Take responsibility. His words finally drilled through her stubborn and slightly stodgy mind. The ace pilot still looked conflicted, but it appeared that she was finally willing to embrace his crazy proposal. You cannot decide upon this alone, she stated. He nodded. I need to hold an emergency meeting with the other leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance in order to find out whether they are okay with my proposal. He informed her. In order to produce the greatest possible results, we will need to expose at least a part of our methods and broadcast the battle to the Hex Federation as it unfolds. We will also need to obtain the buy-in of your Council of Matriarchs. Let me take care of all of this boring stuff. You should just sit back and think about how you will be able to wield the collective power of the entire Hexer population when the crucial time has come. Chapter 5118 Great Undertaking. What Vase just came up with sounded so crazy that no one could believe in his statements at first. His idea sounded especially absurd when it came from his mouth of all people. Most people familiar with Gloriana probably wouldn't have raised an eyebrow if she was the one who presented this radical new proposal, but it just had to come from a mech designer who did not believe in the existence of gods. The main reasons why people did not reject his ludicrous idea was because they were desperate for solutions and believed in his credibility. Vase had a reputation for coming up with a lot of wacky ideas that somehow worked for one reason or another. This was quite convenient as it directly dropped the resistance to his latest idea. It also helped that the price of trying it out was not too great. The Golden Skull Alliance did not exactly like to broadcast its battles to the general public, but it was not entirely unfamiliar with exposing some of their stratagems and trump cards. A lot of interested parties were actually interested to see whether Vess's revolutionary new theory and combat application could actually work. If any of his assumptions about the extraordinary power of a human collective actually had a basis in reality, then that would definitely change warfare forever. Vase actually had to do a lot of talking in order to organize this massive undertaking. The lessons he learned from developing battle formations and seeing them in action told him that it was crucially important for the collective to be as unified in thought as possible. The effectiveness of this new approach might or might not work depending on whether the Hexers could align themselves to each other as close as possible. While it was a lot easier to satisfy this demanding condition for a relatively homogeneous group of people who also happened to share the same religious beliefs, it was a bit of a stretch to assume that billions of Hexers could sufficiently synchronize their thoughts at once. It was unrealistic to believe that something outlandish like this could even happen. This was why Vase would already be happy if the Hexers who took part in this grand experiment kept their mind on Saintess Ulrika Vraken and the unfolding battle. This was also why Vase found it crucial to broadcast the battle on the galactic net. Only by giving this massive audience a live view of their goddess in action would they be able to concentrate their collective power on Saintess Ulrika and her ace rifleman Mech. Vase initially thought that it would have taken a lot of effort to convince the leaders of the Hex Federation to go along with this massive undertaking. However, it only took less than half an hour for him to receive definite confirmation that the entire colonial state would prepare and cooperate with his efforts at the appointed time. The Council of Matriarchs has unanimously approved of your proposal. The projection of Madame Constance Woden declared with a satisfied grin. You will have your chance to see whether our people can truly propel one of our saintesses to greatness. So long as your methods can make even a minor positive difference, we can count on one more advantage against the Fredaemon. Vase wanted to roll his eyes. Of course the Hexers only cared about whether they would be able to get ahead of their old archrivals. He seriously doubted whether the Council of Matriarchs spent much thought about the greater implications to red humanity and all life as a whole. After all, if humans were able to pull off this trick, then the aliens could potentially do the same. It would truly be a disaster if the collective beliefs of the much larger populations of native aliens started to actively ramp up the power of their phase whales and phase lords. However, Vase did not regard himself as a modern Pandora who happened to open a box that contained a force that could help the aliens destroy humanity. This was because if he did not take the initiative to propose this idea, then another person would have done so eventually. There were a lot of religious humans in the Red Ocean. Many of them were loyal adherents of many different faiths, and that meant that they would definitely be able to produce a similar result sooner or later. Aside from that, the native alien races already possessed a strong collective habit of worshipping their ancient gods. This possible phenomenon could not be stopped. However, Vase was not convinced that this form of collective empowerment was as easy to pull off as it sounded. A lot of battles would have already changed course if that was the case. The factor that Vase relied upon to make this work was the fact that the Hexers were secretly all connected to the Superior Mother. Just as how the Golden Cat watched over the Larksensons, the Hexers who believed in the Superior Mother were all tied to a kinship network that had always influenced their thinking for many years. Vase theorized that he could repurpose this massive kinship network into a tool that could efficiently channel the collective spiritual feedback of the Hexer people and use all of that power to produce a focused result. Naturally, it was essential for the Superior Mother herself to take part in this endeavor. She was the only one who regulated the kinship network centered around herself, and she was also the only one who possessed the extensive expertise required to shape all of energies and prevent it from scattering or running out of control. This is a ritual that allows every Hexer to gain a closer connection to the Superior Mother, is that correct? Madame Constance eagerly asked. Vase plainly nodded. That is correct. She will be directing this ritual more or less. So long as your colonial state makes sure to inform all of its citizens that they follow the right instructions, the Superior Mother will make sure that their efforts will not be in vain. However, don't forget that this is about empowering Saintess Ulrika Vraken. She is the one that needs to borrow the support of your people. Understood. Madame Constance grinned. I will continue to maintain contact with the Council of Matriarchs and ensure that all of your requirements are met on our end. The Hex Federation shall not disappoint the expectations of the Superior Mother and her blessed boy. He coughed when he heard that last bit. I need to get back to my preparations. Please inform me or my staff if any complications have arisen in the Hex Federation. Vase closed the communication channel before Gloriana's mother could spout any more nonsense. He did not really want to talk or do business with her at all, but she was the only Hexer he knew that could directly communicate his plan and intentions to the higher-ups of the Hex Federation. As for Gloriana herself, let's not bother her right now. This battle is my business, not hers. She can keep watching over our children. Everything was slowly coming together. Way more people became invested in this upcoming confrontation than he and the Golden Scullers initially assumed. Though Vase was wary of attracting too much attention to himself and his clan due to this extravagant undertaking, he was not blind to all of the possible benefits that he could attain. The more fame and glory he could earn from this battle, the easier it was for him to earn the respect of the movers and shakers of the higher-ups of Red humanity. Success in this operation could provide him with a lot of long-term benefits, though Vase mainly cared about how he could immediately increase his standing in the short term. First, the upcoming conference organized by the survivalist faction was about to start shortly after the events taking place in the Corelix system had come to a conclusion. Vase saw an opportunity to acquaint himself with a lot of powerful new contacts, and also believed he could convince them to support his more radical initiatives. He just needed to gather enough hard proof that he could deliver on his claims. Second, his first classes for the Eden Institute of Business and Technology were about to start even sooner. In fact, a potential scheduling conflict might arise depending on the timing of the upcoming operation. He originally intended to delay the timing of the impending clash so that he could calmly lecture in front of a class of Terrans without getting shot at by a bunch of alien warships. He changed his mind now that he had chosen to broadcast this battle in front of the Hexers and everyone else for that matter. Why not use this broadcast to give a more practical lesson to my students? He suddenly thought, I doubt that any professor has ever taught them during an active military operation. I will definitely make an unforgettable impression in their eyes. It was hard to stand out as a professor in a first-class university. Vase readily recognized that his teaching qualifications were much poorer than his fellow colleagues. He could not overcome the fact that he was a second-class mech designer who never seriously worked with first-class mech designs in his career. How could he possibly earn the genuine respect and approval of all of his Terran students when they constantly looked down on him because of his humble origins and lack of involvement in their higher community? What Vase needed to do in order to break this adverse circumstance was to employ a powerful gimmick that went against their expectations. Teaching these pampered kids while he and his troops were in the middle of battle would definitely turn him into an overnight legend within the school. As long as he put up a good show, Vase was confident that he would never have to worry about losing the respect of all his students for the rest of the semester. When Vase contacted his teaching assistant and shared his brilliant plan with her, the woman looked anything but comfortable with the idea. You cannot possibly do this, Professor Larkinson. Your request is highly unorthodox and likely violates a number of standing regulations of our school. The Eden Institute of Business and Technology cannot bear the liability of encouraging any of its professors and students to take part in classes on a live battlefield. You are not a mech instructor. You are a mech designer. I understand your concerns, Miss Stryker, but I have been doing this for a long time, remember? While I can understand that the Eden Institute probably prohibits stuff like this, I am the only one connected to the university that is subjected to any risk. I am teaching a virtual class, not a physical one. All of my students will remain safe and sound while sitting in the benches of your classrooms. Times have changed. If the school wants all of these Terran brats to toughen up, then it should rethink its existing rules and consider whether they are still appropriate in our new environment. Just bring up my request to Master Layla DeVos and await her response, okay? I will do so, Professor. Vase eventually obtained the permission that he sought, just as he expected. He already possessed a decent understanding of the Dean of the Department of Humanoid Mech Design. As a clever master mech designer, Layla DeVos could also figure out that everyone had to get accustomed to harder times. It was no longer a certainty that the Terrans would be able to live safe and comfortable lives anymore. The Greater Terran United Confederation may have been big shots back in the Milky Way, but the Terran Alliance was a lot weaker in the Red Ocean. Only by regaining their spirit of ambition and conquest would the Terrans be able to rise again in this brand new age. As Vase ended his latest call, he steepled his fingers and grinned. He no longer felt as uncertain about the upcoming battle as before. He had taken enough measures to strengthen his hand and increase the combat effectiveness of his troops in a short amount of time. It's all coming together. Chapter 5119 The Destiny of a Group, It is almost time. Vase said as he stood in the front of the forward observation chamber. The recent upgrades to his flagship included a comprehensive overhaul of the observation decks. They offered better views and a more tasteful arrangement of plants and trees. Everyone who visited the top decks for the first time inevitably felt tranquil and detached from the constant activity taking place in the decks down below. Vase had already done what he could in the short time that remained. All of the mechs and mech pilots aboard the factory ship were as ready as they could be, and the other elements that the Golden Skull Alliance put into play understood their respective roles as well. It would soon be time to see whether all of their planning and preparation worked out and enabled them to defeat the Yurzan raiding fleet. He found it a bit ridiculous that he put far more effort and preparation in this battle than he did in the previous one against the Wiednar raiding fleet. However, the appearance of a hidden archship along with the presence of two Puelmer heavy cruisers, of which one of them still retained her full mobility, caused him to become a lot more vigilant towards this upcoming confrontation. He still questioned whether it was a good idea to pull the trigger and go through with this confrontation even though there were clear signs that the situation in the Corelix system was anything but simple. Nya, the golden cat rested on his armored shoulder and pressed her head against his cheek. The ancestral spirit sensed his unrest and sought to calm his nerves. Vase smiled and reached out to softly pat Goldie's manifested body. I know, we're quite strong and we possess a lot of advantages. So long as the aliens don't spring too many surprises on us, we should be able to cope with whatever they bring to bear. The problem was that the Golden Skull Alliance did not have a good idea on what their enemies were capable of. All of the scouting efforts only supplied them with a limited amount of information. Their biggest shortcoming was that they did not have a complete understanding of the combat capabilities of the Puelmer heavy cruisers. Most of the homeships built by the Puelmers were customizable combat platforms that tended to become more and more weird the older they became. Each and every year, the Puelmer crew members upgraded the parts they did not like anymore and added new systems based on the latest inventions by their most inventive researchers. This variability made Puelmer warships a lot harder to defeat than equivalent vessels, but it also made them a lot more valuable as well. Vase already had a glimpse of all of the wealth and insights that he could obtain from the archship that was filled with exotic alien technology. Those two Puelmer homeships should definitely contain other products of valuable alien ingenuity. Two more spiritual entities manifested next to Vase. Both Helena and the Superior Mother made an appearance in order to provide him with additional encouragement. You will do fine, little brother. Helena spoke as she gazed off in the distance. So long as the penitent sisters and the glory seekers get close enough, they can calm me down so that I can reap the souls of all of those alien crew members. Not even the Puelmers should be able to resist my power. Vase shook his head. I don't think it will be that easy to eliminate the Puelmers. We know that the aliens have collected intelligence on us. Our analysts and planners predict that the aliens will deliberately spread out their starships and do their best to intercept our Valkyrie mechs at all cost. We can still use the battle formations as a deterrence and a way to limit the movements of our upcoming opponents, but I'm not sure it will be possible for us to wipe out the crews of dozens of opposing warships as before. Helena furrowed her brows. That is, regrettable. He glanced towards the manifestation of the Superior Mother. She showed up in a robed visage that shared obvious parallels with his actual mother over in the Nixian Gap. Ever since Cynthia Larkinson regained her body and assumed the power of a true god, her incarnation received a massive boost. In the past, it had always been the Superior Mother who supported Cynthia. This time, the balance of power between the two had reversed. It was Cynthia who was currently supplying the ancestral spirit with high-quality spiritual feedback. This not only accelerated the growth and evolution of the Superior Mother even further, but also enabled Cynthia to descend her consciousness onto her incarnation in a much better fashion. True gods were truly existences on another level. Every pre-divinity entity did not come close to these higher life forms. In terms of power, longevity and abilities, Vase had learned from his mother that classical chi cultivators who had reached the state of a true god generally possessed the greatest and most versatile means. It was not that difficult for Cynthia to strengthen and upgrade her incarnation in her own distinct ways. However, even a true god like herself could not do much about the immense distance between the Milky Way and the displaced Red Ocean. Perhaps the story might be different if Cynthia specialized in the manipulation of spacetime, but even she could not master every possible field of cultivation science. I have been keeping an eye on the Hexers. The Superior Mother spoke in a gentle and motherly tone that sounded nearly identical to that of the Oblivion Empress. Their enthusiasm for this ritual is high. I find it rather adorable how eager they are for this. They truly yearn for victory after having tasted the bitter fruit of defeat. Vase looked a little surprised. Are the matriarchs truly in support of our initiative? They are, his mother replied. It is true that they have their own calculations, but they are not as duplicitous and selfish as you think. No matter what you think about them, they are truly cognizant of the immense responsibility they hold over their Hexer population. They know that their people are fragile and that they can easily enter into a self-reinforcing spiral of fear and uncertainty in this new and dangerous age. In order to prevent that from happening, they must lift the morale of their people. The citizens of a state must have optimism for the future in order to stand the test of time. Helena nodded in agreement. The matriarchs seek to bolster the destiny of their colonial state. Securing a dramatic victory is one of the best ways to do so. They already experienced this before after you and the Hex army successfully raided Pima Prime. Not only did that lift the destiny of the Hex Federation, but it also sapped the national strength of the Friday colonies. All this talk about destiny sounded a bit strange to Vase. He knew that they did not use this term randomly. Does destiny really exist? I find it hard to believe that everyone's futures and outcomes can already be determined in advance. Quantum mechanics makes fools out of anyone who assumes this as the case. Both Helena and the superior mother looked at each other and chuckled. Nya nya nya, Goldie said as she hopped from Vess's shoulder and lowered herself into Helena's arms. Perhaps destiny as you interpret it does not actually exist. Who knows? The superior mother nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders. However, I am sure you are familiar with the concept of esprit de corps. Any cohesive group that is tight-knit and unified enough is able to form a shared spirit that exemplifies their collective pride and identity. This has greater meaning in an environment where even the most average citizen of a state can develop an inkling of supernatural power. Esprit de corps will no longer be as insubstantial as before. It will gain real weight in this new age, and those who understand its power and take advantage of its potential will most assuredly be able to exceed their lesser peers. Much of this sounded familiar to Vase. General Verl talked a lot about how important it was to actively reinforce the esprit de corps of the Larkinson army and give the Larkinsons more reasons to remain attached and dedicated to their growing clan. Vase threw a glance towards the Golden Cat. The esprit de corps of most organizations were rather insubstantial, but the Larkinson clan happened to be an exception because he had already turned it into a living representation. The superior mother grinned. Can you sense how well the Golden Cat is developing? She is much stronger than she should be relative to how many people she is watching over. One of the reasons for that is because the Larkinson clan under your leadership is doing extremely well. The battles you've won, the enormous earnings that you have made and the escalating expectations of your clansmen have all raised the destiny of your clan to a much higher peak than that of other pioneering organizations. If this trend persists, it will only be a matter of time before you and your clansmen will be promoted into first-raters. Her talk of the Larkinson clan's constantly rising fortunes reminded Vase of a certain little tree that his grandfather gifted to him a long time ago. He hadn't checked it as of late. Perhaps he should take another look at it and see whether the changed environment altered its properties. As much as his mother and his sister made a lot of sense, Vase still retained his skepticism towards the more nebulous connotations of destiny. I understand your overall sentiment, but I don't really buy into all of that crap about fate and destiny. He told them. I get it that groups of people can be mobilized in order to assist in various endeavors. This is why I wanted the Hex Federation to attempt a grand ritual in the first place. As long as this works, we can leverage the power of a large and unified collective to pull off a lot of powerful feats. It would be similar to employing a battle formation but on a massive scale. Of course, Vase did not believe that measures like these could defeat every opponent. The masses consisted of all kinds of messy individuals who diverged in many ways. It was impossible for random Hexer citizens to align with each other to the same degree as tight-knit elites who trained and fought alongside each other for many years. The upcoming battle needed to be fought with mechs and mech pilots. As long as they were strong and capable enough, there was no need for Vase to rely on dubious means to overcome his opponents. That said, Vase did not wish to reject any additional form of strengthening. The more cards in his hand, the greater his depth in combat. He never wanted to be left in a position where he had no card left to play on the battlefield. I hope that Saintess Ulrich of Raken will cooperate with us on this. He said, by the way, is it possible for ace pilots to engage in deity cultivation? I'm afraid it may have a detrimental influence on their growth instead. His mother responded with a coy smile. You can seek the answer to this question yourself, my son. Perhaps the upcoming ritual will be enough to give you a clue. Vase hated it whenever his mother answered like this, but he understood that she didn't want him to be lazy. Rather than treating her as an easy repository for information, it would be better if Vase made his own discoveries. Only by conducting his own research would he be able to leap beyond the existing confines of cultivation science and develop his own unique theories. In this regard, the ritual he planned with the Hex Federation was one such attempt. Chapter 5120 Opening Shots. Vase finished his little break. When he left the forward observation chamber, he not only managed to center his mind, but also gained a greater awareness of what was at stake. This upcoming operation had massive implications to the future trajectories of both the Larkinson clan and the Hex Federation. As long as they secured a decisive victory in this upcoming battle, both the Golden Cat and the Superior Mother would gain a rare reward that would strengthen them further. More importantly than that, the Larkinsons and the Hexers would gain more confidence and momentum. They would hold their heads higher and become more willing to confront powerful foes. The fact that the Larkinsons and their allies were readily willing to confront a substantial fleet of alien warships was already a sign that their esprit de corps had broken through an important threshold. No average troop or outfit would be willing to put themselves within the effective range of the formidable guns of any warship, let alone many of them. Their courage and their belief in their superiors were way too inadequate to keep them in a serious fight. As Vase thought about this further, he became increasingly more convinced that this may become one of the key factors that set his clan apart from many other pioneering organizations. Of course, what made his clan a lot better in this aspect was that it had Goldie, a growing spirit that directly and tangibly personified the nebulous concept of esprit de corps. Vase even speculated that spirits such as the Golden Cat might be able to play a substantially greater role in combat than before. It all depended on how extensively exotic radiation changed the game. He ate a quick meal before he strode into the expanded bridge of the Spirit of Bentime. Compared to before, the bridge held additional workstations and personnel. All of this was necessary in order to ensure that all of the departments of the flagship and her contingent of mechs maintained perfect coordination with each other. The Larkinson servicemen were already hard at work to prepare for the first proper contact with the distant alien fleet. On top of that, the Spirit of Bentime also had to maintain a constant connection with the main fleet that was approaching the target coordinates at a much slower pace. "What is RETA?" he asked as he ascended up to his elevated command throne and took his seat like a returning sovereign. "We are in the process of weakening the warp bubble generated by the active superdrive, sir. According to our latest projections, we will emerge from warp travel a few light seconds away from the central location in approximately 7 minutes. Understood. Are our scouts and hidden listening posts in place? Not entirely, sir. The hidden smile has already spread a small network of sensors that can give us a short warning of any approaching ships in warp travel in the immediate environment. Some of the starships equipped with superdrives will take longer to get into position, particularly those that are assigned on the far side of the starship. Have the aliens responded to those movements? We have yet to catch any sign of that. We think that there is a high likelihood that the aliens are wary of splitting up their warships only for the detachments to get defeated in detail." That was not good news. It was yet another indication that the aliens were on high alert. Vase briefly thought about how that might affect their upcoming steps. It might be a little more difficult to provoke a serious reaction from these vigilant aliens. He activated a few projected control panels and glanced at the data. Everything looked fine so far. The crew reported no major issues that could hinder their next steps. 5 minutes until we emerge from warp. All of our mech pilots have activated their mechs and completed their diagnostic checks. 3 minutes until we emerge from warp. Our hidden listening posts are detecting movements from the alien fleet. Stingray 2 is circling around Stingray 1 and her Yerzan escort ships at a faster velocity and a greater radius. Stingray 1 was their designation of the Puelmer heavy cruiser that the Phobos managed to mess up. Her warp drives were presumably still under repair, which caused the ship to remain a sitting duck for all intents and purposes. Stingray 2 was the much greater threat. Her intact warp drives granted her a lot of mobility in real space and made her difficult to catch. Although the Spirit of Bentime was not necessarily slow anymore after she had received a set of superdrives, her relatively long and massive hull still caused her movements to be sluggish. The Puelmer heavy cruisers were considerably smaller in volume. Although their defenses likely weren't too strong, they were much more nimble and maneuverable in space. It was impossible for the spirit of Bentime to catch up to Stingray 2 if the latter truly wanted to make a getaway. This was why the only way to force Stingray 2 into a fight was to threaten Stingray 1. As the spirit of Bentime finally exited from warp, the factory ship took a moment to scan the surroundings and take stock of the immediate situation. After confirming that the aliens hadn't laid any nearby mines or prepared any other dangerous traps, the mechs carried by the spirit of Bentime began to prepare to fire. There was no chance in hell that any mech could land a hit at a warship at this distance. Energy beams would quickly disperse and spread apart after traversing hundreds of thousands of kilometers, while kinetic projectiles traveled far too slow to maintain reasonably hit rates in a space environment. Nonetheless, there were exceptions for everything. Vase knew that the energy weapons of most mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher and the Amaranto were not completely perfectly aligned. Minor marks of wear and tear and tiny misalignments during the fabrication process inevitably caused these weapons to be unable to produce perfectly straight and concentrated beams. Only weapons produced by materializers could reach a theoretical optimal state, and only for a short amount of time before time and constant use left their marks. The Macharia xianxia was different. While the Ace Rifleman mech was mainly designed and optimized for mid-range combat, it could also be employed at longer ranges if the need arose. Shortly after the spirit of Bentime exited warp travel, the Hexer Ace mech launched out of a hangar bay and took up a position in front and slightly above the factory ship. This enabled the Ace mech to utilize its Saint Kingdom to weaken any incoming attacks that threatened to strike the quasi-first-class capital ship. It also gave the Amaranto a clear line of fire as she occupied the specialized bunker in the open maw of the giant golden cathead prow. The Amaranto also happened to have a little more company this time. Two more expert mechs had taken up positions in the eyes of the giant cathead prow. The Promethea occupied the cavity that was supposed to contain the left eye, while the Everchanger sat inside the right eye. Vase expected each of these three expert mechs of his own design to play a substantive role in the upcoming clash, but their time had yet to come. Once everyone completed their final checks and reported that everything was okay on their end, Saintess Ulrika Vraken soon received permission to launch an attack. The aliens aren't taking us too seriously yet, he communicated over a direct channel to the Macharia xianxia. If you can make them pay attention to us at this distance, then that would be great. If not, we'll just get close enough until you succeed. This was dangerous. The spirit of Bentime's defenses may have received a massive upgrade, but as long as she came close enough to enter the effective ranges of over 100 alien warships, there was no way that she would be able to persist for long. The decision to start the engagement at this ridiculous range was vital to reduce the risks towards the spirit of Bentime. Vase and everyone else hoped that the Ace mech would be able to do the impossible this time. I have never attempted to snipe targets at this range. The Saintess responded with a steely voice. I will not fail your expectations. My Hexfire rifle is in a better state than usual. It will not let me down. I hope you are right. High-ranking mech pilots were known to make the impossible happen. Vase was expressly banking on this advantage as he hoped that Saintess Ulrika Vraken's willpower was strong enough to perfectly align and calibrate her Hexfire rifle so that it could effectively strike a target that was several light seconds away. The Hexer Ace pilot was not in a hurry to open fire. She closed her eyes and resonated with her Ace mech. She thought about all of the Hexers who were depending on her to rise up and lead them to a brighter future. Though the grand ritual had yet to begin, Saintess Ulrika already possessed the awareness that her success and failure at this junction would have considerable implications for the future of her state. The weight of history rested on her ability to damage targets at a distance that others readily dismissed. The Macharia xianxia started to glow and exude more power. With a resonance strength that surpassed 200 lavares, the Saint Kingdom surrounding the powerful machine seemed to alter the reality occupied by the Ace mech. This included the properties of its Hexfire rifle. Saintess Ulrika began to resonate specifically with the main weapon of her machine. She could feel how the modifications made by Vase had caused it to become entangled with an alien design spirit called the Phase King. There was no need to tap into the Phase King at this stage. Ulrika mainly focused on maximizing accuracy as opposed to damage or penetration power. As the Hexfire rifle accumulated energy, the Ace pilot tried to immerse herself in the Macharia xianxia as much as possible in order to fine-tune its aim. This was a delicate operation. It took over 70 seconds for Saintess Ulrika to form her firing solution and subtly adjust her aim to her satisfaction. Once she sensed that the right timing had come, she used her mind to pull the trigger, causing the powerful hexfire rifle to let loose a transphasic resonance-empowered positron beam that quickly accelerated into the distance at relativistic speeds. Vase let out a few breaths in the short moment that followed. Did the Macharia Excelsia manage to hit an enemy warship? Miss. The positron beam was 20.6 kilometers off target. Several people groaned, but Vase maintained his composure. He knew that even the slightest of errors could produce massive deviations under these circumstances due to the amplification of distance. In truth, he expected that the Macharia Excelsia would miss by hundreds if not thousands of kilometers. To be able to keep the beam within a relatively narrow distance of 20.6 kilometers was already a notable feat, especially for a mech that did not excel at sniping in the first place. How was the cohesion of the energy beam? Our observations suggest that it has remained remarkably tight. The diameter of the beam has only expanded by 87%. That was significantly better than Vase had hoped. He believed that Ulrika's force of will had done much to ensure that the positron beam did not spread out into a weak and dispersed spray of particles at this extreme distance. The Macharia Excelsia has opened fire again. Another miss. The positron beam was 607 kilometers off target this time. Damn, Vase softly cursed. This might take a while. Saintess Ulrika might need a lot more time to get into her groove. Trying to snipe a starship at this extreme distance was both a technical challenge and a mental challenge. Chapter 5121 Distant Exchanges. This battle was different from many of the other ones fought by the Golden Skull Alliance. Unlike the ambushes and relatively short-pitched battles of the past, Vase and his fellow leaders wanted to employ an advance unit to disrupt the enemy. Warships that had grouped into at least two separate formations. At the very least, the Spirit of Bentime and her accompanying mechs needed to do whatever they could to pull Stingray 2 away from the partially crippled Stingray 1. With the main fleet slowly making its way to the battlefield, the Larkinson clan and its allies would be able to reduce the projected casualties by a massive degree if Stingray 2 was no longer around to provide support. Aside from that, the Phobos had never entirely left the site either. The expert stealth mech continued to remain in hiding in the hopes that he could exploit any openings while the alien warships were fully preoccupied with fighting against their more visible opponents. The key was whether the Spirit of Bentime detachment could produce enough of a commotion to provoke a serious reaction from the aliens. So far, the enemy warships had done nothing aside from channeling more power to their transphasic energy shields. Aside from that, the aliens still behaved as if they were determined not to split up in order to chase after the Spirit of Bentime. Everyone else seemed to hold their breath and remain silent as the Macharia Excelsia struggled to land a single shot with its hexfire rifle. No matter how well Saintess Ulrika tried to aim at the distant starships, none of her shots had landed onto an enemy vessel as of this time. The mood across the ship gradually dropped. The optimism that people felt before started to fade and make way for a more pessimistic outlook of the situation. It is not working so far. General Verl spoke to Vase over a private communication channel. It was a low-probability event anyway. We have already accounted for this eventuality. If our ace mech has yet to produce a positive result in 5 minutes, we will move closer until we are a light second away from the closest enemy warships. That may put us in range of getting struck by their most precise armaments, but that is the risk that we will have to take. Vase grimaced as he took in the static situation. I think we should wait a bit more. Saintess Ulrika is not the sort of pilot who gives up easily. We need her to land at least one strike in order to restore morale. I know, but the longer this drags on, the greater the cloud that will hang over our heads. Reports of misses continued to sound across the bridge. Miss. The Macharia Excelsia was 20,000 kilometers off target this time. Miss. The energy beam is off target by 9.7 kilometers. Miss. The beam has deviated from its target by 50.3 kilometers. Vase almost felt tempted to say a few words of encouragement to Saintess Ulrika, but he declined to do so in the end. This was a struggle that she needed to fight on her own. There was no one that could help her increase her hit rate aside from maybe Ylvain, but her lack of belief in the design spirit precluded any possibility of cooperation. Hit. The Macharia Excelsia has managed to strike its target. The attack inflicted effective damage on the target. Another bridge officer reported. The transphasic energy shield of the largest Yurzan warship has just lost a small amount of integrity. The damage was relatively minor, but the symbolism of landing an attack was significant. Vase grinned but quickly schooled his expression. Let's see whether this is a fluke or the beginning of an improving pattern. The Macharia Excelsia did not stop and continued to fire whenever Saintess Ulrika felt the time was right. The interval between shots remained fairly long at around 70 seconds on average. Each time, everyone waited to see whether the ace pilot could repeat her earlier success. Miss. Hit. Hits remained few and far between, though there were signs that the aliens grew a bit more annoyed at the sporadic attacks. The aliens did not do anything else aside from engaging in more serious evasive maneuvers. This was also partially why the Macharia Excelsia's hit rate gradually began to drop. I believe this is the best result that we can attain at this range. General Verl told Vase. It is impressive that Saintess Ulrika and her ace mech are able to occasionally land an attack, but we are not exerting enough pressure to force the aliens to make more proactive moves. The alien vessels struck by the attacks can restore the integrity of their energy shields easily enough. I know. Vase let out a soft sigh. Let's get closer then. Try to err on the side of caution whenever possible. I don't want my newly upgraded factory ship to get battered by the combined firepower of lots of enemy warships. The Macharia Excelsia temporarily ceased fire and landed its feet onto the solid hull of the Spirit of Bentime. The factory ship accelerated forward while also engaging her superdrive for a bit. This enabled the capital ship to move forward just enough so that she ended up approximately a light second away from the enemy warships. It took a solid second for light to pass from one side to another. While that still represented an impractical range for conventional space combat, both the humans and aliens had a few more ways to ensure they could land their attacks at this distance. Before the Macharia Excelsia could fly out and begin to snipe the relatively closer enemy warships, the Puelmer heavy cruisers already launched their first salvo of attacks. A small forest of powerful laser beams struck the general area around the Spirit of Bentime. We are under attack. Stingray 1 and Stingray 2 have both fired with all of the secondary transphasic laser cannon batteries that they could bring to bear on our starship. None of the enemy attacks has struck our vessel. The closest laser beam was only off target by 3,050 kilometers. The Puelmers wasted a lot of energy just to strike empty space, but they did not appear to be undeterred. The firing rates of their laser cannons was rather high on account of their relatively smaller calibers. That did not mean that they were weak. Sustained hits from a continued barrage of secondary laser beams had the same effect as being attacked by hundreds if not thousands of mechs at once. The defenses of the Spirit of Bentime could not resist such attacks for long, but that was exactly why the ship maintained a respectable distance from the enemy warships. It looks like the pair of Puelmer heavy cruisers don't have an effective response at this range. Vase determined. Stingray 1's accuracy was quite respectable as her laser beams generally strayed a lot closer to the Spirit of Bentime. Stingray 2 on the other hand exhibited much more deplorable accuracy. This was primarily because she was moving and firing while still engaged in warp travel. The latter eventually gave up on wasting her energy after seeing that there was no point in persisting at this range. Stingray 1 continued her attacks. The groupings of energy attacks slowly began to tighten, which showed that the Puelmer crew members were slowly making improvements. Meanwhile, the Macharia Excelsia began to land a lot more hits than before. Saintess Ulrika clearly did not consider the challenge to be as insurmountable as before, because the interval between attacks had shrunk to around 30 seconds. Hit, miss, hit, miss. The presumed flagship of the Yurzans began to suffer more sustained attacks. The Yurzans had to take the resonance-empowered shots more seriously as her transphasic energy shields began to drain at a more concerning rate. Of course, the enemy ship was nowhere close to experiencing an actual threat. The Yurzan raiding fleet began to make targeted adjustments and moved a couple of untouched starships in the firing line to temporarily take over the burden of withstanding the ace mech's distant strikes. The enemy fleet could do this all day. One of the greatest advantages of energy-based defenses was that they could easily be restored to full if they were given enough time to recuperate. The aliens readily made use of this advantage and showed through their responses that they still did not take the Macharia Excelsia too seriously at this point. While this was happening, Stingray 1 finally managed to land a hit on the Spirit of Bentime. We've been struck by the latest salvo from Stingray 1. One of our transphasic energy shields has lost a negligible amount of integrity as the Macharia Excelsia's Saint Kingdom has already weakened its power. The Stingray 1 replicated her earlier success a few times, but the hits were too sporadic to pose a serious threat towards the Spirit of Bentime. Vase continued to observe the proceedings. As he analyzed the data, he felt that there may be a better way to pressure their opposition. Saintess, if you are feeling confident enough in your aim, you should try to attack the Yurzan destroyers instead. Their transphasic energy shields are much weaker. It may be possible for your ace mech to punch through them with a single strike, especially if you borrow the power of the Phase King. The Macharia Excelsia proceeded to shift its aim towards the smallest and weakest enemy warships. This time, the ace mech's interval between shots had increased to an average of 50 seconds, but many of its attacks came close to hitting the narrower and nimbler Yurzen destroyers. Hit. The resonance-empowered transphasic positron beam has inflicted severe damage to the enemy destroyer's energy shield. There is a high likelihood that it will break after getting struck again. The Yurzen destroyer in question appeared to panic and quickly tried to move behind the hull of a nearby cruiser-sized vessel. This took quite a bit of time as the enemy warships had deliberately spread out their formation. Nonetheless, the Macharia Excelsia failed to land another hit on the threatened Yurzen destroyer before the latter succeeded in taking shelter behind a bigger vessel. We're still not getting much done at this rate. Vase communicated to General Verl. Maybe it is time to move forward by half a light second. That is a much riskier proposition, sir. We have found that the secondary laser cannon batteries of the Puelmer heavy cruisers are in excellent condition. They are well designed, well built and well maintained. The only way we can reduce their hit rates is if we enter into warp travel ourselves. We can choose to take the Macharia Excelsia along, but that will reduce the ace mech's hit rate. We can also choose to leave it behind, but that will deprive us of its most powerful defensive feature. Their choices became harder and harder once the distance shrunk. It was already fairly amazing that the Puelmers were able to threaten the spirit of Bentheim to this extent. It made Vase a little more fearful of how much more effective the aliens might be if his flagship moved any closer. "We don't have many choices, General," he retorted. "I suppose we can keep up the current attacks in the hopes of eventually annoying the aliens so much that they will send a few ships at us, but I don't think that will work. We will just be giving the crew of Stingray 1 more time to repair her warp drives." The Golden Scullers were all operating on a timer. There was no way to attain victory by playing the long game. They needed to get closer and take greater risks in order to advance their plan. General Verl knew this as well, but he was being careful because the margin of safety was razor thin this time. A single serious error in judgment might be enough to doom the spirit of Bentheim and everyone aboard her, including Vase himself. This was how tense their situation had become. Chapter 5122 The Battle Factory Ship. We need to get closer. The distance between the spirit of Bentheim and the alien warships still precluded many ranged mechs from taking part in the ongoing firefight. Only the most extreme mechs and warships possessed the capability to strike targets across a distance of over 100,000 of kilometers, especially when both sides actively maneuvered around in space. The spirit of Bentheim avidly put her newly upgraded main thrusters and maneuvering thrusters to good use. As massive and sluggish the factory ship may be, she was able to move considerably faster in space than she ought to, especially once she began to engage the warp function of her superdrive at a low setting. The spatial distortions produced by the superdrive made it a little more difficult for the factory ship's sensors to make more precise and delicate observations of their distant foes. However, the distortion factor was not too great so long as the superdrive did not generate a strong warp babble. The ship also tapped into the sensor systems of nearby drones and hidden listening posts in order to gather more data. As the powerful secondary laser cannon batteries of Stingray 1 kept trying to strike the maneuvering spirit of Bentheim, the Macharia Excelsia also did its best to exert more pressure on the opposing vessels. The alien ships all began to accelerate and maneuver in ways that inhibited the powerful ace mech from launching repeated strikes at any single starship. Saintess Ulrich of Raken was not at fault. She managed to attain an impressively high hit rate with a positron rifle that was not optimally designed for long-range combat. She demonstrated superhuman skill, judgment and control over her mech with each and every shot fired by her potent machine. Vase would have loved to have several more ranged ace mechs at his disposal. In fact, if Patriarch Reginald Cross hadn't impulsively decided to join the Warborn, this phase would have become a lot more effective. Even if the Mars could not possibly match the hit rate of the Macharia Excelsia, its Arceus system granted it a much higher volume of fire, thereby giving the Ace hybrid mech a lot more chances to produce repeated hits. As Vase observed the proceedings while he seated on his elevated command throne, he formed many different thoughts. It would have been nice if his forces included a specialized mech unit that could deal effective damage at this range. He briefly held a discussion with Commander Kusela Ingvar about this topic. Under normal circumstances, it's not technically feasible to fabricate weapons that can effectively hit targets at this extreme distance. He told her, It can only be done if a weapon is especially designed for this mode of combat and is fabricated with the utmost precision and care. Can you produce such a weapon, sir? Casella asked while she remained on standby in her Minerva. It would help our clan out a lot if our main fleet can still contribute to a battle against warships while remaining outside the effective range of our most dangerous opponents. It is frustrating to have so many mechs at our disposal that are forced to remain idle. Our clan doesn't have the capabilities to produce the ultra-precision rifles that you are asking for. Vase regretfully shook his head. I am not trained and experienced in this specific area of fabrication. I will need to spend a lot of time in virtual simulation training to shore up my skills. The real limitation is our production equipment. I have a set of excellent first-class production machines including the AP Vex Superfab, but even they cannot help me attain the insane level of precision required to produce a laser rifle that can fire beams that are both precise and cohesive enough to actually hit a distant target. This was why the Transcendent Punishers did not even bother to fire despite their reputation for landing shots by relying on the prescience of their design spirit. Ilvain could make all of the predictions he wanted, but if the Luminaire crystal cannons and the Gauss cannons were so technically shaky that no amount of calculation could perfectly predict where a shot would actually land, even he would get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of possible outcomes. You can overcome this by buying a new set of production equipment, am I correct? Vase nodded. That is true. A materializer will be able to solve most of our technical problems in this regard, but they can be ridiculously expensive. This is the most advanced industrial precision production machine mastered by the human race. Do you know how much it costs to obtain a relatively affordable production unit? Casella frowned. I have heard that it is not cheap. Try 5 billion MTA credits. The expert pilot almost lost her composure when she heard that sum. That is, considerably outside of our budget. Only first-raters have the financial muscle to play with materialization technology. That said, it is not entirely out of the question for us to get our hands on a device. I think the Red Association allows us to exchange a working materializer for around 1 billion MTA merits or so, but we will have to defeat several more alien raiding fleets in order to redeem such an extravagant reward. Do you think that is a worthwhile goal for us to work towards? Casella shook her head. I understand your point. We will lose more than we can gain if we try to overreach and chase after a reward that we are not yet qualified to handle. That is also why I am not in a hurry to upgrade our forces to first-class standards even if we technically have the funds and means to do so. We will throw away our strong position in the second-class community only for us to get pushed to the very bottom of the first-class community. We will promote to first-raters when we are truly ready to do so, and not before. Vase did not object to selectively procuring pieces of high technology in advance. What was important was that they paid for themselves by providing greater value in return. The first-class workshop and lab equipment along with the brand new hyper chamber all opened up a lot of promising opportunities. He did not think that adding an expensive materializer to his factory ship would make that much of a difference. So there is no realistic way for us to fight at these distances in the short term, sir? Casella asked. Probably. Vase replied. Technology is undergoing rapid changes in the Age of Dawn. There may be ways to increase the precision of long-range weapons without sacrificing too much. We will just have to wait and see. Perhaps the aliens have the tech we want. Let us hope so. We should try to keep these Puelmer ships as intact as possible. As the two concluded their discussion, General Verl had just decided to close the distance. Advance but stay in warp. This will affect the hit rates of our other mechs, but it is necessary to prevent our ship from getting overwhelmed. Do not forget that our primary goal is to lure a part of the enemy warships away from Stingray 1. As long as we get close enough to pose a serious threat to any of them, the aliens will be forced to respond. Against intelligent aliens that possess the capacity for rational thought, this was an open conspiracy. The aliens could clearly figure out that the strange human ship wanted to lure at least a part of their warships away. Yet they might not have another choice if it turned out they were at a disadvantage in combat at these extreme ranges. The Golden Skull Alliance observed the conditions of the enemy warships long enough to know that most of them were not that useful at these distances. The technical states of the Yurzan warships were nowhere near as fine as that of the Puelmer heavy cruisers. So far, the former played no role in this firefight aside from serving as additional targets. The only way for the Yurzans to properly make use of their numbers advantage was to get closer, but would the aliens be willing to take bait? Everyone was about to find out as the spirit of Bentheim gradually moved closer. People's hearts started to beat faster as the factory ship closed the distance at a relatively fast pace under light warp travel conditions. Vase had to admit that a superdrive offered a starship a lot of conveniences. His clan would have never dared to pull off a plan like this if the flagship could not move around the battlefield at such exaggerated speeds. However, everyone also realized that it did not take much to rob them of this crucial advantage. If the aliens ever destroyed or debilitated the superdrive in any fashion, the spirit of Bentime would instantly lose the ability to retreat. Dozens of alien warships with working warp drives could easily surround the spirit of Bentime and overwhelm her defenses from every direction. This was why no one took this situation lightly. Most of the crew of the factory ship probably never expected to take part in frontline combat, but the Larkinsons did not shirk their duty. They all knew what was at stake. As the spirit of Bentime closed the distance at an oblique angle, the aliens began to make more threatening movements. The relatively lower-tech Yurzan warships formed several squadrons that sought to cover multiple angles and limit the maneuvering space of the human capital ship. Stingray 2 began to move slightly closer under warp and began to open fire with her secondary laser cannon batteries yet again. This time the threatening Quelmer heavy cruiser clearly showed that she was getting serious about fighting the intruding human starship. The attacks against us have intensified. Both Stingray 1 and Stingray 2 are striking our ship with much greater regularity. The new set of transphasic energy shields installed by the MTA were doing their jobs. Though every single attack by a laser cannon inflicted a lot more damage than a bunch of mechs, the protective measures were not weak. It cost the Larkinson clan over 50 million MTA merits as well as 33 kilograms of phase water to procure a set of basic first-class shield generators. In truth, no proper first-class outfit would be cheap enough to employ this kind of model of shield generators. They demanded so much phase water that it was a lot more cost-efficient to spend all of those resources to invest in more premium shield generators. Nonetheless, despite their relatively low capacities, the shield generators were genuinely capable of resisting the damage output of serious alien warships, at least for a time. The main limitation that prevented them from lasting so long was their insanely high energy requirements. It costs a lot of energy to keep these hungry devices running. The Larkinsons tried to mitigate these demands as much as possible by exposing just one of the sides of the factory ship's hull at a time whenever possible. However, the crew also took advantage of all of the power reactors that were ordinarily used to meet the energy requirements of all of the Spirit of Bentime's production lines. Vase especially prized the first-class power reactor that was ordinarily used to keep the advanced AP Vex Superfab as well as the other first-class workshop equipment running. The greatest difference between first-raters and second-raters was how much energy they consumed to make their machines work. Vase suspected that the Mechers never thought that Vase would take advantage of the fact that his non-combat vessel was equipped with a genuine first-class power reactor to use her as an improvised warship. This was definitely an oversight on their part. Who knew that Vase and his Larkinsons would be crazy enough to send forth an industrial ship of all choices and use her to confront over 100 alien warships at once? Clearly these people underestimated the extent of Ves's madness. Go forward. We need to get closer. We've got so many other mechs that are doing nothing right now. Let's not waste their firepower. Chapter 5123 Old Mech, New Powers. Our transphasic shield generators are losing integrity at a more concerning rate. The accuracy of Stingray 1 is continuing to rise and the Quelmers are becoming increasingly better at reading our maneuvers. Their laser cannons have lowered their damage output to a third of their maximum power, but their firing rates have doubled because of this shift. Transphasic laser beams pelted the space around the Spirit of Bentime like rain. Each time a laser beam threatened to strike the factory ship, it briefly lost intensity as it passed through the Saint Kingdom of the Macharia Excelsia before it slightly drained the integrity of the forward transphasic shield generator. The damage inflicted by each individual laser beam was not much, but the adaptations made by the Quelmers increased their hit rates so much that they were putting the Spirit of Bentime under greater pressure. The much more numerous Yurzan warships had yet to properly open fire at this time. Reports kept pouring in as the Spirit of Bentime gradually entered into greater danger. Vase could not stop himself from looking up the data that described the performance of the superdrive, the first-class power reactor and the first-class transphasic shield generators. Each of these high-end ship systems played a crucial role in enabling the Spirit of Bentime to function as a battle factory ship. None of the production lines and other non-essential systems were operating at this time. The production workers had already shuttered many of those machines or temporarily shipped them to other friendly ships. This not only prevented a lot of expensive equipment from suffering needless damage, but also reduced the spirit of Bentime's total mass. The ship needed all of the maneuverability she could get, because by this time the larger and more threatening Yurzhan warships had begun to open fire with their laser weapons. The volume of fire directed towards the spirit of Bentime ballooned at once. "We are under heavy fire. Increase the warp factor of our superdrive." The accuracy of the long-range directed energy weapons of the Yurzhan warships are much worse than that of Stingray 1 and Stingray 2. Their armaments are also infused with considerably less phase water, so their successful strikes also inflict less damage to our defenses. The situation appeared to be a lot more dangerous to the human capital ship, but the situation was still under control. Vase began to grin in the face of all of these overwhelming attacks. The differences in technological sophistication and power mattered a lot. The Yurzhans showed many inadequacies as their more primitive warships struggled to land their shots against the factory ship that was taunting the aliens from a distance. In truth, the Yurzhan vessels did not excel in long-range combat at all. They were all designed and built to fight at much closer distances where fancy tech and advanced production methods made much less of a difference. As long as they could get within knife fighting range, the Yurzhan warships would be able to unleash their full arsenal and overwhelm any opponent by relying on quantity alone. The aliens could make this happen as long as they engaged the warp drives of their warships and took the initiative to get closer. However, the Pwelmers apparently forbid them from doing so because that would play into the hands of humans. The Yurzhan aliens had no choice but to restrain themselves and continue to play escort to the partially crippled Stingray 1. "We need to give the aliens more reasons to fear our might. Venerable Stark, are you able to add your firepower to the fight?" Situated in the maw of the gigantic cat-head prow, the Amaranto laid prone as she carefully adjusted the aim of her instrument of vengeance. Despite the steadily shrinking distance, Venerable Davia Stark struggled to formulate her firing solutions when the spirit of Bentime was not only surrounded by a warp bubble, but also adjusted her course on a frequent basis. Nonetheless, she was not considered the most accurate marksman mech pilot within the fleet for nothing. "I am preparing to open fire," the guest pilot stoically announced. Davia Stark resonated increasingly more with her masterwork mech. The Amaranto responded a lot better than usual, not just because she had recently begun to cultivate on her own, but also because her battle partner had recently passed the threshold that classified her as a high-tier expert pilot. Any pilot whose resonance strength had begun to exceed 40 laveres truly started to set themselves apart from their low to mid-tier colleagues. A small but significant qualitative transition took place at that point that caused high-tier expert pilots to exert much greater power in all of their actions. The Amaranto was an expert mech that was solely dedicated to long-range combat, so Venerable Davia Stark was able to employ all of her true resonance and skill towards offense. She did not even bother to invest too much attention in keeping up an adequate resonance shield. The pilot put her full trust in the transphasic energy shields covering the spirit of Bentime and concentrated on landing an attack on the smaller and more elusive Yurzhan warships. As the instrument of vengeance started to glow, the manifestation of the illustrious one appeared and seemed to grant the charged weapon an additional boost that caused it to glow in radiant rainbow colors. From an outside perspective, it was as if the giant cat head's mouth was about to launch a multicolored breath attack. It was a pity that the instrument of vengeance was a relatively outdated luminaire crystal weapon. The long mech rifle did not possess any transphasic properties like the much more powerful instrument of doom. While the latter weapon was much more suitable to be employed against tough and damage-resistant warships, its accuracy and precision at extreme ranges were much worse. This was why the Amaranto had set the powerful transphasic luminaire cannon aside for the time being. The expert mech could always switch weapons once her targets came a lot closer. Sweat poured from Davia's brow as she continued to work through all of the complicated variables that affected her firing solutions. This was a much more mathematical exercise than normal. With a warp bubble distorting her perspective to the outside cosmos, Davia could not even trust her expert mech's optical sensors to help keep her aim straight. It was not until she saw a fleeting window of opportunity that she mentally pulled the trigger. Fire! The old masterwork rifle barked out a resonance-empowered laser beam that initially appeared to be wildly off-target, but almost instantly corrected its trajectory. By bending back in the right direction, a fraction of a second later, the bent laser beam seemed to bypass the larger Yurzhan battleships and cruisers that utilized their bulk to shield the ships from damage. The Amaranto's crooked laser beam easily defeated this effort and precisely struck the Yurzan destroyer that was still trying to recover from the initial attack dealt by the Macharia xianxia earlier. A short burst of cheers rang throughout the bridge. The first Larkinson mech to open fire successfully managed to land a shot. Hit. The Amaranto's attack has interrupted the restoration of the Yurzan destroyer's transphasic energy shield and caused it to lose a minor degree of integrity. The Amaranto's firepower may be fairly light, but her capacity to hit her targets at longer ranges was not in doubt. Venerable Davia Stark immediately started the cycle over again and began to calculate her next firing solution. The earlier success seemed to give her a little boost. She found it a little easier to resonate with her instrument of vengeance. With the addition of the Illustrious One's blessing, the Luminaire crystal weapon seemed to take on a life of its own. It not only became more receptive to the expert pilot and the design spirit, but also stirred the exotic radiation in the immediate area. This was an impressive sight. Although none of the parties involved had yet to learn any proper fighting techniques that could empower their attacks by leveraging the power of heaven, their intense will, emotions and familiarity enabled them to form a crude solution that represented a step in the right direction. Vase was able to observe some of this from his command throne. His eyes lit up when he saw that Venerable Stark and the Amaranto did not wait for his intervention to figure out a better way to empower their attacks. I forgot that the instrument of vengeance is also a prime weapon. Although it was relatively weak in this aspect, after years of being used and getting subjected to the minor willpower baptism of the same expert pilot, the instrument of vengeance had undergone a subtle evolution that caused it to become an unparalleled masterwork weapon when used by Davia Stark. The Amaranto's ascension paths are also helping a lot. As one of the oldest masterwork expert mechs developed by Vase, it boasted a whopping 12 ascension runes. This was a clear indication that the Amaranto had grown considerably faster than almost any other living mech in the Larkinson clan over the years. The Amaranto solidified 8 ascension runes in the path of the Illuminator. Unlike the Promethea that only barely stepped into this path, the Amaranto shared a much closer relationship with the Illustrious One. This enabled the latter mech to acquire a much greater understanding and control of energy weapons, among other benefits. The Amaranto also invested 4 ascension runes in the path of the marksman. This facilitated her performance at longer ranges by increasing the precision of her weapon handling and by offering her expert pilot greater support in calculating her firing solutions. Though the expert rifleman mech had already developed much of these enhancements through organic growth, she had undergone a small rebirth from the moment the ascension paths properly sorted out her evolution. With the help of these mysterious ascension runes that not even Vase fully understood, the Amaranto's ability to resonate and draw power from E-energy radiation had noticeably improved. Fire. After a delay of only half a minute, the instrument of vengeance barked out another bright and luminous beam from the mouth of the spirit of Bentime. Just like before, the resonance-empowered beam's aim appeared to be wildly off, but quickly corrected its course and struck the same destroyer yet again. This time, the alien warship showed slightly more severe signs of faltering. The second strike had caused her stalled transphasic energy shield to lose more integrity. The Yurzan destroyer's defenses were not that strong to begin with. The various factors that amplified and elevated the damage potential of the initially weak instrument of vengeance and caused it to pose a serious threat against their smaller ships. The aliens did not allow the Amaranto to fire at the threatened destroyer with impunity. The Yurzans adjusted their formation and surrounded the vulnerable vessel from multiple angles. While this caused more Yurzan cruisers and battleships to turn into easier targets to strike, their response prevented Venerable Davia Stark from inflicting any permanent damage onto the small destroyer. This was why she switched to another target. The Yurzans brought a lot more destroyers along in order to make up the numbers. A short moment later, another alien destroyer that was actively maneuvering in space received a small shock as a bright resonance-empowered beam struck her transphasic energy shield. Now that she had entered her groove, Venerable Davia Stark needed less time to calculate her firing solutions. It only took 23 seconds later for her expert mech to launch a follow-up strike that caused the ship to experience even greater distress. None of the Amaranto's attacks had missed up to this point. The Yurzans began to experience much greater pressure now that they realized that the humans had a mech that was not only unreasonably accurate, but could also strike their assets at unreasonable angles. As the Amaranto depleted the enemy transphasic energy shields with disturbing regularity, the other mechs stationed aboard the Spirit of Bentime were also preparing to make their moves. Chapter 5124 Feed the Flames. Venerable Isabel Coden observed with envy as the Macharia Xianxia and the Amaranto exerted serious pressure onto the alien warships. While it was understandable that the Macharia Xianxia was able to land its shots with an impressive hit rate at these distances, the Amaranto's performance exceeded her expectations. The younger Larkinson expert pilot underestimated the skills of the older guest pilot. The Amaranto also truly showed to everyone that a machine that was entirely dedicated to long-range combat could accomplish this difficult feat with greater ease than others. Isabel frankly could not even understand how Venerable Stark and her Amaranto could effectively calculate their firing solutions when their laser beams also turned by up to 45 degrees. The complexity of trying to land a hit under those circumstances increased dramatically under those conditions. Focus on your own game, Isabel. The Prometheus spoke. We have our own advantages to rely upon. I might not be a masterwork mech like the Amaranto, but our rifle is frankly better after my progenitor has applied a powerful upgrade. Venerable Isabel nodded as she focused her attention back to her own machine. The power of fire surrounded the upgraded Ignitron Transphasic Luminaire Crystal Assault Rifle. Though nothing seemed to have changed on the surface, one of the 6 attack phase crystals that were usually chambered in the weapon had not only become a lot more purple, but actively absorbed the fire energies floating in the environment. The more time passed by, the more the transformed prime crystal began to embody the element of fire. We should get ready to open fire ourselves, Isabel concluded as she noticed that the spirit of Bentheim continued to close the distance. Though the ship was taking more and more serious damage by making it easier for the enemy to land their many shots, Venerable Isabel hoped to bring the firefight back in the favor of her side by adding her own firepower to the mix. Yeah. Her purple companion spirit was already eager to contribute to the fight. Different from the last battle, Kuroshi learned a couple of useful tricks from Vase. She had only just managed to figure out how to turn herself into a firebolt and propel herself forward. Now, Venerable Isabel Coden and the Flaming Purple Cat just needed to see whether their recent gains could make an actual difference on the battlefield. Their hopes were high, but it remained to be seen whether their abilities and their recently upgraded expert mech could give them the edge they needed to make a more substantial difference. A sense of anticipation and excitement welled up inside Isabel. The expert pilot slowly broke her carefully controlled facade as the rush of battle started to put her into a more fervent state. The Amaranto can bend her beams like a noodle, but my own machine's damage output is a lot hotter. Come on, Kuroshi, let's charge up the Ignitron. Yeah. The companion spirit phased through the cockpit and dove straight into the waiting Ignitron. The weapon immediately seemed to grow hotter as Kuroshi entered the new fire beam attack phase crystal. The combination between the two seemed to produce a mutually reinforcing effect that caused the attraction of fire energies to multiply by several times. As Venerable Isabel began to resonate with the Promethea and the rifle occupied by her companion spirit, she found that the Ignitron rifle harnessed much greater power this time. As a hot and flaming purple corona began to surround the prone Promethea at an increasing intensity, the weapon braced before the expert mech began to glow increasingly brighter as different energies combined together in a charge that held exceptional burning potential. Venerable Isabel and the Promethea both started to grow concerned about holding back such powerful energies. They felt as if the Ignitron rifle might explode if they failed to pull the trigger in the ensuing moment. Isabel gave up on trying to strike at the smaller and weaker exposed targets and simply trained her rifle at a distant Yersin battleship. As soon as she locked her target, she pulled the trigger. Fire! Yaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaa:aaaa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa:aa: This was the first time her companion spirit moved so far away from herself. It worked. The Patriarch was right. Different from the Amaranto, the Promethea fired a resonance-empowered positron beam that was just a fraction slower than an equivalent laser beam. Nonetheless, it also possessed transphasic properties, which meant that it could inflict much more effective damage against transphasic defenses. The difficulty of striking an alien battleship was much lower. Isabel did not look too surprised that she managed to land her shot at this distance. A silent but fiery purple burst of flames and energy struck the Yurzan warship in question. Though the vessel was a lot easier to strike than her smaller counterparts, her capacity to resist damage was also a lot greater. Minor race or not, the Yurzans clearly understood how to make the best out of their limited tech by making everything bigger. At first, the alien officers and crew members did not even take the attack too seriously. The native aliens learned much about their human foes. They understood that their opposition largely utilized second-class technologies and that ordinary expert mechs could not make a significant dent on their defenses. However, a few observant crew members soon began to notice that the purple burst of flame that initially struck the segmented transphasic energy shield did not fade like normal. This was not a normal phenomenon. Transphasic energy shields were not flammable, and their surfaces were too unstable to make anything stick for long. The alien crew members began to exchange more alien words with each other as they tried to figure out a way to douse or shake off the flames. The only reason why they did not exhibit more alarm was because the persistent purple flames did not stress the defenses of their battleship. Several minutes passed by as the Promethea continued to charge her ignitron rifle and fired flaming purple energy beams at the same target. Not all of the shots hit their mark. Venerable Isabel was not as proficient as Venerable Stark in this regard. All just fire more often. Unlike the Amaranto, the Promethea did not expend too much energy to fire a full-powered attack. Though the latter's damage output per shot was not as great as a consequence, it didn't matter to Isabel as each successful strike enabled her to pass on more flames to her target. Isabel felt as if she was in tune with her ignitron rifle. She completely forgot about using the other attack phase crystals, as the only one that resonated the best with her was the new fire crystal. The recently transformed sympathetic material was doing its job and more. It attracted more and more fire energies from the environment and used it to augment every attack with additional flaming potency. The more Isabel utilized her ignitron rifle, the more she gained a feel of her impressive new weapon. She no longer felt jealous at the powerful weapons of other expert mechs anymore. Who cared about the instrument of vengeance or the hexfire when the ignitron enabled her to make full use of her fire domain? Feed the flames. The Promethea exhibited more and more eagerness in her determination to add to the fire she had started onto the energy shields of the largest Xianxia battleship. Each time she managed to land a purple fire beam close enough to Kuroshi's current coordinates, the new burst of flames linked up with the existing ones, causing them to combine together to form a greater wildfire. This not enabled Kuroshi to extend her time away from Venerable Isabel, but completely reinvigorated the flames that were having difficulty sustaining themselves after a time. Shot after shot struck the enemy battleship until over 15% of her entire transphasic energy coverage became engulfed by a purple conflagration. The Xianxia officers and crew members could no longer ignore the fires that were increasingly blocking their sensors and inflicting constant damage onto their energy shields. The alien battleship tried to shake off the flames in various ways. Her gun batteries shot directly at the flames, though this did nothing to diminish the fires. The segmented energy shields shifted and rotated in the hopes that the flames would lose their anchors. This did not work either, as the fires either remained unaffected or because they deliberately moved whenever necessary. The aliens grew completely confused at how stubbornly the growing conflagration stuck to their starship. The flames did not entirely behave naturally. It was as if they were truly alive. What they did not realize was that this wild fantasy was far closer to the truth than they suspected. With Kuroshi providing intelligent direction to the expanding fires, she had become the main contributor to the damage inflicted to the increasingly more beleaguered alien battleship. When Vase observed what was happening from his command throne, he began to grin as he saw that his efforts to help Venerable Isabel out were vindicated. From his perspective, the Promethea had truly begun to flex her strength as a prime mech. Even though the immediate damage inflicted by all of the flames were not as good as a direct strike from an expert mech, the flames possessed a persistence that enabled them to steadily reduce the integrity of any energy shield. Once the conflagration reached a point where they grew large and hot enough to cover roughly 30% of the energy shield coverage, the alien warship tried to move behind the cover of other friendly vessels. The Xianxians did not want to know what would happen if the purple fires surrounded the large vessel in every direction. "Don't let that ship get away," Vase urged. Her transphasic energy shields are becoming increasingly more affected by the interference produced by the Promethea's flames. This is our best opportunity yet to punch through the protective barrier. He was not the only one who recognized this opportunity. Both the Macharia Excelsia and the Amaranto shifted their rifles away from their original targets and began to strike the Xianxian battleship with powerful transphasic positron beams. Even though their damage output did not add to the flames, they played an important role in damaging the segmented transphasic energy shields. Still, the ship was built to take a beating. The aliens also made sure to rotate and change the orientation of their vessel, but that did not help as much as they hoped, as Kuroshi simply moved so that she always offered the golden scullers a clear beacon to direct their fire. Just as the Yurzins believed that they could move their vessel behind cover fast enough to save their vessel from suffering real damage, the Macharia Excelsius suddenly started to behave a lot different than before. The manifestation of the Phase King truly started to bless the Ace Mech's Hexfire rifle. While the quick modifications applied by Vase did not truly enable the Phase King to exert much of his power, he was still capable of optimizing the transphasic properties of the weapon. As the Hexfire rifle charged up as much power as it could, Saintus Ulrich of Vraken finally pulled the trigger. A bright positron beam quickly soared across space and struck the burning battleship. The segmented transphasic energy shield finally broke after it already received so much abuse. Though the alien warship quickly tried to compensate for this momentary gap in coverage by placing another segmented energy shield into place, the ship did not respond quickly enough for Kuroshi to slip into the gap. The conflagration oddly began to shrink and grow cooler now that it had lost contact with the fire spirit. While the Yurzins briefly grew optimistic at this favorable turn of events, they soon realized why the earlier flames had lost power. Kuroshi had managed to sneak onto the surface of the massive hull of the battleship. A new fire broke out on the hull. Though it was a lot smaller and weaker than the earlier conflagration, the problem was that it actually began to feed off the thick but relatively weak metal hull. A newer and far more alarming conflagration started to spread across the surface. The greater the flames, the hotter they grew. The hotter the flames, the easier it became for Kuroshi to burn the tougher and more heat-resistant alloys. The alien battleship's hull has caught fire. There is no indication so far that their fire suppression methods are working. Chapter 5125 Icon of War. The conflagration had spread. As soon as the segmented transphasic energy shield coverage of the Yurzin battleship exhibited a gap, Kuroshi instantly spotted the opportunity and slipped past this powerful barrier. This temporary vulnerability wouldn't have been as serious if the kilometers-long alien vessel featured multi-layered transphasic energy shields. However, the Yurzins were only treated as a minor race in the Red Ocean. Their access to advanced tech and higher quality materials were severely constrained due to the deliberate suppression of the major races that always had the greatest say over the dwarf galaxy. This was why the Yurzins had no effective means to prevent Kuroshi from bypassing the most important defensive barrier that protected the large and relatively expensive warship from outside threats. At first, the aliens hoped that the purple fire would run out of propellant to burn. They assumed that the previous conflagration that had engulfed much of the surface of their transphasic energy shields had only managed to grow so big due to the constant follow-up shots by the Promethea. Now that the energy shield coverage had been repaired, the expert rifleman Mech that was able to fire purple flaming beams should not be able to supplement the relatively small that was locked on the other side of the barrier. That was what the aliens thought at least. Their logic was not wrong, but how could they know that expert pilots like to defy common sense the most? The small, purple flame was not an ordinary kind of chemical reaction. It was alive, controlled and centered around a companion spirit and empowered by the resonance of an expert pilot. The extraordinary purple fire took root into the light transphasic alloys that made up the outer layers of the alien warship. Although the alloys utilized by the natives of the Red Ocean were not as tough as those utilized by the humans, their density and resilience were not low. Their resistance towards heat and radiation was quite high, and few aliens could ever imagine that these dedicated protective layers could ever catch fire. Yet that was currently happening under the conscious and deliberate actions of Kuroshi. The spiritual cat not only invested her own strength into trying to make the alloys combustible, but she already drew upon the ambient spiritual energies in the environment to reduce her burden and feed the flames even more. The quick crash course in fire spells taught by Vase before the battle granted Isabel and her companion spirit a lot of useful insights. Though the companion spirit did not acquire a formal cultivation method that could truly enable her to harness the element of fire as if she was its incarnation, Kuroshi was nonetheless able to employ simple and rudimentary methods to take advantage of E-energy radiation. This was a power that the Yurzins had yet to master or become aware of, so they could do nothing to prevent the living flames from absorbing the vital spiritual energies they needed to not only sustain themselves, but also enhance their burning properties even further. The Yurzins desperately tried to douse the flames that were slowly spreading across the hull of their largest warship. Their measures became more and more extreme. Several large nozzles surrounded the purple fire that had taken root and spouted large amounts of water and other fire suppression substances. Several nearby gun turrets lowered their cannons as much as possible before firing straight through the flames no matter the risk of hitting other exterior modules. A few shuttles launched from the hangar bay and proceeded to launch a payload of bombs and missiles in an attempt to disperse the flames. Even that did not work. The flames completely ignored the ordinary forces that should normally be enough to douse them, and continued in their mission to burn through the thick but ultimately vulnerable layers of alloys that made up the exterior of the alien capital ship. This time, the Yurzins truly became desperate. After a short but intense deliberation, the aliens chose to commit an act of self-harm in order to avoid even greater damage down the line. A transphasic missile launched from a port, only to turn around and explode right in the middle of the conflagration. This powerful detonation tore a hole through all of the exterior layers and breached multiple outer compartments. Many different sensor modules and nearby gun batteries either got vaporized or fractured into pieces as the transphasic explosion mercilessly engulfed all of these parts that took a lot of effort and resources to produce. A gaping hole had been left behind in the hull. The crater went deep enough to destroy several layers of compartments. If not for the fact that the Yurzins stationed in the danger zone had been evacuated in advance, the self-harm would have been a lot more serious. The idea of the Yurzins was not all that bad this time. Since the strangely stubborn and persistent purple fire apparently needed to eat through solid matter in order to propagate, why not wipe out all of the nearby alloys and other materials? The aliens did not believe that the purple fire could still exist when there was nothing left but vacuum in the vicinity. Yet as the dust began to settle, the faint optimism that welled inside of the hearts of the Yurzins quickly disappeared. Distressed noises escaped from their alien mouths as they saw that the purple fire had somehow managed to survive the devastation. Though it had shrunk and lost a lot of volume due to the explosion, Kuroshi still managed to keep herself together. Not only that, she purposefully moved towards the large exposed hole in the hull and began to engulf the bulkheads and other structural parts that were weaker and softer than the exterior layers. The conflagration quickly grew in size and scope as Kuroshi spread the fires under her control at a considerably faster pace. The Yurzins had ultimately made a counterproductive move. Instead of keeping the purple flames outside as much as possible, the act of blowing a hole on their own ship gave the persistent purple conflagration the opening it needed to burn the ship from the inside. I think you should take a look at the Yurzins began to panic even harder now. Dozens of damage control crews tried to employ every measure to contain, redirect or suppress the flames, yet their actions were completely futile. Scores of Yurzins who strayed too close to the flames not only failed to reduce the threat, but also burned to death in an instant when the seemingly intelligent flames devoured all nearby life. As the flames started to breach through the more important compartments and lit important ship systems on fire, the Yurzin battleship began to malfunction to an increasingly greater extent. Entire ship sections lost power while other parts simply exploded and shattered all of the adjacent compartments. The more alloys the conflagration burned, the larger it became. The greater the size of the flames, the hotter they burned. This caused Kuroshi to gradually find it easier and easier to burn through more and more materials at once. Even the toughest and most heat-resistant alloys incorporated in the battleship was no match to the endlessly hungry flames. As the conflagration started to engulf 15% of the entire volume of the Yurzin warship, the flames attracted so many fire energies in the environment that all of the Yurzins stationed in the intact sections of the ship started to feel as if they had been stuffed into an oven. No matter how well the temperature control systems kept everything cool, the Yurzins had the illusion that they were already starting to get cooked. A wave of fear spread throughout the crew. Their efficiency dropped as panic and indecision started to spread. The alien captain was left with a difficult choice. Various subordinates and advisors suggested one option after another, but none of their ideas had made a difference. The honored Yurzin captain observed the state of the battleship. Over 100 warships built by his race as well as 2 Puelmer ships that contained a host of advanced technologies could do nothing to prevent his proud ship from turning into a burning wreck. The most ridiculous part about all of this was that they were all fighting against a single human starship. The human vessel did not even mount any guns. The main culprit responsible for turning his large warship into a flaming coffin of metal was a single mech that was no larger than a typical starfighter. The Yurzin captain simply couldn't understand how such a tiny machine could almost single-handedly cause the downfall of his powerful vessel. Unfortunately, reality stared right in his face. He could no longer deny the truth. Seeing that there was no way to rescue his vessel, he issued the fateful command in his own alien words. The Yurzins around him felt ashamed and depressed, but they did not dare to disobey their latest instruction. They all left their stations and boarded the nearest intact escape vessels. Hundreds of miniature shuttles and other oddly shaped contraptions launched into space and distanced themselves from the fires as much as possible. They all flew towards the other friendly ships that had tried to stay away from the burning battleship in case the flames were contagious. None of these developments escaped the sight of the Golden Skull Alliance. Everyone aboard the Spirit of Bentime grew amazed and astonished how the Promethea played an outsized role in the downfall of one of the largest and most threatening alien warships. The Yurzan battleship might not be as advanced as Stingray 1 and Stingray 2, but the sheer size and volume of her gun batteries turned her into a powerful threat against both mechs and starships. Taking down this key asset brought the Golden Skull Alliance a substantial step closer to attaining victory without suffering serious losses in the process. "Did you expect the Promethea to become this good, Vase?" General Vero quietly communicated to Vase over their private communication channel. It took several seconds for Vase to respond. "I did not expect for Venerable Isabel and the Promethea to be able to burn an entire battleship after taking advantage of a single opening." He slowly responded. "The new fire crystal integrated in the Ignitron is a lot more effective at channeling fire energies than I thought. The real star here is Kuroshi. Her ability to launch herself at the enemy and exert so much control over all of the resonance-empowered flames showcases the true potential of companion spirits. If Venerable Isabel can repeat this feat many more times against other alien starships, the total damage that she can inflict on the alien raiding fleet might surpass that of Saintess Ulrich of Vraken." Expanding flames had always been a symbol of widespread destruction. The power of fire was incredibly powerful in combat, and being able to harness it to such a degree turned Isabel and her battle partner into an icon of war whose potential for mass destruction was the greatest within the Larkinson clan. Vase pretty much regarded Venerable Isabel as his own homegrown version of the Destroyer of Worlds. Perhaps one day this humble low-tier expert pilot might also evolve into an all-powerful god pilot who could single-handedly make the galaxy burn. He shook his head. He shouldn't get ahead of himself. Any pilot could turn into a ridiculously powerful force of nature if he thought this way about everyone. "Let's continue to light a few more starships aflame," Vase suggested to General Verl. "Concentrate all of the firepower of our mechs on a single large starship. So long as we poke a single hole in the vessel's energy shield coverage, Kuroshi will be able to do her magic once again." General Verl clearly shared the same idea. He grinned as the Spirit of Bentime boldly began to move. "Even closer. We are already taking this step. We will soon enter into a range where our transcendent punishers can begin to contribute their firepower. The alien warships will truly heat at that time." Chapter 5126 Precise bombardment. The burning wreck of the largest Yurzan battleship caused the confrontation between the two disparate forces to enter into a new phase. The aliens no longer dared to take the lone human factory ship lightly anymore. Even though the Spirit of Bentime had come by herself along with a modest amount of mechs, her firepower exceeded their imagination. Human tech was too powerful and confusing for the aliens. These extragalactic invaders not only possessed a dizzying amount of high technologies, but also appeared to be capable of making a joke out of the laws of physics. Flames were not supposed to be that effective against their starships. The conditions needed to make their alloys combust and burn outside carefully controlled lab conditions led them to assume that they could never possibly lose one of their largest and most well-defended assets through a simple fire. They were right. Venerable Isabel Coden and her Promethea just so happened to harness more than a simple fire. The combination between the two combined so many advantages together that their synergy had broken through to an entirely new level. On paper, a low-tier expert pilot combined with a mid-tier expert mech represented a threat that was not inferior to a sizable warship. The fact that the pair only needed to sneak Kuroshi onto the hull of any starship in order to light the entire vessel aflame meant that their capacity and efficiency for mass destruction was unparalleled at their respective tiers. As Vase witnessed the Macharia Excelsia and the Amaranto directing their damage output at another Yurzan battleship that was only a little smaller than the burning alloy wreck that had already drifted out of formation, he became inspired by what had happened. He began to gain a new appreciation and understanding of how extensively E-energy radiation could change warfare forever. Although he had always imagined this profound shift in his mind, it always hit him hardest when he had a concrete example of what it actually meant in front of his face. The age of mechs was largely dominated by mechs and mech pilots. The Age of Dawn did not necessarily replace mechs, but exotic radiation unlocked a lot of additional means to enhance the performance of existing combat platforms. It all depended on how extensively these assets were able to leverage E-energy radiation. Vase even began to develop more ideas about designing fire-themed mechs that could reproduce what the Promethea was capable of on a smaller scale. Even if these standard mechs were not able to harness as much fire energy as a prime expert mech, they could easily become a powerful force of their own by relying on a numbers advance. What would it be like to deploy a full mech regiment's worth of fire mechs in battle? The conflagration they could produce could burn entire cities. The destructive forces that they could evoke through their collective effort was no less than a genuine weapon of mass destruction. Vase felt extremely reluctant to put aside this promising idea. I already have too many design projects on my hands. I really don't have room for other mechs. He turned his attention back to the battle. The powerful direct damage output of both the Macharia xianxia and the Amaranto quickly induced a lot of strain on the defenses of the Yurzan battleship in their sights. Combined with the fire beams launched by the Promethea that caused the enemy vessel's energy shields to endure constant thermal damage, it looked as if it was only a matter of time before this large and powerful warship shared the same fate as her predecessor. The Yurzans grew increasingly angry, frustrated and afraid at these circumstances. Their own warships tried harder to damage or repel the spirit of Bentime, but the factory ship was difficult to catch under warp, and any successful strike failed to inflict any real damage due to her unusually effective defenses. The alien vessels needed to get a lot closer to bring their more powerful and devastating gun batteries to bear. However, the Pwelmers continued to insist on keeping all of their vessels in place in order to protect Stingray 1 as best as possible. It became increasingly harder for the aggrieved Yurzans to stick to the orders issued by the Pwelmers. For now, all of the Yurzans hoped that the combined damage output of all of their warships would steadily drain the defenses of the Spirit of Bentime and drive this dangerous human starship away. Just as the two sides reached a tentative new equilibrium, the other remaining mechs stationed aboard the Spirit of Bentime began to make their moves as well. Both Commander Town Melon and Commander Casella Ingvar had been waiting for this moment. The Transcendent Punishers had been withholding their fire for a long time. It was only when the operation had reached this phase that the classic Larkinson heavy artillery mechs finally came close enough for their cannons to effectively strike the distant enemy warships. Town carefully studied the performance and the behavior of the enemy warships. His insights combined with the occasional whisper from Ilvain granted him an understanding of how his unit could advance the objectives of the Golden Skull Alliance. The Yurzans are growing more and more frustrated with their inability to prevent their starships from suffering. Let us give them more reasons to worry about. The Ilvanan mech pilots began to aim the old but still fairly powerful cannons of their Transcendent Punishers at the designated targets. Surprisingly enough, Commander Town did not direct them to focus their damage output on the large Yurzan vessel that was getting increasingly more surrounded with flames. Adding additional firepower to this effort would not make much of a difference aside from creating a hole in the energy defenses a bit sooner. What Town actually wanted to accomplish at this time was to spread more panic and distress among the opposing aliens. Open fire, he roared. A score of Transcendent Punishers had precisely aimed their weapons in the direction of one of the many relatively small Yurzan destroyers. The alien ship's transphasic energy shield flared up as it resisted the salvo of kinetic projectiles and positron beams. A surprising proportion of attacks managed to strike the destroyer despite her evasive maneuvers. The hit rate of the heavy artillery mechs had reached a whopping 75%. This figure could have been higher if not for the technical imperfections and limitations of the current generation of Transcendent Punishers. I think you should take a look at the effect of the opening salvo was less than impressive, though. The targeted ship did not actually look as if her energy shield experienced significant strain in resisting the attacks. Many alien destroyer-sized vessels were expressly designed to fight against starfighters and other comparable small craft. Their ability to resist the attacks of larger classes of warships was not good, but their defenses were still formidable enough to shrug off a lot of weaker attacks. As the Transcendent Punishers launched another salvo of attacks, the destroyer still did not look as if she was enduring any significant stress. Conventional attacks were normally highly ineffective against transphasic defenses. This had been the rule in the Red Ocean for a long time, yet the Larkinsons were about to put this established truth in doubt yet again. "Are you ready, Casella?" Town asked. "I am. The Minerva and I are about to take action. Make sure your men open up to me as much as possible." The expert command mech remained sheltered inside the hull of the Spirit of Bentime. There was little need for this strategically valuable masterwork mech to expose herself in order to exert a major influence in a battle. As Casella began to resonate with the Minerva, the two worked together to commandeer all of the Ilvanan mech pilots as well as the heavy artillery mechs under their control. The process did not proceed as smoothly as they wished. They already expected this to happen as Commander Casella's relationship with the Eye of Ilvain was not as good as her own living sentinels. Nonetheless, they were all Larkinsons who fought for the same side. By relying on these commonalities, Casella's force of will reluctantly managed to take root inside the hearts of her subjects. Each and every transcendent Punisher that was safely ensconced inside a bunker began to glow and exude more power. Casella's willpower had descended upon all of them, enabling her to lend a fraction of her own power and resonance to all of these machines. The Sentinel commander was accustomed to commandeering hundreds if not thousands of mechs at once. She did not find it as challenging to spread her attention towards 100 or so heavy artillery mechs. As the heavy artillery mechs began to fire their next salvo, their Ilvanan mech pilots all started to listen to a second authority. They were normally accustomed to receiving the guidance of Ilvain, so they did not find it too disturbing to follow the intimate instructions of Commander Casella. The next time the Transcendent Punishers opened fire, the Yurzan destroyer in question experienced a lot more distress. Not only did the hit rate increase to 90%, but every attack was empowered with a light amount of true resonance. The amplification granted by resonance was not too great, but it induced enough of a qualitative transformation to the attacks that they struck the destroyer's transphasic energy shields with extraordinary might. Fire. As the Transcendent Punishers simultaneously fired their weapons numerous times, their attacks steadily compromised the integrity of the alien destroyer's energy shield with every blow. Commander Casella willed the attacks under her direction to overload the energy defenses of her target, so the hefty quantity of resonance-empowered attacks continued to hammer the poor vessel without any sign of faltering. The alien destroyer tried her best to take shelter behind another friendly ship, but the problem was that the Yurzans had instructed their warships to distance themselves even more due to the threat posed by the Promethea. The alien destroyer failed to move to the nearest form of cover fast enough for her relatively weak and less sophisticated energy shield to break. Her hull is exposed. Now is the time to cripple her entirely. The Transcendent Punishers began to inflict real damage as their resonance-empowered attacks impacted the relatively thin hull of the small warship. Gun batteries collapsed and broke apart under the strikes of all of the Gauss cannons. Entire compartments and hull sections started to get carved up by the might of the Luminaire crystal cannons. Soon enough, the Eye of Ilvain under the direction of Commander Casella Ingvar had succeeded in reducing the disparity in numbers even further. No matter how weak this small alien warship might be, removing it from the board meant that additional mechs and mech pilots would survive the main confrontation that would occur hours later. The surviving Yurzans stationed throughout the surviving warships grew a lot more stressed this time. The Promethea single-handedly struck fear in the hearts of all of the aliens serving on the larger and slower alien vessels that were all vulnerable to getting engulfed in all-conquering flames. The Transcendent Punishers with the support of the Minerva possessed just enough resonance-empowered firepower and accuracy to make the aliens serving aboard the destroyers concerned as well. The morale of all of these indigenous aliens deteriorated to a remarkable degree considering that the humans were heavily outnumbered in this absurd fight. Nonetheless, the spirit of Bentheim could not keep this up forever. Her first-class transphasic shield started to get drained at an increasing rate. A single first-class power generator was not enough to properly support the demands of multiple transphasic shield generators. Perhaps there might be hope of repelling the spirit of Bentheim and her dangerous contingent of mechs. It was at this time that the Everchanger chose to open fire. The expert hero Mech had been holding his fire up until now because the Grey Lotus was not as effective at longer ranges. It wasn't until enough time had passed that Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger gained the confidence that they could hit their targets. Chapter 5127 Ever-Changing Possibilities. Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger observed the feats of other friendlies while they awaited their turn. They became impressed by how extensively Venerable Isabel, her companion spirit and the Promethea managed to set an entire warship on fire. As the expert rifleman Mech was in the process of doing the same to another large but hapless alien warship, Joshua started to think about how he could make his own impact in battle. Everchanger, what is it, partner? The third-order living Mech responded. Do you think you are better or worse than the Promethea? It depends on your criteria. I may be older than her, but I am a masterwork that experienced more growth. I have more ascension runes than the Promethea and possess a more extensive and varied loadout of weapons. I should easily be able to beat her in a duel. Can you single-handedly destroy a battleship that is several kilometers long by yourself? That's not a fair comparison. Joshua snorted. While the Everchanger was right about his own strengths, it didn't seem to matter that much under the current circumstances. The Larkinsons were no longer primarily preoccupied with fighting against human mech forces anymore. Their new opponents consisted of alien warships with vastly different properties and rules of engagement. The fact that it was not convenient for the Everchanger to fly close to the enemy fleet at this time severely restricted his effective options. While the Everchanger possessed an unparalleled degree of versatility due to his mech type and design, he was not as effective in ranged combat as more dedicated expert rifleman mechs. The only reason why the Everchanger got to participate in this harassment operation at all was because he was the current wielder of the Grey Lotus. Joshua had witnessed the Grey Lotus in use several times before. He roughly understood what it was capable of. He also received additional instructions from Vase on how he should make use of its properties during this fight. If he wanted to, he could easily utilize the Grey Lotus to shoot at the large enemy warships. The death beams would pass through the transphasic energy shields and other obstacles without too much hindrance and go on to kill any alien in the way. He did not think this was a good use of his time. The few deaths he could cause by firing an extremely narrow death beam at an enemy warship would not be able to create a great impact. Compared to the flames spread by Venerable Isabel, Joshua's paltry death beams wouldn't really make a difference. If you want to make a serious contribution to this battle, then you should try and pick off the Puelmer aliens instead. Their lives are much more individually important. Joshua nodded. That is true, but it is a lot more difficult to land my shots on Stingray 1 and Stingray 2. Both ships are smaller and a lot more maneuverable in real space regardless of the states of their warp drives. Their ships are also highly automated, so there's much less of a chance of taking away their lives than normal. A highly skilled and specialized marksman mech pilot such as Venerable Stark would probably be able to land consistent hits on Stingray 1, but Joshua possessed enough self-awareness to know that his marksmanship could not come close. He needed to play to his advantages instead. The only question was how. He could make so many possible decisions that he still hadn't figured out what strategy to employ this time. You should try to make use of Willy, Joshua. Part of why the Promethea is able to burn those ships down in their entirety is because of Kiroshi. The mention of Willy caused a green cat to emerge out of the head of Venerable Joshua. Just like Joshua, the companion spirit exuded a strong and refreshing sense of life. Willy's soothing aura could make any random stranger feel more inclined to make friends with the gentle companion spirit. While Joshua liked Willy a lot as the green cat was great with kids and beasts alike, his direct combat applications weren't all that great. Unlike Kiroshi, who harnessed the power of fire as if he was born from it, Willy was just a friendly green cat. Now what should I do with you? Joshua questioned as he stared at his second self. Meow meow, Willy replied. Fortunately for Joshua, the Everchanger came to the rescue by supplying a possible new idea. Why don't you try and take advantage of Willy's friendliness and use him to call down another design spirit? Glows and working together with design spirits is our specialty, Joshua. If we want to fight at our best, we need to make as much use of this as possible. The Grey Lotus can become a lot more powerful with the help of Helena. Making my gun more powerful won't help if I can't land my shots. That is why I am suggesting you to make use of Willy. Have you ever used him to channel a design spirit? It would be like having a second version of me around. Think about it, partner. If the both of us can fully channel the powers of two design spirits at the same time, we can produce more powerful combinations of abilities that will be sure to make an impact in this battle. The expert pilot started to imagine what it would be like and became enamored by the idea. Maybe you're onto something, Everchanger. This is a much better way of using Willy than to use him as a simple antenna that can help me resonate a lot better with one of your parts. Cooperation had always been their strength. The more friends they could ask for help, the better. However, there were limits to how many pals they could invite at a time. It was possible for the Everchanger to activate multiple design spirits at the same time, but the connections became a lot shallower as a consequence. What the Everchanger proposed was to switch his design spirit to Helena, while making Willy embody Ilvain as best as possible to receive as much guidance from the prophetic spirit as possible. Joshua tried this out right away. While the Everchanger began to adopt a more gloomy and negative demeanor, Willy began to glow and change until his green fur slowly faded into a sacred shade of white. Meow. Willy did more than invoke the Great Prophet. He turned himself into a vessel that completely enabled the design spirit to use the companion spirit as a miniature avatar. Joshua no longer felt as if Willie's consciousness was quite there anymore. It had taken a backseat in order to make way for an aspect of Ilvain's power. Though this unexpected change caused Joshua to temporarily lose a lot of control over his own companion spirit, what he got in return more than made up for this inconvenience. I think you should take a look at. As the sacred white cat stared into Joshua's eyes, the avatar of Ilvain conveyed a single meaning to the expert pilot. Meow. I will do my best, Joshua respectfully said. The white cat swished his tail and flew out of the cockpit before diving into the Grey Lotus. The relic weapon began to play host to the strong influence of two design spirits at this time. With Joshua channeling the Great Prophet and the Everchanger channeling the Daughter of Death, several different types of energies started to swell around the machine. From an outsider's perspective, the Everchanger began to exude an aura that could best be described as a holy coffin. It seemed as if the Mech was made to push powerful individuals into their graves. Joshua struggled to maintain a focused and cohesive perspective throughout all of these strong influences. It became a lot more difficult for him to straighten his thoughts while being influenced by the strong presences of not just the Everchanger, but also two whole design spirits. Slowly but surely, all of the parties involved in this endeavor began to align themselves to a single goal. Once the parties performed their own responsibilities, the Everchanger finally started to lift up an arm and point the muzzle of the Grey Lotus in the direction of Stingray 1. The Mech pistol started to accumulate a lot of death energy. Under Helena's strong manipulation, the Black Demon Steel did its work as a sympathetic material and began to concentrate a lot of death energy, far more than it typically attracted when utilized by other mechs. At the same time, Ilvain's direct influence granted Joshua and the Everchanger a constant stream of instructions on how to adjust their aim to effectively harvest the lives of the Puelmers stationed inside Stingray 1. While the cooperative effort that took place inside the Everchanger already sounded complicated enough, the expert hero Mech gained an extra dimension by putting its ascension runes into play. One of the more remarkable traits about the Everchanger was that he had access to far more ascension paths than other third-order living mechs. After all, the Everchanger could switch to every possible design spirit that was available, which meant that the expert Mech had access to all of their ascension paths. Even when the Everchanger did not actively channel a specific design spirit, he still maintained a permanent connection to them through the ascension runes that he had already acquired. They served as small and specialized anchors that granted permanent boosts to the expert hero Mech. The Everchanger obtained 4 ascension runes from the path of the Larkinson, which increased his cooperation with friendly Larkinsons as well as every friendly design spirit. The Mech also gained 2 ascension runes from the path of the Illuminator, which slightly enhanced the performance of any energy weapon. That still left the Everchanger with 5 spare opportunities to acquire ascension runes that he had yet to allocate. Joshua and his expert Mech hadn't made a decision yet about where to spend their remaining resources. It was at this time that Joshua began to come up with an unusual idea. He did not know why, but when he thought about all of the possible ways he could cooperate with Helena and other design spirits, he started to entertain a crazy idea that sounded as if it came straight out of the Patriarch's mind. Everchanger, let's try this out, he suggested with a grin that bordered on unhinged. Are you sure about this? We will waste a hefty amount of ascension runes if this scheme doesn't work according to your expectations. Nonsense, Helena protested as her manifestation briefly appeared in the cockpit. This is a fantastic idea. Give him what he asks for. Even if it doesn't work, I'm sure that you can make use of those ascension runes in another way. After a bit of cajoling, the Everchanger began to progress in 2 new ascension paths at the same time. The odd part about them was that they were originally designed for the Phobos. Now, the Everchanger acquired 3 ascension runes from the path of the Soul Reaper, which directly increased his compatibility and ability to channel Helena's lethal death energy. The Everchanger also obtained 2 ascension from the path of the Ghost King, which enabled him to leverage a fraction of Titania's domain that facilitated increased control over subordinates. This was not only useful for pulling off better battle formations, but also had another benefit that Joshua couldn't wait to test. As the power of death and control began to reinforce the Everchanger in his special state, Venerable Joshua tried his utmost to respond to Ilvain's guidance and adjust his aim. The expert hero Mech ultimately fired the Grey Lotus, causing this relatively small weapon to unleash an oversized resonance-empowered death beam that almost instantly struck the segmented transphasic energy shield of Stingray 1. Different from before, a lot less of the beam got blocked by the successive layers of transphasic energy shields. Instead, A large part of the energy beam had somehow been converted into pure death energy, which was naturally capable of bypassing all of these obstructions without suffering any significant losses. Nothing can stop the onset of death. The oversized death beam swept through all of the compartments in a single line through the hull, causing over 20 Puelmer to collapse and roll no more. Among these Puelmers were several important engineers who just happened to make a lot of progress in repairing the sabotage previously inflicted by the Phobos. As the aliens reacted with anger and distress at getting struck by another attack that somehow bypassed all of their defenses as if they were made of air, an even more distressing event began to occur. The round bodies of the death Puelmers started to stir again. The hands poking out of their bodies slowly pushed from the deck and caused the dead bodies to roll, while the other nearby Puelmers grew confused at what had happened. According to the data transmitted by the suits worn by the deceased, the victims of the last attack should have lost their lives. Yukaka, Kuakaka. Just as the Puelmer crew members thought that the attack hadn't been as effective as they thought, the supposedly revived Puelmers started to go crazy. They began to roll towards their living comrades and collided against them as if they had gone crazy. Though the damage inflicted by the undead Puelmers was not that big of a deal, their odd and unnatural behavior provoked a huge amount of anger and alarm among the surviving Puelmers. As Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger continued to exert more control over the alien bodies that were being propped up by the combined energies of life and death, their ability to cause mischief inside the hull of Stingray 1 steadily improved. This produced even more chaos inside the enemy warship. Chapter 5128. The Light of Sol. Alexa tried her best to contain her eagerness as she set about preparing for her professor's inaugural class. This was an event that had ballooned into a much greater occasion than usual. Ever since Professor Vase Larkinson informed the Eden Institute of Business and Technology that he might end up in the middle of an ongoing action when it was time for him to give his first lecture on frontier wisdom, a lot of people expressed greater interest in this class. A lot of curious students as well as professors stormed the doors of the school administration and requested special permission to attend the lecture as visiting guests. From the way the people in the campus started to talk about this class, the entire lecture threatened to turn into an overhyped and potentially disastrous spectacle for the Eden Institute. After all, it was completely unheard of for a mech design professor to dare to put his own life on the line while holding an actual lecture. What if the professor died in the middle of his presentation? What if an excessively violent incident took place that completely traumatized the attending students? What if the professor acted in a fashion unbecoming of a civilized and dignified senior mech designer? So many things could go wrong during the 2-hour lecture that any ordinary school administrator would have stopped all of this nonsense as soon as it became known. Such an unconventional class clearly broke numerous rules set by the Institute. Yet for some unknown reasons, the Eden Institute did not do so. It let the news about this explosive opening lecture spread without any restrictions and allowed this special event to build up momentum among the student body. This was not supposed to happen in normal times. Master Layla DeVos, who was in charge of the Department of Humanoid Mech Design, actually took steps to respond to popular demand. She not only relocated the class from a sizable lecture hall to a full-blown auditorium that could easily seat tens of thousands of attendees, but also granted permission to allow every student and professor to postpone and reschedule any other classes that took place during this time slot without consequences. Master Layla DeVos generated a lot of controversy over her extravagant and disruptive decisions, but she weathered all of the criticisms and pushback without flinching. As a senior and respected member of the DeVos ancient clan that founded and developed the new Constantinople system where the Eden Institute was located, the master mech designer held a lot of power. Alexa felt a lot of gratitude towards Master DeVos for cooperating so well with her professor, though she did not know whether it was a good idea to invest so much importance in the opening lecture of an inexperienced teacher. Whether the academic teaching content of this Frontier Wisdom class is up to our standards is a secondary concern. The older woman replied to a question from the young teaching assistant during a meeting. What concerns us all more is to wake up our students and make them realize that our civilization has entered into a new phase of history. Our existing order and stability has disappeared. Our society may be slow to adjust, but once the consequences of getting cut off from the Milky Way and escalating alien incursions begin to ripple across our colonies, it may be too late for the Terrans who have grown up in a time of peace to adapt to a more violent and brutal future. The young apprentice mech designer possessed a broader perspective on society and immediately understood the significance of the latest changes. More people supported this unusual endeavor aside from Master Layla. A large number of Terrans in higher positions probably recognized this problem as well, and sought to disrupt the existing pattern of everyone's lives in order to make it clear that hard times were ahead. After understanding the position of the higher-ups, Alexa no longer held any concerns about her professor's employment in the Eden Institute. As long as he did not act too outrageously, like stripping off all of his clothes in the middle of his lecture, Master DeVos would probably be willing to keep him around, if only to inject a lot of much-needed dynamism in the rather orderly classrooms of the Eden Institute. While Alexa was there, she also inquired about a different matter. Has the DeVos ancient clan changed its position on the new Terran Federation initiative? She asked in an eager tone. The start of the Age of Dawn is the best time to implement a drastic transition to a new and more modernized regime. People are far more willing to accept extensive changes to their daily lives in this sensitive period of time. The older woman gently shook her head. It is too early to make such decisions, young lady. Before the Great Severing, I admired your grandfather's ideals. The Greater Terran United Confederation of the Milky Way has indeed become too stagnant for too many centuries. The new Rubarth Empire and the Big Two have all demonstrated a far better ability to adapt to changing developments. A woman is clever and well-trained. Alexa immediately detected a turn in the other woman's argument. But, now that we have entered a brand new era, I do not think that it is appropriate for us to pursue sweeping changes to our society. Master Laya said, change is already inevitable, but too much of it is detrimental to the stability of the Terran Alliance. I am of the opinion that we need to move in the opposite direction. While we should not deny the changes that cannot be resisted, we must also work harder to maintain as much of our existing Terran identity, culture, traditions and hierarchy. Our ancient clans reigned at the top in our old state. Let us work to ensure that the Terrans in the Red Ocean still respect our right to rule. So that was what made Master Layla and the DeVos ancient clan so concerned. The Devosans possessed a long heritage in the Terran Confederation, but their ancient clan had been on the decline for a long time. Though the DeVos ancient clan had previously been receptive towards his grandfather's reform initiative, this time the Devosans became a lot more concerned about losing what little foundations they had left in the Red Ocean. The two Mech designers who were separated by several generations continued to talk about political concerns. I think you should take a look at, even though Alexa was a lot younger and did not hold any considerable authority in her own clan, her lineage and connections still made it permissible for her to engage Master Layla DeVos in conversation. Master Layla ended the conversation by giving Alexa a bit of hope. Our ancient clan is wary of excessive disruptions, but we are willing to reconsider our policies if your grandfather is able to obtain greater support. We may especially be persuaded to support the new Terran Federation initiative if your coalition is able to obtain an endorsement from the Light of Sol. Alexa wanted to wince when she heard this condition, though she was far too trained to expose her feelings and emotions in such an obvious manner. My grandfather is still in talks with Divine Thibaut Clement. I am not privy to their discussions, but I can tell you that they have contacted each other more frequently after the Great Severing occurred. Master Layla DeVos did not look too impressed. As the most honored guardian of our Terran people, the Light of Sol has an obligation to stay in the loop of what takes place in our territories. The Divine is in contact with every ancient clan and major group, including ours. That does not make us any more special. The Light of Sol was the god pilot who originally undertook the responsibility to guard the Terran Alliance as it was being established in the Red Ocean. He was the consensus candidate that all of the ancient clans agreed to send to the new frontier first. He enjoyed a high reputation among every Terran for his combat prowess as well as his clean and uncomplicated stances. Of all of the god pilots that still pledged their allegiance to the Greater Terran United Confederation, the Light of Sol received the greatest trust because he made a vow of neutrality. The Light of Sol even went as far as to sever ties with the Clement ancient clan in order to exemplify his determination to rise above the common political disputes within the Terran Confederation. Of course, everyone suspected that Divine Thibaut Clement still maintained informal ties with his ancient clan on account of his existing family ties. In order to facilitate the Light of Sol's transfer, the Clement ancient clan took the initiative to suspend their plans to invest in the new frontier. This would help with adding more credibility to the Terran god pilot's impartial image. If the phase whales had not made the fateful decision to flip the entire board, the Clements would have slowly trickled into the new frontier and developed their holdings in a low-key manner. However, not enough time had passed before the Red Ocean got cut off from the Milky Way. This had many implications, the most important of which was that it became even more difficult to sway the opinion of the Light of Sol. In the past, it might have been possible to nudge him in specific directions by obtaining the approval and support of the ancient clan that he had formerly left. Now, the god pilot who was rumored to pilot the fastest god Mech in existence was truly alone for all intents and purposes. So many different Terran leaders with their own ambitions sought to gain the Light of Soul's support. Even though everyone knew that it was nearly impossible to gain his approval, they all held the belief that they could win Divine Thibaut Clement's support so long as they presented a cause that was good enough. General Axelar Strian happened to be among them. His reform ideas were bold and maybe a bit too radical in several areas, but he truly believed he could lead the Terrans to a brighter and more prosperous future under a more enlightened regime. When young Alexa last spoke to her grandfather over a calm call, she could hear the undisguised weariness in his voice. Good ideas are not enough to enact great change. The man who had touched the ceiling of the rank of ace pilot spoke in an authoritative voice. The greatest of the Terran Confederation and by extension the Terran Alliance is its permanent internal division. I hate to say it, but in this turbulent transition period, we urgently need the direction and leadership of a single decision-maker comparable to the Star Emperor. How can such a figure rise within our colonial superstate when we still remain so divided? General Axelar responded with a measured grin. The only viable solution that I can determine is to obtain overwhelming personal strength. The only individual that meets this condition is Thibaut Clement, but that stubborn mule is so lost in his own principles that he is blind to the future dangers and pitfalls of the Terran Alliance. This is why it is important that I take matters into my own hands. If I can grasp the opportunity that I need in order to go through the mech-body merger process with confidence, I will not be reduced to begging for the attention of an aloof god pilot. Alexa Strian was well aware of her grandfather's long-standing problems in this area. At this stage, any imbalance between the ace pilot and the ace mech drastically increased the probability that the mech-body merger process would fail. General Axelar personally believed that he had done all he could to shore himself up. The only problem was that he had a strong hunch that the Ouroboros had fallen behind in its development. Unless the famed serpent of creation and destruction received a profound transformation in its very essence, Axelar Strian might never have the opportunity to go further in his impressive mech piloting journey. Chapter 5129 Attack of the Alien Zombies. While the Eden Institute of Business and Technology was preparing to hold an event that was utterly unique in the academic community, the ongoing contact between the spirit of Bentime and the Yurzan raiding fleet had taken a new turn. Powerful and entrancing mechs such as the Macharia Excelsia, the Amaranto, the Promethea, the Minerva and the Transcendent Punishers all exerted an increasing amount of pressure towards the Yurzans. Of the unusual and unconventional living mechs of the Larkinson clan, the Promethea's presence in this clash had become so great that its contributions exceeded that of the Macharia Excelsia. The principal reason why a mid-tier expert mech was able to outshine an ace mech was due to how much better the former adapted to the Age of Dawn. With so many fire energies converging on the Promethea and Kuroshi, the Golden Skull Alliance obtained a strong visual example of the limitless potential of prime mechs and prime resonance in this new era. Vase already started to receive a lot of private inquiries from within the clan and outside of it about applying similar adaptations to many other mechs. He couldn't be bothered to offer a more detailed reply than explaining that he was too busy to bother with additional mech design projects. Our performance in this operation exceeds our expectations, General Verl informed the Patriarch. The Promethea is already on her way to burn a third large Yurzan battleship. I am actually thinking about ordering Venerable Isabel to shift to a lower priority alien warship once she and her expert mech are done with their current prey. If we keep letting this pair of pyromaniacs have their way, nothing will be left of the most valuable derelicts aside from burned and ruined alloy funeral pyres. The general of the Larkinson army raised a good point. This battle was not just about breaking the alien raiding fleet and preventing it from raiding the colony built on Corellix 3. This was also about getting their hands on a lot of valuable intact tech and materials. The Promethea's conflagrations were too powerful for their own good in this regard. They could burn almost anything. Nothing remained untouched in their wake. The warped and black metal structures that remained after a warship became completely engulfed in purple flames had become distorted beyond recognition. What was especially painful for the Golden Skull Alliance was that the flames not only burned and evaporated any available stores of phase water, but also caused transphasic alloys to lose their most valuable properties. To be frank, the Promethea's capacity for destruction has reached the level of a weapon of mass destruction. General Verl noted, the Red Association generally doesn't step in because all of that destructive potential is under the control of a disciplined expert pilot, but if a day ever arises where we abuse this power to inflict untold harm onto our fellow human beings, the Mechers may see fit to confiscate our expert Mech. That was indeed a rule enforced by the Mech Trade Association and presumably the Red Association. This was why the destroyer of worlds never destroyed entire cities or planets occupied by lots of humans. Mechs were supposed to provide humans with more targeted and less destructive means to beat each other up. Although it was always possible for these new small machines to pack so much power that they could replicate the dark days of the Age of Conquest, few if any serious incidents occurred due to the strong suppression of the Big Two. Aside from that, the Mech pilots who tended to wield the greatest power also tended to be the least willing to open fire on innocent civilians. This was why Vase did not worry too much that Venerable Isabel would allow her flames to go out of control and threaten the lives of millions of humans. Fire had a reputation for going out of control, but Kuroshi's authority over it was so strong that it was highly unlikely for the Promethea to inadvertently commit war crimes. Besides, so long as Venerable Isabel Coden and the Promethea reserved their most threatening attacks to the aliens, the Red Two should have nothing to complain about. Aliens did not possess human rights by definition. Just as Vase wanted to study the telemetry of the Promethea in greater detail, he suddenly noticed that the Everchanger had started to make his move in the fight. What? When Vase took a closer look at the projection that displayed the exterior and the interior of the living expert Mech, his spiritual perception immediately noticed a lot more activity than usual. What the hell is doing on over there? He questioned. His quick observation told him that the Everchanger was channeling the combined influences of Joshua, himself, Helena, Ilvain, the Golden Cat, the Illustrious One and Titania. Even though not all of the aforementioned design spirits were all that present, Vase never imagined that his Everchanger could become so messy at this time. That was not all. This odd and crowded combination of participants empowered the Everchanger to such a degree that the death beams fired by the Grey Lotus not only became a lot more powerful and accurate than usual, but also carried additional influences and properties. From the way that Stingray 1's movements became considerably more erratic than before, the Everchanger clearly disturbed the Pwelmers a lot more than all of the other mechs. This was quite impressive considering that the Promethea had already deprived the aliens of a couple of powerful armed capital ships. Vase couldn't hold in his curiosity. He concentrated his mind and forged a connection to the Everchanger. Though his old masterwork Mech became a little more crowded as a consequence, Vase tried his best not to mess up the delicate balance. Once he was able to get inside the Everchanger and study what everyone was actually doing, Vase grew even more surprised than before. He never anticipated that the Everchanger could be used to mess with the enemy in this fashion. Though the Everchanger was not able to gain a visual feed of what was actually taking place inside the hull of Stingray 1, he could feel most of the parties weaving together their respective powers to produce an astonishing result. I think you should take a look at they were killing the Pwelmer crew members struck by the death beams, only to revive them in order to animate their corpses. Vase could feel how Helena snuffed the spirits of the Pwelmers with her death energy, only to prevent them from passing on in their entirety. Venerable Joshua and his Willy subsequently injected a little life into the Pwelmer corpses to support the next operation. The Titania stepped forward to facilitate the act of taking deliberate control over the undead Pwelmers. All of this and more ensured that every Pwelmer that fell after getting struck by the resonance-empowered death beam not only lost their ability to contribute to the enemy, but also turned against their own compatriots. This was a brilliantly effective move. Even though every individual death beam strike could not affect too many Pwelmers at once, the sheer amount of chaos and confusion that ensued whenever a batch of Pwelmer crew members lost their minds and turned against their fellow aliens was delightful. For example, the surviving Pwelmer engineers who were working hard to repair the warp drives all became mobbed by violent and jerky undead bodies that rolled up to them and acted as if they hated all forms of life. In another section of the ship, a third of the Pwelmers responsible for managing a pair of secondary laser cannon batteries, causing them to roll away from their stations and disturb their former colleagues. The disruption caused by this disturbance forced the affected laser cannons into silence before an automated system kicked in and temporarily took over control. The physical damage that the undead Pwelmers were able to inflict was rather limited. It would have been a different story if the undead had been physically imposing nuncers, but the round bodies of the Pwelmer race were exceptionally unsuited to hand-to-hand combat. Even so, the continuous conversion of healthy Pwelmers into maddened undead caused a lot of mental damage to the aliens that were normally accustomed to having everything under control. Even now, Joshua, Everchanger and the design spirits were trying to figure out how to make the undead Quelmers do more than basic physical actions. They could do a lot more damage inside the ship if the animated alien bodies were able to act on their original memories and issue highly damaging commands to the systems that kept Stingray 1 running like clockwork. If that was not possible, they at least wanted to make the undead Quelmers activate the weapons at their disposal so that they could pose a more serious threat against their fellow living crew members. Vase could see that they were still too far away from making this happen. Everyone involved was too accustomed to this. Without developing more sophisticated methods to retain the memories of the deceased and have the undead aliens purposefully act on that information, it was impossible to turn these bodies into corporeal fiends. Perhaps it might be different in the future once the Everchanger progressed further in the path of the Ghost King and Titania developed her strength even further. Venerable Joshua began to experience increasingly greater strain. Even with his companion spirit sharing the burden, it became increasingly more challenging for him to support this expansive joint operation with each passing minute. The distance between the spirit of Bentime and the alien raiding fleet was still considerable, so Joshua and the Everchanger had to struggle even more to maintain active connections to what was happening inside Stingray. I can't do this any longer. I need to take a breather," he said as he steadily pulled back from the current effort. "Meow," Willie echoed as the green cat let go of Ilvain and returned. As Venerable Joshua kept breathing hard as if he had just completed a strenuous exercise session, the manifestation of Vase appeared openly in the cockpit. "Sir," the pilot said as he had already picked up the presence of his patriarch. "What do you think?" "It's not what I expected from you," Vase steadily replied. "It looks like your cooperation with Helena has enabled you to pull off a few new tricks. I have already witnessed how the Phobos is able to produce a lot of advantages through the interplay of life and death. Perhaps the Everchanger can grow and develop even faster if it gains a greater familiarity with an opposing element." Joshua did not think so far ahead. He just wanted to produce immediate results in order to make more significant contributions to the clan. "I've been trying to figure out a way to make the lives of our enemies miserable. These Quelmers and other aliens are so accustomed to basking under the strong protection of their transphasic energy shields that they can't conceive of any attacks that can bypass these barriers entirely. I bet those Quelmers are truly pissed at us now for having the temerity of turning their own colleagues against them. Look, Stingray 2 and a bunch of Yersin warships are no longer trying to maintain a protective envelope around Stingray 1. They're beginning to close in on our ship." "Wait, what?" When Vase paid attention to the latest movements of his enemies, he saw that Joshua was not exaggerating. The aliens could no longer endure the harassment from the spirit of Bentime and her eclectic contingent of mechs. 24 Yersin warships under the lead of Stingray 2 moved to break away and surround the spirit of Bentime from multiple sides. "The aliens have finally taken the bait. We need to get out of here right away." The crew of the factory ship had been paying close attention to the alien warships for a response just like this. The spirit of Bentime had already turned around as fast as possible and increased the warp factor of the superdrive so that she would not get overtaken by her angry pursuers. "The chase is on. The alien vessels have split. Let us make sure to keep it that way." Chapter 5130 Current limitations. The harassment operation had entered its most crucial phase at this time. The entire point of sending out the spirit of Bentime to the enemy fleet in advance and at great risk was to tempt the Quelmers into separating their home ships from each other. Stingray 1 was in a vulnerable position, but so long as Stingray 2 kept hovering around, the two vessels would still be able to support each other during a full assault. The fact that the spirit of Bentime was able to weather the attacks of many alien warships including Stingray 1 and Stingray 2 did not mean that the firepower of the opposing side was weak. The factory ship's abnormally high defenses combined with the additional protection granted by the Macharia Excelsius Saint Kingdom were the only reasons why the ship and all of her crew hadn't been blown into pieces. No other ship in the entire expeditionary fleet was capable of enduring hundreds of full-powered energy beams fired by vast arrays of warship-grade cannons. The transphasic energy shields of the spirit of Bentime had actually taken a serious beating during this time. If not for the fact that the first-class shield generators as well as the all-important first-class power generator were brand new and in peak condition, the energy shields might have slipped, causing the hull to suffer actual damage. The spirit of Bentime would have retreated sooner or later if the aliens failed to take the bait. It was quite fortunate that the combined actions of the Promethea, the Everchanger and all of the other mechs finally frustrated and enraged the aliens to such a degree that they no longer stuck to the most rational course of action. As the Spirit of Bentime rapidly sped away from Stingray 1 and her remaining escorts, the ship received a much-needed breather. The distance between the Spirit of Bentime and the alien pursuit force did not increase all that much. The main reason why the Spirit of Bentime no longer faced as much danger as before was because most of the incoming damage was now directed towards the stern area of the factory ship. The crew deliberately tried to preserve the transphasic energy shields that covered the rear part of the capital ship as much as possible for this precise scenario. Not only that, but a lot of threatening warships had been left behind in order to maintain a protective envelope around Stingray 1. Due to the damage inflicted by the Everchanger, it had become even more certain that the partially crippled Puelmer heavy cruiser would not be able to regain her full mobility anytime soon. Nonetheless, the consequences of enraging the Puelmers were quite serious. As the two sides tried to speed away as fast as possible, it quickly became evident that the second-class superdrive of the Spirit of Bentime was not quite up to the task. Vase looked at the map that displayed the relative positions as well as the movement data of the ships involved in the case. His lips curled downwards as he noticed that the picture was not looking too optimistic. "We are being dragged down by our superdrive." General Verl shared his opinion with Vase. "There is nothing wrong with it, but the fact that it is a second-class product that is trying to be both an FTL drive and a hyperdrive at the same time is not doing it any favors. The only thing it has going for it is the fact that it incorporates 3 kilograms of phase water, which is more than enough to cover the entire hull and increase the upper warp factor limit. However, it takes too much time to build up the warp factor. The more efficient warp drives utilized by our enemies are much better in this regard." Vase understood these faults quite clearly. The Spirit of Bentime was not a sleek corvette or a slender warship designed to intercept enemy ships in warp travel. Her hull was relatively large and heavy to accommodate a lot of production lines and various different goods. A lot of her capacity was not dedicated to more combat-relevant functions at all. This meant that her defenses and mobility were nowhere near as good as a dedicated combat vessel with a comparable amount of volume. As Vase studied the data on the pursuing ships, he understood that the upcoming hour or two would likely turn into a serious ordeal to the crew and mech pilots. Stingray 2 is able to accelerate so fast on account of her smaller hull and relatively powerful warp drive. She should be able to overtake and flank us soon, he guessed. The Yurzans have made a careful selection and sent out a large chunk of their fastest destroyers and light cruisers. Their firepower and defenses might not be as good as that of their larger ships, but they are so fast that we can't shake them off our tail. Mobility was incredibly important in space combat, particularly when both sides engaged in lots of maneuvers. Both Vase and General Verl understood how much of a disadvantage the Spirit of Bentime was in now that it became clear that the aliens gained a crucial advantage. As the alien warships tried to spread out and surround the Spirit of Bentime from multiple different angles, the mechs did not remain idle at this time. The Amaranto, the Everchanger and the Promethea had all left their previous bunkers in the cathead prow and instead emerged outside and anchored themselves onto the hull. They exposed themselves in order to attain better firing angles. The Transcendent Punishers on the hand remained in the same bunkers as before. Their spread positions meant that there were always a bunch of heavy artillery mechs that were unable to bring their guns to bear against the enemy warships, but enough of the mechs were able to fire at the pursuing enemy warships that it didn't matter too much. The two sides exchanged a lot of firepower while they were on the move. The warp bubbles surrounding all of the ships along with the fact that they were maneuvering a lot more actively than before caused both sides to drastically miss a lot more shots. A lot of firepower went to waste as the mechs and ships had to struggle a lot more to land a hit on their adversaries. While the human mechs did better in this regard due to extraordinary skill or guidance, even they could not keep their hit rates as high as before due to all of the movement and vibrations. As the mechs tried to repeat their earlier success as much as possible, the aliens showed that they had adapted to the human tactics. "I think you should take a look at the mechs tried to focus their fire onto the transphasic energy shields of one of the pursuing light cruisers." Meanwhile, the Promethea heated up the vessel in advance by surrounding it with living purple flames. Once a segmented energy shield had reached a limit, Kuroshi was able to slip through the momentary gap in defenses and begin to take root onto the hull like before. This should normally result in yet another alien warship slowly going up in flames. The difference was that this did not happen this time. Just as Kuroshi buried herself onto the exterior hull of a vulnerable Yurzan light cruiser, the alien helmsman jerked the ship out of formation and made her move away from the ongoing chase, thereby rapidly building up distance between herself and the Spirit of Bentime. Once the distance between the two starships surpassed a single light second, Venerable Isabel grunted and started to experience an escalating degree of strain in her mind. Eventually, the expert pilot reached a limit where she was no longer able to extend her companion spirit so far away from herself. Yaaaaa. Like a band that had been stretched to its limit, it instantly snapped back to its original state. Kuroshi had disappeared from the hull of the starship that was just starting to get cooked and reappeared inside the cockpit of the Promethea. Yaaaaa. The burning cat shook her head in order to regain her bearings. It looks like there is a limit after all, Isabel said as she tried to shrug off her headache. Once Kuroshi left the hull of the affected Yurzan light cruiser, the crew quickly noticed that the purple flames not only lost their conscious direction, but also started to lose their original ferocity. Though the flames still retained a bit of extraordinary qualities that enabled them to sustain the original process of reinforcing their potency by absorbing ambient spiritual energies, it no longer worked as efficiently as before. The fire suppression systems of the alien ship finally worked. Since the flames were no longer able to burn the metal hull nearly as well as before, they would have probably sputtered out by themselves after a few more minutes. Once the flames had been completely put out, the alien light cruiser altered course and began to catch up with the other chasing vessels in order to return to formation and continue with her current mission. When Vase saw this happen, he knew that the aliens had successfully solved the threat of the Promethea. "I am sorry, sir. My companion spirit cannot stay so far away from me," Venerable Isabel apologized. "There is a limit of sorts that prevents us from remaining too far apart. I think I might be able to increase it as my resonance strength grows, but that will take years." Vase dismissively waved his hand. "You have nothing to apologize for. Your performance has already been above expectations. There is no need for you to shoulder the burden of eliminating the enemy vessels all by yourself. You can still play a useful role by straining their defenses and pushing away any enemy vessel that gets too close or poses too much of a threat. Your deterrence value is still great." Venerable Isabel regained a bit of optimism. "Ah, you are correct. I will go back and make our enemies as uncomfortable as possible." Isabel and the Promethea's shortcomings in this scenario showed that there was still a lot of room for improvement. Vase already started to think on how he could use his own expertise in mech design and cultivation science to upgrade the Promethea to better support combat at extended ranges. He did not believe that this limit was set in stone. There had to be an artificial method that could help Kuroshi travel further away from her principal. Vase just had to gain the right inspiration or master the right theories. The Promethea also needed to enhance her direct damage potential. Relying too much on flames to do all of the work was too slow. She was already relying far too much on other powerful mechs to do the heavy lifting in opening a hole in the energy defenses of the enemy vessels. Vase began to imagine an upgraded quasi-first-class version of the Ignitron Luminaire crystal assault rifle that could inflict a hefty amount of direct damage, whether it was through its now iconic fire beams or with any other energy beam type. Aside from that, I should also drastically increase the proportion of fire-sympathetic materials in the mech frame. The amount of fire energies that the Promethea is able to leverage is not enough. Without Kuroshi, the flames she can generate are not sufficient enough. Perhaps the other Larkinsons thought that the Promethea had suddenly become a lot more powerful, but Vase only spotted a lot of flaws and shortcomings that had become incredibly obvious in the fight so far. The expert rifleman Mech could have easily taken down an additional ship or two if Vase had made the machine stronger. "I'm really itching to start her upgrade project right away. She can become a lot more useful in our future battles if I can bring her up to my latest standards again." Vase had to resist the urge to do so as he still needed to complete his existing projects. He was just a senior mech designer at the moment. He still had a long way to go before he attained the legendary Mech Touch and produced a completely new design in mech with a single sweep of his arm. Chapter 5131 Klaus Rabar Fulton floated out of the pristine white transit shuttle after it had reached its stop and took a moment to take in the view of the city. Sandon looked vibrant as the local star rose up from the horizon and illuminated its rays over the planet of New Constantinople 8. As the founding colony of the planet, the Devos ancient clan had invested a lot to build up the city's infrastructure and facilities. The modern Terran architecture made this expansive settlement look a bit too new for Klaus to get accustomed to. The original intention was to turn Sandon into a beacon of civilization. That policy changed after the Great Severing took place. Now that humanity lost access to a huge amount of support from the Milky Way, everyone living in human-occupied space had to make peace with the fact that the aliens might come for them all one day. While Sandin still featured a dizzying amount of delicate and highly artful structures, the defense forces became more and more visible with each passing day. Construction bots erected turrets as quickly as the available supply of raw materials remained sufficient. Powerful first-class mechs patrolled the streets and the skies with greater frequency. Entire construction crews had been contracted to erect additional bases and supply depots. The vision for Sandin had completely changed. It was no longer supposed to be a paradise away from the Greater Terran United Confederation where many of its residents emigrated from in recent years. It was slowly transforming into a fortress before everyone's eyes. The fresh new paradise that people yearned to settle in so that they could climb up the ladder and become the new movers and shakers in a society that had yet to be carved out was becoming an increasingly more distant dream. Klaus found this to be profoundly sad and ironic. Just like every other Terran on the planet, he never signed up for this kind of life. If his father hadn't gone into debt back in the old galaxy and been offered a way to redeem himself by accepting a long-term work assignment in the new frontier, Klaus would have still remained safe in the highly protected territories of the Terran Confederation. That part of his life was gone forever now. The fourth-year mech design student had little choice but to accept this new reality. Klaus let out a sigh and floated down onto the ground. Hundreds of other students arriving from afar did likewise. No matter whether the students came from distinguished clans and resided in private villas or rented more modestly furnished apartments built in neighboring towns like himself, each of them had to go through the security checkpoints situated at the main gates. The Eden Institute of Business and Technology instituted this policy just before the start of this semester. It was yet another sign that the age of mechs had passed for the people who ended up stuck in the Red Ocean. Klaus walked through the corridor while a dizzying amount of scanners verified his identity and checked for any dangerous contraband. As a civilian from the Terran Confederation, Klaus was unable to afford the luxurious internal weapon modules that merited greater attention from the security guards. Once he got through, he began to follow the crowd and walk towards the center. The large auditorium had opened its gates once again. Thousands of students and staff members poured in because they all grew curious about the opening lecture of a newly hired professor. Klaus didn't know what to make of this absurd circumstance. He thought that this treatment was only reserved for the most honored and accomplished master mech designers and business magnates that decided to hold a guest lecture. He did not understand why the Eden Institute granted the best possible treatment to a young second-rater who held no status within Terran space. Certainly, this young professor did have a number of impressive accomplishments to his name. Klaus did not consider himself to be a Terran who automatically looked down on second-raters as subhumans, but that did not mean he was able to treat them on the same level as himself. Terrans were the original humans. Each of them were born at a much higher level than any second-rater. The augmentations that they received along with their much more advanced schooling propelled each of them into geniuses in their own right. The only reason why Klaus did not feel he was remarkable was because he was surrounded by people who received the same treatment or better. He swept his gaze around and spotted many groups of students who possessed a more obvious bearing of superiority and class. Their smart clothing looked more refined in all of the little details that were difficult to replicate with cheaper tech. These were the true princes and princesses of Terra. Their higher stations granted them access to the best gene optimization treatments and implants. Whereas Klaus had to struggle a lot in order to memorize and comprehend an astonishing amount of learning material, these highborn scions could easily absorb twice as much knowledge in the same amount of time. Klaus deeply envied the descendants of wealthy clans and families, but he had lived in this society long enough to know that Terran society was deeply stratified. A relatively ordinary citizen that belonged in a lower layer had to work extremely hard just to obtain a chance to be promoted to a higher layer. Meanwhile, the better-dressed students merely had to go on autopilot and follow the meticulous plans of their families in order to maintain their higher stations. Though Klaus was aware that the people born at the upper layers actually had to endure a lot of pressure and expectations from birth, they at least did not have to study well into the night just to keep up with all of his classes. "There you are, Klaus." A female voice sounded from behind. "Good morning, Polina," he greeted as a student wearing a more distinguished and colorful outfit walked up to his side. "Are you eager to attend the first classes of our superstar of a professor?" "I don't know. I am entertaining an increasing amount of misgivings, especially now that this opening lecture has turned into a campus-wide event." "How so?" If the institute is willing to put so much of their credibility and reputation at stake for Professor Larkinson, then he is most definitely legit. The descriptions in his colorful record are not fabrications. Klaus maintained a skeptical impression. I am not questioning the professor's record. I just hope he holds more normal classes so that I can pass his courses without complications. I am starting to regret signing up for all 3 of the ones that he is offering for this semester. I should have known better than to apply for them thinking that a second-class mech designer won't maintain the same academic standards as our regular professors. The course materials hardly include any textbooks or academic articles. If our grades are based on his subjective opinions, who knows what it will take to obtain his approval. His friend did not look as concerned. Polina pretty much rolled her eyes when he heard what he was worrying about. Let us reserve our judgment until we have actually attended his classes. He may be young and inexperienced, but he is a genuine senior mech designer. Second-rater or not, personalities like him should have high standards for themselves. The pair of 4th-year students passed through another security checkpoint before they entered the main hall of the auditorium. The entire space was distinctly divided into 2 sections for this occasion. 250 of the best seats at the center were reserved to the students that signed up for the Frontier Wisdom class. The tens of thousands of other seats that were located elsewhere were reserved for the other guests that were curious or wanted to have a bit of fun. Klaus politely greeted the acquaintances that he had grown familiar with throughout his studies. A lot of Terrans studied mech design at the Eden Institute, and they attended the same set of mandatory courses. Klaus had personally worked together with over 100 of them on different group projects. He found it difficult to build any close friendships with most of them. He was actually quite smart as well as hardworking, or else he wouldn't have been able to get into the Eden Institute, but there had been times where his fellow mech design students scoffed at his slow progress. His lack of augmentations held him back from earning greater respect from his classmates. Polina did not share the same problem. She smiled and chatted with a few Terrans that she hung out with on a more regular basis. Her status as a foreign exchange student did not bother her at all. Despite originating from another first-rate state, she demonstrated a greater amount of intelligence and learning capabilities. As a recognized genius, she not only received a scholarship that funded her tuition while she attended the Eden Institute, but she also received a grant that allowed her to pay for a more extensive suite of augmentations. Even though her augmentations still couldn't compare to the improvements of the more highborn students, Polina Devonshire occasionally managed to rank in the top 10 in almost every course she attended. Klaus knew that his friend already received a flood of numerous promising job propositions from different companies and organizations. Their paths would most certainly diverge once they graduated from the Eden Institute. Fortunately, they still had to go through several semesters before they would go their separate ways. Have you settled on your specialization yet? Polina casually asked as the 2 of them took their seats. I haven't made up my mind yet. Klaus replied. I am thinking about specializing in sensor systems because not many other students want to specialize in a field that is not as glamorous. I don't think many of them realize the importance of proper scouting and surveying. Our society has a constant demand for high-quality resources, but searching for them is a difficult and time-consuming task. I won't be lacking for job opportunities if I can assist in the design of mechs that are used to search for exotics as well as these newfangled hypers. His classmate and friend respected his choice. Your plan is good. I think you should go for it. The sooner you lock in your choice, the sooner you can work towards acquiring the minimum competences that are required to get hired by a company that is in this business. Klaus nodded. I know. I have already signed up for a few introductory courses. What about you, Polina? You previously talked about going all in on specializing in transphasic shield systems. Did the department approve of your course applications? The woman smiled. I had to attend a few meetings in order to persuade the administrators that I have what it takes to study phase water theory as well as more advanced energy shield systems. They eventually allowed me to attend all of the courses once I showed that I wasn't biting more than I could chew. The only condition is that I have to earn an excellent grade in all of those classes in order to keep up this heavy study load in the next semesters. Transphasic technology was the rising trend in the mech industry and many other industries for that matter. Anyone who got in early and mastered this complicated new branch of technology would definitely become a highly desirable professional. Klaus truly admired Polina for daring to take on so many difficult courses in a single semester. He understood his own limitations well enough that he could not possibly do the same. Though he was happy for her own ability to pursue a greater ambition, he felt increasingly more inadequate about his own situation. He did not care about sensor systems, to be honest. It did not excite him all that much. His dreams were far greater than that. He wanted to design awesome and richly featured combat mechs for a living. Unfortunately, that future would never come to pass. There were far more qualified and resourceful mech students around him. In an age and dwarf galaxy where materials were becoming more scarce and expensive, the privilege of designing serious first-class multipurpose mechs was only reserved for the very few. A mediocre mech design student like Klaus himself had no chance to enter this exclusive club. His skills and talent were simply not up to par. Chapter 5132 Dynamic Entry. Klaus and Polina actually arrived 40 minutes early. No one wanted to arrive too late and make a bad impression in front of so many important professors and school officials. When Klaus briefly turned his head around and looked up, he could see a growing gathering of mech designers and other distinguished teachers sitting at the most elevated seats at the back. They did not attend in order to upstage or replace the new professor today, so there was no need for them to make themselves more visible at the front. Not everyone hired to teach at the Eden Institute decided to attend, though. There were plenty of academics that thought that there was no added value to hearing out what a second-rater had to say. The tech they utilized and the knowledge they mastered diverged so much that they practically existed in two different societies. They might not look down on this young and talented senior mech designer, but that did not mean they could accept the notion that he was their peer. Klaus inwardly shook his head at this phenomenon. He felt an odd connection to this mysterious Professor Larkinson. The treatment they received from many Terrans was far too similar for his liking. Look over there, Klaus. Polina's elbow bumped at his side. It turns out that Gabriel Sekar enrolled for this course as well. I did not expect this monster to agree to attend a remote class taught by second-rate professor. Gabriel attracted more than a few glances. Even though he was only a second-year student, he had already become a minor celebrity at the Eden Institute. If Polina Devonshire could be regarded as a clever scholarship student, Gabriel Sekar was an all-out savant. As the designated heir of the Sekar clan, Gabriel received an extravagant suite of augmentations that did not fall behind the suites granted to the scions of the ancient clans. Though it was a bit surprising that Gabriel did not attend one of the more prestigious universities in the Red Ocean, he firmly established himself as a leader in his year due to two strong reasons. First, he almost always earned excellent grades in every course. Second, he pursued a double degree in both business and mech design. His study load was even greater than that of Polina, and he had to become proficient in many more disciplines than the other students. The fact that he could not only keep up with all of his courses, but stand out among his classmates was a testament to his upbringing and potential. I am glad I am not in the same year as him, Polina frankly said as she watched the slightly younger double-degree student take his seat among his own acquaintances. It will be difficult to live with the fact of getting upstaged by a student who is enrolled in at least twice as many courses. As the minutes passed by, the auditorium increasingly filled up. Most people did not know what to expect from this lecture, but that did not stop them from talking and speculating. Soon, the noise levels automatically started to dim. The hyped lecture was apparently about to begin if the invisible sound suppressors had come online. The lights started to dim as well. The only location that remained slightly better lit was the 250 seats that were occupied by the students who enrolled in the Frontier Wisdom course. Before the professor made his appearance in front of much of the student body of the Eden Institute, a smartly dressed young woman floated up to the central podium. "Good morning, everybody." The woman spoke in a confident but measured cadence. "Whether you are Terrans or guests from afar, we welcome you to this inaugural class of a course that has never been taught before in any institution. Before we begin, I would like to request your patience and understanding for any unexpected difficulties or complications that might arise over the course of Professor Larkinson's upcoming lecture. He has found himself in the middle of an ongoing battle against one of the many alien fleets that have been raiding the outer colonies of the human race." The announcement provoked a reaction from the crowd. Everyone already heard rumors about it at least, but Klaus and many other students thought that they were just exaggerations meant to hype up this event. Even though this odd professor had a reputation for living a little too close to the edge, Klaus found it hard to believe that the Eden Institute would actually try to engineer a situation that put one of their professors at mortal risk while performing his teaching obligations. The entire situation sounded so crazy and illegal that Klaus had automatically dismissed the stories. The young woman who turned out to be a teaching assistant continued to address the massive audience without showing any sign of concern or nervousness. As this course is not as rigid and reliant on textbook learning as others, interaction is essential. Professor Larkinson is not opposed to answering your doubts so long as they are relevant to your studies and do not reach too deeply into confidential or proprietary subject matters. Each student enrolled in this course is permitted to ask questions so long as they do so at the appropriate occasions. In order to keep this lecture organized, we will not extend this opportunity to the remaining guests in this hall. If you truly wish for the professor to answer your inquiries, you can transmit them to his school account, where I will curate them and pass them along if I deem them worthy enough. As the teaching assistant continued to announce a few more rules, she soon retreated out of sight, leaving the stage empty. Klaus looked a little thoughtful at this time. Though the young woman spoke like a civilian and possessed the look and bearing of one, he couldn't help but get the feeling that she was more than what was obvious on the surface. Most of his other classmates did not look like they shared the same suspicions. Even if they did, they knew better than to express their true feelings. "What are you thinking about?" Polina whispered. "It is nothing." The young man shook his head. "I hope our professor won't suffer an accident in the middle of his lecture. I am counting on him to earn a decent amount of course credits to pass this semester." After a short delay, the auditorium finally established a remote connection to a distant starship located in a completely different star system and zone. "I think you should take a look at unlike the stereotypical lecture halls or practical workshop environments that remote professors often used as their backdrop, the new professor decided to hold his class in a completely different environment. The projected area consisted of a large section of a starship bridge. Dozens of men and women wearing uniform red hazard suits were working hard to keep track of a lot of important developments as they sat behind their consoles and workstations. Overlooking all of them was an imposing armored figure seated on an elevated throne. There was no doubt that this central figure was in charge of everything. The man possessed the undeniable demeanor of a leader and not a gentle one either. The way he absorbed the information around him and issued short but effective instructions showed that he was not only confident in his judgment, but knew how to maintain control over his subordinates. This was the man that was supposed to hold a remote lecture in front of a massive audience. How could he possibly be a serious teacher? Klaus did not doubt Professor Larkinson's identity as a senior mech designer, but this was not the time for him to push his boundaries as a pioneer. "He looks like a warlord rather than a mech designer," he couldn't help but comment. Polina smiled. "If you find yourself in the middle of an ongoing battle like him, you would probably want to clad yourself in the best armor that you can obtain." One of the reasons why the mech design students became so mesmerized by the sight of the professor was his equipment. While the bridge of this unknown capital ship did not look all that impressive by Terran standards, anyone who worked with tech could easily tell that the man's armor was anything but ordinary. Klaus couldn't recognize the materials at all, but he could tell that the suit of combat armor had been crafted to an exquisite standard. Not only that, it also possessed other qualities that he couldn't identify but somehow made it a lot more exceptional. It not only looked strong and sturdy enough to protect its wearer without faltering, but also possessed a lot of personal charm that anyone with fabrication and craftsmanship skills could appreciate. This piece of equipment alone was enough to prove that Professor Larkinson had the qualifications to teach advanced mech fabrication. As Klaus and many other students took in the atypical sight, an ongoing battle continued to progress on the other side. Hull breach at section D12 to 34. The Yersin destroyers are doing their best to compound the damage. How long does it take to reactivate the nearest transphasic shield generator? The engineers report that it will take at least 35 seconds, sir. Bunker A91 has been breached. The Transcendent Punisher housed within has sustained serious damage and lost over half of its cannons. Its pilot is still able to fight and has expressed the determination to continue fighting with his damaged mech. The Promethea is being targeted by Stingray 2 again. The transphasic energy shield that is covering her is experiencing greater strain. Request Saintess Ulrika to bring her Macharia Excelsia to cover for the Promethea. The latter cannot remain under heavy suppression. For a moment, Klaus and many other students questioned whether the school had made a mistake. Did they connect to the wrong teacher by mistake? Had they inadvertently projected a military officer who was supposed to pass on his wisdom to a class of mech cadets? The Eden Institute would never make such a stupid mistake. The face of the leading figure in red truly matched the image of Professor Vase Larkinson. None of the Terrans expected their professor to be anything like this. Those who doubted the teaching qualifications of this second-rater did not exactly set aside their well-reasoned concerns, but right now their minds had all short-circuited due to being greeted to an actual battlefield environment. Even though everyone in the auditorium still remained completely safe in the middle of the new Constantinople system, all of the students as well as many professors were able to experience the pressure and the constant threat of death faced by the people on the other side of the remote connection. The man seated on the elevated command throne finally took a break from directing his subordinates to address his new audience. "Hello, Terrans." The man's unhelmeted face smiled in their direction. "This remote class is turning out to be a little rougher than I anticipated. The alien warships that we have provoked into pursuing my factory ship hate us so much that they are doing the utmost to take down my ship. Don't worry, I am still capable of performing my obligations to you. These aliens won't take down my mechs and ship that easily." Nobody knew whether to take this young professor at his word at the moment. "Anyway, let's get on to business, shall we? Let me begin this lecture by asking you all a question. Now that red humanity is cut off from human civilization back in the Milky Way, we are heavily outnumbered and outgunned by the native aliens that hate our guts. It is clear that we are in for hard times. The aliens who are assaulting our border territories at the moment are just a prelude of what is to come. My first question to you is as follows: how do we get out of this mess?" That was a difficult one to answer. Chapter 5133 Professor Larkinson's first lesson. The new professor did not begin his class by holding a lengthy lecture. Instead, he chose to start with an open-ended question. This was an interesting way to set the tone of this event. It indicated that he was likely to employ this approach many times throughout this course. The students of the Eden Institute were not timid or slow in thought. They were all incredibly smart and at least somewhat talented in their own ways. Over half of the enrolled students already raised their arms within seconds. Klaus did not follow suit as he lacked the confidence to come up with a good answer himself. A situation like this was tailor-made for students to leave an excellent and highly memorable first impression. Due to the nature of this class, a clever student could not only make himself look good in front of his professor, but also all of the people that had come as well. As Professor Larkinson momentarily issued a few instructions to his crew, he turned his attention back to all of the raised hands. "Miss Rosario Chazet," he called out as he accessed an information screen that was not visible to everyone else. "You reacted the fastest and raised your arm before your fellow students. I am curious to hear your thoughts. What must we do to save red humanity from extinction?" Klaus did not recognize the female student, but his augmented vision informed him that she was a fourth-year business student. Just like Polina, Rosario came from another first-rate state and attended the Eden Institute on exchange. Despite becoming the center of attention to many of the students of the institute, Rosario completely managed to maintain her composure as she stood up while the spotlight settled onto her location. There are many measures that red humans can take in order to prevent the aliens from making us extinct. I am of the personal belief that we cannot rely on the red two alone to defend us anymore. The mechers and the fleeters are not numerous enough to resist the hostile aliens. They will need the help of the people who they previously tried to control and contain because of ill-founded fears. This is not permissible anymore when we need to mobilize our entire population. The professor in armor expressed more curiosity for Rosario's thoughts. Continue. The Terran Alliance, the Red Ocean Union and the Rubarthan Pact must fully regain the rights that the Big Two has originally taken away from us. Not only that, we must cooperate more closely with each other. So long as we are beset by too many threatening aliens, we must set aside our disagreements and work alongside each other in order to increase our utilization of resources and forces. If we must, we can go back to fighting for the future of red humanity once we have lifted our existential crisis, but not before. That was a simple but well-reasoned answer. Many students looked impressed at her answer, though more than a few of them had likely formed the same arguments themselves. Klaus wished he was in Rosario's position right now. He would have been able to make an excellent impression in front of his peers and professors, which could help him out in many different ways. Professor Larkinson did not look as approving as the others, though. Your answer is highly logical. In an ideal circumstance, it is highly likely that this will actually happen. However, I do not believe you have traveled all that much. If you have met with many different people from many different states and all walks of life, you would have never settled with such a naive answer. To her credit, Rosario did not look ashamed, defiant or admonished. She presented herself as a serious student that was genuinely interested in this debate. Red humanity is in a direr state than ever, Professor. She persisted and stuck to her own stance. I am cognizant that it is nearly impossible for Terrans to form a sincere cooperative relationship with the Rubarthans, but when both of their futures are at stake, their leaders should be able to recognize that survival comes before their feelings and principles. If they can form a coalition and pressure the Red 2 into retracting their centuries-old taboos on warships and weapons of mass destruction, we will be able to fight back against the invading aliens much more effectively than if we continued to rely on our mechs alone. The Terrans possessed long-standing grievances with the Mechers and Fleeters for taking away their toys and castrating their old and once powerful state. It was clear to everyone that once the Red 2 restored the right to employ warships and weapons of mass destruction to the states, the latter would never agree to relinquish them once the existential crisis had passed. The Terrans hoped to be able to rise again and prevent the Red Association and the Red Fleet from riding on top of their heads like they did in the past. While the Red 2 should definitely be aware of their true motivations, what else could the Mechers and Fleeters do when they were stuck in a losing war? The fact that the Red Fleet introduced the warship quota program was already a tacit sign that the Fleeters were beginning to recognize the harsh reality. Nonetheless, the professor still did not share the same opinion. I may be wrong in this, as nothing is ever set in stone, but one believe your read on the situation is wrong. Professor Larkinson replied in a tone that exuded a strong sense of authority and confidence. People are inherently selfish. Those in power are more so than others. The Mechers and the Fleeters have occupied a leading position over human civilization for over 4 centuries. They will never go against their self-interest and grant the means to enable Terrans like you to make a comeback. They know that once they give you a chance, they might win the war against the aliens, but they will subsequently lose their dominance over Red humanity's space. The reduction in resources, authority and legitimacy will result in so many losses that their future may very well come to an end. Do you actually think they will be resigned to such an outcome? I think you should take a look at. Rosario frowned at this time. How can they be so unwise and short-sighted to reject greater cooperation? By resorting to a different solution. Can any of you answer my original question with an answer that falls much more in line with the priorities of the Red 2 as opposed to the Terran Alliance? A lot of arms lifted in the air. The quantity was less than before, but there were still enough clever and confident students who thought they could make a good impression at this time. The professor did not pick out a student immediately. He had momentarily turned back to manage the ongoing combat situation. We are trying our best to permanently disable the alien warships that are pursuing us, but none of our tactics are working. Each time we come closer to breaching the defenses of a Yurzan destroyer or light cruiser, the ship drops from formation and retreats well in advance in order to buy time to restore their shield integrity. Only coordinated alpha strikes from the Macharia Excelsia and other mechs has enabled us to inflict permanent damage, but the Yurzans are too careful to expose their vessels for too long. Only the Everchanger is dealing effective damage by bypassing their defenses entirely. Then direct the Everchanger to snipe the crew and officers of those annoying ships. That would be unwise, sir. The Everchanger is the only mech that is keeping Stingray 2 at bay. The Pwelmers are afraid of his damage output, so their home ship has been hovering just outside of the effective range of the pistol. Venerable Joshua has been in action long enough that he has become more exhausted. He is not in a condition to obtain Ilvain's guidance at this time. Joshua is an expert pilot, not a baby who needs hand-holding all of the time. Tell him to stop being an infantile and kill more aliens by aiming his weapon the old-fashioned way. If he is incapable of undertaking this responsibility, then tell him to toss the Grey Lotus Ove to the Amaranto. The people in the auditorium grew more curious at what they were able to interpret. Did Professor Larkinson actually master a method to launch effective attacks that could bypass the infamous transphasic energy shields employed by alien ships? Some of the projected feeds near the professor's command throne showed many different mechs in action. The green one happened to be firing a small pistol at a distant Pwelmer homeship. The expert mech, which Klaus identified as a masterwork, truly appeared to single-handedly deter the technologically advanced Pwelmers. Professor Larkinson finally turned back to his remote audience. He assumed a pleasant demeanor again that looked appropriate in the classroom but seemed wholly out of place on a turbulent battlefield. Mr. Ryan Shuku, please share your thoughts with everyone. There was hardly anyone seated in the auditorium who did not know his name. The third-year mech design student was known to be clever and insightful in his studies, but the main reason why he was so well known was because he was a member of the Shuku ancient clan. Sure, he may be just a branch member who did not hold a high status in his ancient clan, but that still put him ahead of almost every other student. The man rose up and spoke in a timbered voice that was precisely calibrated to maximize his persuasiveness and trustworthiness. Red humanity suffers from too many disadvantages in relation to the Red Cabal and its affiliated aliens. We are heavily outnumbered. We are lacking in high-grade resources. We are suffering from a heavy shortage of phase water. We are in control over a small portion of the most remote star systems of the Red Ocean. These circumstances will not make the Red 2 inclined to grant us greater permissions. The construction of warships is too resource-intensive. Even if we are allowed to construct them in larger numbers, all we will do is deprive the Red 2 from the essential raw materials they need to reinforce their depleting warfleets. This is why the Mechers and the Fleeters will never truly be sincere about giving us back our warships. Professor Larkinson smiled a little wider. That is a good explanation that refutes Miss Chazet's answer. You still need to present your own proposed solution, though. The young scion immediately obliged. The Red 2 will try to solve the threat of extinction by relying on themselves. They have too many disadvantages compared to the aliens, but the only one that they can assuredly count on is their superior technology. They have not only mastered entire libraries of high technologies, but they also employ some of the most brilliant human researchers and developers, of which the polymath stands out in particular. Exotic radiation and its many effects on the Red Ocean amplifies this strategy. With the star designers taking the lead, the Mechers and the Fleeters will seek to accelerate their technological progression and work to invent a large amount of new innovations that can turn the tide against the aliens. This is the only viable approach for the Red 2 to win the war against the aliens and keep the rest of us in check. Good answer. The professor in armor complimented. Your words reveal a more realistic understanding of how the Mechers and the Fleeters actually think. Tech superiority has always been their greatest reliance, and they will count on it again to overcome this latest crisis. However, what if they are wrong? What would happen if the Red 2 made the wrong bet? Ryan Shuku responded with an ominous answer. We will all perish. Vase grinned. Correct. This is my first lesson on frontier wisdom to you all. We live in a society filled with selfish individuals. You cannot expect them to act on your interests when that will put theirs at stake. Leave your high-minded rationale and ideals behind. From the moment you have stepped out of the familiar environment of the Greater Terran United Confederation, you have entered a dwarf galaxy that is aptly described as a frontier. No matter which zone you are located in, there is no order that can protect you from every threat. It may look as if we are in completely different circumstances right now, but your first requirement is to recognize that you are just as likely to lose your life as myself. If you cannot recognize this reality, then you are in denial. The students were all shocked at his brutal description of their supposed reality. Klaus could not wrap his mind around the young professor's argument at first, but the more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to convince himself that he was in a much safer place. After all, if the aliens actually managed to gain the upper hand in this great war, the Terran Alliance would get overrun sooner or later. Chapter 5134 Professor Larkinson's second lesson. The large audience of Terrans and foreign guests became completely enraptured by the unconventional class held by Professor Larkinson. Though the lessons he taught up until now were rather subjective and should have provoked a greater debate, the entire crowd had fallen into the rhythm of the man who dared to hold a remote class while the ship he resided upon was being pummeled by a bunch of relentless alien warships. The man on the other side of the communication channel did not hide the dire situation he was in. The projected feed displayed additional screens which displayed an overview of the surrounding battlefield. They also highlighted particularly notable subjects, such as the ace rifleman mech that fired unusually effective penetrating shots, or the expert hero mech that launched strangely ominous gray energy beams that caused the Puelmer homeship to maintain a more respectful distance from the factory ship. It was clear that the status quo did not favor the adventurous professor and his subordinates. Though the witnesses understood little how a single factory ship got embroiled in a fight against a small swarm of deadly alien vessels, the collective firepower of all of those ships were straining the spirit of Bentheim's defenses. If not for the fact that the Macharia Excelsia often moved over to the most beleaguered areas and utilized its powerful Saint Kingdom to drain much of the power of the incoming warship cannon attacks, the factory ship would have been in a much direr state at this time. Even so, there were limits to how many angles the Macharia Excelsia could cover. Its Saint Kingdom could not possibly envelop an entire capital that stretched on for 2.5 kilometers. The once majestic prow that displayed a golden cat head had become scarred and dented after enduring dozens of attacks. More and more hull breaches across the length of the entire vessel occurred over time as the alien warships cleverly focused their firepower onto specific sections in order to breach the strained transphasic shields. The students and professors who sat in an auditorium all felt grateful that they were not physically present aboard the flagship under fire. They might not be able to hold their composure as well as the daring young professor. Many of the Terrans developed an inexplicable respect towards this odd and unconventional second-class senior mech designer. While there was no denying that Professor Larkinson was a second-rater with space peasant origins, this was a man who demonstrated as much courage as a professional soldier. Not only that, but the way he took charge of his clan and the excellence of his second-class mechs and mech pilots were obvious proof of his competence as a pioneer. Most of the students who enrolled in the Frontier Wisdom course did not hold any doubts over whether it was worthwhile for them to take lessons from this mech designer. Even the most stuck-up and elite students began to accept that this second-rater could teach them insights and wisdom that they could never obtain from their professors or their family tutors. As Vase Larkinson understandably shifted his attention away from the remote class in order to direct his subordinates during the running battle, the students softly exchanged their opinions with each other. "His personality is interesting," Paulina Devonshire whispered to Klaus sitting next to her. "I am looking more and more forward with what he has to say in his next classes. I hope he will be able to make it out of this battle alive, though. His ship is far sturdier than a typical second-class capital ship, but her power supply can't keep up with the demands of all of those energy shields. What if the aliens actually succeed in taking him down?" Klaus looked doubtful as he watched the professor continue to act in a confident and commanding fashion. A self-made mech designer such as him shouldn't make such a mistake. He puts a lot of trust in his own work. The fact that he is placing his life on the line is a clear sign of that. Look at how those mechs are all excellent in their own ways. They might not possess the versatility of the first-class multi-purpose mechs that we are used to, but their ability to damage warships is far beyond what typical second-class machines should be able to accomplish. The bunker mechs were unnaturally accurate and hit really hard. Though it became apparent later on that all of these heavy artillery mechs benefited from the support of an unseen expert command mech, it was still a testament to their design that their performance could be elevated to this degree. The unique and colorful expert mechs were even more fascinating. The expert rifleman mech that was able to make enemy ships retreat by setting them on fire attracted the most attention at this time, as not even typical first-class mechs could accomplish this feat. There were many other details about the mechs designed by Professor Larkinson that merited greater attention. The more attentive audience members could faintly perceive the strange auras of these quirky mechs across the live feeds. They did not know what made them so remarkable, but they yearned to take a closer look. The more practical-leaning mech designers also developed a lot of appreciation for the masterwork mechs in action. The fact that they were expert mechs that Professor Larkinson fabricated back when he was a journeyman made them especially notable. A lot of different students who had the opportunity to sign up for his advanced mech fabrication course but decided to look elsewhere due to his poor background and non-existent teaching experience all regretted their decisions. If they knew that his masterwork mechs were so exquisite and full of charm while they were fully engaged in combat, they might have been able to learn a few tricks from the professor so that they could produce similar works. "I think you should take a look at." Professor Larkinson finally resumed his lecture after making sure his ship wouldn't fall apart in an instant. Though the state of his ship and forces did not look good, they had already been fighting for a while. This battle should not end too quickly as long as no one made a serious error. Where was I? I remember. I talked about how each of us are in peril. From my perspective, it doesn't matter whether you are situated in a border colony or residing in the heart of Bridgehead 1. Red humanity is surrounded by hostile alien threats. So long as our adversaries manage to break our defensive lines and shatter our main forces, all of us shall perish, no matter whether you are a Terran citizen or a third-class colonist. The aliens don't care about our states, our allegiances, our political opinions or our wealth. Our greatest foes only distinguish us by how much effort it takes to defeat us, that is all. The sooner you recognize that the aliens have put a gun on each of your heads, the sooner you recognize the reality of what it means to live in a frontier environment. Just as he was about to address his next point, a student raised her arm. Professor Larkinson gestured with his hand. "Miss Celine de Ventura, what is it that you wish to ask?" According to the student list that he studied a few days ago, the fifth-year business student was a civilian who also happened to be the daughter of a small logistics and transportation company. Vase did not underestimate the status of such a figure at all. Anyone who was able to run any transportation company within the Terran Alliance had to be talented and well-connected. Otherwise, it would have been too easy for other parties to snatch the transportation vessels that were in high demand. The young woman who already possessed the bearing of a clever and thoughtful businesswoman smoothly rose to her feet. Professor, shouldn't your earlier description lead to greater cooperation within our society? If the aliens are truly capable of threatening all of us without exception, is that not an impetus for the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact as well as the Red Two to set aside their differences and cooperate more extensively with each other? While I agree that investing in newer and better technologies can offer us salvation, it takes years if not decades to build a tech lead that is commanding enough to turn the tide against our common enemies. Building a more unified military alliance takes a lot less time and can go into effect in a matter of months. A lot of people nodded as they heard the business student's argument. Technological progress did not happen overnight. Even the scrappy humans from the Age of Stars had to bide their time for centuries before they mastered enough technologies to begin their legendary conquest of the Milky Way. Rap D Alpha S Novel Vase smiled back at his audience. You make a good and logical point, but you are overlooking an issue that I have already alluded to. Let's say this integrated military alliance comes to pass. Will you allow your Terran mech units to follow the orders of a fleet admiral? Will you let Rubarthan mechs cover the evacuation route of your precious carriers? Will you agree to send a lot of forces to reinforce a strategic star system held by mechers but has turned into a meat grinder for the defenders? These were tricky scenarios that did not have any easy answers. Even Celine found it troublesome to offer the right answers at the moment. However, she was a well-trained and highly augmented business student. She was able to move quickly on her feet. We can implement organizational rules and controls to ensure the military alliance will not treat any of its members unfairly. It is also not necessary for different forces to fight alongside each other. The main goal of the alliance is to make sure that Red Humanity presents a unified front with no gaps in our defensive lines. Though her answer made sense, the professor shook his head in disapproval. I know a thing or two about alliances. He spoke. A true military alliance is one that is based on trust. For example, the alliance partners that have been fighting alongside my clan for years are all brothers in arms who I can trust to cover my back without question. They have done far more than say platitudes. They backed up their claims and promises with deeds. Many soldiers have died in order to support us in real battle. Can you truly imagine a future where Terrans, Rubarthans, Mechers and Fleeters can join hands on the same battlefield and be willing to make actual sacrifices to defend their allies? No serious Terran could think this way. Even Celine could not bring herself to contradict the long-standing grievances between her people and that of the other human superpowers. It will take great leadership and diplomacy to forge such an alliance. The young woman said. Vase actually chuckled at this. Dreams are cheap. You can come up with any idea you want, but if it is not sufficiently grounded in actual realism, then you will only be deluding yourself. Don't get me wrong, Miss D. Ventura. I am not necessarily objecting to your idea. I am just questioning its practicality. You see, the one factor that many people rely upon but is in particularly short supply is trust. Trust, correct. This is my second lesson to you all. Trust is one of the scarcest resources in the frontier. No one can fully trust anyone. I have already explained a part of the reason why that is so. Everyone is inherently selfish. If they can get away with backstabbing you, they will do so if the rewards exceed any possible repercussions that they may suffer. While it is a lot harder to get away with misdeeds in the well-regulated territories of the Milky Way, it is entirely different in the frontier. The professor waved his arm around him as if to emphasize the battle taking place around his ship. No one will go out of the way to save you or fall on your behalf if you end up in a disadvantageous situation. Do you know why? They are too busy trying to save themselves and take care of their own interests. This doesn't only count for external parties such as the Red Two, but also for internal parties such as your own government or even your own family organizations. If any of you think you can rely on your clan or company to do their best to save your hides when you are in danger, then you are a complete and utter fool. That provoked a reaction from many students. Many of them happened to be dependents of powerful organizations. To hear a professor put their background and relationships into question in such a blunt fashion was a controversial move to say the least. Chapter 5135 Professor Larkinson's third lesson. Despite the transition to the Age of Dawn, it was still hard for most Terrans to feel too much urgency in their own situations. Sure, The Devas ancient clan invested more in the defense of the new Constantinople system by building more overt defensive facilities across the planet, but much of this ongoing war preparation effort did not make the students feel overly threatened. They were all highly skilled and highly educated talents. No matter whether they possessed civilian or clan backgrounds, each of them had already risen above the vast majority of ordinary colonists by virtue of getting accepted in a good educational institution. In a society where the learning capabilities and the teaching effectiveness of an entire society was incredibly developed, the difficulty of getting into a serious university was exceedingly high. If the Eden Institute of Business and Technology did not raise its educational standards to such a ridiculously high level, then pretty much any average Terran high school graduate would have been able to get accepted. This was obviously not conducive to selecting the most competent and capable elites to form the next generation of leaders and other figures that could prop up the Terran Alliance. It was due to their recognition of their own elevated status that the students all possessed the confidence that they would be able to get to safety before the common people. Even if a large fleet of alien warships appeared in the new Constantinople system without warning all of a sudden, the students and the professors of the Eden Institute should be among the first batches to get evacuated from the danger region. What Vase tried to do was to pop this illusionary bubble. He wanted them to recognize that their importance might not be as great as they assumed. Whether it was true or not, it was always a good idea for people to start thinking more proactively about their own agency rather than put their blind trust on their respective organizations. I rebelled against my own family. Vase plainly stated even as his ship was continuing to endure attacks from all sides. I would have done decently if I just did what my family told me, but I would have never been able to uplift myself and my clan to this height in record time if I allowed myself to be constrained by people whose interests are too far apart from mine and does not sufficiently support my endeavors. While I am not saying that you should learn from my example, my message to you all is that you should not put blind trust in the institutions that you depend upon. Each of them are fallible in their own ways. The best way to ensure that your own interests are being met is to build a group or organization that answers to you. That is what I have done. The Terrans did not appear so receptive to his latest point. Few if any of the people in the audience seriously entertained the idea of breaking off from the families or organizations that raised them and granted them so many conveniences in their lives. Almost no one was able to attain success in the Terran Confederation by relying on themselves. Some form of backing was always essential for anyone to get ahead in a society that was far too intricately intertwined with ancient and highly established power blocks. Vase understood this dynamic well enough. It was not his intention to make enemies with a lot of powerful Terran family organizations by turning their descendants into rebels. He just wanted to shake up their mentalities and question whether it was in their best interest to remain on autopilot. It was not necessarily wrong for them to dedicate their lives to serving other people and organizations. Loyalty was a virtue and family was important. What he did have a problem with was people who mindlessly allowed themselves to get exploited without receiving their due in return. Vase had already witnessed far too many individuals get screwed by the selfish or foolish decisions made by the leaders they trusted far too much. After a brief moment, Vase moved on with his lecture. I won't go any further on this specific topic for today. It deserves a more in-depth discussion. Let's get back to the heart of this course. The Eden Institute agreed to let me teach you frontier wisdom because it recognizes that it is useful for you to learn to be more proactive in an age where a lot of new possibilities have opened up and where your safety can no longer be guaranteed as before. My course is particularly relevant to students who aspire to become a pioneer like myself and take their fates in their own hands. The majority of students who enrolled in this course had no plans at all to become a pioneer and subject themselves to the risk of death like this daredevil of a professor. After all, they were all studying to become mech designers or business executives. Once they graduated, they would go on to work in well-protected design labs or office buildings that were ideally far away from any battlefields. Not everyone was necessarily like this. There were always dreamers among them who yearned for a better future than the trajectories they were supposed to follow. The new professor had made a sufficiently powerful impression on at least a few students for them to consider this more dangerous but exciting alternative. At the start of this class, I mentioned the dire state of red humanity in the new frontier. Vase spoke. My course is not designed to solve all of these difficult high-level problems. It is centered around helping you navigate this dangerous frontier environment. In order to do that, we must begin with a basic model that ties all of my lessons together. A new projection appeared that displayed numerous different keywords that all related to each other in one fashion or another. Each concept conveyed a lot of advantages and could form the basis of power of any organization. Vase swept his hand towards the theoretical model. I think you should take a look at. This is my third and final lesson for this session. Every actor in the frontier is stuck in a struggle for resources. Whether it is an individual mech designer like myself or a large colonial superstate like your Terran alliance, we are all reliant on resources to build up our forces and increase our odds of survival. Even the aliens who occupy most of the Red Ocean are short on certain resources that can further their military advantage. One defining feature about the frontier is that while there is a persistent shortage of many resources, there are greater opportunities to obtain them on both an individual and collective basis. One of the keywords lit up at this time. Manpower is one of the greatest shortcomings of red humanity. The aliens have many more bodies that can mine resources, produce goods, conduct research and crew their warships. While I am reasonably confident that we possess an advantage in top-level leader figures such as god pilots and star designers, it is physically impossible for us to negate this enormous disparity in numbers. Another keyword lit up next. Territory is a clear basis of power, wealth, and other resources. Without territory, there is not enough room for people to live on. Without territory, we cannot support so many industries needed to produce our war machines. Without territory, we cannot harvest enough raw materials to raise new fleets and armies. The aliens hold an overwhelming advantage in this aspect as well, so we must cherish what little we have in our hands. A third keyword started to glow. As I have said before, raw materials are needed to produce the assets we need to resist the alien onslaught. In addition, we need resources to develop our colonies and fuel our economies. On a more individual level, resources such as phase water can help us get ahead of our rivals and enable us to challenge stronger enemies. Professor Vase started to grin. Phase water is the most emblematic raw material in the new frontier. It is a resource that can strengthen and empower almost anything. It plays an essential role in fortifying defenses against alien aggressors. You can never have too much of it. A big reason why I have personally led numerous expeditions into the deeper parts of the frontier is because I have been able to harvest hundreds of kilograms of phase water. Each time I obtain another cache of it, I can readily use them to fortify my starships and upgrade my mechs without worrying about running out of it anytime soon. Doesn't that sound nice to you all? Do you think that you can obtain so much phase water by yourselves? A lot of students shook their heads. They may be Terrans, but even they could only dream of getting their hands on more than a couple of grams of phase water. He is right, Paulina Devonshire whispered to Klaus. I have yet to truly begin my studies in phase water theory and transphasic energy shields, but Master Layla DeVos already told me that I will need access to significant amounts of phase water to make future progress. I won't be able to conduct advanced research or develop new transphasic products if I don't have actual phase water to work with. If I can't prove to my employers that I can attain good results in my work, it will be hard for me to obtain the resources I need to further my understanding of phase water technology. Klaus did not dare to think so far. Phase water is too expensive to make it accessible to us. The professor is right in this regard. As the students all thought about the difficulty of gaining access to this all-important resource, Vase continued to hammer his point. Don't you think it is odd that a second-rater like myself is swimming with phase water while most of you will be lucky to ever get your hands on a couple of drops? The reason why you can never get enough phase water to support your own design or business ventures is because there are far too many powerful organizations and state institutions that have a need for this strategic resource as well. Those who hold greater power and closer access to phase water will prioritize their own interests over yours without exception. This is the downside of being at the bottom of the totem pole. It will never be your turn to work with significant amounts of phase water if you continue to follow the rules of your society. If you don't go out of your way to grab it yourself, then you deserve to have nothing to do with this scarce resource. His words struck a serious blow to the confidence of many students. More than a few of them aspired to work with transphasic technologies, but they were so expensive and high-end that the more established players in the mech industry and many other sectors already laid claim to every existing supply. Under normal circumstances, it might take an aspiring transphasic system specialist such as Paulina several decades to become qualified to lead her own phase water-oriented projects. It was not entirely certain whether that would happen at all due to the rapid changes taking place in Red Humanity's society. Without access to sufficient quantities of phase water, most mech designers would never have an opportunity to ride this trend and stand out among their rivals. This was why several ambitious students started to reconsider the matter of becoming a pioneer. Even if they had no intentions of accompanying expeditionary fleets into dangerous regions, it might still be profitable to fund their establishments and make subordinates work on their behalf. More and more Terrans started to get around to the eccentric professor's viewpoint. There were too few resources to satisfy everyone. It was not a good idea to passively stand by and wait for stuff to trickle in. That would only maintain the status quo at best, but it would never allow them to get ahead and advance their greater interests. There were many ways to address this inadequacy, and becoming a pioneer was just one of many possible solutions. Nonetheless, more and more students started to appreciate those who have invested heavily into their pioneering organizations and got rewarded for their efforts. Even though a lot of pioneers failed and suffered heavy losses as a consequence, those who succeeded, such as their new professor, had been able to make meteoric progress. Chapter 5136 The Struggle for Resources. Vase glanced at the time. He knew he had to wrap up his lecture soon. This was not necessarily because he was close to reaching the end of the time block for this lecture. He still had a lot of time to spare to hold a question and answer session after he wrapped up his presentation. He already dropped enough bombshells for today. He presented so many subversive ideas to these sheltered Terran students that they needed time to process his words before he could address any other related subject matters. However, the more acute reason why he was eager to bring his inaugural lecture to a close was because the status quo on the battlefield was on the verge of breaking. Although both sides managed to inflict serious damage on each other's starships, the enemy held a more decisive advantage due to their superior mobility characteristics. Each time his mechs invested a lot of effort into breaking the defenses of an alien ship, the vessel in question would quickly retreat and pull away at a speed that the spirit of Bentime could not match. This scumbag-like behavior frustrated Vase and the Larkinsons to no end, because the alien vessels would always be able to restore their transphasic energy shields in peace before returning into battle again. Only 3 Ursan destroyers had been forced to make a permanent exit in the running battle. They had opted to get closer in order to bring their shorter-ranged armaments to bear, but that granted the Macharia Excelsia better opportunities to strike them with repeated heavy piercing blows. The remaining alien vessels had learned their lesson from this incident and maintained a healthy distance from the human starship. This conservative approach drastically extended the duration of the ongoing pursuit, but it was the best way to preserve their numbers while guaranteeing victory over the long term. The aliens bet that their persistent attacks would slowly grind down the defenses of the spirit of Bentime. From the way this lengthy fight had progressed so far, their gambit was about to pay off unless the Golden Scullers took action to turn the tides. Vase proceeded to finish his current story. There are 2 more resources that merit greater attention, he told his remote audience. As mentioned before, technology, or rather knowledge, is our greatest advantage over the aliens. It can act as a powerful force multiplier that will enable us to defeat hundreds of alien warships with much less troops on our side. The battle that I am currently invested in is a typical example of that. Better tech can allow us to use much less resources to defeat many more numerous opponents. He was right in a sense. Even if he also enjoyed an advantage in superior high-level manpower, the spirit of Bentime and her contingent of mechs clearly used up a lot less materials than their current adversaries. The disparity in mass and volume could have become even greater if the professor employed proper first-class mechs and starships. Technology is one great advantage that we can leverage against our alien opposition. Vase spoke with a smirk. The other is a powerful resource that few people know how to tap into. Our relative proximity to Messier 87 has given us access to exotic radiation. While I can't say anything about our particle radiation, we humans already possess a head start in knowing how to leverage E-energy radiation. It shares a complex relationship with mechs as well as other disciplines that are a bit more obscure. Let me ask you another question. Compared to the other resources that I have mentioned, what is the greatest advantage of E-energy radiation? A fourth of the students who enrolled in the course raised their hands. Klaus did likewise at this time. However, he did not get picked this time. Professor Larkinson looked at another fourth-year student with greater interest. I can sense you have a special relationship with E-energy radiation, Mr. Sebastian Elkmar. Why don't you share your insight about this phenomenon with everyone? Klaus knew his classmate fairly well. Sebastian was a member of the Elkmar ancient clan. He used to be a rather typical highborn Terran, but he has changed a lot since he returned after the start of the latest semester. His entire vibe had undergone a huge change and his personality became different as well. As Sebastian steadily stood up, he supplied a brief but correct answer. E-energy radiation is abundantly available. It can be accessed in any part of the Red Ocean. It can freely be drawn upon without paying any cost aside from depriving it from other nearby users. Its supply is virtually endless. Vase nodded in agreement. Correct. E-energy radiation is almost the opposite of phase water in that sense. It is a strategic resource that can act as an incredibly powerful force multiplier. However, the main limitation that prevents most of us from tapping into its potential is lack of technology rather than extreme scarcity of supply. We are literally being flooded by it day and night, but almost all of it is going to waste because too few people know what to do with all of this stuff. This was true. Klaus and many of his classmates had yet to take any classes related to this new phenomenon because it was just too new. Their professors were all working hard to figure out its properties and how to apply it in their existing works. All of this took time, so the students had to wait at least a semester before the Eden Institute would be able to introduce courses on this new type of energy. Sebastian Elkmar decided to ask a question this time. E-energy radiation is widely available, but also challenging to control. How do you propose we make use of this resource, Professor? Vase grinned once again. There are many possible answers. Let me give you one that aligns most closely with my passion and my principles. E-energy radiation is the most generous gift to the common folk because anyone can theoretically draw upon its power. As a mech designer, I am working hard to design mechs and other inventive solutions that can enable our population to make use of E-energy radiation. Most people may be individually weak and not all that competent in this practice, but their power can reach frightening proportions once they form a collective. Let me give you a practical example of how clever usage of this resource can grant us an immense advantage in our ongoing war against the aliens. He turned around and opened a few communication channels. Let's proceed with the next step of the plan. Acknowledged. Although the current state of the spirit of Bentheim looked dire, Vase did not enter this battle without preparing a few extra cards. Part of the reasons why he did not use them sooner was because the purpose of this operation was to keep Stingray 2 and a significant chunk of Yurzan starships away from the main alien raiding fleet. If the spirit of Bentheim did not show enough vulnerabilities to give the aliens enough hope of taking her down, the enemy vessels might turn back prematurely. This was no longer a concern. When Vase switched his gaze to another projected feed, he could see that the main expeditionary fleet was finally about to close in and surround the original ambush site. Stingray 1 and all of the heavier and less mobile Yurzan warships would soon get attacked by a vastly superior allied mech force. Even if Stingray 2 and her entourage of lighter Yurzan warships turned back on this instant, it would be too late for them to make a difference. As soon as Vase issued the command that many of his men were waiting for, a major event set in motion in a completely different zone. Back in the Hex Federation, billions of Hexer colonists gathered together into organized groups and began to kneel in unison in front of projections of the ongoing battle. The live feeds that were broadcasted throughout all of the settlements of the Hex Federation all centered around the Macharia Excelsia. Right now, almost every single male and female Hexer prostrated and began to pray for victory for one of their ace pilots. All hail Saint Tess Ulrika Vraken. All hail the protector of the Hex Federation. I think you should take a look at all hail the blessed champion of the superior mother. The rituals and prayers were not entirely consistent, but the massed prayer activity across an entire colonial state was so enormous in scope that the Hexers actually managed to induce a vague and mysterious reaction. As Saintess Ulrika Vraken fought hard to deplete the transphasic energy shields of the enemy vessels, she began to feel a surge of power. Her eyes widened a bit as she noticed that her exhaustion no longer dragged her down as much as before. As the power surge continued to affect her in unknown ways, she felt that she had barely managed to tap into a pool of energy that was just begging to get used. The problem was that Ulrika did not feel she was capable or suited to tap into this enormous well of energy. As she tried to tap into this friendly but highly uncontrollable energy, her eyes began to glow like a goddess. She experienced an enormous degree of strain that was so overwhelmingly powerful that she could feel something inside begin to break. It was dangerous for her to remain in contact with the power of the collective hopes and prayers of the Hexer people for long. Ulrika gritted her teeth and utilized her supremely strong willpower to forcefully endure the pain and concentrate on forming multiple firing solutions against the enemy ships that had no clue what was coming. The ace pilot had been exchanging fire with them for several hours. She had long grown familiar with the movement patterns of each individual vessel. It took far less effort to prepare her firing solutions than at the beginning of the fight. The Phase King also took action at this time. He invested all of his effort into amplifying the transphasic properties of the Macharia Excelsia's mech rifle to an even greater extent than before. Once Ulrika was ready, she chose to pull the trigger of her supercharged hexfire rifle not once, but 6 times in rapid succession. Hexers shall reign supreme. 6 bright explosions took place as the overcharged energy beams not only punched straight through the struggling transphasic energy shields of the targeted Yersin light cruisers, but also bore straight through their hulls and destroyed so many compartments in essential ship systems that the alien vessels got crippled at once. The amount of operational alien vessels that were in the process of besieging the spirit of Bentheim had dropped to just 12 all of a sudden. This was not all. The plan prepared by the Golden Scullers included more than just the Hexers. While Saintess Ulrika Vraken and her Macharia Excelsia demolished the Yerzins, Vase had already shifted his attention towards Stingray 2. He had long built up a lot of animosity towards this fiendishly advanced alien warship. Stark, Amaranto, we are ready and waiting. When Vase formed a connection with his most accurate long-range masterwork mech once again, he quietly transferred Blinky to the other side. Muro. The mysterious gem set on the forehead of the Star Cat began to glow as the companion spirit tapped into Ves's accumulated Worklaw energy. Though Vase still knew far too little about the nature of this foreign energy type, that did not stop him from using it to his own advantage. Venerable Stark and the Amaranto were already somewhat acquainted with this extremely potent and violent type of energy. They proficiently charged up the instrument of vengeance and channeled as much true resonance to it as possible. Not only that, but the illustrious one also came down and tried to bless the Prime Luminaire crystal rifle as much as he could. The energy vortex around the Amaranto grew larger and more active as the masterwork expert mech attempted to pile up as much energy in the supercharged attack as possible, no matter the kind. Once the weapon had reached its ultimate limit, Venerable Stark steadily pulled the trigger of her weapon as she had already formed her own firing solution. It's over, Stark whispered with absolute certainty in her voice. A bright energy beam that looked and felt a lot different from the most recent volley of attacks surged out of the muzzle of the instrument of vengeance with fatal power. The beam quickly zipped across space before anyone could blink their eyes and followed an arching trajectory before they collided against the multi-layered transphasic energy shields of Stingray 2. Due to enduring a large quantity of attacks in the preceding hours, the defenses of the Puelmer heavy cruiser were no longer in their prime condition. Nonetheless, the intelligent aliens made sure to maintain a sufficient buffer in order to cope with any surprises. Yet for all of their calculations, none of the Puelmers expected the Amaranto to fire a shot empowered by a completely foreign energy type that was never included in their databases. The power of this empowered composite energy beam attack was so great that it not only punched through all of the energy shield layers, but also struck a portion of the main thrusters of the enemy vessel before burrowing deeper inside the hull. Due to the arcing trajectory of the energy beam, the strike damaged so many important ship systems that the vessel suddenly suffered a serious loss of firepower, defenses and mobility. Although Stingray 2 still retained a part of her fighting capabilities, the sudden drop in comprehensive performance caused the alien ship to become heavily disadvantaged all of a sudden. Meanwhile, everyone who witnessed all of this taking place from the auditorium of the Eden Institute became shocked at what had just occurred. The Terrans had never witnessed such an unexpected turn of events in an ongoing battle. Once Vase took in the outcome of these latest gambits, he smiled in satisfaction and turned towards his audience. That is how you beat the aliens. If you want to learn how to design mechs that can potentially produce comparable results, then I invite you to enroll in one of my other courses. Any questions? Chapter 5137 Blasting Lances. The aliens locked in a struggle against the spirit of Bentheim received a massive blow that shocked them to the core. The unexpectedly powerful outbursts from both the Macharia Excelsia and the Amaranto crushed their confidence and shocked them into retreat. None of the humans knew whether any ranking alien commander issued a general retreat or whether the individual aliens spontaneously chose to pull back. Whatever the case, as soon as 6 Yersin light cruisers and 1 crucial Puelmer heavy cruiser sustained heavy damage from machines that were only a fraction of their size, the remaining N Yersin warships split up from each other and ran the hell away from the scary human capital ship. Given how much of a scare all of those fleeing Yerzins received, they might not stop warping away like their lives depended upon it until they finally exited the Corellix system entirely. Don't bother with chasing or eliminating the fleeing Yerzin warships. The remaining destroyers and light cruisers are too fast for us to catch up to them. General Verl spoke over the command net. Venerable Joshua, move out and neutralize the threat posed by Stingray 2 as best as possible. Prevent the ship from moving and disable her gun batteries with as minimal damage as possible. We will soon send out shuttles filled with small-scale bots to secure the interior. Roger that, I'm on my way, Joshua reported as the Everchanger rocketed away from the scarred but indomitable spirit of Bentime. Venerable Brutus, Venerable Isabel, I need the two of you to move out and do the same for the 6 Yearsen light cruisers struck by the Macharia Excelsia. Each of them have sustained heavy damage, but some of their gun batteries and other important modules are still working. Once you have taken care of them, we will dispatch boarding troops to clean up any remaining resistance inside the vessels and take them over if possible. Understood. The Star Dancer Mark II and the Promethea both split up and confidently set out to disable the gun batteries and other threatening features from the crippled vessels. Venerable Brutus Woden had only played a relatively minor role in the battle so far, so he and his expert mech were still in good condition to handle the more intact and troublesome alien vessels. Venerable Isabel Coden and the Promethea had expended a lot more effort throughout the lengthy engagement, but it hardly mattered now that the tide had turned. Exhausted or not, the Promethea was exceptionally suited to fight warships, especially now that the crippled vessels lost their transphasic energy shield coverage. Venerable Stark, please keep watch and remain vigilant for any ambushes and surprise attacks that may occur. The most notable threats that may emerge are the sudden launch of superweapons from a hidden archeship or activation of exotic high technology from Stingray 2. We have deployed additional listening devices to increase our detection rate, but stay sharp. Acknowledged. The expert pilot spoke. Saintess Ulrica, please report your condition. Are you still in good fighting condition? A weary and pained female voice spoke back. That took more out of me than I expected. I can still fight if I have to, but I can't exert more than 20% of my peak ability at this time. I cannot even maintain my Saint Kingdom anymore. General Verl frowned, though he had already been warned that this might happen. What is your estimate on your recuperation time? Weeks, maybe a month. I can't give you a more precise estimate. Understood. If possible, please remain visible and present a strong posture to anyone who may be watching. Even if our adversaries have guessed that you have lost most of your combat effectiveness, we still need to deter them as much as possible. I will do my best, but I won't be able to do the best possible job without an active Saint Kingdom. While the expert mechs moved into action, the spirit of Bentime did not remain idle. The ship turned around and approached within 30 kilometers of Stingray 2 before deploying her gravity net. This essentially prevented the damaged Puelmer heavy cruiser from re-engaging a warp drive or activating any other alien device that relied on spatial warping. The battle on this side of the Corelix system had essentially come to an end. There was no chance for the crippled warships to make a comeback. The Golden Skull Alliance had built up a lot of proficiency on how to safely secure and capture damaged alien vessels, so unless the aliens blew up their own vessels somehow, there was little chance that any complications might occur. The Transcendent Punishers all remained on standby while the expert mechs all undertook their own respective tasks. The Larkinsons directed special attention towards Stingray 2. Venerable Joshua carefully disabled the gun batteries that were largely unable to track or threaten his expert mech. At the same time, the Everchanger switched his design spirit to Lufa and amplified his glow to envelop the entire crippled and immobilized alien vessel. The trapped Puelmer crew members were probably unreconciled at their imminent defeat. They could be trying to overload their power reactors, arm any possible antimatter bombs that the vessel might be carrying, wipe all of the data in their alien computer systems or try to board their escape vehicles. Whatever the case, under the calming influence of the Angel of Tranquility, it became a lot harder for the defeated Puelmers to summon the desire to offer any further resistance. Seeing that the situation on this side of the battlefield was under control, Vase relaxed and started to shift his attention to the much larger scale battle taking place close to the original ambush site. The rest of the expeditionary fleet had begun its assault on the partially crippled Stingray 1 and the diminished Yearsen raiding fleet. The absence of a fair amount of destroyers and light cruisers did not seem to reduce the firepower of the main alien fleet too much, but the consequences were actually a lot more serious for the aliens in this confrontation. This was because the smaller and faster warships were actually a lot more suitable to repel small craft. The lack of a hefty amount of smaller and faster firing gun batteries made it so that the tens of thousands of mechs approaching from a distance sustained a lot less interception fire than normal. Although the remaining warships still possessed plenty of guns that could eliminate a mech with a single direct hit, the mech forces of the Golden Skull Alliance had scattered their units like usual to reduce the loss rate. Having drawn a lot of lessons from their previous assault against the Wiednar raiding fleet, the Mech forces entered the fray with additional adaptations compared to last time. I think you should take a look at, for example, the mechs leading the charge this time consisted of Lancer mechs that carried special armaments this time. The familiar Transcendent Chargers flew alongside the Red Lances that debuted in battle for the first time. Regardless of their model, both groups of mechs were equipped with the specially developed Transphasic Blast Lances at this time. The Larkinson clan invested 5 grams of phase water in each of these special lances. Although Dulo Voikin and the design department held high expectations for this specialized shield-breaking weapon, it still remained uncertain whether they were worth the expense. Compared to the Transcendent Chargers, the new Red Lances held their Transphasic blast weapons with greater confidence. Their design spirits were entirely different. While the Transcendent Chargers were more suitable to be deployed against mechs due to their greater precision, the Red Lances were expressly designed to counter shielded warships due to receiving the support of the Phase King. The Red Lances soon overtook the other Lancer mechs with the help of their more modern and powerful flight systems. As the dozens of recently fabricated Lancer mechs flew closer, they attracted more attention from the aliens. Stingray 1's impressively accurate secondary laser cannon batteries managed to down 7 Red Lances alone before these new mechs had any opportunity to complete a single charge in their short lifetimes. Fortunately, the quantity of mechs barreling forth was so exaggerated that the Puelmer heavy cruiser spread its firepower and focused on eliminating other mechs as well. This gave the remaining Red Lances a good opportunity to close in on a large Yurzan warship at an oblique angle and drive their exaggeratingly long blast lances into a segmented energy shield. As the Red Lances moved close enough, their sturdy lances collided against the energy shields with considerable force before unleashing Transphasic directional explosions just an instant later. As the segmented shield suffered a rapid succession of serious blows, the Red Lances turned away and barely managed to prevent themselves from colliding against the energy shields with their frames. After suffering several dozen Transphasic explosions, the heavily abused segmented energy shield momentarily collapsed. A momentary gap had emerged. Before the alien vessel could attempt to close it by shifting another segment in its place, a handful of charging Red Lances and Transcendent Chargers managed to pass through the main defensive layer of the Yurzan warship. "We're inside, let's wreck these gun batteries." Even though only a small amount of mechs got through, they enjoyed near absolute superiority in the current situation. Most of the large and powerful gun batteries were rendered completely defenseless as they were physically unable to track or angle their muzzles towards the fast-moving mechs. The Lancer mechs employed multiple lances to wreck the most threatening gun batteries before using a shorter and handier spear to destroy the remaining gun batteries. Though the unprepared Yurzans quickly tried to relieve their mech infestation by calling back a couple of squadrons of starfighters, they were unable to move past the entanglement of hundreds of other mechs that were eager to cut them down. Elsewhere, the Golden Scullers intended to neutralize the threat posed by Stingray 1 as much as possible. They already had a fairly good estimation of how powerful she was by studying the performance of Stingray 2. While the ships possessed many individual differences, they both boasted a respectable amount of secondary laser cannon batteries that were good at taking out lots of mechs with precise but overwhelmingly powerful shots. A lot of ranged mechs had already begun to open fire on Stingray 1, but the multi-layered Transphasic energy shields of the Puelmer homeship resisted the relatively weak attacks with remarkable efficiency. The only standard mechs that were able to deal more effective damage against this vessel were the nullifiers, but once Stingray 1 expressly concentrated her fire against the elite battlecrier mechs, the Transphasic rifleman mechs quickly started to drop. The nullifier battalion hastily aborted its attack and pulled back before it lost too many of its elite mechs and mech pilots. Leave Stingray 1 to our ace mechs. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem are enough to contain this Puelmer warship. This was true to an extent. Without the support of the Macharia Excelsia's firepower, it would take a much longer time to exhaust Stingray 1's defenses. The Puelmers would have plenty of time to employ all sorts of dangerous countermeasures over the course of this fight. This was why a certain expert pilot decided to step forward and propose an alternative solution. "Leave Stingray 1 up to me." Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson spoke. "I can take her down myself. I just need to make my Dark Zephyr bypass the enemy ship's energy shields." "Are you being serious, Venerable Tusa? Your expert mech did not receive any recent upgrades that suggests that it has gained this capability." "That's because it's not necessary. I can do it myself. Believe in me, it won't take long to see whether I'm right or wrong. I am already closing in on Stingray 1. As the Dark Zephyr danced around the laser beams that sought to intercept the elusive expert light skirmisher, Tusa actually could not guarantee that he would be able to do what he claimed. Nonetheless, the expert pilot boldly charged forward as he was determined to succeed this time. Chapter 5138 Freedom Fighter Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson resonated with his Dark Zephyr to the utmost as he concentrated on how to overcome his latest challenge. The expert pilot had been searching for a way to make himself more relevant in battles against warships for a long time. No matter whether the Dark Zephyr received his long-awaited upgrade or not, a light skirmisher simply did not possess the hard power needed to effectively breach the ubiquitous transphasic energy shields that so many alien warships possessed. Any other mech at the same level could do a much better job than a machine that primarily wielded a pair of short weapons. Although Tusa knew that he could make his expert mech a little more suitable for the job by switching to a heavier and more powerful weapon loadout, he instinctively resisted such a shift. This was not because he disliked making greater contributions for the clan. He just felt that he would be turning his back on his true self if he diverged from the archetype of a light skirmisher. Expert pilots needed to stay true to themselves. This was why Tusa opted to focus on learning how to defeat alien warships in his own way as opposed to resorting to other solutions that were much less perfect. The shadow dance that he had been obsessed with as of late offered a small amount of hope of being able to bypass the shields. As long as a practitioner completely immersed himself into shadow, he could theoretically become as insubstantial as one. However, turning into a literal shadow was far easier said than done. It demanded a lot of training as well as a lot of comprehension of the nature of shadow. Tusa had thought long and hard about embracing the power of shadow even further in order to gain the qualifications to pull off the most advanced techniques of the shadow dance. However, his latest sparring session against Kedis ultimately caused him to reevaluate his fighting style and his approach towards combat. The enlightenment fruit gifted by Vase had opened Tusa's perspective on how he could utilize his power a lot better. However, Kedis was right that the foreign knowledge had also led him to turn away from his original fighting style and methods. Expert pilots needed to stay true to themselves. Tusa had often heard this adage from the advice given by older high-ranking pilots, but he had somehow overlooked it in his greed for power. No more. He acknowledged that the shadows had become a part of his life, but that did not mean it represented his best and strongest aspects. He had always yearned to be free and move without any constraint. During some of his live practice sessions with the Dark Zephyr, he often liked to fly around at high speed until his expert mech started to run low on energy. Even though he did not get that much done during these extended flight sessions, Tusa still experienced a lot of peace and enjoyment in these times. "You have made the right decision, Tusa." The Dark Zephyr spoke as the expert light skirmisher continued to close in on Stingray 1. "You are noticeably more passionate when you are trying so hard to embrace the shadows. I would have thought you would have liked that more considering your name." "I did not choose this name." The Dark Zephyr had grown alongside Tusa for years. The machine fed off him and evolved to complement his pilot even better than before. Although the mech recently acquired a touch of the element of shadow, he still retained much of his original character. Now that Tusa fully returned to his original self, he felt that he was able to resonate with his expert mech considerably better than before. This encouraged him to commit to this action even more. As the Dark Zephyr rapidly tried to close in on his target, Stingray 1 already became embroiled in a dance with the Jeddah Sandovar. The ace light skirmisher of the Adelaide 3rd Fleet had caught up to the maneuvering Puelmer heavy cruiser. A lot faster than any other machine. St. Marissa Lewandowski had already activated her smoky domain field, which readily engulfed the entire alien vessel and drastically reduced her ability to shoot down mechs. Although the Puelmer warship oddly managed to continue with shooting down mechs by relying on targeting data collected through other means, the Jeddah Sandovar still played an extensive role in reducing the threat posed by this technologically advanced vessel. Venerable Tusa was able to charge forward with greater confidence for that reason. Whatever attacks the debilitated warship launched at his Dark Zephyr did not even come close to striking his machine. As his expert light skirmisher continued to advance, Tusa tried his best to succeed with his next move. He took a huge risk by deciding to charge towards the enemy vessel at a steep angle. This not only increased the chance of a painful and damaging collision, but also made it a lot harder to split away at the last second. Tusa intentionally wanted to corner himself in order to make sure he fully committed to this course of action. The risk of causing his Dark Zephyr to collide almost straight onto a solid transphasic energy shield like a giant projectile was not light, but it was the only way he could think of to squeeze out the utmost of his potential. Even though the Yurzan raiding fleet had become a lot less dangerous and threatening now that the spirit of Bentheim had drawn away Stingray 2 and a bunch of lighter alien warships, pilots such as Tusa still had ways to raise the stakes and press themselves to their limits. "Come on, Blackwing, let's do this together." Chip chip, Tusa's avian companion spirit emerged from his head and began to inhabit the Dark Zephyr's flight system. This caused the expert mech to move a little more vigorously than before. "Trisk, work with me on this. Let's show our entire clan that fast and light mechs can beat these alien warships as well." "Chirrup, I think you should take a look at one of the two design spirits of the Dark Zephyr." Began to actively channel a greater proportion of her power into the expert mech. This not only helped Tusa enter into the right mindset, but also caused the expert mech to move as if it had lost a bit of mass. With the help of these additional spirits, Tusa and the Dark Zephyr fell into sync and unified their thoughts on only a single purpose. They wanted to get past the powerful energy barriers that Stingray 1 relied upon to resist all of the attacks that kept the human mechs at bay. Tusa's willful actions attracted a lot of concern from other Larkinsons, but the expert pilot ignored all incoming transmissions. He was determined to prove his worth and capabilities. Just because the much more powerful Saint Marissa Lewandowski and her blazingly fast Jetta Sandovar were incapable of bypassing Stingray 1's energy shields did not necessarily mean that he was subject to the same restrictions. As the Dark Zephyr was on the verge of colliding against the outermost layer of transphasic energy shields, Tusa came to a sudden realization. Freedom has no limits. Shortly after that, the expert mech plunged into the Jetta Sandovar's obscuring Saint Kingdom and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only Saint Marissa Lewandowski knew what happened to the incoming expert light skirmisher. She stayed silent for a few seconds before she took the initiative to withdraw a part of the insubstantial smoke that blocked everyone's vision. Her ace mech tipped the veil just enough to reveal that Stingray 1 remained in the same condition as before. The Dark Zephyr had not affected the multi-layered transphasic energy shields in the slightest. "Where's Tusa? Where is his expert mech?" It took only a short time later for the Dark Zephyr to reappear in everyone's sight. Much to the surprise of many skeptical and doubtful observers, the Dark Zephyr actually appeared on the other side of the energy shields. The expert light skirmisher did not exhibit any sign that it had smashed through any strong barriers. Its frame remained completely untouched by any collisions or other adverse consequences. Tusa succeeded. He actually did it. He somehow phased through not one, but several transphasic energy shields. As the Larkinsons and their allies were just beginning to register the magnitude of Venerable Tusa's accomplishment, the expert pilot himself was trying his best to recover from his earlier exertion while preventing the Puelmer homeship's tertiary gun batteries from swatting down his machine. Despite his worsened condition, joy and jubilation welled up inside his heart. "We did it, partner. We actually did it. We leapt past all of those energy shields. We did. I knew we could do it. You just had to follow your heart." Most people thought that the Dark Zephyr had essentially phased through the energy shields similar to how Lucky phased through a wall. Only Tusa and his partners knew that this was not quite accurate. He did not pull off a spatial technique per se. He did not borrow any help from the Phase King, but instead aligned himself to Trisk. As a design spirit, Trisk never attracted as much attention as her more high-profile peers such as Lufa and Helena. However, Vase originally birthed her out of the spiritual remains of the Inexorable One. These extraordinary ancient alien roots granted Trisk certain qualities that elevated her own domain and specialties. It was through Trisk that Tusa was able to deepen his insights on the power of freedom and gain the additional support he needed to perform a true leap through space. Although Tusa was not a scientist, from his perspective his Dark Zephyr had somehow ignored every wall, barrier or obstacle that could inhibit his passage and went through like they did not exist. This was a greater form of movement that was not reliant on spatial manipulation or the power of phase water. It was a pure expression of transcendent freedom that momentarily liberated Tusa and the Dark Zephyr from any chains that anchored him from not just the material realm, but all of the other realms, which was why not even transphasic barriers could play a useful role. "Stop basking in your glory and get to work, Tusa." "Ah, yes, I'm on it." Venerable Tusa quickly shook his head and began to take advantage of his highly advantageous position. Just like any other warship, Stingray 1 possessed little means to repel small craft that had come close enough to stand on her hull. The only gun turrets that could reasonably threaten the Dark Zephyr were the tertiary gun batteries, but they were so weak and inadequate that the expert light skirmisher could easily resist any attack that he was unable to avoid for whatever reason. Instead of trying to knife down all of the gun batteries one by one, the expert mech pulled out the transphasic grenades stored in his bandoliers and started to toss them across the surface of the hull. Multiple explosions occurred on several sides as the Dark Zephyr's explosive arsenal disabled or heavily damaged dozens of deadly gun batteries. The expert light skirmisher soon held a pair of knives before beginning to savage the gun turrets that had survived his initial attack. The unfortunate Quelmer vessel launched highly agile missiles and employed several other solutions to shake the Dark Zephyr away, but none of these measures succeeded in taking down an expert light skirmisher that was too fast and too close to properly target. Ha ha ha! Venerable Tusa laughed with glee as his machine destroyed one important ship module after another. This is how a light mech should fight. A light skirmisher like mine should be busy with targeting alien warships where they are weak. There's no need for me to waste my power on destroying those annoyingly tough shields. Tusa felt as if he had undergone a rebirth. Shadows no longer clouded his will any longer. He had managed to embrace his freedom once again. Chapter 5139 End of Class. The outcome of the main battle against Stingray 1 and her remaining Yurzan's escorts was never in doubt. Once the aliens took the bait and split up their warships in order to chase after the Spirit of Bentime, the ships left behind did not have the numbers to resist several mech divisions as well as 2 ace mechs. However, the losses were still bound to be serious, especially if the technologically advanced Quelmer heavy cruiser was given a chance to fire her gun batteries for an extended period of time. Her weapon systems were a lot more accurate and precise than the warship armaments of other races. The planners and officers of the Golden Skull Alliance already budgeted for all of the casualties inflicted by the Quelmer homeship. Just because the Phobos managed to cripple her warp drives did not mean her other systems dropped in performance. So long as her shield generators and gun batteries remained intact, she could still function as a relatively mobile gun platform that could resist a lot of attacks while dishing out a lot of punishment in return. While the expert mechs and ace mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance could easily evade or resist these powerful attacks, the same could not be said for all of the other mech units. It therefore came as a pleasant surprise to everyone that Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson overcame the alien homeship's powerful barriers far sooner than projected. No one cared that the Dark Zephyr's success could not be replicated by any other machine. So long as just a single mech managed to get this close to the hull of an alien ship, the latter had already been checkmated. It just took a decent amount of time and effort for the expert light skirmisher to thoroughly disable Stingray 1's gun batteries, thrusters, and any shield generators that the mech could reach without inflicting excessive damage to the valuable prize. In any case, now that the Dark Zephyr was in the process of crippling Stingray 1 with impunity, the remaining mech pilots could breathe much easier now that the greatest threat had been taken off the board. Damn it, the Yurzans are making a run for it. They've completely given up any pretense of defending Stingray 1. They are already splitting off in different directions while activating their warp drives. Stop them as much as possible. Forget about chasing after the larger and more well-defended Yurzan warships. It takes too much effort for most of our mechs to overcome their defenses. The Penitent Sisters and Glory Seekers must launch their battle formations as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the remaining units should focus their attacks on the smaller vessels. The Yurzans still had too many ships for the mech forces to immobilize all of them. The mechs of the expeditionary fleet could inflict a lot of damage if they concentrated their firepower, but that still left many alien ships free to warp out of range and make their way out of the Corelix system without suffering any further damage. Although the expeditionary fleet could still pursue a handful fleeing alien ships by sending superdrive-equipped carriers after them, there were too few of the latter to make this worthwhile. No matter what, alien warships were still highly capable of beating up starships with their formidable primary gun batteries. The cleanup continued after the outcome of the battle was decided a lot sooner than everyone expected. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem contributed significantly to the capture of several fleeing warships. Since the 2 ace mechs were no longer needed to contain Stingray 1, they fully unleashed their superior might against the inferior Yurzan warships that showed far too little will to fight. Back at the Spirit of Bentime, Vase smiled a little brighter when he saw that the main enemy raiding fleet had fallen apart. Though he felt a little annoyed that the Yurzans showed a lot less spine than the Wiedners, Stingray 1 at least fell into the hands of the Golden Skull Alliance. The value of this single sub-capital ship far exceeded that of a dozen Yurzan warships. Vase no longer needed to pay attention to the situation in the field anymore. He could devote most of his attention to answering the questions of the students who attended his first lecture. Of course, the question and answer session was restricted to the 250 students who actually enrolled for his Frontier Wisdom course. If he had to answer the questions of the tens of thousands of other students, he would probably remain stuck here all day. One of the students sitting in the auditorium of the Eden Institute rose up after Vase granted her permission to speak. Can I ask why you have placed yourself in personal peril when it is not entirely necessary for a mech designer to accompany a ship entering into lethal combat? What is your rationale? Do you place so much importance into building up an image of a warlord? Do you recommend that other pioneers learn from your example? I think you should take a look at. Vase smiled back at his remote audience. There are many reasons why I chose to lead from the front. Frankly speaking, none of you will fully be able to understand the benefits of doing so unless you put yourself in the same position. I have reserved a greater discussion on proper risk management in a future lecture. I can promise you that you will fully be able to understand my reasoning by then. Before any of you form any misunderstandings, I do not want all of you to board a ship and head straight into the deep frontier. This is a lifestyle and a vocation that is only reserved for a small minority of individuals who are deeply unsatisfied with their existing circumstances and are willing to resort to desperate measures to jump out of their cages. That was far too little information to satisfy the people who wanted to know the answer, but Vase was not willing to give out any spoilers for any future lesson content. A certain student looked a lot more eager to ask his question than his other peers. He was practically hopping on his seat while stretching his arm out as far as possible. Vase inwardly grinned at the sight and decided to indulge the fellow. Mr. Klaus Rabar Fulton, what is it you would like to ask? Though the student was filled with excitement, he still knew how to present himself with decorum like a proper Terran. Professor Larkinson, we have all seen a small amount of your impressive works in action. How much do your mechs and expert mechs depend on your Class 9 design philosophy and excellent craftsmanship to exceed the performance of other comparable second-class mechs? Vase chuckled a bit. I see that you have enrolled in my other 2 courses as well. You should be able to obtain a complete answer once you have finished them. In short, all of the mechs you have seen aside from the Ace Mech are largely powerful due to the extensive growth they have experienced. Just like their pilots, these machines have served for years and survived numerous battles. The qualities that I have endowed them with has enabled them to grow independently and alongside their pilots, thereby causing them to evolve in ways that make them more effective in future engagements. I know this might sound crazy to most of you, but that is the nature of a Class 9 design philosophy. Will we be able to learn enough about your design philosophy to design a similar mech that can grow like your work? Klaus quickly asked a second question. That is a complicated question. Vase replied. I have yet to realize my design philosophy, so it is a lot harder for me to pass on my teachings than is the case with your other professors. Designing a living mech is not a requirement to pass my course. Otherwise its title wouldn't have included, Introduction to. However, in my experiences with sharing my design philosophies with my collaborators, it is certainly possible for students such as yourself to design a basic mech that is alive, in a certain sense of the word. You do not need to adopt my design philosophy to make that happen. You can remain committed to your own chosen specializations. You only have to keep an open mind towards my teachings. Klaus looked satisfied with the answers and sat down again. He actually wanted to ask a lot more questions based on his observations of the previous battle, but he knew that he would have to wait until his next classes had begun before he could obtain more answers. Although the Terran student had no idea whether he was even suited to design mechs like the ones he had witnessed earlier, he could not deny his attraction towards them. Second-class mechs or not, their handsome appearances and their notably high effectiveness in combat appealed to him as an aspiring mech designer. Compared to dedicating his career to a more boring and mundane specialization like sensor systems, he felt obviously more attracted to designing mechs that were not only a lot better put together, but could also grow more powerful by themselves. The professor might not have elaborated on it, but Klaus was still clever enough to figure out that a key advantage to designing a self-growing mech was that its performance could match that of much more expensive products over time. This was a pretty cheap way to increase the competitiveness of his own products. Sure, the part about needing years of growth in order to make his mechs powerful enough to put up a good fight against other industry-standard products was a pretty big downside, but it offered him an opportunity to occupy a niche in the lower end of the Terran Alliance's mech market. Of course, before he could start a viable mech business based on self-evolving mechs, he first needed to raise the capital and build up the connections needed to make that happen. Professor Larkinson already selected another student. Mr. Ryan Shuku, what is your question? The scion of an ancient clan rose up and spoke up in a dignified manner. The mechs that you have demonstrated to us display combat capabilities that are far in excess to what their apparent designs and construction are presumably able to produce. I understand that your unconventional design philosophy plays a large role in that, but it is clear that additional variables have also affected their damage output. How replicable are they, and will you teach the skills needed to impart these strengths in our own works? Vase felt pleased that he had managed to arouse the interest of a more important Terran student. Although he was committed to treating his students fairly, he could not overlook the prominent status of a member of an ancient clan. As long as he was able to form an amicable relationship with such students, Vase could easily take advantage of these connections once he was ready to be promoted to a first-class mech designer. Possibilities like these were part of the reason why he worked so hard to obtain a teaching position in a first-class university. A lot of the more notable properties displayed by my mechs indeed go far beyond just living mechs. I cannot elaborate on them further because they are part of my proprietary trade secrets. There are even aspects of my work that I cannot openly divulge because the Red 2 prefer not to spread certain pieces of information. Knowledge is power. A university is normally a place where it is shared freely, but not all of it can be shared without consequences. I can tell you that I have learned a lot of forbidden knowledge throughout my expeditions. This is a partial answer why I am so eager to go on expeditions. The frontier holds many secrets, and as long as you are able to stumble upon them yourself, no one can keep it away from your hands. Chapter 5140 Pedagogic Mindset. The Battle of Corelix came to a fairly satisfying conclusion. Stingray 1 and Stingray 2 both fell into the hands of the Golden Skull Alliance while remaining mostly intact. Around 2 years in battleships, 17 years in cruisers and 12 years in destroyers turned into prizes as well, though their conditions were so mixed that a few vessels were literally on the verge of falling apart. Aside from that, the expeditionary fleet also gained access to a decent amount of additional wreckage, although it would be a lot more troublesome to extract value from these broken pieces. The battleships burned by the Promethea particularly had to be discounted due to how much her domineering flames had burned so much tech and valuable materials. Nonetheless, any salvage was worth money no matter how much its condition had degraded. There was always a market for large quantities of metals in a society that was chronically short on materials to further its vital military and industrial buildup. One of the more pleasant bonuses of this operation was the unexpected discovery and capture of a damaged but still operational Archeship. The diligent Ovenbird had already scooped up the ship that Lucky single-handedly secured in one of her warm ovens. The biggest fly in the ointment was the fact that a lot of Yurzan warships managed to escape the range of all of the mechs and warped away like no tomorrow. The expeditionary fleet did not possess the capabilities to chase after all of these fleeing alien vessels, especially when they split in dozens of different directions as they made their way out of the Corelix system. The Golden Skull Alliance could do little to these cowardly aliens aside from adopting a defensive posture to protect all of the captured prize ships and salvageable debris. After all, the alien warships could easily regroup and turn around again as soon as the expeditionary fleet became vulnerable again. Vase knew that the Battle of Corelix still produced far better results than typical engagements against alien fleets. Most pioneering forces had to invest a huge amount of effort to even force an alien fleet into battle. Even then, without implementing thorough means to limit the operation of enemy warp drives, the aliens always had the option of beating a quick retreat from the moment they started to enter into a losing position. All of this highlighted the importance of adopting warp drives or superdrives. Without more ships like the Spirit of Bentime that could at least keep up with some of the alien ships in warp, it would always be difficult for human forces to force their adversaries into standing battles. He could worry about these issues later. While the expeditionary fleet had already started to undertake search, rescue and capture operations, Vase continued to communicate with the Terrans that were situated far away from the battlefield. His explosive inaugural lecture had finally come to an end. Many eager, excited and inspired students steadily filed out of the auditorium and discussed what they witnessed during the battle. Vase felt quite satisfied at the outcome of this highly publicized lecture. He had basically managed to meet all of the goals that he strived for when he dared to do this in the middle of a dangerous engagement. Hardly any Terrans looked down on him as a second-rater anymore. While the class difference could not be erased, the first thoughts that came to mind when they thought about Professor Larkinson was that he was a courageous warlord who dared to fight against alien warships at close range. In a society that heavily revered heroes and successful leaders, Vase had ensured that he would always stand out among the other professors in a positive fashion. He managed to win over the respect of most of his students. Even if he did not hold another lecture during a serious battle in the future, this memorable event would always form a part of his constantly expanding myth. After the conclusion of his first question and answer session, the projection of Vase moved backstage where he met with a satisfied dean. "Excellent job, Professor Larkinson. You have made a better impression than I anticipated." Master Layla DeVos spoke with a smile. "I expected you to employ your typical evocative presentation approach that you have demonstrated in your prior public appearances, but your ability to connect with our Terran students is remarkable." Vase mostly shrugged. "I am sure those young professionals are all capable of speaking just as well in public. I mainly relied on two factors to compensate for my shortcomings. First, I prepared for this occasion well in advance, taking special care to learn what my students are like and what subjects might hold their interest. Second, I exploited the battle on my end to turn this lecture into a unique and unheard of spectacle. If I did not go through such extremes to capture the respect and imagination of my students, I probably don't deserve to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in front of most of your student body." The Terran Master Mech designer's demeanor turned more serious. "I think you should take a look at, you have a sober perspective on your position. That is good. I feared that you may have developed an inflated opinion of yourself after holding just a single class. Effective teachers have no need to rely on stagecraft to convey their lessons to their pupils. Their theories, their stories and the manner in which they communicate their wisdom are the criteria that truly matters in our teaching profession." He nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I do not plan to do anything exciting for my next lessons. I actually have to teach a lot about mech design in my other two courses, and I can't do so when my ship is under heavy fire. I only really needed to do this once. I am well aware that the vast majority of Terrans are not suited for the active life that I have chosen for myself." The expression of Master DeVos grew sterner at the mention of the possible example that he had set for the student body. "This is one of the subjects that I need to discuss with you. Many of our best and most prized students are members of prominent clans, families and other long-standing organizations. Each of their heritages and traditions go back for centuries or millennia. One of the many reasons why they have lasted to the present day is how they have carefully planned the educations and careers of their descendants. As a professor of the Eden Institute of Business and Technology, it is your responsibility to teach the knowledge set in the curriculum of your courses. It is not your responsibility to be their parent or career advisor. We especially do not want to hear you encourage our students to rebel against their own clans and set off into the deep frontier in a misguided attempt to make their lives more meaningful." He could tell that Master DeVos was truly upset about this issue. Vase admitted to himself that it might not have been politically correct for him to subtly instigate rebellion in a culture that placed an extremely high importance in respecting long-standing traditions and conforming to the established hierarchy of Terran society. "I will pay more attention in this area," he promised to his direct superior. "I already plan to add more nuance on this subject in a future lecture. It is almost impossible for individuals to become a pioneer and build up an entire fleet by themselves. They will most certainly need a lot of backing to acquire the mechs, starships, personnel, funding and other necessities to explore the frontier. I cannot avoid this subject matter entirely, though. My Frontier Wisdom course is primarily aimed at students that intend to work in this dangerous sphere in one capacity or another." The older mech designer accepted this response. "Rapdi Alpha S Novelle, there is indeed a place in our institute for a course such as yours. That said, please transmit your lesson plans for your upcoming lecture of this course to my address. I am not doubting you, but I must exercise due diligence to ensure your intentions align with ours. We have already started to receive complaints from concerned clans about your more problematic messages." That sounded dangerous to Vase. A lot of Terran clans held a lot of power, wealth and influence. He did not want to add another bunch of powerful enemies to his list. "Am I in trouble, Master DeVos?" "No, we are well equipped to handle the complaints ourselves. We are fulfilling our responsibility as your employer. This is how it works. We hired you to become our professor because we want you to share your message to our students. If you ever say anything that is controversial, the principal fault lies with us because we have selected you in the first place. I see, we still have limits, mind you. If your speeches diverge completely from the curriculum and the regulations that we have set, it is you who will be at fault. Our institution will not shield a professor who deliberately tarnishes our reputation, do you understand? The Eden Institute wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice Vase if he put his foot in his mouth and stirred up too much trouble. All of this sounded fair to him. He held no resentment towards the school for setting a limit to their tolerance. Professors were never supposed to act like egotistical problem children. I promise that I will be on my best behavior. Vase responded and bowed. Good. Let us move on to a more pleasant topic. The master began to smile again. The demand to attend your courses has skyrocketed after you have concluded your lecture. We are receiving thousands of requests to reopen the enrollment window for not just your Frontier Wisdom course, but also your other two ones. As the man in charge of all three of them, I will leave the decision up to you. Are you willing to make a late adjustment and expand the size of your classes? This was a difficult issue for Vase to decide upon. He would love to come into contact with more students in a semester. The more Terrans he taught, the more extensively he could build his network in the Terran Alliance. However, Vase did not allow his initial success in his teaching career to give him any delusions about his actual teaching ability. He had no idea how many students he could effectively handle in any of his classes. His workload would also increase a lot if he had to become responsible for double, triple or quadruple the amount of brats who signed up for his courses. Let's keep the current numbers for now. Vase decided. As you have already said before, rules are rules. Those students already had their chance and wasted it. The fact that they have missed the enrollment window is a consequence of their own lack of judgment and analytical ability. If they are still interested in my courses, they can always try to sign up for them before the start of the next semester. Well said, Professor Larkinson. You are already starting to apply a pedagogic approach to your decision-making. Everything we do in our institute is for the purpose of preparing the next generation of mech designers, businessmen and other professionals to adequately assume the burden of progressing our civilization. This has become an even more acute priority now that we have completely lost the ability to transfer fresh personnel from the Milky Way galaxy. Master Layla DeVos expressed a consistent concern for the future of red humanity. As an educator, she was very cognizant of how much of a difference she could make in the transformation of the naive young adults of today into the visionary leaders of human society of tomorrow. Vase couldn't help but become affected by the master mech designer's earnest goals and aspirations. Teaching was a noble profession. He felt honored for being given the opportunity to correctly shape the minds of so many young students. Chapter 5141 Deeper Admiration. After Vase concluded his insightful talk with Master Layla DeVos, his teaching assistant bounced into the room and congratulated him on his success. You have managed to thoroughly convince the students over the course of a single lecture. Alexa Stryker cheerfully spoke. It is difficult for a second-class mech designer like yourself to attract sufficient interest from so many of my fellow Terrans. They are all accustomed to receiving their teachings from the accomplished seniors and masters of the Terran Confederation. You mainly managed to capture their attention by employing your novelty to good effect. Novelty wears out sooner or later. I will have to make sure I can actually teach stuff that my students are interested in. My subsequent lectures won't be nearly as bombastic. I have full confidence in your teaching ability, especially after I have witnessed you speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in front of nearly the entire Eden Institute. Please inform me if you experience any difficulties. It is my job to assist you in your teaching duties. If there are any difficulties that I cannot handle myself, I can contact the appropriate people to resolve your problems. I would be happy to receive your assistance on certain matters. The projection of Vase replied. The battle at my end has just concluded. I expect I will be extremely busy in the next few days. Aside from that, I will probably be absent for the next week since I am obliged to attend the upcoming conference organized by the Survivalist faction. Miss Alexa and the school administration had already been informed about this well in advance. They had all adjusted the class schedule to take his temporary absence into account. Incidents like this were not all that unusual in mech universities. Master mech designers wore many hats at the same time and assumed a lot of different responsibilities. While these mech designers always placed a high degree of importance in spreading their teachings and philosophies, their core work mattered a lot more to them in the end. This was why it was generally tolerated for professors to be absent at times. As long as they properly arranged their schedules in advance, the students would probably be grateful for gaining extra time to catch up on their other studies. Of course, Vase did not intend for his students to forget about his courses entirely when he was away. He already intended to assign a lot of homework and reading material to make sure they accumulated the requisite understanding to take part in his future classes. Rap Alpha S Nouvelle Vase and Alexa continued to chat about related matters. Now that the semester had begun, both of them had to allocate a certain amount of hours of their time on school-related duties. Master Layla DeVos informed me that you have rejected the opportunity to expand your classes for this semester. That is correct. I'm glad that my first lecture proceeded so well, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. To be honest, I kind of like it when I can interact with my students in a smaller and more intimate classroom. It is quite nerve-wracking to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in front of tens of thousands of students all of the time. I also don't want to disappoint too many Terrans if I stumble later on. Don't forget that all of my courses are completely new and untested. I prefer to fine-tune them over the course of a semester when the stakes aren't as high. The teaching assistant understood his legitimate concerns. Vase could not afford to botch his first stint as a professor. If he botched this precious opportunity to pass on his wisdom in front of hundreds of smart and talented Terran students, it might take decades before he could stand in front of a class of first-class mech design students again. Personally speaking, I am looking even more forward for you to begin your first lecture on Introduction to Living Mechs. Alexa Stryker commented, "It is remarkable that those expert mechs that have demonstrated so many different powerful capabilities in the previous engagement have all spawned from your mind. Even among first-raters such as myself, it is challenging to design a large quantity of highly diverse mechs that excel in vastly different areas. The Amaranto and the Promethea are both expert rifleman mechs, but their differences are too many to count. Is this truly a product of your design philosophy?" Vase smiled and nodded. He always liked it when other mech designers appreciated his work and design philosophy. It takes a lot of creativity, knowledge and inspiration to design so many varied mechs. A broad and flexible design philosophy helps a lot, but it takes more than that to produce good works. I can tell you that if a mech designer yearns to work with as little restraint on the scope of his output as possible, specializing in living mechs is a good choice. Even the most modest and initially weak living mechs can grow into formidable powerhouses as long as they live long enough. This is especially the case now that we have entered the Age of Dawn. Alexa vigorously nodded in agreement. I believe you. Those expert mechs are only a few years old, correct? It is frankly a miracle for them to be able to cripple shielded alien warships by relying on their own power. I cannot even imagine how astoundingly powerful they can become once they have aged for an entire century. He. All good things come in time. It's a pity that both of us will probably grow a lot older by the time we can see so many living mechs realize their greater potential. Right now, even my Amaranto is nothing more than a juvenile as far as living mechs are concerned. I'm not even sure whether Red humanity and us will be able to survive the successive onslaughts from both the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean as well as the more frightening natives from Messier 87. Vase along with every other red human had largely become preoccupied with the counterattack from the original inhabitants of the dwarf galaxy. The Red Cabal and its broad coalition of aliens was just starting to build up steam in their galaxy-wide offensive against the relatively small population of humans that occupied their stolen lands. Under this deteriorating climate, few people were able to spare any attention towards the more distant and nebulous threat posed by the theoretically powerful alien civilizations of Messier 87. I think you should take a look at Vase believed that this was a mistake. The phase whales, the Puelmers, the Nuncers, the Orvans, the Archi and so on were all formidable enemies in their own right, but none of them were powerful beyond the point where he gave up all hope of resistance. Still, Vase did not have the luxury to worry about these distant threats either. He needed to make sure he addressed all of his short-term needs before he could afford to look further into the future. I have developed a greater interest in learning your design philosophy than ever. The young woman frankly admitted, "I'm impatient to learn more. I have already studied the textbooks that you have designated as the recommended reading material of your Introduction to Living Mech Design course. What else can I do to further my understanding of your specialization and increase my chances of designing an actual living mech?" In the face of an enthusiastic mech designer who developed a genuine interest in his design philosophy, Vase did not wish to discourage his teaching assistant. However, it was a bit exaggerated for her to invest so much time on a field that might not fit her inclinations. He did not wish to give her false hope. "You need to be a little more patient, Miss Alexa. The textbooks that I have added to the reading list are merely background material as far as I'm concerned. As the foremost authority on living mechs, only my textbooks should be essential reading material. You have yet to write, edit or publish a single textbook on your field of specialization since you have become a mech designer. The woman pointed it out to her professor. He smirked and tapped the side of his head. Exactly. All of the essential learning material is contained within my head. The only way my students can truly learn how to design living mechs is to attend my lectures and receive my personal tutelage. I look forward to transferring my accumulated knowledge to the 14 brats that have enrolled for this particular course. They shall be part of the first wave of Terran students to receive a formal introduction in the field that I have pioneered. Vase used to hoard his living mechs like they were priceless treasures, but that was an outdated mindset as far as he was concerned. Now that he had advanced to senior and became more cognizant of the need to contribute back to the society that had enabled his rise, he couldn't wait to welcome more mech designers who were capable of designing their own living mechs. He already had a taste of that in his own clan. His wife and Keddies were already capable of designing living mechs in a sense, though their interpretation of them was different from his own. By the way, Professor, it is my understanding that your alliance has fought a greater battle several light hours away in the Corelix system. If it is permissible, would it be possible for me to observe a part of the archival footage? I think I may be able to understand living mechs better if I can study more of your works in action. You may edit out any sensitive elements that you do not wish to spread. This was a rather difficult request. When Vase decided to hold a lecture in the middle of an ongoing engagement, he deliberately limited the broadcast to the smaller scale entanglement between the Spirit of Bentime and the pursuit fleet led by Stingray 2. Vase made absolutely certain that no footage or information related to the much more expansive battle between the main expeditionary forces and the raiding fleet protecting Stingray 1 reached the Eden Institute. There was no need to expose additional sensitive and strategically important information to a large number of strangers. Vase was already able to attain the effect he desired by engineering a smaller-scale pursuit battle centered around the Spirit of Bentime. Sure, mechs such as the Amaranto, the Everchanger and the Promethea revealed a lot of powerful new capabilities, but Vase was happy to show them off. He had a lot more cards up his sleeve that the Terrans had yet to observe. Vase briefly thought about whether it was okay to give his teaching assistant a private show. He eventually decided that there was no good reason to make an exception for a woman that he only met by remote. I'm sorry, Alexa, but I can't be sloppy when it comes to information control. One of the persistent reasons why our Golden Skull Alliance has managed to win so many battles is because we always took advantage of our enemies' lack of understanding of our full capabilities. This is a matter of life and death. Any transmission of sensitive information provides our current and future enemies a lot more chances to kill my troops. Alexa adopted an apologetic expression. You are right to reject my request. I do not wish for my selfishness to lead to a serious setback in the future. I believe I already have enough material to satisfy my curiosity for a time. I am especially charmed by your Everchanger. It possesses greater depth than all of the other expert mech in the previous engagement. It's okay, Miss Alexa. Perhaps you will get your chance in the future. In the meantime, if you really want to delve deeper into living mechs, then I suggest you spend more time with the copies that the Eden Institute has imported from the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Don't just stand around and feel their glows. Try to talk to them. Each of them are alive, remember. It is best that you assign mech pilots to pair up with them and exercise their mechanical systems. Their personalities and other remarkable qualities will become more pronounced once they are being used. That is an excellent suggestion, Professor. I shall make the right arrangements right away. Chapter 5142 Lion's Share. Once Vase handled his affairs at the Eden Institute, he could finally direct his attention to his affairs in the Corelix system. One of his foremost priorities at this time was to sort out the most valuable loot obtained in this battle. Even though the majority of Yurzan warships had successfully escaped annihilation and warped out of the star system intact, the original alien raiding fleet completely lost its fighting intent and cohesion. Nobody was worried anymore that the aliens would regroup and continue their original assault on the colony at Corelix High. The Golden Skull Alliance succeeded in its primary objective of preventing all of the colonists on the planet from getting wiped out en masse. This was a significant contribution to Red humanity. The Red 2 already expressed their intention to build a stronghold on Corelix 3. This endeavor would proceed a lot easier if there was an existing base of population and infrastructure on the planet. Aside from that, keeping the remote colony intact meant that humanity effectively remained in control of the nearby border. Once Red humanity no longer possessed any presence in the Corelix system, the alien raiding fleets would begin to set their sights towards the colonies situated deeper into human-occupied space. All of this meant that the strategic significance of saving the local colony from destruction was quite high. There was no way the Red Ocean would deny the Golden Skull Alliance the rewards that it deserved. What was particularly important to Vase was that the Larkinson clan contributed a lot more to the success of this operation than the other alliance partners. Even now, Minister Sheddarin Purnis had become preoccupied with furiously trying to convince the other envoys that the Larkinson clan deserved a much greater share of the overall rewards. 40% is the absolute minimum that we should go for. Sheddarin briefly reported to Vase after the latest round of negotiations in horse trading had concluded. It is very much possible for us to attain 50% of total rewards and spoils if we navigate the subsequent rounds correctly. We truly accrued a great amount of accomplishments in this operation. That was not an exaggeration. Vase briefly listed out the highlights of the Larkinson clan. Venerable Zimro Belson and the Phobos detected a hidden threat in advance and crippled Stingray 1's warp drives. Lucky successfully captured the rare and valuable Archeship, though not without incident. Venerable Isabel Coden and the Promethea burned a handful of Yurzan warships into ruined husks. The spirit of Bentime lured away Stingray 2 and a part of the Yurzan raiding fleet before breaking their backs after a long and dangerous running engagement. The Larkinson clan's Lancer mechs expended a lot of expensive blast lances to quickly break open the defenses of a handful of important Yurzan warships. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and the Dark Zephyr essentially took out the formidable Stingray 1 by themselves by successfully pulling off an utterly amazing new displacement technique. Vase really saw no reason why his clan should be denied half of the total spoils of the Battle of Corelix. That was not to say that the other alliance partners did not make any effective contributions this time. The Glory Seekers definitely earned considerable credit for dispatching a Diva starship and assigning Saintus Ulrica Vraken and the Macharia Excelsia to the Spirit of Bentime. Nonetheless, the expeditionary fleet wouldn't have been able to secure any of its objectives without the heroic and exceptional contributions of the Larkinson clan. Tell those negotiators that I will not accept an outcome that is anything less than 50%. Vase said in a forceful tone. We deserve to take at least one entire Puelmer warship for ourselves given how our actions are primarily responsible for taking down Stingray 1 as well as Stingray 2. I will convey your words to our partners as best as possible. Vase was willing to personally call for an emergency meeting if his clan received less than it was due. Although he did not wish to short his allies of their fair share of the spoils, that did not mean he was okay with getting exploited. As time passed by, the expeditionary fleet experienced slight difficulties in properly managing two separate battlefields. The Spirit of Bentime continued to linger next to Stingray 2 while the bulk of the fleet stuck close to Stingray 1 and the majority of other captured alien vessels. The Golden Skull Alliance already planned to dispatch the Wild Star along with a bunch of other capital ships to tow Stingray 2 as well as any other scattered captured hulls to the main battlefield. This would keep all of the ships and valuable loot in a single manageable location. All of this would probably unfold in the next few days. In the meantime, Vase expressed a lot of curiosity towards Stingray 2. The Puelmer vessel that had been initially struck by the Amaranto before the Everchanger disabled all of her exterior modules still remained mostly intact. I think you should take a look at the most troublesome affair had been the boarding action that ensued afterwards. The Larkinsons were physically unable to send their boarding troops into the ship because the ceilings of most of the hallways and compartments were far too low. This was why the Larkinsons were forced to send in bots that they had fortunately prepared in advance. It was a trivial matter for the Spirit of Bentime to dedicate a part of her industrial capacity to mass-produce a large amount of disposable Puelmer-scaled combat drones. The clan had bought the licenses from a company over the galactic net and straightforwardly produced the adorable round bots without bothering to tweak the designs. The models chosen by the Larkinson clan were not particularly strong or special, but they were adequate enough for the job. Under the amplified glow of Lufa that the Everchanger purposefully radiated throughout Stingray 2's hull, the bots managed to overpower the feeble resistance from the trapped Puelmer crew members with remarkably efficiency. Although the ship still employed a lot of automated defenses that crushed a lot of invading bots, the disposable machines made use of their overwhelming numbers to sweep away all resistance by force if necessary. The bots actually had to launch a lot of attacks onto the interior in order to eliminate all of the automated defenses that had remained unaffected by the Everchanger's glow. Stingray 2's degree of automation is higher than we anticipated. A man who served as one of the Larkinson clan's alien technology experts reported to the Patriarch. What I mean by that is that once the majority of Puelmers became incapacitated, the captain of the alien homeship may have activated a failsafe that caused most of the remaining active systems to operate without requiring directions from the crew. That, or the aliens already planned for this contingency in advance so that it automatically kicked in after certain conditions had been met. Vase started to get a bad feeling about this. What does that mean to us in practical terms? Aside from the fact that our bots had to engage in extensive destruction in order to fully neutralize all of the threats inside the cramped vessel, the enemy fail-safes also destroyed an extensive amount of valuables. The databases have been wiped. The warp drives fell apart. The ship's stores of pure phase water has been entirely ruined. We're surprised that the ship did not self-destruct all at once. We believe that not even Quelmers can tolerate the risk of their own ship blowing up due to faulty programming. The damage sounded serious, but Vase did not feel too upset. He already had a feeling that the vindictive Quelmers would do their best to deny as much loot to their captors as possible. Do what you can to salvage any remaining value from the damaged ship. Vase responded, can we salvage anything the Quelmers have wrecked? We have a good chance of extracting a lot of useful data from the vessel, sir. We prioritize the need to take control over the Quelmer ship's central databanks. Our bots managed to get there in time to prevent the alien storage devices from getting physically destroyed. This gives our specialists a chance to restore portions of the wiped data. In addition to that, the individual Quelmers all carry personal devices of their own that store large quantities of personal data. The Black Cats should be able to glean plenty of useful intelligence from them. It will probably take a couple of weeks for them to deliver useful information. That took a bit too long for his liking, but it was better than nothing. What about the rest of the ship? While it is true that the effort to capture the ship has resulted in further internal damage, the interior is not completely ruined, sir. There are still plenty of intact ship systems left, and many of them are quite sophisticated for alien technology that may or may not be of interest to you and your fellow mech designers. I believe you can make a better judgment of this than our analysts. I will take a look at the interior of the ship myself later on. Vase said, what about captives? How many living Quelmers did we manage to grab? The ship was originally crewed by a couple of hundred Quelmers, which is rather low considering her volume and technical capabilities. As you are probably aware of, the Quelmers typically rely more heavily on automation than most other races. The amount of eligible captives was rather low to begin with, and the fights that ensued after the bots tried to overpower them reduced that number even further. Wait, the Quelmers actually managed to resist Luffy's tranquility glow and fight the bots to the death. The alien tech expert nodded. The Quelmers became a lot more emotional once they became confronted by the intruding bots. Their strong anger and animosity may have been strong enough to overpower the effects of the glow and enable them to offer much greater resistance than normal. We have attempted to employ non-lethal measures to capture them, but the aliens frequently resorted to committing suicide to deny us the satisfaction of capturing them alive. Our bots have only managed to capture 40 or so Quelmers intact. Damn, Vase grumbled. I would have loved to know what knowledge all of those smart Quelmers keep in their minds. Wait, those dead Quelmers, did you dispose of their bodies already? Not yet, Patriarch. Their advanced round suits of armor are of notable interest to us. We have yet to begin the process of prying them away from the deceased alien bodies. Make sure to preserve those alien corpses as best as possible. Their skins are actually quite valuable once we process them into exotic alien leather. There is just something about their rolling physiology that just massages their resilient skin into the right consistency. Very well, sir. Vase already wondered if he could make use of Quelmer leather to produce interesting new products. Perhaps he could replace his main desk chair with one that he designed and built from the ground up by himself. He could also try to sew a special handbag for his wife in order to commemorate their happy marriage. Although she had expressed contempt at self-made handbags once before, he bet that he could definitely give her a pleasant surprise if he elevated the product with his creative design and his exquisite craftsmanship. There were many other possible luxury products that he could make out of quality Quelmer leather. He just became a little concerned at the conditions of all of the harvestable skins. What if the bots had been a little too rough and poked a bunch of holes in them? What if energy weapons caused much of the skins to burn into ashes? Damn, I hope that enough of their bodies are sufficiently intact. I might have to skin some of the Quelmer captives in order to harvest the highest possible quality of raw materials. Chapter 5143 On the clock. Vase looked forward to the visit of an envoy of the Red Association. The Mechers were incredibly busy nowadays, but they had nonetheless confirmed that an inspector was about to drop by the Corelix system to verify the results of the battle and issue a hefty reward for saving the nearby colony settlement. According to the rules of the game that the Red 2 had set, the Golden Skull Alliance was already assured of receiving a huge reward. Being granted 1 billion MTA merits was not out of the question, but that was not the extent of the boons. In order to muster more enthusiasm for volunteering to defend human space, the Red Association had also started to hand out other rewards. From granting limited access to its restricted tech library to other privileges such as promoting one's citizenship tier, the Mechers were willing to be uncharacteristically more generous so long as pioneers lifted a weight off their backs. Although a lot of people would probably greet this development with greater enthusiasm and optimism, Vase had mixed feelings about this recent turn of events. He was well acquainted with the Mech Trade Association's greed and profit-seeking behavior. The Mechers might present themselves as the traditional, good guys, but they sought to take advantage of every transaction. For them to begin handing out rewards like candy indicated that the Mechers no longer believed in their own ability to resist the incoming tide of aliens. The Red 2's warfleets were already being pressed to their limits, and the native aliens had yet to bring over the bulk of the warships stationed in the more distant parts of the dwarf galaxy. Vase recalled that traversing the stars by relying on indigenous warp drives was 10 times slower than doing the same with the use of FTL drives. All of this meant that unless the aliens started to equip their starships with human-style FTL drives en masse, it would probably take years if not a decade for all of those slowpokes to arrive at the edge of the red ocean that red humanity claimed. However, once all of those slow but powerful warships finally arrived, the true test for the isolated red humans would commence. Realizing this future trend put all of the recent decisions made by the Red 2 into perspective. From introducing the warship quota program to fortifying as many border systems as possible, all of these measures were meant to buy time and activate the greater potential of the human race. Vase had the illusion that a giant clock hung over red humanity's space. The more the time ran down, the closer that everyone came to facing the true native alien offensive. Not only would they have to resist at least 10 times as many warships as now, but there was also a significant chance that phase whales and phase lords might actually enter the field themselves. Red humanity only had a limited amount of buffer time to gear up and prepare for a crisis that would affect every corner of human-occupied space. Vase grew concerned about the approximate timing of it all. He had only recently advanced to senior and still needed to accrue a huge amount of accumulation before he was even remotely qualified to advance to master. He had no idea how long that would take. It was unlikely that he could get it done in roughly a decade. The jump from journeyman to senior was only a practice run for the true challenge of trying to realize a design philosophy. There's a real chance that I will remain stuck as a senior by the time the true onslaught begins. He guessed. That was bad news for him on a personal level. The right to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel of a master was much greater than that of a senior. It also became a lot easier for him to proliferate his design philosophy and superior solutions. The Red Association might even take the initiative to propagate his innovations if the Mechers deemed that his work could make a substantial material difference in future battles. He would miss much of that if he did not make sufficient progress during the coming decade or two. Unless he replicated the polymath's famous speedrun, there was no way he could become capable enough to have a serious say in how red humanity resisted the war. Even though Vase had a lot of faith in the power and the potential of living mechs in an age where cultivation made a resurgence, people needed widespread solutions that were effective right away instead of in a distant tomorrow where they may have already become extinct. I need to speed up my progress somehow, he concluded. This might very well turn into a matter of life and death to him. It became clear that following the usual mech designer trajectory was no longer an option for him. It usually took at least half a century to advance by relying on steady accumulation and boring research, and that was in the best-case scenario. If he wanted to make faster progress, then he needed to break the pattern. He already had a pretty good suspicion that delving more into cultivation science and combining it with his mech designs might be a way to accelerate his progress, but he was not too sure whether it could make a substantial enough difference. The mech designer system was another tool that could help him advance to master within 20 years. In fact, it had already played a crucial role in enabling him to become a senior so quickly. He needed to put more effort into completing its missions. He disliked a lot of them for making odd demands or forcing him to go through difficult or time-consuming ordeals, but he really needed to get his hands on more ascension points so that he could redeem precious enlightenment fruits. He still yearned to take a bite out of the juicy fruit that contained the divine blacksmith records. I'll take a more serious look at what I can do to earn more points after I've come back from the upcoming conference. I think you should take a look at. Vase returned his attention to the handling of the lute while at the same time preparing for his next 2 lectures at the Eden Institute. He curiously used a bot to explore the cramped and confining interior of Stingray 2. He hoped that he would be able to find particularly interesting or powerful exotic technology inside the hull, but none of the R&D projects the resident Quelmers worked upon stood out to him. Whether his eyesight was bad or whether he had simply caught the wrong ship, he soon divested his interest from the vessel. To be fair, the fairly advanced Quelmer homeship still possessed a lot of useful tech and design features that possessed great significance to Vivian Tsai and the rest of the naval design department. If Vase was not already a mech designer afflicted by a busy schedule, he might have been more willing to spend time on delving the ship for interesting secrets. Instead, he delegated this responsibility to his subordinates and rode the Spirit of Bentime as the ship utilized her superdrive to quickly link up with the main fleet again. The factory ship had to return to a central position in the expeditionary fleet as soon as possible because she was far too precious and strategically important to be left alone and without any escorts. The ship also endured an extensive degree of external damage from the running battle. Stingray 2 and the accompanying Yurzan warships frequently managed to break through the transphasic energy shields of the ship and inflicted serious damage onto the hull plating. Fortunately for the Larkinson clan, the most recent refit completely replaced all of the old second-class alloys that comprised her hull and internal structure with first-class alloys. Even if the salvaged and repurposed first-class alloys were not particularly refined, much of the plating possessed at least modest transphasic properties. The Larkinsons had also purposefully cherry-picked the toughest and most resilient chunks of alien salvage to upgrade the Spirit of Bentime's physical construction, and that investment clearly paid off. Although the capital ship bore a lot of battle scars that occasionally exposed whole compartments to open space, all of the crucial ship systems were still in working condition. It was still a good idea to fix her up as soon as possible, though. The longer the factory ship remained in her damaged condition, the greater the chance that other malfunctions and breakdowns would occur. This was why the Spirit of Bentime immediately approached the diligent ovenbird and carefully docked alongside her big oven. Unlike the small oven, the other dock was not completely enclosed. This made it a lot more suitable for the mobile shipyard to work on capital ships, but only when she remained stationary. When Vase and his guards transferred to the diligent ovenbird in order to pay a personal visit to the most valuable piece of spoils of the recent operation, Chief Ship Designer Vivian Tsai dropped by and presented him with the bad news. The Spirit of Bentime is no longer a ship that we can adequately restore with the tools and expertise that we have on hand. She reported to him. The reality of working on a quasi-first-class hull is that we can do our best to patch up the holes and replace missing and broken components with a lot of improvisation, but it will never bring the ship back to her previous standard. It also takes significantly more time to process all of the tough first-class materials. I estimate that we will remain stuck here for at least 2 months unless you are willing to interrupt our restoration effort. Vase already guessed that this would be the case. If your crews can repair the Spirit of Bentime as best as you can manage, how much of a beating can our flagship endure? Not as much as before. The sections that we have repaired will never be able to resist as much damage. I do not recommend you to send out your factory ship on another solo combat operation. Understood. Don't worry, I think our alliance will be taking it slow for the next few months. We will need a lot of time to digest our recent gains. The mech forces of the Golden Skull Alliance also exposed many shortcomings and weaknesses in the previous 2 operations that urgently needed to be addressed. Once the fleet was in a better condition to resume the Trailblazer expedition, Vase intended to put more effort into going on the offensive. What's your evaluation of the ship that we have currently stored inside the small oven? Vase asked. It must be pretty interesting for you to come across a completely different ship that is based on a highly exotic tech base. That's an understatement, Vivian said. Her mood immediately became more enthusiastic as she thought about the alien vessel. Every part about the Archeship is fascinating. From her highly effective and sustainable active stealth system to how all of her systems can only be powered or accessed with electric resonance, there is so much novelty that it is impractical for us to research her. We don't have the personnel, knowledge, resources, lab equipment and infrastructure to decipher more than 5% of what goes on in that exotic alien ship. That caused Vase to frown. Do you require additional funding to expand the size and capabilities of your naval design department? If you are short on anything, just let me know. Our workload and responsibilities has increased considerably since we started to gain access to large quantities of captured alien ships, but this problem goes deeper than this. The xianxia ship is entirely made out of alien high technology as far as I am concerned. We can't easily study it and reverse engineer all of her advanced technological principles by ourselves. Are you saying, if we want to make the most of this xianxia ship, we can't keep her for ourselves? Vivian directly stated, we need to outsource this endeavor to a large and competent partner. I'm talking about a state or a massive organization. Only they have the capabilities to effectively research a large agglomeration of highly advanced and exotic alien tech. Quote. Chapter 5144 Different tech base. As much as he did not like it, Vase understood that Vivian's sigh was correct. Neither the Larkinson clan nor the other partners of the Golden Skull Alliance possessed the research capabilities to adequately figure out the xianxia ship. Perhaps Vase might be able to make good progress if he studied the captured alien stealth vessel in person, but the opportunity costs of doing so were too great. He was a mech designer. If he wanted to advance to master anytime soon, he could not afford to squander his time on rummaging through a complex alien ship. This was why it made sense to outsource this job to a more competent partner. The problem was that reasonably intact xianxia ships were both rare and highly valuable. They were so elusive that only the Red 2 and perhaps a couple of first-class powers managed to get their hands on similar alien vessels. Just as Vase intended to teach in his Frontier Wisdom course, trust was always in short supply. If he handed the captured xianxia ship over to a bigger player, would Vase and his clan actually be able to receive the research results and materials that they were due? We can't turn the xianxia ship over to the Red 2. Vase immediately decided, the fleeters are the most qualified people to research the xianxia ship, and the mechers are not too far behind. However, they probably already have a bunch of these ships in their possession, so they won't particularly value our contribution. I also don't trust these guys to share all of their findings with us. There is nothing we can do if they embezzle our stuff. Vivian could not say anything about that, so she offered a few alternatives. Both the Hex Federation and the Colonial Federation of Davut possess the adequate research infrastructure required to study the xianxia ship. However, I don't expect these second-rate colonial states to attain quick results due to their inherent limitations. It may take 5 to 20 years for their best researchers to decipher the working principles of archimetal and electronic resonance. This was just an estimate on her part. It might take a shorter or longer amount of time to attain these crucial results. What if we leave the xianxia ship in the care of a first-class power? Vase threw out, I'm not talking about an entire state, but merely a large enough organization. A proper first-class research group will be able to produce meaningful results faster. This is especially the case if it is allowed to reach out to other research institutions to tap into the expertise of more qualified researchers. This was how the bigger players usually handled situations like this. Vase favored this solution a lot more than the other alternatives, but the problem was that he needed to find a trustworthy first-class partner to hand over this important responsibility. He briefly thought about the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. After he had completed his high-profile inaugural lecture, he had managed to deepen his integration into its academic community. While he developed a lot of respect towards Master Layla DeVos, he was not certain whether he could trust the DeVos ancient clan that she ultimately answered to. What if the snobby Terrans chose to renege on the agreement anyway? This matter demanded a lot more careful consideration. Vase needed to explore these options at a later date. For now, he was eager to step foot inside the xianxia ship. Lead me to our prize. Vase and Vivian strode towards the small oven. They made sure they had fully enclosed their protective suits before they strode into an artificial vacuum-filled space. It was far too troublesome to pump in air every time the small oven took in a new starship or sent one out again. This was why the entire space remained in vacuum. Engineers and shipbuilding crews already started to crawl across the complex exterior of the xianxia ship. They apparently figured out how to deactivate the alien vessel's stealth vessel, because her multicolored hull was plainly visible to the naked eye. She's beautiful. Vivian spoke over the communication channel with a tone of pure admiration. There is little that we know about the Archi, but their shipbuilding tradition is completely different from anything else we have encountered. Not even the aliens of the Milky Way have developed anything comparable in their tech base. A lot of basic technologies were rather common and universal. Pretty much every technology-oriented race inevitably started to discover and make use of electricity, alloys and warships in similar ways. It was quite rare for alien races to step outside of established technology and come up with truly new and unique inventions. Luminaire crystal technology was one such example. Architect was another case of signature alien tech. As Vase and Vivian moved closer to the alien hull, they were able to gain a much better view of the alien ship. The Archeship looked like an elongated oval egg that was surrounded by patterned alien metals. The coloration of the hull plating ranged from dark bronze to rusty green copper. The primary reason why the surface of the alien ship was so inconsistent was because the Archi dynamically produced it by combining a lot of random exotics together. One of the more confounding traits of Architect was that it did not impose too high demands on consistency. As long as the Archi threw in enough valuable materials with the right properties, the aliens didn't care whether a block of archimetal was a little too heavy or lacked a bit of power. Archeships were essentially machines that were made out of a large collection of semi-ad hoc archimetal parts. Just like how no two Puelmer homeships were the same, Archeships also exhibited large individual differences in material composition and performance because their makers did not value consistency. Every Archeship is a unique work of art. Vivian aptly described, "They are products made with a collection of individual alien shipbuilders who all developed their own style of constructing starships." The Archeship was not only colorful, but also covered with lots of patterns. Vase knew that this was key to the principles behind Archimetal. Without all of the internal patterns that functioned like circuitry, it was impossible for them to evoke and respond to electronic resonance. He could see the clear parallels between Luminaire crystal technology and Architect. Both alien tech bases preferred to construct large, solid objects of matter and carve out internal patterns that functioned like circuitry. This contrasted sharply with conventional technology that essentially consisted of a lot of tiny components that were never meant to function by themselves. The latter was a lot easier to work with. It took a lot less effort to repair a broken product, and it was also easy to modify or upgrade it by swapping a few components. In contrast, whole pieces of Luminaire crystals and Architect were not as malleable. Their relative lack of modularity meant that it was a lot more difficult to repair or upgrade them if their current versions were inadequate. "I think you should take a look at it." Was a lot more common to discard the unwanted pieces and make use of brand new replacements that were quite expensive to build. The cost efficiency of Architect was clearly not as good, but the benefits may be worth all of the added complications. Even though this Archeship is just a well-equipped scouting vessel to the aliens, her physical properties are not inferior to a warship of a slightly larger class. Vivian commented as she came close enough to study the individual patterns that caused the hull to acquire a lot of depth texture. "If we can learn and master the principles behind Architect and Archimetal, we can design and produce a paradigm-shifting series of starships that are far more resilient and suitable for combat than our current collection of vessels." Vase was just as excited as Vivian, to be honest. Architect could be used to produce more than enormous metal constructions like Star's IHPS. It could potentially be used to construct much tougher and damage-resistant mechs. What Vase valued the most out of Architect was that there was a drastic lack of moving parts. Entire functions that previously relied on delicate circuitry and other sensitive parts could be entirely phased out with a single solid block of Archimetal. Of course, making mechs out of Archimetal also came with plenty of downsides. For one, the Larkinson clan needed to adopt an entirely new set of industrial infrastructure in order to produce and maintain Archimetal products. The mech designers, fabricators and maintenance crews needed to go through a lot of additional training in order to become familiar with the alien principles of this completely new tech base. Just as with biotechnology, Vase was reluctant to convert his entire clan to a tech base that diverged from the common human standard. Society generally imposed a lot of penalties to groups that tried to be more nonconformist. "Let's not put the cart before the horse," he spoke to Vivian. "We first need to figure out how Architect works before we can explore this tech base further." "I understand." Once they were done with admiring the complex exterior of the Archeship, they stepped off the catwalk and floated over to an open hatch. The good news was that the interior of the Archeship was not designed to accommodate the small and short Puelmers. The overall dimensions of the hallways and compartments were designed to accommodate the exaggerated sizes that the more developed Arches hells could reach. Since a typical adult Archi was roughly as tall as a human, this meant that there was a lot of additional room. Several different teams of scientists and engineers had already boarded the captured vessels. The varied colors and markings on their hazard suits showed that every alliance partner had dispatched their own R&D personnel to the incredibly valuable archeship. Even if they lacked the capabilities to learn how to reproduce architect by themselves, it was always useful for them to collect a lot of data in order to increase their understanding of one of their enemies. This would not be the last time an archeship stocked their fleet. A detailed study of the archeship would allow the specialists to develop new sensor systems or tweak their existing ones that were much better equipped to detect the distinct alien vessels under active stealth. As Vase and Vivian passed by dozens of researchers who were engrossed in their individual examinations, he eventually reached a central compartment that was already occupied by a bunch of familiar people. Hee, look at my shell, click see. I'm a turtle now, don't I look cute? The suited form of Andraste ran around while carrying a large round wok on her back. The equally suited form of Clixie playfully chased after the girl and pounced the solid metal pan, which almost caused Andraste to trip. Meow. Meanwhile, Gloriana held Marvane in her arms as she started to point out interesting pieces of exposed architect. What does this big bowl do, Mama? The suited boy asked. That is what the turtle aliens use to operate their devices. Instead of using conventional buttons and control panels like humans, the aliens directly connect their big shells into these form-fitting depressions. Can you see how the surface of this bowl is adjustable? This will help turtle aliens of different sizes attain a comfortable fit while they are connected to the archeship. Can we take control of the ship without a turtle shell? It is possible, but difficult. Gloriana answered. Lucky and the Black Cats are reluctantly able to control the basic functions of the archeship by relying on a combination of electronic resonance and careful manipulation of backup controls. It is enough to safely bring the archeship to the diligent Ovenbird, but not enough to command the ship as well as her original owners. Oh, look, your father has finally come back. Andraste immediately interrupted her game with Clixie and ran up to embrace her father. Papa, I missed you. I was so scared that something would happen. Haha. I'm completely fine, Pumpkin. See, the aliens didn't hurt me at all. Our flagship is much tougher than she looks. As Vase embraced her daughter, he looked around but failed to spot his oldest daughter. Where is Aurelia? She is keeping Lucky company in another compartment of this ship. Gloriana answered. You should visit your cat. I can't speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel Cat Language, but even I can tell that he has become considerably disgruntled towards you. I would be careful about approaching him if I was you, Vase. Chapter 5145 Archicat. Ah yes, Lucky might not regard Vase favorably after getting dumped into a completely unknown alien ship. Being forced to fend for himself when contending against confoundingly capable alien troops, getting captured by a powerful Archie-Lord and almost getting probed from the rear by the same alien leader were plenty justifications for the Gem Cat to harbor a lot of resentment towards the person who put him through this ordeal in the first place. Vase did not exactly look forward to paying a visit to Lucky at this time, but he knew it was essential to furthering his understanding of architect. After all, compared to examining a completely alien and unfriendly ship that was unlike anything the Larkinsons had worked with in the past, it was much more convenient to study a Gem Cat that had apparently assimilated the new tech. Before he went off to the bridge of the alien vessel, he first had to fend off his wife's request. Look at all of this, Vase. Gloriana said as she waved her free arm across the compartment. I have never been a fan of alien tech like you, but I am finally beginning to understand why you obsess so much over Luminaire crystal technology. I do not have any sympathies for the Archie, but their civilization has spawned an ingenious approach towards construction that is absolutely fascinating. Have you recognized the potential of architect in mechs as well? I am filled with inspiration at this time, and I have yet to conduct a serious study of the archeship. I can completely use this to upgrade my design philosophy and pursue a superior form of perfect vessels in my work. Gloriana enthusiastically babbled on about all of the aspects that she liked about architect. Marvane meanwhile listened on with rapt attention. Even though he was far too young to understand his mother's technical terminology, he was happy to get caught up in his mother's passion. Will your mechs become shaped like turtles? Oh no, my dear. That will never happen. The archimechs that I seek to make will not take on alien aesthetics. They will be similar to Lucky. Their underlying construction may be radically different, but they shall still appear and behave like the mechs that we are all familiar with. This is the essence of human technological advancement, Marvane. Our race has a long tradition of studying alien tech and converting its advantages into our own competencies. Isn't that stealing, Mama? Gloriana grinned and rocked her son around a bit. It is, but stealing is not wrong in this case. The aliens have a deadly feud against us. Anything that causes harm to them is a good deed to humans. It is our sacred duty and honor to obtain their unique inventions and assimilate them into our own tech base. If you ever find yourself in a similar position in the future, you must make the same evaluation in order to determine whether it is right for you to steal someone else's tech. Remember this lesson carefully. Show no mercy towards the people and aliens who seek to kill you and your family. Kill. Marvane clapped his hands and cheered. Vase awkwardly coughed. Ahem, let's leave this kind of lesson to me, alright? Don't stuff too many extreme opinions inside our little boy's head. As for you Marvane, you should consider the consequences of your actions as well. One of the downsides of stealing another race's signature tech is that its original owners will get really angry at you. If our clan starts to parade around mechs made out of archimetal, I can guarantee that the Archie will become so furious that they will start to send out attack fleets to punish us for our deeds. That's bad. It is worth it in this case. Gloriana remarked. The Archie are dangerous, but they are not unmanageable once we have learned the principles of their architech. Stealth is their greatest reliance. Once we are able to develop effective countermeasures against this tech, we will be able to claim more samples of native architech in the future. That was tempting fate. Though Vase did not necessarily object to adopting architech on a wider scale, he did not assume that dealing with the Archie would be as easy as she described. Let's take this situation step by step, honey. We can't figure this tech out by ourselves, so we need to employ a highly competent research group to do the work on our behalf. I am aware of our needs, Vase. We should transfer our archeship to the Hex Federation. There are many brilliant scientists and master mech designers over there who would be happy to examine and reverse engineer architect for free. This tech can revolutionize their tech as well as ours. Even if the most essential secrets will eventually leak to the rest of Red Humanity's society, we will still be a step ahead of the rest of our competition. Vase immediately shook his head. That is not a good idea, Gloriana. I know the Hexers are friends and all, but they are still second-raters for the most part. The sophistication of architect exceeds what they can comfortably handle. It may take 3 to 5 times as long for the best Hexer researchers to figure out anything useful from this alien ship. I am more in favor of presenting the archeship to one of my first-class contacts. What? You can't do that. The Hexers are more than qualified to undertake these research projects. The married couple argued with each other as usual. Marvane rolled his eyes, scrambled out of his mother's arms and began to join his sister and Clixie into exploring the funny-looking alien devices. Though Gloriana was adamant about transferring the archeship to the Hex Federation, she did not have the right to decide upon this matter. I've already spoken to Marshal Ariadne Woden about this matter. She stated, my aunt will back me up on this. She recognizes the value of this alien tech as well. We need all of the advantages we can get to gain the upper hand against the Friday colonies. It was absurd for Gloriana and the Hexers to continue to obsess over the Fredaemon when all of humanity had greater enemies to worry about. Many of the feuds between rival human powers had become irrelevant as far as Vase was concerned. Though he understood that the Hexers would never be able to get rid of their grudge, it was a bit excessive to still be obsessed about preparing for war against the Fredaemon. Vase grew tired of dealing with his wife. At least half of the archeship belongs to the Larkinson clan, which in practice means me. I only need to gain the support of one other alliance partner to decide where to send this prize. I think we'll be able to obtain much better and faster results if we send it to a first-class organization like the Eden Institute. Don't argue with me on this. My decision is already set. I'm going off to check up on Lucky. He left the compartment before his wife could resume her futile persuasion attempt. He navigated through the corridors before he ended up in a control center that pretty much functioned as the bridge. The chamber contained over a dozen constructs that possessed the typical half-oval shaped cavities. Each of them were normally designed to be interfaced by aliens with arches hells, but Vase was greeted with an exception at this time. The cute white-suited form of Aurelia currently stood in front of a central depression that currently held a certain gem cat. I think you should take a look at. Despite not fitting into the large bowl shape at all, Lucky still managed to reluctantly interface with the archeship by virtue of his limited physical contact onto the surface. Does it hurt, Lucky? The young girl asked. Meow. The recently transformed mechanical construct responded. Mew mew mew. Mana rested on top of Lucky's archimetal body and licked his brand new exterior plating. As Vase walked closer, Lucky immediately started to hiss and issue his complaints. Meow www. Hey, I don't see why you are so mad. It all worked out for you as far as I can see. That is a cause for celebration, not complaint. I'm not entirely sure what it means to convert your body to archimetal, but I can easily guess that you've become a lot stronger now. You'll be able to do a lot better in future infiltration missions. I think you won't need to be careful and skulk around anymore when you sneak in another archeship in the future. You can use your newfound control over Architect to immediately mess around with the vessel. Lucky's response to his words was immediate. Meow. The artificial gravity at Vess's exact position suddenly reversed. This caused his armored form to lift off the deck and fall onto the ceiling. Ouch. Hey, that's uncalled for. I know you are not exactly feeling well at the moment, but you don't have to take it out on me, Lucky. The local gravity suddenly turned normal again, causing Vase to slam right back onto the deck. Okay, you have your fun. Stop fooling around, okay. How much control do you have over the ship, anyway? Despite Lucky's demonstration of control, the cat did not magically obtain full command authority over the archeship. Meow meow meow. The Archi were not total fools. They exercised proper information security and other common sense procedures. The Archi Lord along with the officers of the archeship were able to exert a lot of control over the ship because the entire hull was essentially keyed to the unique signatures of their arch's hells. It was the alien version of a biometric scan. Vase had to admit that this was both an elegant and extremely effective security measure. Each archeshell was completely unique. No two shells could be the same because each of them were organically grown based on genes, environmental pressures, nutrition and phase water. So long as the Archi in question did not turn traitor, it was pretty safe to tie their command access with their own shells. This caused Vase to grow a little confused. If this is the case, then how are you able to exert any control at all? Shouldn't the ship lock you out completely? Meow meow. Ah, I forgot that you ate all of the arch's hells of the former crew of this ship. You've been a little too ruthless in this, do you know that? According to the exobiologists over at the Dragon's Den, the survivors of your assault have completely lost their desire to live. It's pretty much impossible to extract any useful information from their mouths because they already consider themselves as walking dead. Lucky predictably looked completely unapologetic about this. He deliberately spared the turtle aliens in order to prolong and amplify their suffering. Aurelia walked up to her father and held up her hands towards him. I found this, Papa. They're so shiny and ugly at the same time. What are they? Vase suddenly lost his train of thought as he beheld the small collection of misshapen gems in his daughter's hands. Those are very precious gifts. I will show you what you can do with them in the future. For now, let me take them so that I can keep them safe. He carefully took possession of all 9 recently produced gems and placed them in a pocket built into his unending regalia. While he definitely intended to study them in greater detail once he returned to his design lab, he could already tell that they were anything but normal based on their appearances and their descriptions. For example, one of the gems that remained in his armored palm exuded a particular sense of threat. Carica's fragment, a semi-processed gem that inadequately contains the spiteful song of a malignant phase whale. Destabilizes all nearby phase water and phase water phenomena according to the emotional responses of the remnant contained within. Strong emotions may bleed over and affect the surrounding environment. Chapter 5146 Malformed Gems. When Vase concluded his awkward conversation with his angry cat, Vase left the bridge so that he could take a closer look at Lucky's gems. The gems all looked malformed and distorted in a way that just looked wrong to Vase. Although none of the gems gave him the vibe that they were unstable to the point where throwing them at a bulkhead would cause them to explode, they still triggered his sense of danger. Vase could not treat these gems like almost all of the other ones that Lucky had produced in the past. The gem cat normally did a good job in producing solid gems with clear positive benefits and no discernible risks. That meant that Vase never had to worry too much about imparting any significant negative consequences to the mechs that bore his gems. If Lucky's gems truly posed a significant risk to the mech or the pilot that would be making use of the upgraded machine, then the Quint would have gone utterly crazy by this time. This meant that Vase had little experience to draw upon in figuring out the precise effects of this new batch of malformed gems. Their inconsistency, randomness and hints of malice made it so that he felt extremely reluctant to impart them to any of his mechs. They might genuinely do more harm than good. At least I've gained a better idea on what goes on inside Lucky's body. He noted to himself. As a mech designer, Vase did not really like to make use of components that he did not fully understand. The act of designing a mech always entailed combining many different parts and technological principles together into a seamless whole. Gems complicated this process because they exerted an extremely powerful effect but also caused his work to become less understandable. He had no confidence at all in his ability to fabricate an identical mech that performed in the exact same manner as a machine whose performance had been mystically boosted just through the addition of a single tiny element. It was not until much later on that Vase was able to figure out the general working principle of Lucky's gems. Seeing what happened to an ace mech like the Mars heavily hinted that the gems vaguely acted like an instant injection of willpower baptism. The biggest differences from traditional willpower baptism was that the gems exerted the strong influence or domain of a presumably powerful but long-deceased entity on a mech and that it happened in an instant. The transformation medium acting on a machine also appeared to be a lot different from willpower. It reminded him of the explanation he received in the past of how exotic materials originally came into being. This was a bit different from that natural process because Lucky's mysterious digestion system was able to exert a lot more control over the transformation process. There's much I still don't understand, but I think I'm a bit closer to the truth than before. The insufficiently processed gems granted him a snapshot of what took place in between the time it took for Lucky to ingest different metals to the moment where he finally popped out his gems. One of the common shortcomings that Vase was able to glean from the descriptions of the new gems was that they did not do a perfect job of containing the more superfluous and potentially negative influences of what they contained. This showed that Lucky actually had to put a lot of effort into turning a gem that was raw but powerful into a more tempered and moderated product. The greatest implication of this discovery was that gems could actually be a lot more powerful if it didn't matter if they came with a few downsides. Vase drew out the gems from his armor compartment once again. He read through the descriptions provided by the system and tried to figure out whether he could pick up a few other interesting patterns. Lobus Fragment, a semi-processed gem that contains a fraction of a dancer who could not cease. Will compel a mech to dance to eternity with the grace of an ancient master of her art. All motion shall bear a touch of elegance and refinement that can captivate any audience that is able to experience emotions. Curse of Aikiron, a semi-processed gem that contains the remnant of an ancient curse that has afflicted a long-forgotten sinner. This curse will gradually petrify a mech until it becomes a monument of a burden left untouched. Indignant Lord Fragment, a semi-processed gem that contains the simmering hatred of an ancient lord towards the phase whales of the red ocean dwarf galaxy. Any mech that bears this gem will unlock the power of the ancient lord and become compelled to fight any phase whales to the death. Portend of an inevitable ending, a semi-processed gem that contains the collective despair of an ancient race that has become extinct. Any mech that bears this gem will become the carrier to an overwhelming quantity of fear and despair towards a doom that cannot be avoided, but will also trigger the release of power born out of unwilling futility. Vaik Fragment, a semi-processed gem that contains the royal conceit of a second-born prince that has lost the struggle for the throne. Imparts an aggressive form of regality that will always be inadequate compared to authentic royal authority. Any discussion or behavior that hints or accuses the mech or its user of being a pretender, illegitimate, a spare or second best will invoke violent retaliation. Tainted Knight's Broken Oath, a semi-processed gem that contains the regrets and resentment of a once noble knight that has broken an important oath. Will blacken a mech that bears this gem until it becomes a rejected monster that seeks to taint anything it touches with corruption and degeneration. Solwa Fragment, a semi-processed gem that contains a fraction of the lost divinity of a forgotten god revered in ages past. Will cause a mech to bear the unstoppable curse and blessing of metal. The qualified inheritor of this ancient god may gain a gift of immense power, but must also bear all of the karma of its origin. I think you should take a look at Retribution of Mikael the Lost, a semi-processed gem that contains the irreconcilable soul of a rebel leader who disappeared on the eve of victory. Will impart greater damage resistance from any attacks launched by figures of authority and their oppressed subjects. Who are the figures that bear all of these names? Vase wondered. The system's descriptions mentioned a lot of names that sounded alien. Whether entities such as Ikirian and Mikael the Lost were originally alien or human was unclear. If they were alien in origin, Vase could not exactly determine whether they originated from the Milky Way, the Red Ocean, or a completely separate universe. The descriptions were incredibly lacking in this regard, and while not perfectly processed, the gems still did a great job in preventing any form of energy leakage from occurring. This cut him off from any further clues. What's up with all of these personalities? He frowned. There's an awful lot of losers and defeated figures among them. Is that what is common around these parts? It might be a function of availability. If Vase assumed that these past entities were all powerful transcendents or divinities, then the ones that were most prone to dying and polluting the environment with their spiritual compost were those that suffered tragedies. Powerful beings that did a lot better had a greater chance of remaining alive. If they ever died, then they had probably made arrangements that prevented their power and heritage from spilling out in an uncontrolled fashion. Despite the obvious dangers and lack of precision of these prematurely released gems, Vase still came up with a few possible suggestions on pairing these gems to specific gems. He felt the urge to try out at least one of the 9 malformed gems, if only to see what kind of influence it would exert onto a mech and mech pilot. For example, the Lobus fragment thematically matched the Star Dancer Mark II. Perhaps he could add this gem as a little extra when he finally came around to updating the expert rifleman mech's design. I'll need to make a careful decision about this. I can easily ruin an important work if I make the wrong choice. He put the gems back into a secure compartment in his armor. This was probably not a good place to keep these potentially dangerous objects. He would have to arrange more appropriate storage for them all in case they interacted with each other or induced a form of contamination that he had yet to detect. Vase proceeded to dedicate the following few hours to examining as much of the interior of the relatively small archeship as possible. He did not obsess too much over digging into anything specific. He just wanted to get an overall feel and impression of the precious alien vessel from the inside. He made plenty of interesting observations throughout his extensive tour. He gleaned how extensive archimetal and electronic resonance dictated the relationship between the archeship and her users. He noted how extensively the structure of the archeship was able to adapt and maintain its overall integrity when suffering extensive damage. He also gained a bit more inspiration on how he could potentially design a mech comprised completely of archimetal based on the design principles utilized by the aliens. Vase developed a strong appreciation for archimetal. It became even more important for him to find a research partner who could take this captured vessel and figure out how she worked as soon as possible. This was because he developed a vision where he could formally step into first-class mech design by relying on archimetal to stand out from the competition. It would be just like how luminaire crystals had become the staple feature of most of my ranged mechs. The competition in the first-class mech market was extremely fierce. The industry simply had too many excellent players, many of which possessed so much backing or accumulation that it was nearly impossible to dislodge them from their dominant positions. If Vase wanted to squeeze his way into this highly competitive market that generally held a lot of mistrust towards newcomers emerging from below, he needed to make a splash by relying on a gimmick that was much more straightforward than living mechs. I'll be holding my next lecture tomorrow at the Eden Institute. I can ask around for help while I am there. Even the Terrans should hold a lot of interest in getting their hands on a relatively intact archeship. Once their visit to the archeship came to an end, Vase and Gloriana took their children back to the Spirit of Bentime. Despite the fact that the factory ship was currently docked alongside the diligent Ovenbird, that did not stop the Larkinsons from returning and assuming their old duties and responsibilities. In fact, the clan had a high demand on her production capabilities in order to replenish ammunition, produce a lot of hull plating to patch up the factory ship damaged hull and fabricate entirely new mechs to make up for the losses in the previous battle. While the Spirit of Bentime slowly came back to life, Vase received an unexpected visit from his grandfather and his daughter. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson entered his private office while holding Andraste's hand. "Hello, grandfather. What's up? Did Andraste get up to mischief again?" "It is a little more serious than that." Benjamin spoke in a grave tone. "I wanted to wait until the battle was over to bring this matter to your attention." "Andraste, can you show him what you learned?" "Okay, great-grandpa." Under Ves's bemused expression, his daughter proceeded to sit down on the deck in a lotus position. She then proceeded to cultivate according to an unknown method, causing a small energy vortex form around her body. The sight came as an abrupt shock to Vase. "What? Where did you learn this cultivation method? I don't recall teaching you anything. This is impossible." Chapter 5147 10,000 Permutations. For a brief instance of time, Vase had the illusion that his second daughter turned into a miniature living mech that was cultivating the Greater Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra. Had the Archier the Puelmers secretly infiltrated his clan and surreptitiously replaced his flesh and blood daughter with a facsimile that actually consisted of a miniature mech? Vase soon shook his head. This was a ridiculous thought. He knew his children extremely well. Only his wife possessed a greater familiarity towards the child she once bore in her belly. When Vase activated his spiritual senses, he began to study his daughter while she was cultivating according to an unknown method. He immediately made several observations. First, the cultivation method primarily centered around Andraste herself, but Yaika was able to pitch in due to her inherently spiritual nature. Second, his daughter was exceptionally suited to cultivate as energy not only poured into her spirit, but also her blessed body. Third, whatever cultivation method Andraste got her hands on was relatively mild and ineffective. Fourth, Vase did not think that it was beneficial for Andraste to cultivate this method because his daughter was absorbing spiritual energies without making too many distinctions between their attributes. While Vase did not sense that Andraste was actively causing any acute harm towards herself, that did not mean the cultivation method was benign. For example, it might cause her to turn into an odd form of chi cultivator that completely precluded her from becoming a mech pilot. The cultivation method might also cause her to develop an affinity into elements that did not suit her goals or inclinations. There were way too many possible side effects and adverse outcomes for Vase to allow his daughter to continue with her activity. Although Vase did not want to become an overbearing parent who had to control every single aspect of his children's lives, he did not want Andraste to engage in a method that would lead to unpredictable outcomes. Cultivation is not a game, pumpkin, Vase stated in a stern voice. It is a life-changing activity that can be dangerous or irreversible. It is never a good idea to engage in a practice without guidance from an actual expert or authority in the relevant field. For example, you learned your swordsmanship from Kedis, who is both skilled and trustworthy enough to prevent you from inflicting harm onto yourself. Where did you find this method, anyway? The little girl grew a little timid as she rose up to her feet again. I found it on the galactic net. She proceeded to provide him with a brief explanation on how she stumbled upon a meditation method that claimed to turn any child into a potentate. A lot of commenters expressed skepticism towards this dubious mantra. They apparently felt they did not gain any discernible benefits from practicing this strange method. Andraste was the exception. She actually managed to experience real changes after she started to follow the written instructions. Benjamin meanwhile was helpful enough to transmit a virtual document that contained the original text that described this so-called meditation method. Vase immediately entered into an analytical mode and started to dissect the entire text. He utilized his current understanding of cultivation science as well as spirituality to cut past all of the marginal content and decipher the more functional and critical components of the method. The more he studied the method, the more he grew concerned. What do you think, grandson? Is there any truth to its claims? It took a few seconds for Vase to offer his response. This cultivation method definitely has a basis in authentic cultivation. He eventually said, there are many parts to it that look like it has been copied from numerous ancient books before being pasted together to make up for a brand new method. The author subsequently added a few original elements to the mantra in order to tie all of the components together in an attempt to produce a specific result. I can vaguely surmise that whoever did all of this work had no malicious intentions. It is truly an earnest if somewhat clumsy attempt to increase the chance for children to develop more suitable genetic aptitudes. Andraste's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Doesn't that mean that I will definitely pilot mechs in the future? Vase immediately shook his head. Not so fast, my girl. Did you just miss what I told you earlier? We have no idea whether its creator is competent enough to make a safe and effective cultivation method. It might not be good for you either because you are much different from normal humans. Without a central authority similar to the Mech Trade Association that can professionally check and certify whether a method meets all of the requirements, it is highly uncertain whether it is safe or not. You can't afford to make any mistakes in matters like this. You should have gone to me a lot sooner. Andraste looked like she was starting to understand her mistake. I'm sorry, Papa, I need to confer with a more knowledgeable expert about this subject. Please wait for a moment. Vase went still. Both Benjamin and Andraste thought that he was silently contacting another person through his cranial implant. The actual truth was that he was using Veronica to pay another visit to Cynthia back in the Milky Way galaxy. His mother provided him with a lot of interesting insights that he missed due to lack of knowledge or vision. Her analysis and guesses about the motives of the unknown author made a lot of sense. She also gave him a few tips on how he could take matters into his own hands and do a better job. I think you should take a look at. Once Veronica concluded her little visit, Vase went back to addressing his grandfather and daughter. Okay, I think I know what is going on here. Vase said, let me bring up the galactic net and perform a quick search to see whether similar cultivation methods have recently started to show up in different communities and portals. He called up an advanced search engine and rapidly set up a new search request that looked out for any texts that contained identical phrases or text structures to the method that Andraste practiced. Sure enough, both Benjamin and Andraste looked confused as Vase projected over 100 different virtual documents. Each of these texts had been posted in many different places. From a virtual game forum to an interactive yoga teaching site, all of these places offered visitors access to different variations of cultivation methods that all claimed to help children rearrange their own brains. The documents had mostly been allowed to stay up because no one really understood them. Cultivation was still completely unknown to the general public, so the administrators did not understand any of the dangers. This was a huge fault that was bound to produce a lot of accidents over time. "Do you see what is going on now?" he asked primarily to his daughter. "You should be able to see a lot of common elements between all of these cultivation methods. That is a strong indication that they were all authored by the same individual or organization. The purpose of doing this should also be clear. They all claim to produce the same result, but do so by slightly different methods. This is a classic experimental approach. The researcher has a vague idea on how to attain a desirable result, but hasn't dialed in the most optimal solution. He or she has therefore created a lot of different possible iterations that contain a lot of different permutations of the same set of variables." The apparent truth of what was actually going on was extremely clear to a mech designer like Vase, but it was different for a young girl that was still a few years away from becoming 10 years old. Fortunately, Venerable Benjamin helped out by offering a similar analogy. He used his comm to project an old-fashioned numerical keypad with buttons ranging from 0 to 9. Such keypads were typically used to lock doors or containers. "Imagine a safe, Andraste," the old man explained. "This safe stores a large sum of money and treasures. You really want to take possession of these riches, but in order to do that you will need to enter the right passcode. Let's assume that this electronic lock can only be opened by inputting the correct string of 4 numbers. How many possible combinations can you submit to this lock?" A typical little girl would have no idea on how to answer this mathematical question. Andraste was different. She received a lot of advanced tutoring as of late, and probability theory had been a part of her lessons early on due to its importance in many different sectors and professions. To get the answer, I will need to multiply the amount of options for every number. That means 10x 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 10 equals 10,000. Vase grinned. "Correct. You can input 10,000 possible strings of 4 numbers into this keypad. The problem is that only one string is correct while the other 9,999 are all wrong. Let's expand on this analogy even further, shall we? If you input the correct keycode, then you will unlock the safe without incident and obtain a huge amount of money. If you input an incorrect keycode, then the safe will explode, which not only destroys what you wanted to get, but also kills you in the process. That's dangerous." "Indeed." Vase seriously nodded. "Now think about the cultivation method that you just practiced and compare it to the other ones that I have easily found across the galactic net. Do you think the one that you originally got your hands on is the correct keycode that can make you rich, or one of the many wrong keycodes that will cause you to blow up into pieces?" "I did not feel anything wrong, Papa. It's not dangerous, right?" Vase sighed and wiped away all of the projections. He leaned down and softly patted his daughter's orange hair. "You don't know that. You did not possess the right expertise to make this judgment or consult a qualified professional. That is really dangerous, baby. I cannot tolerate anyone turning my precious little girl into an unwitting test subject. This should be illegal as far as I am concerned. If I have an opportunity to do so, I will raise this topic with the survivalists when I attend their upcoming conference. People cannot be allowed to recklessly spread dubious cultivation methods on the galactic net. It's not a big problem for now, but they can definitely produce a lot of accidents once exotic radiation has more time to transform humans into organisms that have adapted to a higher energy environment." "What do you mean by that?" Benjamin frowned and asked. "Is it dangerous or not, Vase?" "It's situationally dangerous. According to a reliable source, the cultivation methods all share a common flaw. They are derived from ancient but actually effective methods that are mainly geared towards people with spiritual potential. Long-term exposure to E-energy radiation can vastly boost the chances of developing this crucial quality. However, the Age of Dawn has barely begun, so most people have yet to experience this benefit. A lot of gullible and ignorant children that have attempted to practice these mediation methods have been wasting their time without any result, which is actually good compared to the alternative. Yet Andraste is different. Yes, she's special. All of my children are special. I imparted each of them with companion spirit seeds early on, which means that they all managed to develop spiritual potential from the moment of their births. Despite all of the possible risks, it is extremely helpful for people to obtain this quality. I did this in order to make Andraste and her siblings stronger. Your actions also prematurely exposed them to risks and dangers that they are not necessarily equipped to handle. Benjamin accused. Vase grinned in response. That's what I am for. Even if you did not bring up this matter to me, I would have noticed what she was doing sooner or later. In fact, Goldie should have warned me about this from the moment she detected my daughter practicing an unknown cultivation method that I most certainly did not approve of. You need to be more alert about this kind of stuff. The golden cat materialized into the office in order to defend herself. Nya nya. You were still negligent. Nya. Chapter 5148. You are not a fish. 5148. You are not a fish. It was a little unfair to blame Goldie for her negligence on this matter. Cultivation was new to everyone. The golden cat was no different on this matter. While various mechs and design spirits had already begun to experiment or practice with cultivation methods that they either figured out themselves or obtained from Vase, very few adverse incidents took place. This gave Goldie a false impression that cultivation was not that dangerous. Unfortunately, just because her experiences with cultivation did not involve any serious accidents did not mean that others had nothing to worry about. Aside from a few exceptions, design spirits were pure energy-based life forms. Their sensitivity and perception towards spiritual energy was extremely high, which enabled them to gain a much better overview of the process of cultivation. Design spirits also benefited from having access to natural cultivation from birth. This was a ready-made cultivation method that might not necessarily produce great results, but was absolutely safe and completely compatible with their own attributes. Goldie and many other design spirits had been using their own intrinsic natural cultivation methods as a basis to form their own individual chi cultivation methods. Vase saw no need to intervene in this matter because pure energy-based lifeforms were able to figure out pretty quickly if anything was amiss. The same could not be said for humans. They did not possess a good grasp of spiritual energy and spirituality for many reasons. Even humans that were close to primordial humans could get a lot of different stuff wrong. Cultivation was inherently more dangerous and riskier for humans because they were much further removed from the ideal state of a true god. The more inadequacies they possessed, the more extreme measures they needed to take in order to attain more power and extend their longevity. As Vase explained these points to his audience in a simplified manner, he hoped that each of them would no longer recklessly engage in cultivation. Certain life forms such as Goldie and the Superior Mother are like fish. He used another analogy. Do I have to teach a fish how to swim in the ocean? Andraste shook her head. No, exactly. Fish don't need to be taught how to swim because they are born to swim from the start. Perhaps they can figure out ways to swim a little faster or make themselves more maneuverable in a pool of water, but it's pretty much impossible for them to lose control and drown. Contrast that with organisms that are born on land like humans. If you throw someone in water, there is always a risk that they can drown. They are not really designed to live in water. They need to be taught how to swim, and while it is not really all that difficult, they will never be able to equal the performance of a genuine fish. Is this clear to you both? Both Andraste and Benjamin nodded. Fish is yummy. Can we eat fish for tonight, Papa? Ha ha ha, let's check with your mother first. She is rather adamant about sticking to a strict diet schedule. Vase chuckled. His grandfather paid more attention to the origin of the cultivation methods posted on the galactic net. Have you obtained any clues where they might come from, grandson? Not really. I'm not sure who spread this original set of cultivation methods, but from my perspective, they are the works of an amateur that does not possess a sufficient grasp in cultivation science. He replied. Andraste, don't practice this mediation method anymore. I want you to grow up into a strong and capable warrior, but it is not worth risking your entire health and well-being just to turn yourself into a test subject of an unknown party. His daughter looked a lot more scared than before now that she understood the horrifying truth behind the publication of all of these random meditation methods. I understand, Papa. I will be more careful. What do I do instead, then? Is there really no way to help me become a potentate? Genetic aptitude is not necessary to live a happy and fulfilling life, young lady. Venerable Benjamin gently told his descendant. Take it from me, Whether you will have what it takes to interface with a mech with your brain will only become clear when you are 10 years old. Even if you do not get the result you are hoping for, there may still be a chance for you to get what you truly want. Vase coughed at his grandfather. Let's not make promises that we might not be able to keep. Anyway, I will look into this further. Whoever made these cultivation methods clearly doesn't really know what he or she is doing, but it is different for me. My heritage is much more comprehensive and complete. I think I can do much better, but what is the matter? I'm sure you know a lot about genetic aptitude. Unless the Mechers have been holding out on us, nobody truly understands how adequate genetic aptitude comes into being. There are so many possible variables that affect this end result that it is impossible to precisely control its formation. I don't think that a cultivation method will be able to make that much of a difference, whether today or in the far future. It's like how throwing a bucket of water at a burning house can hardly make the fire go out sooner. Vase did not exactly possess a good understanding in this area. One of the most uncertain variables about all of this was the fact that most children simply weren't ready for formal cultivation. Their minds and spiritualities were too weak and underdeveloped. Without enough spiritual potential and concentration, they were bound to achieve little actual results unless they grew a lot older. However, it would already be too late for them once they surpassed 10 years old. No matter whether it was even possible for humans to develop the right genetic aptitude when the growth and development of their brains had already reached a mature state, what was the point of entering a mech academy when they were already in their 20s or 30s? While early cultivation was probably useless to the vast majority of human children for a long time to come, Vase was not entirely certain whether the same rules applied to Andraste and his children. Different from other kids, Vase, Goldie, the superior mother and Gaia had empowered their spiritualities and bodies to the point where they had all become extremely spiritually gifted. Not only did they possess spiritualities that exceed the level of a gifted adult human, but their body cells were also more attuned to spiritual energy, similar to the primordial humans of the past. A strong spirit made it easier to induce greater changes through artistic conceptions. A more spiritually attuned body made it easier to alter it by leveraging spiritual energy in conscious and unconscious ways. When Vase thought about what little theory that humanity knew about genetic aptitude, he figured that it was a purely organic phenomenon. In order to have it, it was necessary for a human's brain structure to fall within a specific range of forms that made it suitable to connect to neural interfaces. This meant that in order for a cultivation method to encourage the formation of a desirable brain structure, it had to engage in a specific form of body cultivation. Although he never really intended for this to happen, Andraste and his other children were highly compatible with body cultivation. At the very least, they possessed a much stronger compatibility for it than other people. This actually gave Vase a lot more hope that he would be able to help his daughter with making her dream come true. "Let me work on this, Andraste," he gently told her. "You need to give me time to do a bit of research and compose a proper cultivation method. Your grandmother can probably help us out a lot in this regard. She won't refuse the opportunity to help out her cute little grandchild. Just be patient, okay? You still have a few years to go before you reach your 10th birthday. There is plenty of time to make changes." His daughter looked up at him with her pitiful big eyes. "Don't take too long. I don't want to wait. Haha, I will be sure to work on it, but I need to do this right. I also can't guarantee that I can make this work. This subject is a lot more complicated than you think." It took a while to placate his daughter. Vase knew that he had to make quick progress on this matter, or else his girl might try out other crazy stuff. "Goldie, I am counting on you to keep a closer eye on not only Andraste, but all of the children of the Larkinson clan. If they ever try out a cultivation method that we have never personally verified and approved, you should do everything in your power to stop them or warn others so that they can step in, understand?" Nya, the feline ancestral spirit agreed with Vase now that she became more cognizant about the possible risks and dangers. With that said, Vase felt a lot more reassured that nobody would be doing anything foolish in the short term. Asked. 2159 Vase smiled at him. "There is no need for mech pilots such as you to do anything different from usual. This subject was way more complicated and involved than what was apparent on the surface." For one, Vase had no idea whether the Red Association was related to it in any way. He did not believe that the successors of the rebels who used to be part of the Five Scrolls Compact but eventually managed to topple this overlord were incompetent when it came to cultivation. There was a good chance that the Mechers had already dug out all of their accumulated knowledge on cultivation as soon as it became clear that the power of heaven had become available once again. If that was the case, then the Red Association may already be working on developing proper cultivation methods that were safe and simple enough to make them available to the public. Vase would probably be able to get more answers on this subject once he attended the conference that was scheduled to start next week. His grandfather asked one more question before he left. Can this cultivation business help mech pilots become stronger as well? Venerable Benjamin asked. Vase smiled at him. There is no need for mech pilots such as you to do anything different from usual piloting activities. The thing about mech pilots is that they have always engaged in cultivation. The simple act of piloting a mech and using it to fight in a battle are enough to make progress in this area. Where do you think breakthroughs come from? It is even easier to track once you have become an expert pilot. You can track your progress by observing the rate of growth of your resonance strength over time. Part of the reason why this was the case was because willpower cultivation paid much less attention to specific techniques than chi cultivation. What willpower cultivators lack in versatility, they more than made up for it with force. So long as the kingdom of mechs continued to hold dominion over mech pilots, there was no need for this privileged group of warriors to worry about the process of cultivation. The bigger problem was getting there in the first place. Hopeful children such as Andraste deeply wanted to gain the qualifications to become a mech pilot, but reality had crushed so many of their dreams. Vase was no exception in this regard. It was exactly because of his own disappointing experiences in his youth that he wanted to save Andraste from the pain that depressed him during his teenage years. Was it truly possible to come up with a cultivation method that enabled spiritually gifted children like Andraste to develop or improve their own genetic aptitudes? Vase believed it was possible based on his current theoretical framework on cultivation, but whether he could develop the right method remained to be seen. Thank you for reading my work. If you wish to support the Mech Touch, please vote with your golden tickets. Purchase privilege for the Mech Touch. Read a varying amount of chapters ahead of regular readers while enjoying a 99% discount on unlocking new chapters. Exler Chapter 5149 Loot handling cultivation was largely useless to humanity back in the Milky Way. The absence of the power of heaven meant that spiritual energy was too scarce for most methods to play any significant role. The most viable source of spiritual energy that people could gain access to was by generating it themselves through their own thoughts and emotions. It made a lot of sense that mech pilots and mech designers still managed to do well in this galactic energy desert. Mech pilots fueled their own progression by pushing themselves beyond their limits and generating extreme emotions in the heat of battle. Mech designers advanced by getting immersed in the creation of unprecedented works and receiving the validation of their clients and customers. Yet as exotic radiation continued to enrich the red ocean dwarf galaxy, traditional cultivation that ancient humans abandoned a long time ago suddenly became viable again. Vase predicted that a lot of dusty old cultivation methods that certain groups with long heritages kept in their vaults might make a resurgence again. The Aduk family that had long practiced the annals of Terra Vita without any apparent results for a long time would definitely be able to notice the changes. It was extremely likely that other families and inheritors of secret cultivation traditions had already begun to exploit cultivation once again. It was already bad enough if all of these forgotten offshoots of the Five Scrolls Compact utilized cultivation to secretly get ahead of the competition. Vase found it even worse if random people recklessly engaged in cultivation without knowing the full risks and dangers of the method they employed. The Red 2 had to step up their regulation on this front. In fact, Vase predicted that the transhumanist faction were already on the job. The faction was not only monitoring the current situation, but had also begun to formulate a complete response in order to shape red humanity's relationship with cultivation. The longer they take, the more elaborate their plan. A quick and hasty response might be able to plug the immediate gap, but a slower and more elaborate plan would lead to fewer fault lines in the future. Hopefully the survivalists that I will meet next week will know a thing or two about this plan. Vase set aside his concerns about cultivation for the time being. Though he had promised to work on a possible way to help his second daughter increase her chances of developing the right genetic aptitude, this matter was way too complicated for him to tackle by himself. He needed to consult a lot more with his mother, and he also had to find out what the Mechers were up to. Only then did it make sense for him to tackle this dubious project. Still, as Vase thought back on the contents of the experimental meditation methods spread across the galactic net, he personally did not have much hope that this approach would actually work. Cultivation had limits. If anyone could become a fire-breathing dragon or an invulnerable multi-armed goddess just by wishing for it really hard, there wouldn't be any point to designing mechs anymore. Humanity did not fully understand all of the variables that determined one's genetic aptitude, so anyone who attempted to base a cultivation method around it would never be able to get it completely right. It would be great if it can actually be done, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Vase murmured under his breath. The difficulty of developing a viable cultivation method to promote genetic aptitude was as difficult as trying to produce a modern mech with the use of primitive ancient blacksmithing tools. Perhaps it might be possible to forge the larger and simpler parts with an old-fashioned forge, but it was impossible to fabricate the complicated circuitry, the incredibly difficult alloys and the huge amount of tiny parts that all needed to meet tight tolerances. The best that Vase could do in this situation was to design and forge a highly simplified mech that was lacking in a lot of features and was only a fraction as strong. Vase already took into account that he may not be able to make Andraste's dream come true. He hated the thought of disappointing his little girl, but sooner or later his children all had to make the realization that not every gift was destined to fall into their hands. Genetic aptitude was not a phenomenon that was intrinsically related to cultivation to begin with. It was mainly a biological requirement to effectively control large and complicated machines through the use of a neural interface. The only individual who was probably closest to understanding it was Divine Hussein Albedo, the leader of the transhumanist faction. Unfortunately for Vase and many people in the Red Ocean, the chosen human was still stationed in the Milky Way as far as everyone knew. The esteemed hero was not among the 8 known god pilots who stood up for red humanity. This was an enormous regret for Vase. If the chosen human was stuck on this side of the Greater Beander Gate when the Great Severing occurred, then he would have definitely become as accessible as the polymath. So long as Vase made enough contributions to the transhumanist faction and quickly gained the appreciation of the higher-ups, there would have been a good chance that he would get to meet with this legendary god pilot in person. Unfortunately, it was not to be. A lot of brilliant star designers and god pilots that could each play a useful role in the Red Ocean had all been left behind. Vase shrugged. Oh well, he left this matter behind and spent his time on other matters. He took care of a lot of important business for the rest of the day. He made sure to transfer a sufficient amount of living Quelmer and Yerzan captives to the Dragon's Den in order to increase his supply of test subjects. He presided over a meeting to formally finalize the division of all of the loot. The Larkinson clan got what it wanted and was able to lay claim to 50% of all of the spoils. This expressly included ownership over half of the Archeship as well as total ownership of Stingray 2. Deciding what to do with all of this advanced alien tech became the next headache. The other alliance partners agreed to transfer the Archeship to a first-class research group so long as the deal was not too sketchy. It was not practical to keep Stingray 2 close at hand. The hull had suffered a lot of damage and had lost much of her essential functionality. Let's send her back to the Davut system, Vivian Sai proposed. Our branch in the colonial state can keep her safe and employ its own researchers to study the alien vessel. Depending on our goals, we can either disassemble her to obtain the greatest amount of research results, or we can convert her into a human warship if you are confident that we can win an appropriate warship token. Vase snorted at that last suggestion. Given the mass and volume of Stingray 2, only a heavy cruiser token will grant us permission to use her in the field. According to the current bounties, we must find a way to kill a phase whale or a greater phase lord in order to earn this reward. Did we not manage to defeat not one, but several phase whales over the course of our stay in the Red Ocean? Vivian innocently asked. Let's keep our options open. Are you sure Stingray 2 can be converted to human use? Her ceilings are so goddamn low that no human can crew her, let alone get past their tiny hatches. The shipwright was well aware of this issue. This is why this project is not a refit but a reinvention. It is never a good idea to rely too much on alien tech. We will have to rip out most of her ship systems and put human equivalents in their place, so the interior will be completely different anyway. The reason why we are not starting completely from scratch is because we require more extensive drydock facilities to construct a strong outer hull that can fully withstand the ravages of war. Keeping the current hull and essential structural elements will save us a lot of work. I see. Vase understood what she was talking about due to his background as a mech designer. You can order the Larkinson branch to do what you want. Don't be in a hurry to transform Stingray 2 as it is unlikely that we'll be able to earn that heavy cruiser token anytime soon. Technology is constantly advancing. Perhaps we'll be able to master the production and use of archimetal in a few years. Make sure that the hull is empty enough to accommodate the latest advancements." The woman nodded. "Understood. We will take care of it. If you don't want to wait for a token, we can also choose to convert Stingray 2's hull into a first-class combat carrier. Her mech capacity won't be optimal due to her sleeker and more narrow structure, but her defenses and mobility will be more than satisfactory. We can use the converted carrier as the perfect chaser of fleeing alien warships and phase lords as long as we fill her up with expert mechs or extremely powerful ranged mechs." That was actually a good alternative. The Battle of Corelix exposed a lot of inadequacies, one of which was an inability to effectively pursue fleeing starships. During the end of the Battle of Ramage Repulsor, the Trampier of Stars easily made a getaway when he saw that his battleship was bound to fall into the hands of his human attackers. Vase still felt pained about this. Who knew whether other phase lords such as the Eminence of Torment would be able to flee the reach of the Golden Skull Alliance just as effectively? "Your suggestion is good. Please prepare the hull of Stingray 2 that we have the option to choose." Once he took care of this matter, Vase temporarily separated with most of his clansmen and boarded a stealth shuttle in order to complete another chore that had to be kept secret at all cost. This was because he wanted to retrieve the hidden weapons of mass destruction that the Phobos had quietly parked beyond the range of most sensors. The weapons were all rather sizable, so it would cost Vase a hefty amount of ascension points to free up enough space in the Vault of Eternity. Due to his recent spending spree, Vase was only left with 135 ascension points. He was extremely reluctant to spend a dozen or more AP to accommodate these sizable weapons on a long-term basis. Wait, one don't need to store them in their entirety. It took a bit of effort to study the powerful superweapons while keeping everything as hidden as possible, but Vase eventually discovered that the bombs and missiles could be partially disassembled. The Archie had constructed them in a semi-modular fashion. The warheads were largely self-contained and could be placed inside different containers and delivery vessels. What this meant was that Vase could get away with using up a small amount of storage space inside the Vault of Eternity to store the only forbidden parts about the antimatter bombs and transphasic fusion missiles. The only downside to doing this was that it would be rather inconvenient to make quick use of them from the moment he pulled them out of his system space again. Vase did not mind this shortcoming. It took a bit of time and effort to take out the warheads one by one and deposit them into the Vault of Eternity. He had already freed up as much space as possible by dumping out all of the remaining stores of phase water that he kept in his private storage. This left him with a small collection of empty archimetal shells. Vase eventually decided to secretly transfer them over to the Blinding Banshee for safekeeping. Who knew when he might have a use for them again in the future? Chapter 5150 Introduction to Living Mech Design. At the start of the next day, Vase prepared to hold his second lecture of the week. Since the lesson content was a part of his Introduction to Living Mech Design course, he deeply wanted it to succeed. He decided it was unnecessary for him to adopt the strongman image once again, so he traded his unending regalia for a more subdued and professional business suit. "I'm not about to teach another lesson on frontier wisdom, so one can dispense with the theatrics." He also had to stand in front of a completely different audience this time. Vase no longer needed to present his case in front of the majority of the entire student body of the Eden Institute. Only 14 students, Vase actually preferred to start with a smaller and more intimate class. This made it a lot easier to monitor and provide guidance to each and every individual student. Although the probability was small, Vase would celebrate the emergence of every mech design student that successfully managed to get started with living mechs. He might not be able to help anyone master the basics of living mech design if he had to supervise a relatively sizable class of 250 students. In contrast, he felt a lot more confident about helping 2 or 3 of these bright young brats get started in a tiny class of just 14 students. As Vase went through his morning routine and spent a bit of time with his wife and children, he already started to think about the individual circumstances of each person who enrolled in his Introduction to Living Mech Design course. He already had an opportunity to observe the enrolled mech design students during his previous lecture. A few of them appeared to possess spiritual potential, though this particular trait was bound to become a lot more common in the future. Nonetheless, Vase was impatient for success. He ideally wanted to spread his design philosophy sooner rather than later, and it would be best if he focused on the handful of students who already demonstrated a better talent towards extraordinary pursuits than their peers. It was a bit difficult to know for sure whether a student has any spiritual potential last time, but it should be a lot easier to make this determination in the upcoming class. Different from teaching a remote class through the use of conventional physical projection technology, Vase intended to take advantage of the brand new hyper chamber this time. He did not agree to invest 100 million MTA merits on this high-tech boondoggle just to provide an ideal remote learning environment for his children. Gloriana knew how important this course was to her husband. She gently patted his shoulder and leaned in to give him a kiss for encouragement. Be careful around the Terrans. You may have managed to amaze them in your earlier lecture, but they are still first-raters at heart. You must not grow too complacent and make sure that each of your students benefit from your teachings. If they think that they will not be able to obtain anything useful from your lessons, they may start to issue complaints. Rap D Alpha S Novelle, I'm aware of that, honey. These Terrans expect much from me, but I think I can manage. The subject falls within my core area of specialization, so one won't have to worry about running out of stuff to teach. Have you met any prominent Terrans yet that our clan can cooperate with in the future? Gloriana curiously asked. We will need as much friendly support as possible to ease our entry into the world of first-raters. One would love to help in this matter, but the only first-raters that I am familiar with are the Mech supremacists, and they have become far too preoccupied as of late. There isn't a part of the Red Association that has enough free time these days. He muttered. Good luck, Vase. I know you can do a good job. It is not too important whether you can forge new partnerships with Terrans. The more time you spend around first-raters, the easier it becomes for you to integrate into their greater community. That is already precious enough. Once he was ready, he moved to the central section of the Spirit of Bentheim where the hyper chamber was located. Despite having access to it for a while, Vase never took the initiative to make proper use of it. The hyper chamber worked best when it established a connection with servers that were designed to accommodate its features. These servers almost exclusively catered to first-raters, which meant that Vase would stick out like a sore thumb if he appeared all of a sudden. A lot of virtual communities were also private and hidden from the public. The only way he could get into one of them was to receive an invitation or a referral from an existing member. Perhaps he could get one from Jovi Armelon, but he would have to meet with him first. As Vase entered the high-tech hyper chamber, he took a brief moment of time to look around. The giant chamber was sizable enough to accommodate a large lecture hall as well as a bunch of mechs. If he wanted to, he could even order the hyper chamber to form a small production line and fabricate a mech in a way that allowed his remote students to observe his process with fantastic fidelity. It might even be possible for him to use the hyper chamber to essentially fabricate a complete and proper mech from a distance. I'll need to upgrade the hyper chamber's functionality to make that possible. He reminded himself. That was not necessary for the time being. Vase briefly spent a moment of time on calling up the diagnostics of the hyper chamber and confirmed that it was working properly. He proceeded to form a connection to one of the Eden Institute's classrooms. The environment around him changed. The cold and hollow metallic chamber made way for a warm wood-paneled classroom environment. Only the floor was made out of tough ceramic tiles that were strong enough to comfortably bear the weight of mechs. Despite the small number of students that showed up, Vase still chose to hold this lecture in a large classroom because he wanted to show off his living mechs. In fact, many of the more advanced courses related to mech design tended to be taught in these kinds of spaces because it was important for students to get into frequent contact with mechs at their full scale. The classroom at least had a setting that dynamically rearranged the amount of seats and their placement according to the specific needs of each class. Vase had opted to arrange the seats into a small circle. A few students had already arrived a bit earlier and sat next to their closest friends and acquaintances. Most of the mech design students who initially signed up for this course were fourth-year students. There were a few men and women who were in their third or fifth years of their studies, but they were the exception. Third-year mech design students were generally far too busy with completing their studies in the core science subjects such as quantum mechanics and materials science. Fifth-year students had already completed most of their studies and devoted a lot more time on practical courses in preparation to complete their graduation projects. Alexa Strian strode inside the classroom at one point. Many of the students briefly looked at her with expressions of curiosity. She wore a modest beige coat that was devoid of any patterns and looked as if she could blend right in with the other young adults. Pay no mind to my presence. 1 a.m. here to assist Professor Larkinson and benefit from his teaching as well. The most powerful student arrived shortly after Alexa took her place behind Vess's projection. Ryan Shuku floated into the chamber and settled down on the central seat as if he was a sovereign surrounded by his counselors. Compared to everyone else, Ryan conveyed a much stronger sense of inherent superiority and background. His presence was so strong that nobody seemed to pay attention to the physical projection of their professor anymore. Yet Ryan was not the student that captivated Vase the most. Whether it was deliberate or not, Gabriel Sekar was the last student to enter the classroom. A lot of students actually expressed surprise that Gabriel had enrolled for this course in the first place. This was because he was a second-year student. If that was not already exaggerated enough, he was one of the few students of the Eden Institute who pursued a degree in both mech design and business at the same time. How could he possibly spare the time to attend classes for yet another non-essential optional course? There was no need for the heir of the Sekar clan to explain himself. His attendance was already enough to explain how confident he was in keeping up with his extremely bloated study schedule. Vase made a soft clap. Everyone is here, so let us begin this class. Welcome to Introduction to Mech Design. This is a new and experimental course that aims to introduce you to my primary specialization, which also happens to be the field that one have pioneered. I have already written this in the course documents, but the main purpose of this course is to develop a thorough familiarity with the traits and general principles of this variation of mechs. It is not required for you to be able to design a living machine, as the difficulty is far too great. An eager-looking student immediately raised his arm. Vase grinned in response. I believe I can guess the question that you wish to ask, Mr. Klaus Rabar Fulton. Yes, it is possible for you to be able to design an actual living mech with my guidance, but you will need to fully embrace my teachings and work hard to understand the essence of living mechs. The amount of academic credits that is awarded to you after completing this course cannot encompass all of this additional work. I may turn this condition into a requirement for a future follow-up course, assuming there is enough demand. It would be better for him to wait until he advanced to master before he taught an advanced course like this. Masters were able to generalize a part of the essential theories and working principles behind design philosophies into a universal format. This made it a lot easier for other mech designers to quickly master the basics. Vase would truly be able to pick up a lot of disciples at that point. Another mech design student raised her arm and asked a question. Professor, if it is not mandatory for us to design a living mech, then what will we actually gain from completing this course? How will absorbing your teachings improve our own work? That is difficult to say. Vase honestly replied, it depends on how much you agree with my philosophy and whether you choose to integrate any aspect of it in your own work approach. Generally speaking, you will be able to work with existing living mechs a lot better. You will roughly understand how they work, how they are produced, what it takes to take care of them, and how to optimize their growth. Furthermore, you will also be able to form greater synergies if you ever collaborate with mech designers who specialize in this field. This vague answer did not sound any different from what he had written in the course documents, so his answer failed to offer much clarification. Vase inwardly shrugged. Let me continue with my lecture before you ask any further questions. While I am principally open to interruptions, one advise you to make careful use of this privilege. I believe I can answer many of your doubts once I have concluded this lesson. Miss Stryker. Yes, Professor. Bring in the pacifier. It is time to let my students experience what it is like to be in the presence of a real living mech. Chapter 5151. Interesting students. Living mechs had become increasingly more prevalent in the middle zones where the Living Mech Corporation actively marketed its products. The mech models that the general public happened to come into contact the most were not the popular ferocious piranha or the all-time classic desolate soldier. It was the products that were most removed from the battlefield that tended to enter into the lives of ordinary citizens most frequently. The humble Hymenoptera industrial mech and the incredibly useful pacifier law enforcement mech sold the most and showed up in increasingly more colonies with every passing day. Naturally, the Terrans had yet to make use of these bestsellers because they belonged to a completely different market. While the students did not show any obvious signs of contempt or dismissal due to the fact that they had already studied their professor and his works in advance, Vase was still able to detect their inherent underestimation of second-class mechs. It was hard for the superior Terrans who had lived among first-class multipurpose mechs for all of their years to take lesser mechs seriously. While it was true that a single first-class mech could probably wipe out dozens if not hundreds of second-class mechs with relative ease, the pacifier mech that entered the classroom was a bit different from normal machines. As soon as the mech stopped a small distance away from the circle of 14 students, the entire crowd had grown silent for a time. The pacifier mech was nothing special on the surface. It was a recent copy that had only rolled off the production lines a few months ago. The unit had never been seriously used for its intended purpose, so it hardly experienced any meaningful growth. Nonetheless, the living mech exuded a faint aura that suggested that it possessed indescribable qualities that made it a little more special. Those with spiritual potential were able to pick this considerably easier than those who were spiritually dull. Unfortunately for Vase, the majority of his students had yet to activate their spiritual potential at this time, so a lot of the charm of the living mech flew past their immediate senses. Professor, Paulina Devonshire raised her voice first. I have read many descriptions about the glows of your living mechs. Can this mech of yours demonstrate its glow to us? Its glow is its strongest selling point. Vase smiled. Glows are not a central component in this introductory course. It is a highly advanced application of living mechs that involves other disciplines that I am not authorized to teach or divulge. I will allow this living mech to briefly demonstrate its glow, as it would hardly do to let you all remain ignorant of this prominent feature. You are not expected to understand it or try to replicate it for your own work in any way. Miss Stryker, please do the honors. His research assistant was in charge of all of the living mechs imported by the Eden Institute. Alexa silently transmitted a command to the mech pilot, who interfaced with the pacifier mech. Soon enough, the pacifier slowly dialed up its glow from almost nothing to a progressively stronger effect. Since the students were all sitting just a stone's throw away from the machine, they became exposed to Lufa's tranquility glow at a strong intensity. The consequences immediately became noticeable. A lot of students became a lot less animated and their emotional fluctuations became a lot more dampened. Nonetheless, compared to ordinary second-class citizens, the elite Terrans and foreign exchange students showed considerably greater resistance to the glow effects. Their stronger mentalities and their cognitive augmentations all helped these students maintain their wits in a situation where the presence of Lufa demanded them to drain their emotions. Though Vase still found it a bit difficult to examine the mental and spiritual conditions of his students by remote, the Hyper Chamber's realistic technology was so good that it helped a lot with improving his observations. Compared to an ordinary Terran civilian like Klaus Rabar Fulton, the descendants of long-established clans like Ryan Shuku and Gabriel Sekar were able to resist the pacifier's glow a lot better. Their mentalities were so strong and augmented that they were able to maintain their full awareness without looking as if they were struggling. This contrasted a lot with the less well-prepared students who showed visible strain as they tried to resist the urge to lose their thoughts and emotions. However, it did not look as if any of them completely allowed themselves to be pacified. This suggested that a first-class adaptation of the pacifier model might not sell as well in the upper zones. The people who lived in those regions were just superior in many ways that suppressive glows simply had much less of an effect on their minds. The differences would become especially pronounced towards first-class mech pilots. These elite soldiers had all attended some of the best mech academies of human civilization. Their genetic aptitudes were also a lot higher on average, which enabled them to mentally anchor themselves to their mechs a lot better. In short, Vase would probably have to lean a lot more on supportive glows if he wanted his products to get taken seriously in the upper zones. The glow of the pacifier is categorized as suppressive, which means that their active effects are mainly meant to be used on hostiles in order to rob them of their violent impulses. He explained, that does not mean it is a weapon. It can also be used on yourself and other friendlies. Let me give you a brief demonstration. One of the fun parts about living mechs was that he was still able to exert a certain degree of control over them no matter the distance. Right now, Vase contacted Lufa and requested the design spirit to tweak the expression of his glow for this specific machine. The pacifier mech began to exude a different vibe, much to the surprise of many of his students. This was not a documented feature of this product. The Angel of Tranquility gradually demonstrated his aspect of healing. The Terrans looked a lot less resistant towards the glow. While it tried to suppress their negative mental activity, it purposefully left a lot of room for their positive thoughts and emotions. Experiencing the aspect of healing was like taking a gentle stimulant that had no discernible side effects. Anyone who accepted this effect would immediately feel more optimistic and invigorated. Vase smirked even more as he silently commanded Lufa to switch to the aspect of rationality. The pacifier's glow made a more radical transition. The latest variation of the glow exerted the strongest possible suppression towards all emotions, but left all rational thinking activity untouched. This effect provoked more extreme responses from the students. Different from the aspect of healing, the aspect of rationality was especially compelling to intellectuals. Over half of the students showed a visible reaction at this time. They became incredibly engrossed in their newfound ability to rationally go over their recent lessons without their emotions getting in the way. It was a much more refreshing way to internalize all of the recent knowledge that they had learned. Vase gave his students a full minute to enjoy this particular glow before he motioned Alexa to end this demonstration. The pilot of the pacifier gradually dialed down the glow until it no longer leaked outside of the machine. The only noticeable aura after this adjustment was the inherent liveliness of a young second-order living mech. While it was not as obvious as a glow, Vase hoped that it would still provide his small class with a useful reference. "Those last 2 glows are impressive, Professor. Can we purchase this mech with those additional glows from your mech company?" "I'm afraid not." Vase shook his head. "One think my company still sells an older second-class mech model that features the second glow, but we do not currently sell any mechs with the third glow. You should be able to sell a large amount of mechs with the third glow that is able to clear our thinking." Ryan Shuku spoke out. "The effect may be able to complement the special state of mind that rational mech designers must hold in order to do their work. Your glow can facilitate the training of mech designers that have chosen to master this approach. It should also be able to help existing rational mech designers move much closer to the ideal state of absolute rationality." The scion of the Shuku ancient clan raised a good business opportunity. Vase could definitely see how such a mech might be interesting to a lot of rational mech designers. "I agree with your assessment, Mr. Shuku, but my mech company is not yet ready to enter the first-class mech market. It may take years or decades before we are ready to sell such a product." "Any other questions?" Gabriel Sekar decided to ask a question this time. "Many of your works are characterized by their ability to grow more powerful over time. Does the same apply to glows?" "That is an astute observation, Mr. Sekar. You are correct. Glows, or rather the source of glows, are by definition alive, so they can grow stronger and more effective. You might not know this, but the tranquility glow that the pacifier is so famed for was not as strong and effective when it first appeared. Years have gone by since then, so many factors have contributed to its strengthening. If glows can become more powerful, is it also possible for the reverse to happen?" Gabriel asked another question. "Yes. Just as people like you and I can become weaker in a couple of decades, the source of glows can also suffer setbacks that make them less effective. I suppose that this is one of the shortcomings of living mechs. Most of them will be able to grow stronger without any complications, but there are always possibilities that they can be led astray or lose much of their accumulated strengthening. I will touch upon this subject in greater detail in a future lesson." The youngest student looked satisfied with the information that Vase provided. Vase found Gabriel Sekar to be rather interesting. He had a strong hunch that it was not a coincidence that this extremely intelligent double-degree student happened to enroll for Introduction to Living Mech Design. When Vase casually swept his gaze across the faces of all 14 students, he was able to confirm his initial observations. Of the 14 students who attended this class, 2 of them already possessed strong spiritual potential. That did not mean that the other 12 were useless. They were still young and not even formal novice mech designers as of yet. They still had plenty of time to develop spiritual potential after they truly started to work with mechs in a professional capacity. In addition to that, constantly getting exposed to E-energy radiation over a longer period of time should also promote their spiritual potential. Nonetheless, compared to all of those late bloomers, Vase had much greater reasons to pay additional attention to the 2 exceptions. Klaus Rabar Fulton was the least augmented among them, yet his spiritual potential was strong if not yet activated. He was like a dormant monster who had yet to show off his ferocity. That made this ordinary Terran citizen a lot more interesting. Compared to the wealthier and more elite Terran scions, Vase felt it was a lot easier to hoodwink Klaus and bring him over to his side. Still, as powerful as Klaus felt across the hyper-chambers connection, Gabriel Sekar's spirituality was even stronger. The heir to the Sekar clan was an anomaly. Not only was his spirituality so noticeably strong, it was also activated. This meant that Gabriel Sekar was already able to actively make use of his strong spirituality to produce specific outcomes, whether consciously or unconsciously. If that was not suspicious enough, his spirituality already started to take on a defined flavor. It hinted that Gabriel was in the process of developing a domain, though Vase was unable to identify it due to lack of proximity. All of these clues caused Vase to make a remarkable conclusion about this young business and mech design student. Gabriel Sekar had already begun to practice a cultivation method.